Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 1817 to Chapter 1900. Huang Ling, you're injured. Enter the mountain river diagram to heal your injuries. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Huang Ling. Lu Ming, you're alone. Don't fight them head-on. Huang Ling said worriedly. She was afraid that Lu Ming would fight Wang Jingyang and the rest alone. Don't worry. If I can't beat them, I have bubbles with me. I can retreat without worry. Lu Ming nodded. Only then did Huang Ling relax and enter the mountain river diagram. Today, all of you will die. Lu Ming exuded a terrifying murderous intent. His cold eyes swept across Wang Jingyang, Falcon, and the rest. Hee, do you think this is the Great Pill Evolution Hall? You're the one who's going to die. Kill. Falcon roared. He flapped his wings and pounced toward Lu Ming. His wings were like blades. They whistled out and slashed toward Lu Ming. Falcon was the top skypride of Skybird Temple. He was in the Great Sage Perfection realm. His attack was terrifying. If Lu Ming's spiritual body had not evolved, it would be difficult for him to fight against it. But now, Lu Ming was not afraid at all. The law of chaos flowed. The suppressing hell skill erupted. With a palm strike, a phantom of the suppressing hell monument appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming seemed to be carrying the suppressing hell monument as he blasted it toward Falcon. Boom, Lu Ming's palm collided with Falcon's wings. Falcon's body shook violently. He retreated quickly, feathers flying. His eyes were filled with extreme shock. He was shocked by Lu Ming's power. In the previous attack, he felt a terrifying power surging from Lu Ming's palm as if it was going to suppress him. Lu Ming's cultivation was only in the Great Sage Minor Mastery. How could he have such terrifying power? He stood in the Great Sage Perfection realm, while Lu Ming was only in the Great Sage Minor Mastery. He had just stepped into the Great Sage realm. With such a huge difference in cultivation, he was no match for him in a head-on collision. This was unbelievable. Bam, Lu Ming stepped on the void and charged toward Falcon. Let's attack together. Falcon roared. All of a sudden, the howls of wolves filled the sky and the wings broke through the air. The other experts of Skywolf Pagoda and Skybird Palace charged towards Lu Ming. At the same time, Wang Jingyang led the Wan family's experts and charged towards Lu Ming. Bubble, stop those people from the Wan clan first. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. Leave it to me. Bubble flew out and waved her hand. Space rippled like water, blocking Wang Jingyang and the others' path. At the same time, terrifying space-time power surged towards Wang Jingyang and the others. Wang Jingyang and the others could only resist with all their might. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had a battle sword of the level of a saint weapon in his hand. He charged forward and lashed out with the battle sword. Terrifying power flowed into the battle sword, giving it the power to split mountains. It slashed towards a giant wolf. Roar, the giant wolf roared and erupted with all of its strength. Its entire body was suffused with divine light as it blasted towards Lu Ming. This giant wolf was also a skypride of Skywolf Pagoda. Although he was not the top skypride of Skywolf Pagoda, he was still one of the top few skyprides and was very powerful. However, at this moment, he could not stop Lu Ming's sword. The sword slashed down and broke through his attack. Then, it slashed down forcefully at his head. No, the giant wolf roared. In the next moment, the battle sword slashed down. Blood spurted out as the giant wolf was split in half. Puff, then, Lu Ming's battle sword slashed horizontally. A powerful bird was killed by the sword, and feathers flew everywhere. How can he be so strong? The others trembled. Lu Ming was only a lesser great saint, but his combat strength was terrifyingly strong. This time, the weakest of the three major forces who came this time was a peak great saint, but they could not stop Lu Ming's sword. Kill. Lu Ming shouted, and the divine sword art burst out continuously. At the same time, he stepped into the air, and the law of array Dao was activated. Dense runes appeared out of thin air, covering the remaining experts. Lu Ming's sword chi was like a rainbow as it slashed continuously. Puff. Puff, another two experts were killed, and their blood stained the sky. Chi, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Falcon found an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. His terrifying sharp claws grabbed at Lu Ming. A layer of black light shone on his claws, and they were extremely sharp. Clang! Lu Ming slashed out with his sword, and the battle sword buzzed. Falcon was sent flying again, and blood seeped out of his claws. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming pointed a few fingers consecutively. A few huge fingers were pointed at Falcon and the remaining experts. During this time, Lu Ming's Chaotic Calamity Finger had been steadily increasing, and it had already reached 55%. The power of a 55% Chaotic Calamity Finger was terrifying. It was comparable to 75% of a normal law divine power. Only an absolute saint could cultivate to this level. The Chaotic Calamity Finger crushed. Other than Falcon, the other experts were instantly killed, and their bodies exploded under the Chaotic Calamity Finger. Falcon also spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and his feathers fluttered. Whoosh! Lu Ming put away his battle sword and stepped out. Like a flickering light, he instantly appeared in front of Falcon and slashed down with his palm. Falcon screamed and fought back with all his might. Dong! Dong! The two constantly clashed, and in an instant they had exchanged more than 10 blows. After each collision, Falcon frantically retreated. Although Lu Ming's cultivation was far behind Falcon's, Lu Ming's current spiritual body had already reached the peak of superior heavenly spiritual body. Moreover, Lu Ming's spiritual body had also refined a strand of chaotic qi, so the strength of his spiritual body was far above that of a superior heavenly spiritual body. At the same time, Lu Ming cultivated the law of chaos, one of the 10 most powerful laws in the world, and the emperor of all laws. Moreover, Lu Ming had 2 saint hearts, and the cultivation of his saint power couldn't be measured by common sense. Although Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the initial level of a supreme saint, because he had 2 saint hearts, the strength of his saint power wasn't weaker than that of a supreme saint greater mastery. With so many factors added together, Lu Ming had crossed such a large distance and suppressed Falcon. This Falcon was also a top genius. If it were an ordinary person, even an absolute saint, Lu Ming could fight with him. Bang! After more than 10 collisions, Falcon crashed into the wall of the valley. Flames flew, gravel flew, and feathers fluttered. Falcon coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Wan Jingyang, help me! Falcon roared. His heart was trembling, and he felt a fatal danger. But at this moment, Wan Jingyang was so scared that his face turned pale. Lu Ming's combat power was too terrifying. Ordinary supreme saints were as vulnerable as babies in front of Lu Ming. Even Falcon was no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's combat power was far beyond his expectations. At this moment, he didn't want to help Falcon. He just wanted to escape. Explode! A crazed look flashed across Wan Jingyang's face as he detonated a saint weapon. The terrifying power shattered the spatial defense that Bubble had set up. Several of the Wan family's experts rushed out of Bubble's defense. But they didn't help Falcon. Instead, they rushed into the sky and fled frantically into the distance. Falcon, you block them first. I'll go find experts to save you. Wan Jingyang's voice came from afar. Damn it! Falcon roared, revealing a look of despair. It seems that no one will come to save you. Die, seal. In the collision with Falcon just now, Lu Ming had secretly used the scroll of seals. At this time, it exploded with shocking power, making it difficult for Falcon to circulate his cultivation. No, Lu Ming, you can't kill me, Falcon screamed in horror. Ridiculous, kill. Lu Ming pointed out a finger and formed the chaotic finger of calamity, crushing toward Falcon. Falcon was already sealed and could not use much of his strength. It was difficult for him to resist. He was crushed by the chaotic finger of calamity and slammed heavily into the wall of the valley. The wall kept exploding. In the end, Lu Ming blasted another valley out. Falcon was already torn into pieces, his spirit destroyed. He was the top genius of Skybird Palace. He never dreamed that he would die here today. He was invited by Wan Jingyang. When he heard that he was here to kill Huang Ling, he agreed without hesitation. He had been coveting Huang Ling for a long time. Initially, he thought that with his cultivation, together with Wan Jingyang and the rest, it would be easy to deal with Huang Ling. He never thought that he would meet Lu Ming here. Moreover, Lu Ming's combat strength had reached a terrifying level. He could actually kill him. Wang Jingyang, you can't escape. Lu Ming looked in the direction that Wang Jingyang escaped with a cold gaze. Big brother Lu Ming, leave it to me. Bubbles appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder and controlled the space-time laws to envelop Lu Ming's body. Swoosh, Lu Ming moved and disappeared on the spot. He chased after Wang Jingyang at a terrifying speed. Wherever Lu Ming passed, the space rippled. Lu Ming seemed to be traveling through the void. His speed was extremely fast. Not long after, he saw a few figures flying at high speed in front. However, he did not see Wang Jingyang's figure. Obviously, Wang Jingyang was the fastest. He had already left the others behind and flew in front. When those people saw Lu Ming chasing after them, they were scared out of their wits. Seeing that they couldn't escape, they clenched their teeth and charged at Lu Ming, wanting to fight to the death. But the result was already decided. Lu Ming killed them all in just a few moves. Big brother Lu Ming, over there. Bubbles pointed to the right. Bubble could sense the situation far away through space. As long as it wasn't too far away, Wang Jingyang wouldn't be able to escape. With a slight movement, Lu Ming flew to the right. Soon. Not far ahead, there's a mine belonging to the Wang clan. There's a martial monarch expert guarding it. As long as I get there, I'll be fine. I hope those pieces of trash can hold on for a while longer. Wang Jingyang raised his speed to the limit and flew towards a mountain range. The Wang clan needed too many weapons to cultivate the myriad weapon scripture. Therefore, the Wang clan would use all means to obtain weapons. For example, he had established the myriad spirit exchange, established various merchant associations, and traveled to various places, mainly to earn origin stones and buy various weapons. Moreover, he would open up various mines and refine various weapons himself. In the ancient Moon Holy Land, the Wang clan had many mines. There was a large mine near Wanyan Mountain that unearthed precious refining materials. There was an emperor-level figure guarding it. Wang Jingyang was going to this mine to seek protection. Not long after, a large mine appeared in front of him. Wang Jingyang's eyes lit up. Lu Ming, sooner or later, I'll kill you. Wang Jingyang's eyes flickered with a vicious light. But at this moment, his expression changed because a terrifying fluctuation came from behind. A figure was chasing after him at an incredible speed. Lu Ming, why are you so fast? Run. Wang Jingyang was almost scared to death. Lu Ming's pursuit meant that Falcon was most likely dead. He was naturally afraid. He erupted with all his strength and flew towards the large mine with all his might. He was getting closer and closer to the mine, but Lu Ming's figure was also rapidly approaching. He was not far away from him. Save me, Patriarch, save me! Wang Jingyang roared crazily. Pushed by the saint power, his voice was much faster than his flying speed and spread far and wide. In the mine, many mining and smelting workers raised their heads and looked at Wang Jingyang. That's Wang Jingyang, the #1 prodigy of the Wang clan. He's running for his life. Who wants to kill him? Many people guessed and looked behind Wang Jingyang. Patriarch, save me, Lu Ming wants to kill me, Wang Jingyang roared again, shocking many people. Lu Ming, it was actually Lu Ming. Lu Ming wanted to kill Wang Jingyang and had even chased him here. Lu Ming's name had spread throughout the ancient Moon Holy Land. Many people had not seen Lu Ming before, but they had heard of him. You can't escape. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he quickly approached Wang Jingyang. At this moment, Bubble opened his mouth and spat out a transparent bubble. Then, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared around Wang Jingyang's body, trapping him. Wang Jingyang's figure suddenly stopped. Oh no! Wang Jingyang's expression changed drastically as he frantically attacked, but he could not break through in a short time. Suppress! Lu Ming's glabella shone, and the Tai Chi array disc appeared. It quickly grew larger and suppressed Wang Jingyang. Continuously suppressed by the space-time law and the Tai Chi array disc, Wang Jingyang's body trembled and he almost could not move. Boom! At this moment, a shocking aura erupted from the Wang clan's mine. A ray of light shot into the sky, and a terrifying pressure filled the world, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. That was the Emperor's aura. A figure appeared in the light, and a rumbling voice came from all directions. Lu Ming, how dare you kill my Wan clan's prodigy? Emperor-level patriarch, haha, it's an emperor-level patriarch. Wan Jingyang was ecstatic. An emperor-level powerhouse had appeared. His life was saved. But in the next moment, his pupils contracted rapidly. This was because Lu Ming's figure did not stop at all. He appeared beside Wan Jingyang and threw a punch. A force that was like a violent storm surged toward Wan Jingyang. Under the double suppression of the bubble and the Tai Chi array disc, Wan Jingyang could hardly resist. The terrifying power blasted into Wan Jingyang's body, causing him to vomit large mouthfuls of blood. All the bones in his body shattered, and even the saint's heart in his dantian cracked. Wan Jingyang was severely injured, and his aura was weak. Lu Ming grabbed Wan Jingyang's neck and stood proudly in the void. A light flashed, and in the next moment, an old man appeared in front of Lu Ming. His aura was earth-shattering, and he was like an emperor who ruled the world. This was an emperor-level powerhouse of the Wan clan. Patriarch, save me! Wan Jingyang roared. Lu Ming, let Jingyang go. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer. The Wan clan's emperor-level powerhouse said coldly. Lu Ming was simply audacious. He had already appeared just now, but Lu Ming still dared to attack Wan Jingyang and severely injure him. Make me suffer? Haha. Lu Ming sneered and looked at the Wan clan's emperor-level powerhouse with disdain. You dare to touch me? A month ago, in the Great Development Pill Hall, an old man from the Great Development Pill Hall killed 2 true emperors in a row, shocking the entire ancient moon's sacred ground. That old man had once said that regardless of the outcome of a fight between peers, he would not interfere. However, if the older generation figures, especially the emperor-level powerhouses, were to lay their hands on Lu Ming, he would have to make a trip to the sect of that powerhouse. These words made all the forces feel a chill in their hearts. With that old man's combat strength, if he really went to any sect and started a massacre, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, the emperor-level experts of the Wan clan didn't dare to attack Lu Ming, unless Lu Ming was courting death and took the initiative to attack the emperor-level experts. Lu Ming's words made Wan Jingyang's heart turn extremely cold and he felt a chill down his spine. Was Lu Ming going to kill him in front of the emperor-level experts of the Wan clan? At the thought of this, he was incomparably terrified and cried out miserably, "Ancestor, save me, save me! Lu Ming, it's easy to break too hard. Although your talent is peerless, the senior of the Great Development Pill Hall can't protect you forever. It's best to leave a way out." The emperor-level expert of the Wan clan said coldly. Leave a way out? Haha, what a joke. Leave a way out to give you a chance to kill me? Lu Ming laughed, full of disdain. Lu Ming, the Wan clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and other forces could no longer be reconciled. It was either you die or I die. Lu Ming left a way out. Would the other party let him go? In that case, why leave a way out? I want Wan Jingyang's life. Let's see what you can do. Lu Ming opened his mouth. His incomparably cold killing intent was not concealed. No, no, Wan Jingyang's liver and gallbladder were torn apart as he struggled frantically. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. A terrifying force surged out like a storm and blasted into Wan Jingyang's body. Wan Jingyang let out an unwilling scream. Then, with a bang, his body exploded, his body and soul destroyed. In the mine, everyone looked at this scene in shock. Wan Jingyang was dead. Lu Ming actually dared to kill Wan Jingyang in front of the Wan clan's emperor-level experts, said the great monarch of the Wan clan coldly. A terrifying chi exploded from his body. The sky shook and the earth rumbled. Lu Ming was forced back by this aura. However, his gaze was as resolute as ever. He stared at the emperor-ranked expert from the Wan clan with no fear at all. The martial emperors of the Wan clan were filled with boundless killing intent as they stared coldly at Lu Ming. They really wanted to slap Lu Ming to death. But in the end, he didn't dare to make a move. There were many people in this mine. They came from all sorts of major powers. If he killed Lu Ming, the news would definitely spread. At that time, the expert from the Great Pill Development Hall would be alerted. The Wan clan would face a terrifying calamity. As for himself, his life would most likely be in danger as well, and he would be killed by the Great Development Pill Hall's experts. Therefore, he endured it and slowly retracted his aura. However, his killing intent was getting stronger and stronger. Lu Ming, although the senior from the Great Development Pill Hall said that he would not interfere in a battle between peers, as your battle strength gets stronger and stronger and you continue to provoke the Wan clan, it is impossible for the Wan clan to not fight back. Even if the Emperor-level experts do not interfere, the absolute Saint Realm experts can. I believe that senior will not say anything. Otherwise, if we fight to the death, you will not be able to live either, said the martial emperors of the Wan clan coldly. Indeed, Lu Ming's battle strength was too strong. No one in the younger generation of the Wan clan could compete with Lu Ming. As time passed, Lu Ming's battle strength would only get stronger. According to Elder Kong's words, wouldn't Lu Ming be able to continuously kill the Wan clan's people and the Wan clan would not be able to fight back? How could that be possible? Since Lu Ming's strength had surpassed the younger generation, they could also send the older generation to deal with Lu Ming. As long as they did not go too far, such as sending Emperor-level experts, the other party would not say anything. Alright, I will deal with all the absolute saints. I will not let Elder Kong trouble you, said Lu Ming. As long as the Emperor-level experts on the other side did not dare to attack, the absolute saints would only bring pressure and motivation to Lu Ming, allowing him to advance faster. With that, Lu Ming turned around and swaggered away in the air. The martial emperors of the Wan clan were filled with killing intent, but in the end they did not dare to attack. They could only watch as Lu Ming left. Lu Ming's battle strength has already reached this level? It is shocking that he could kill Wang Jingyang. Not necessarily. Just now, Lu Ming relied on the little girl's help to make Wang Jingyang unable to fight back. The little girl should be a terrifying divine beast, but Lu Ming's battle strength is indeed shocking. Lu Ming is already at the top of the younger generation of the ancient moon sacred ground. Other than a few monsters, I am afraid no one is his match. Many people in the mine were discussing. What had just happened would soon spread throughout the ancient moon sacred ground. Lu Ming walked all the way to the Phoenix Palace. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the Phoenix Palace and released Huang Ling from the mountain and river diagram. Huang Ling's complexion was much better. After she came out, she immediately looked around. This is the Phoenix Palace. When Huang Ling realized that this was the Phoenix Palace, she let out a long sigh. Lu Ming, are you all right? Huang Ling looked at Lu Ming and asked with concern. I am fine. Lu Ming smiled. Wang Jingyang, Falcon, I will avenge them sooner or later. Huang Ling gritted her teeth and a cold light flashed in her eyes. I am afraid you will not be able to avenge them because they are already dead. Lu Ming smiled slightly. What? They are dead? You killed them? Huang Ling was dumbfounded. Yes, I should say that Bubble and I killed them together. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, your cultivation has broken through? Huang Ling asked again. Wang Jingyang and Falcon's cultivation had reached the Great Sage Realm and were extremely powerful. Lu Ming could kill them, which was beyond her expectations. My cultivation did not break through, but my spiritual body has evolved. Huang Ling, heal your injuries first. When you are better, call Long Chen and find me at the Great Pill Development Hall. I will show you something good. Lu Ming smiled faintly. No wonder. Huang Ling nodded. Lu Ming's combat strength was already extremely powerful. Now that his spiritual body had evolved, his combat strength was even more shocking. With Bubble, it was possible for him to kill Wang Jingyang and the others. What is it? She was curious about the good thing that Lu Ming mentioned. Haha, find me at the Great Pill Development Hall. Lu Ming smiled. He turned around and stepped out, disappearing into the distance instantly. After returning to the Great Pill Development Hall, Lu Ming went into seclusion to comprehend the chaotic calamity finger and the sealing scroll. 7 days later, Huang Ling and Long Chen arrived at the scene. Lu Ming, what is the good thing that you said you wanted to show us? Huang Ling blinked and asked curiously. Lu Ming's glabella shone and a great pill development furnace flew out and stood on the ground. He said, this is the Great Pill Development Furnace. Great Pill Development Furnace? The two of them were curious. They had seen it before. The alchemy fire in the Great Pill Development Furnace can refine and evolve the spiritual body. He absolutely believed in Huang Ling and Long Chen's character. He planned to let Long Chen and Huang Ling enter the Great Development Pill Furnace to temper their spiritual bodies. Huang Ling and Long Chen both cultivated spiritual bodies related to the top 10 war beasts. If the spiritual flowers evolved and reached the level of high-grade spiritual body, their combat strength would also skyrocket. It can actually temper the spiritual body directly and let the spiritual body evolve? After listening to Lu Ming's explanation, the two were dumbfounded. This effect was too heaven-defying. Who wants to go in and try? However, the tempering process is very painful. If you can't hold on, remind me. Lu Ming said. Spiritual body evolution is so heaven-defying. What's a little pain? I'll go first. Long Chen stepped out. Lu Ming opened the lid and let Long Chen enter. Then, he put a large number of sacred herbs into the furnace and closed it. Whoosh, Lu Ming controlled the pill furnace. Inside the pill furnace, the pill fire burned fiercely, enveloping Long Chen and began to temper Long Chen's physical body. Long Chen was also a person with an extremely strong will. How could the intense pain make him give up? He gritted his teeth and endured it. 7 days later, Long Chen reached his limit and came out of the pill furnace. The effect is indeed amazing. Long Chen sighed. It's my turn. Huang Ling couldn't wait any longer and stepped into the pill furnace. In the following days, Huang Ling and Long Chen took turns to enter the Great Development Pill Furnace to temper their spiritual bodies. Lu Ming divided some of his attention to pay attention to the pill furnace. Most of his energy was still on his own cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Long Chen and Huang Ling's spiritual bodies had finally been tempered to the extreme. They had both evolved and stepped into the ranks of high-grade spiritual bodies. Their combat strength had greatly increased. With their potential, they would be able to evolve sooner or later and step into high-grade spiritual bodies by relying on their own cultivation. However, it was unknown how long it would take. Lu Ming, Phoenix Palace sent me a message before. The date of Celestial City's Origin Mountain Academy has been set. It will be half a year later. Huang Ling said. Half a year later? Lu Ming whispered. He definitely had to make a trip to Celestial City. The Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain was established by a few heavenly emperors. With the heavenly emperors giving lectures, such a good opportunity must not be missed. Moreover, at that time, Yuan Mountain Holy Courtyard would gather the top heaven's prides in the entire Yuan Mountain. Lu Ming also wanted to go and experience it. Only by colliding with powerful heaven's prides could he improve faster. Now, all the heaven's prides are cultivating hard, and their progress is very fast. If we can improve our cultivation during this period of time, with our strength, it won't be too difficult to occupy a place in Yuan Mountain Holy Courtyard. Huang Ling said again. They chatted for a while longer before Huang Ling and Long Chen bid farewell and returned to their respective sects to cultivate. As soon as Huang Ling returned to Phoenix Palace, someone came to find her. Huang Ling, Palace Master is looking for you. Someone came to report. Palace Master? Alright, I'll go now. Huang Ling nodded and headed toward the Palace Master Hall. In the main hall, the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace stood with her hands behind her back as if she was thinking about something. Huang Ling greets the Palace Lord. I wonder why the Palace Lord has summoned Huang Ling. Huang Ling came behind the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace and bowed respectfully. The Palace Master of Phoenix Palace turned around and glanced at Huang Ling. Her eyes suddenly lit up and revealed a look of surprise. She said, Huang Ling, your spiritual body has evolved? Yes, Palace Master. I just evolved recently. Huang Ling said. She did not say that she evolved because of the Great Pill Furnace. The Great Pill Furnace's effect was too heaven-defying. Lu Ming told them because he trusted them. Naturally, they would not spread the news, not even to their closest friends or the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace. Alright, I have something here. I was considering whether to let you go or not. Now that your spiritual body has evolved and your combat strength has increased greatly, you can go and experience it. The palace master of Phoenix Palace said. Palace master, what is it? Huang Ling asked curiously. It's about the Divine Origin Empire. The palace master of Phoenix Palace said. Ancient Sun Sacred Ground, Divine Origin Empire? Huang Ling's expression changed. The ancient Sun Sacred Ground was one of the 9 sacred grounds of Yuan Mountain and was close to the ancient Moon Sacred Ground. The Divine Origin Empire was a huge force in the ancient Sun Sacred Ground. It was an ancient empire that was much stronger than Phoenix Palace. Yes. Some time ago, the old emperor of the Divine Origin Empire failed to pass the Great Tribulation and turned into ashes in the tribulation. The palace master of Phoenix Palace said with a complicated expression. The old emperor of the Divine Origin Empire failed to pass the tribulation. Huang Ling's expression changed. The old emperor of the Divine Origin Empire was definitely an unimaginable existence. He was extremely terrifying. Even if he was not a great emperor, he was probably a peak existence among true emperors. Such an expert was almost at the peak, but he still could not withstand the Great Tribulation and died. With the death of the old emperor of the Xinyuan Empire, the Xinyuan Empire was left without a ruler. The various factions fought for the throne, and internal strife broke out. This battle caused the Xinyuan Empire to suffer heavy losses. In the end, the ancient emperors of the Xinyuan Empire, who had been in seclusion all this time, came out. With their terrifying battle strength, they managed to quell the internal strife. However, the empire cannot be without a ruler. The ancient emperors chose 3 of the most talented young princes of the Divine Origin Empire and planned to test them. The prince who emerged victorious in the end would become the crown prince of the Divine Origin Empire. As long as he could become an emperor in the future, he would be able to take over the Divine Origin Empire and become the new emperor. The branch of one of the princes has always been on good terms with our Phoenix Palace. A few days ago, this prince came to Phoenix Palace and wanted to invite some geniuses to help him compete for the position of crown prince. The palace master of Phoenix Palace explained. Huang Ling was enlightened. So that was the case. The matter that the palace master of Phoenix Palace was talking about was to help this prince of the Divine Origin Empire. The Divine Origin Empire is very powerful and far surpasses many of the factions in the ancient Moon Sacred Ground. If we can help this prince obtain the position of crown prince and even inherit the entire Divine Origin Empire in the future, our Phoenix Palace will gain a powerful ally. The palace master of Phoenix Palace explained. Don't worry, palace master. I will do my best to help that prince. Huang Ling said. But just do your best. If there's any danger, don't force yourself. This time, the other princes of the Divine Origin Empire will probably invite some powerful geniuses to help. Just do what you can. Now, I'll have someone bring you to meet that prince. The palace master of Phoenix Palace warned and then asked someone to bring Huang Ling to meet that prince. In a courtyard, Huang Ling met the prince. Ouyang Wushuang, it's you? Huang Ling was surprised to see that prince. Huang Ling? The prince of the Divine Origin Empire, Ouyang Wushuang, was also surprised to see Huang Ling here. If Lu Ming were here, he would also be surprised. That was because this prince of the Divine Origin Empire, Ouyang Wushuang, was one of the 6 silver inheritors in the primordial chaos sex assessment. Since the 2 of them were old acquaintances, they naturally became familiar with each other very quickly. Huang Ling also had a clearer understanding of the matters of the Xinyuan Empire. This time, another prince has also come to the ancient Moon Sacred Land. His faction is familiar with the Wan clan and the Golden Crow tribe. I'm afraid he will invite the experts of these factions to help him. Finally, Ouyang Wushuang said. Are you mainly inviting the young geniuses this time? Huang Ling asked. That's right. The ancient emperors have set a rule that allows the princes to invite geniuses to help them pass the test. After all, connections are also a form of strength. This is especially so when one is in charge of an ancient empire. Ouyang Wushuang explained. Other than Phoenix Palace, who else did you invite? Huang Ling asked. Ouyang Wushuang smiled bitterly and said, My faction only has good relations with Phoenix Palace and Skybird Palace in the ancient Moon Holy Land. However, I went to Skybird Palace before and was rejected. Oh, I have a few people that I can recommend to you. Let's see if you can persuade them. Huang Ling said. Who? Ouyang Wushuang asked. Young sect master, there's also Long Chen. Huang Ling smiled. What? The young master sect is also in the ancient Moon Holy Land? Ouyang Wushuang's eyes widened in surprise. Of course, when we entered the Hunyuan sect, it was me, the young sect master, and Long Chen who entered together. Of course he's in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Huang Ling said. Since that's the case, I'll definitely pay my respects. Ouyang Wushuang said. Then I'll send a message to Long Chen first. Then, she sent a message to Long Chen. Long Chen had just returned to the Divine Elephant sect when he received news from Huang Ling. He rushed to the Phoenix Palace and was surprised to see Ouyang Wushuang. After Ouyang Wushuang explained the reason for his visit, Long Chen agreed without hesitation. Immediately, the three of them headed towards the Great Pill Evolution Hall. I didn't expect that young sect master is actually the new hall master of the Great Pill Evolution Hall. Standing outside the Great Pill Development Hall, Ouyang Wushuang sighed. In the ancient era, the Great Pill Evolution Palace's name shook the world. Ouyang Wushuang had naturally heard of it. Not long after, Lu Ming came out. Ouyang Wushuang. When Lu Ming saw Ouyang Wushuang, he was also surprised. Ouyang Wushuang immediately explained the purpose of his visit. Ancient Sun Holy Land? Okay, I agree. When do we leave? Lu Ming pondered for a moment before agreeing. In fact, even without Ouyang Wushuang, Lu Ming had already planned to visit the ancient Sun Holy Land. Because the only temple was in the ancient Sun Holy Land. Autumn Moon was taken away by the experts from the One Sanctum. It was very likely that she had become a disciple of the One Sanctum. In addition, Lu Ming had another idea. Ouyang Wushuang, as the silver successor of the Hunyuan sect, had to obey Yi Futian for at least 20 years. If Yi Futian helped Ouyang Wushuang control the Xingyuan Empire, then this powerful force would definitely be on Lu Ming's side. It could even be used by Lu Ming. To Lu Ming, this was absolutely beneficial and had no disadvantages. He had already decided that he must help Ouyang Wushuang obtain victory and become the crown prince of the Xingyuan Empire. With young sect master's help, this trip is not in vain. We can set off at any time. Ouyang Wushuang was overjoyed. Since Lu Ming could become the gold successor of the Hunyuan sect, his potential was definitely amazing. Even if his cultivation was still weak, his combat strength was definitely not weak. He could be a great help. In addition, Huang Ling and Long Chen were also silver successors like him. Their combat strength was definitely not weak. Ouyang, in the future, in front of outsiders, don't call me young sect master. Just call me Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. Okay. Ouyang Wushuang nodded. Later, the group arrived at the Phoenix Palace. When Huang Ling reported to the Phoenix Palace master that Lu Ming and Long Chen were also going to the Xingyuan Empire, the Phoenix Palace master was overjoyed. 2 months ago, the news of Lu Ming killing Wan Jingyang had already spread like wildfire. His combat power was extremely strong. With Lu Ming's participation, Ouyang Wushuang's chances of winning would increase greatly. Even the Phoenix Palace master, who had originally planned to send other Skype rides, cancelled it. The number of people was not important, but quality. Phoenix Palace's strongest Skype ride had been in seclusion at a critical moment and could not come out. As for the other Skype rides, they were not as good as Huang Ling and would be useless even if they went. 1 day later, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and of course, Bubbles followed Ouyang Wushuang and stepped into the Phoenix Palace's teleportation array. They left the ancient Moon Sacred Ground and headed to the ancient Sun Sacred Ground. Of course, Phoenix Palace could not teleport directly into the ancient Sun Sacred Ground. They were teleported to a city outside the ancient Sun Sacred Ground and then flew to the Xingyuan Empire. Along the way, Ouyang Wushuang roughly explained the situation in the ancient Sun Sacred Ground to everyone. The ancient Sun Sacred Ground was as famous as the ancient Moon Sacred Ground, but its structure was worlds apart from the ancient Moon Sacred Ground. In the ancient Moon Sacred Ground, many forces were in confrontation, competing for dominance. There were at least 20 powerful forces in total. However, the ancient sun's sacred ground was different. There were only 4 forces in the ancient sun's sacred ground. In the vast ancient sun's sacred ground, there were only 4 forces, each occupying a vast territory and had been passed down for countless years. These 4 forces were the Xianxia Empire, the one and only Sanctuary, the Purple Flame Villa, and the Daluo Heaven Sect. One had to know that the overall strength of the ancient Sun Holy Land was no weaker than that of the ancient Moon Holy Land. In fact, it could even be said that they were stronger than the ancient Moon Holy Land. One could only imagine how strong these 4 forces were. Each of them was far stronger than the Phoenix Palace and the Wan family. Among them, the Daluo Heaven Sect was the strongest, suppressing the other 3 forces. This time, there were a total of 3 princes who were qualified to compete for the position of Crown Prince in the Xianxia Empire. The other 3 forces in the ancient Sun's sacred ground each supported a prince. The strongest Daluo Heaven Sect supported the first prince, Ouyang Wudao. The one and only Sanctuary supported the first prince, Ouyang Wuji. The Purple Flame Villa supported Ouyang Wushuang. Obviously, if one of the princes became the crown prince, the forces that supported him would gain the friendship of the Xianxia Empire. It would have a great impact on the structure of the ancient Sun's sacred ground. In particular, the Daluo Heaven Sect was extremely strong. If they supported the first prince, Ouyang Wudao, in the future, the Daluo Heaven Sect and the Xianxia Empire would join forces, and the other 2 forces would be in a very difficult situation. In order to fight against Ouyang Wudao, who was supported by the Daluo Heaven Sect, Ouyang Wushuang and Ouyang Wuji went to the ancient moon's sacred ground to seek help from the geniuses. As they flew, the vast land passed under their feet. Later, they saw a huge city, vast and endless. That was the imperial capital of the Xianxia Empire, known as the imperial capital of the Xianxia Empire. Walking into the imperial capital of the Xianxia Empire, they could clearly see that some of the buildings were destroyed. The Xianxia Empire had just experienced a fierce civil war. It was said that even the emperor-level experts had died in the war. The imperial capital of the Xianxia Empire was also severely damaged and had not been repaired yet. As one of the top princes of the Divine Origin Empire, Ouyang Wushuang naturally had his own palace. They walked into a palace and Ouyang Wushuang asked someone to arrange accommodations for Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chen, take a rest first. In 2 days, I will hold a banquet and introduce you to the skyprides of the Purple Flame Villa. Ouyang Wushuang said. Alright, if you have something to do, go ahead. Lu Ming nodded. After Ouyang Wushuang arranged accommodations for them, he took his leave. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and Long Chen wandered around the hall. This was the first time the 3 of them had come to the ancient Sun sacred land and they were rather curious. The Soul Holy Temple supports the other prince? I wonder if we will meet the mid-autumn moon. Lu Ming thought. The 3 of them wandered around for a while and chatted for a while before returning to their rooms to cultivate. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. 2 days later, Ouyang Wushuang held a banquet and sent someone to invite the 3 of them to the banquet. When the 3 of them arrived at a large palace, there were already some people seated inside. Ouyang Wushuang sat at the head of the table. On the left side of the palace, there were 8 young men and women. The 8 of them were dressed in the same purple robes with a purple flame embroidered on them. Lu Ming and the rest were shocked. They knew that these were the skyprides of the Purple Flame Villa. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chen, please take a seat. Ouyang Wushuang stood up to welcome them. Lu Ming and the rest sat down. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone is here. Let me introduce them to you. These are the geniuses from the Purple Flame Villa. This is Xianxia, and this is, Ouyang Wushuang first introduced the skyprides of the Purple Flame Villa to Lu Ming and the rest. Nice to meet you. Lu Ming and the rest stood up and raised their cups. However, the 8 skyprides of the Purple Flame Villa only chuckled and did not return the toast. Their faces were filled with arrogance. This attitude was somewhat disrespectful to Lu Ming and the rest. This made Ouyang Wushuang's face turn slightly gloomy. Prince Wushuang, I heard that you went to the ancient moon's sacred ground to ask for help. Are these the skyprides that you invited from the ancient moon's sacred ground? A young man with a purple flame between his eyebrows spoke. His name was Xianxia. was an extremely powerful skyprides of the Great Sage Realm. His cultivation was Great Sage Realm. That's right. These are the skyprides of the ancient sun Ouyang Wushuang introduced. Prides? Why haven't I seen them before? Of the purples of the purple flame villas, and he interrupted him. These ancient heavens of the heavens is palaces of the of them? Xiao Muqing said when the news of a great emperor wanting to establish the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy spread out in the celestial city, countless skyprides gathered in the city and clashed with each other. Many skyprides had met each other before. The skyprides of the Purple Flame Villa had also been to the celestial city and met many skyprides of the ancient moon's sacred ground. However, they did not know Lu Ming and the rest. How strong could they be if they did not even dare to go to the celestial city? Prides? They obviously did not believe it. Our cultivation was still weak at that time, so we did not go to the celestial city. Longchen said in a deep voice. Haha, your cultivation is still weak. At least you have some self-awareness. Your cultivation was weak before. Are you saying that you're strong now? I heard that Ouyang Wuji had invited the number 1 skypride of the Sky Wolf Pagoda and the second prince of the Golden Crow clan to the ancient moon's sacred ground. Their cultivation is also very strong. A few skyprides of the Purple Flame Villa mocked. This made Lu Ming, Huang Ling and Long Chen's face turn cold. Ouyang Wushuang's face was also ugly. He waved his hand and said, "All right, since everyone is here to help me, then we should work together and not have internal strife. Prince Wushuang, we're doing this for your own good. I hope these people can be of some use when the time comes." Xiao Muqing sneered with a faint disdain. After that, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Everyone casually drank a few cups and left unhappily. Lu Ming, I'm sorry. After the people of the Purple Flame Villa left, Ouyang Wushuang felt a little apologetic. It's normal for people from big forces to be arrogant. I just don't know if they have the corresponding strength. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The skyprides of the Purple Flame Villa are still very strong. Maybe they haven't seen you guys before, so they can't help but be a little arrogant, Ouyang Wushuang explained. I hope so. Lu Ming smiled and then said goodbye to Ouyang Wushuang and returned to his residence with Huang Ling and Long Chen. Sigh. Ouyang Wushuang sighed and felt a headache coming on. However, he was still biased towards the Purple Flame Villa. Lu Ming, Huang Ling and Long Chen naturally had great potential, but their cultivation was still weak after all. This test mainly relied on the skyprides of the Purple Flame Villa, Lu Ming and the rest to assist them. Lu Ming and the other two returned to their residence and agreed to go to Xinyuan Empire City the next day. Early the next morning, the three of them walked out. The three of them had Ouyang Wushuang's token, so naturally, they were unimpeded. Xinyuan Empire City had been passed down for countless years and was vast and endless. Various ancient buildings soared into the sky and looked very spectacular from afar. Although there had just been internal strife, Xinyuan Empire City had basically returned to normal. On both sides of the street, there were forests of shops and a constant stream of martial arts experts. The three of them had no purpose in mind. They wandered around and bought some things that they needed. Lu Ming, what's wrong with you? As they walked, Huang Ling and Long Chen noticed that something was wrong with Lu Ming. Lu Ming suddenly stopped and looked ahead without blinking. They followed Lu Ming's gaze and saw a woman in front of them. She was otherworldly and peerless. This woman had a slender and graceful figure. She wore a long dress and had an otherworldly temperament. She was like a goddess from the legends, a fairy from the heavens. Even in the vast crowd, she could attract everyone's attention and become the center of attention. This woman's appearance was not inferior to Huang Ling at all. Big brother Lu Ming is a pervert. He can't walk away when he sees a beauty. Bubbles sat on Lu Ming's shoulder and muttered. Huang Ling and Long Chen were a little surprised. Although that woman was like a goddess, based on their understanding of Lu Ming should not be such a person. At this time, Lu Ming seemed to have not heard Bubbles and Huang Ling's words at all. At this time, there was only one person in his eyes, that Snow White woman. Mid-Autumn Moon, Lu Ming did not expect that after so many years, he would see Mid-Autumn Moon again on the streets of Mozhang. It had been more than 10 years since Mid-Autumn Moon had been taken away by the Soul Sanctum's expert. After more than 10 years, Mid-Autumn Moon was still as beautiful as before. However, she had matured and her temperament had become more otherworldly. For more than 10 years, Lu Ming did not know where to look for Mid-Autumn Moon in the vast Yuan continent. For so many years, Lu Ming's parents had been thinking about Mid-Autumn Moon. Mid-Autumn Moon could be said to have grown up together with Lu Ming. Li Ping and her husband had almost treated Mid-Autumn Moon as half a daughter. This time, Lu Ming's main purpose in coming to the ancient Sun Holy Land was to find Mid-Autumn Moon. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He smiled and said to Huang Ling and the rest, "I've met an old friend. I haven't seen her for many years. I'll introduce her to you later." After that, Lu Ming stepped out and walked towards Autumn Moon. He walked like the wind. After a few steps, Lu Ming came to Autumn Moon and shouted, "Autumn Moon." Even though Lu Ming's heart was firm, he was still a little shaken. He wondered how Autumn Moon would react when she suddenly saw him. Hearing the call, Autumn Moon turned around and looked at Lu Ming. However, the look in her eyes stunned Lu Ming. That was a kind of silence. There was also a vague look of disgust in his eyes, as if Lu Ming was a stranger. Autumn Moon, long time no see." Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. "Get lost." A cold voice came from Autumn Moon's mouth. The disgust in her eyes became stronger. "What's going on?" Lu Ming was stunned. Autumn Moon would never speak to him like that. Could it be that the person in front of him was not Autumn Moon? Impossible. Lu Ming grew up with Autumn Moon. They had been together for more than 10 years. He would never mistake her. Even if Autumn Moon's temperament had changed, she was definitely Autumn Moon. Also, no matter how high a person's cultivation had become, their aura would not change. Lu Ming would never mistake Autumn Moon's aura. The beauty in front of him was Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon, I'm young master. I'm Lu Ming." Lu Ming took a step forward and reached for Autumn Moon's hand. "Lecher, you're courting death." Qiu Yu shouted. A ray of saber gleam burst forth from Qiu Yu's hand. It was extremely terrifying and bone-chilling. Lu Ming's countenance changed. He retreated and dodged the saber gleam. "How dare you flirt with my junior sister Autumn Moon in broad daylight? I'll kill you." A fiery red figure charged towards Lu Ming. It was a young man with a cold look in his eyes. He sent a palm strike towards Lu Ming. The blazing flame palm caused the void to tremble. At this moment, Lu Ming's mind was in a state of shock. Unexpectedly, he didn't dodge, and the palm heavily slammed into his body. Lu Ming's body shook and he floated backwards. The young man's eyes turned cold. He felt that when his palm landed on Lu Ming's body, it was as if he had hit an immortal diamond. He couldn't move him at all. With his great sage great mastery cultivation base, how could it be possible? It must be an illusion. Kill. The young man took a step forward and rushed towards Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming. Get lost. Long Chen took a step forward and blasted out a punch. The terrifying power whistled in the air, causing the young man's expression to change drastically. He felt that he couldn't withstand this punch. At the critical moment, he stopped his body abruptly and retreated to avoid Long Chen's punch. "You're lucky today." The young man snorted coldly. He glanced coldly at Lu Ming, then turned around and left. At this time, Autumn Moon had already left and disappeared into the crowd. From the beginning to the end, she didn't look at Lu Ming. What's going on? Autumn Moon doesn't seem to recognize me at all. Lu Ming frowned and couldn't figure it out. Over the years, although his temperament had changed a lot, after all, he had been with Autumn Moon for so many years. It was impossible for Autumn Moon to not recognize him. Moreover, he had mentioned his name, but Autumn Moon still pulled out her sword. With Lu Ming's understanding of Autumn Moon, it was impossible. Autumn Moon's eyes were very silent, as if she really didn't know Lu Ming. What happened over the years? Another person who doesn't know what's good for him wants to get close to Autumn Moon Fairy. He's really looking for trouble. Isn't that so? He's really a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Autumn Moon Fairy is one of the two beauties of our ancient Sun Holy Land. Many peerless geniuses wanted to pursue her but were rejected. This kid is really delusional. He's lucky that he didn't get killed. Around the street, those who witnessed this scene sneered and looked at Lu Ming with disdain. Lu Ming, what's wrong with you? Huang Ling walked over and asked curiously. Based on her understanding of Lu Ming wasn't that kind of person. He wasn't the kind of person who couldn't move his hands and feet when he saw a beauty. However, Lu Ming's abnormal behavior just now made them very curious. An old friend. I haven't seen her for more than 10 years, but she doesn't seem to know me at all. Lu Ming said and didn't hide anything. He told them about his relationship with Autumn Moon Fairy. That's strange. We cultivators will never forget a person if we remember them. Even if we haven't seen them for 10,000 years, we can still recognize them. Longchen said with a frown. Cultivators had good memories. Moreover, a person's origin aura wouldn't change. No matter how long it had been, they could still recognize it. She doesn't know you at all. There are only two possibilities, Huang Ling spoke, but she stopped halfway. She wanted to say something, but hesitated. It seemed like she couldn't bear to do that. Let's go back. After Lu Ming said that, he turned around and walked toward Ouyang Wushuang's residence. He knew what Huang Ling wanted to say. There were only two possibilities if she didn't know him. The first possibility was that she had lost her memory. The second possibility was that she had been possessed by an expert. No matter which one it was, something must have happened to Autumn Moon Fairy. He must find out. Lu Ming walked very slowly. As he walked, he was thinking. Long Chen and Huang Ling followed behind Lu Ming and didn't disturb him. After walking for a long time, they returned to Ouyang Wushuang's residence. This lecher is back. He still has the face to come back. As soon as they walked through the door, they met a few young men from Purple Flame Villa. One of them sneered. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? How dare you have designs on Autumn Moon Fairy? You're really overestimating yourself. And his cultivation is so low that it's pitiful. He was actually sent flying by a supreme sage and the great mastery from the only sanctum. I really don't know why Prince Wushuang invited such a person. He'll just be a burden to us. The other young men from Purple Flame Villa sneered. Obviously, the young men from Purple Flame Villa were also present at the scene on the street. Otherwise, they wouldn't know so clearly. Shut up. Lu Ming shouted coldly, his gaze sweeping across the few of them at lightning speed. Kid, who are you telling to shut up? One of the young men from Purple Flame Villa said coldly. I heard a few wild dogs barking as soon as I came back. Get out of here now. Lu Ming was already in a bad mood. As soon as he came back, he heard these people mocking and ridiculing him. Naturally, he wouldn't be happy. Kid, you're just a piece of trash. If it weren't for Prince Wushuang, I would have thrown you out long ago. How dare you be so arrogant? It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know your place. A burly young man from Purple Flame Villa shouted coldly. He stepped out and closed in on Lu Ming. This person's cultivation was at the peak of the Supreme Sage realm. He was a powerful young man and his spiritual body was a middle-level heaven spiritual body. Get out of here. Lu Ming's palm seemed to have turned into a prison suppressing steel, suppressing the heavens. With a strike of his palm, the heavens and earth buzzed and the void trembled. The terrifying pressure made the burly young man from the Purple Flame Villa change his expression. He roared and purple flames bloomed on his body, forming a purple beast that pounced on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's palm was unstoppable. With a slash, the purple beast exploded, but the palm did not stop. The burly young man's expression changed again, and he blocked with both hands. Bam! Lu Ming's palm landed on the burly young man's arm. The burly young man screamed and flew out, falling heavily on the ground. His arms were completely twisted, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. He looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Previously on the street, Lu Ming could not even block a single palm from a great sage in the Great Completion realm. How could he be so powerful now, injuring the burly young man with a single palm? In fact, Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, the burly young man would have died. How dare you injure the people of the Purple Flame Villa? Let me have a taste of your combat strength. Another young man from the Purple Flame Villa shouted. With a swoosh, he pounced on Lu Ming. His cultivation of Great Sage Complete Realm was fully released. This young man was not weaker than the number one genius of the Wan clan, Wan Jingyang. In fact, he was slightly stronger. Purple Meteorite Critical Strike. The burly young man roared. His entire body seemed to have turned into flames. He punched out continuously, and balls of purple flames blasted towards Lu Ming like meteorites. This was a terrifying divine skill that was shockingly powerful. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. The law of primal chaos circulated, and he activated the suppressing hell divine skill. His palm was like a knife, and he slashed out 100 times in an instant. Bam! Bam! In the sky, the meteorite-like attack exploded like fireworks after being hit by Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming rushed through the flames, and the flames did not touch his body. He quickly approached the Purple Flame Villa's genius and launched a terrifying attack towards the burly young man. Purple Meteorite Critical Strike, close. The Purple Flame Villa's genius shouted. Flames blazed around him as he slowly pushed his hands out. A huge fireball that was like a purple sun pressed down on Lu Ming. Break! Lu Ming shouted as dragon roars came from his body. Then, he pointed out with his finger, and the chaotic calamity finger exploded. A huge finger condensed and pointed at the other party. Boom, there was a terrifying roar, and the sky shook continuously. The buildings below were protected by strong cultivators, otherwise, they would have exploded. In the end, the primal chaos finger of calamity crushed over. It was as if a supreme deity destroyed the sun with a single finger. The scene was shocking to the extreme. Bang! The body of the Purple Flame Villa's genius trembled violently as he was sent flying back. He only managed to stabilize himself after flying 10,000 meters away. Then, he vomited a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? He muttered to himself. He was actually defeated. With the cultivation of Great Sage Perfection, he was actually defeated in the hands of a Great Sage Minor Mastery. How was this possible? The law of primal chaos. He's one of the Elysian children, the son of chaos. Someone exclaimed. The others looked at Lu Ming in horror. No wonder the son of chaos was so terrifying. Get lost. Lu Ming stood in the air and shouted indifferently. The Purple Flame Villa's people flushed red and left dejectedly. Ever since Lu Ming and the rest arrived, they had been looking at them with contempt. Almost all the top geniuses of the ancient Moon Holy Land had been to Celestial City. They had seen them before. However, Lu Ming and the others had not been to Celestial City. Their first impression was that Lu Ming and the others were very weak. They looked down on them from the bottom of their hearts. Previously, 2 of the Purple Flame Villa's geniuses happened to see Lu Ming being sent flying by a Great Sage Greater Mastery on the street. This made them look down on him even more. This time, the Purple Flame Villa's people who helped Ouyang Wushuang were all Great Sage Peak geniuses. There were even Great Sage Perfection geniuses. They believed that the people invited by the other princes were the same. With Lu Ming's cultivation, it was almost useless. Therefore, when Lu Ming and the others returned, they ridiculed them. However, they did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly erupt. Moreover, his combat strength was simply abnormal. They were also geniuses, but Lu Ming forcibly jumped 3 levels and defeated them. How could they have the face to stay here? You overestimate yourselves. Longchen smiled faintly. Then, they returned to their respective residences and went into seclusion to cultivate. However, early the next morning, Ouyang Wushuang sent someone to invite them to a gathering. It was still the same hall as before. Everyone took their seats. The difference was that the Purple Flame Villa's geniuses looked at Lu Ming with a different gaze. They became a little solemn. Ouyang Wushuang revealed a trace of a smile. He naturally received the news of the battle between Lu Ming and the Purple Flame Villa's geniuses yesterday. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond his imagination. He could actually suppress a Great Sage Perfection genius. However, the stronger Lu Ming was, the more advantageous it would be for him. Prince Wushuang, why did you summon us so early in the morning? A Purple Flame Villa's genius asked. Ouyang Wuji sent me an invitation. He said that he would hold a banquet for me and everyone present. Ouyang Wushuang explained the reason. Ouyang Wuji invited us to a banquet. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Someone frowned. Ouyang Wuji was one of the 3 competing princes. He had the support of the Soul Sanctum and had also invited many geniuses from the ancient Moon Holy Ground. It was definitely not simple to invite them to a banquet at this time. No matter what, he invited us openly. I don't think he would dare to play dirty. Huang Ling said. The test for the 3 princes had not yet begun. Ouyang Wuji would definitely not dare to play dirty and harm them. Otherwise, he would be disqualified. That's right. Therefore, we can't show any weakness. Let's go and see what Ouyang Wuji is up to. Ouyang Wushuang said. No one had any objections. It would be beneficial for them to meet Ouyang Wuji and his helpers first. Know yourself and your enemy and you will never be defeated, the group chatted for a while more. Seeing that it was about time, Ouyang Wushuang led the group and the rest followed him to a vast palace. That palace was Ouyang Wuji's residence. Someone led them to a spacious courtyard. Haha, 9th brother, you're here. Heroes, please take a seat. A young man wearing a purple gold robe and a purple gold crown laughed and welcomed them. 6th brother, you're welcome. Ouyang Wushuang smiled. Among the princes, Ouyang Wushuang was ranked 9th, Ouyang Wuji was ranked 6th, and Ouyang Wudao was ranked 1st. He was known as the first prince. Ouyang Wuji and Ouyang Wushuang sat at the top. Below Ouyang Wuji sat a dozen young men, each with an extraordinary aura. Lu Ming and the rest sat below Ouyang Wuji and sized each other up. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming saw Autumn Moon at a glance and his gaze fell on her. Autumn Moon seemed to have sensed Lu Ming's gaze. She frowned and glanced at Lu Ming coldly. You really don't seem to recognize me. Lu Ming frowned. Golden Crow Second Prince, Mo Lang from Skywolf Pagoda. There were 5 or 6 geniuses from the ancient Moon Holy Ground. They were the top geniuses of the ancient Moon Holy Ground. For example, Mo Lang was the number 1 genius of the Skywolf Tower. The second prince of the Golden Crow clan was the number 2 genius of the Golden Crow clan. It's Lu Ming. Mo Lang, the second prince of the Golden Crow clan, and the others saw Lu Ming. Their faces suddenly turned pale. Lu Ming's name was too famous in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Not long ago, he had killed Falcon and Wan Jingyang, who were not weaker than them. Naturally, their expressions were ugly and they were full of fear. It's good that Lu Ming came to the ancient Sun Holy Ground. We can let the geniuses of the One Sanctum deal with him. Each of the geniuses of the One Sanctum has amazing battle strength. It's hard to find a match for them at the same level. They can kill Lu Ming. That's right. Mo Lang, the second prince of the Golden Crow clan, and the others secretly communicated with each other. All kinds of thoughts were running through their minds. Haha, 9th brother, heroes, I'm very grateful to you for coming to this banquet today. Here's a toast to you. Ouyang Wuji raised his cup and said something polite. Everyone also raised their cups and drank a cup. 9th brother, the assessment will begin in a few days. Are you ready? Ouyang Wuji put down his cup and suddenly asked. Of course. When the time comes, please show mercy, 6th brother. Ouyang Wushuang smiled. His words were flawless. 9th brother, are you confident about this assessment? Ouyang Wuji suddenly changed the topic. Eldest brother has the support of the Daluo Heaven sect. He's very powerful. How can I be confident? Ouyang Wushuang sighed. Yes, eldest brother has the support of the Daluo Heaven sect. There are many geniuses and experts in the sect. I'm afraid that you and I can't compete with them. Therefore, I invited you here to discuss something with you. Ouyang Wuji said. 6th brother, just say it. Ouyang Wushuang said. Alright, I'll be frank. If you and I are separated, we won't be big brother's match. How about this? Let's join forces. 9th brother will help me obtain the position of Crown Prince. In the future, I won't forget 9th brother. In the future, when I inherit the throne, 9th brother will be above everyone in the Xinyuan Empire, second only to me. Ouyang Wuji stated his purpose. His words caused the expressions of the Purple Flame Villa's geniuses to change. However, Ouyang Wushuang's expression did not change. He played with the jade cup in his hand as if he was thinking. After a while, he slowly said, "Sixth brother's idea is not bad." "You agreed?" Ouyang Wuji was overjoyed. "I didn't say that I agreed. I just said that it's a good idea. How about this, sixth brother, help me obtain the position of crown prince, and I can guarantee that in the future, you will be second only to one person and above all others. How about it?" Ouyang Wushuang said with a smile. "Ninth brother, are you messing with me?" Ouyang Wuji's face darkened. "How did I trick you?" "Why? Only I can help you, but you can't help me?" Ouyang Wuji said lightly. "Ninth brother, you have to know your own limits and understand your own strength. In this assessment, you and your helpers will only be reduced to supporting characters. You won't have any chance." Ouyang Wuji's voice turned cold. Those words caused the expressions of the people from the Purple Flame Villa to turn ugly. Ouyang Wuji's words implied that the Purple Flame Villa was weak and could not compare to the Soul Sacred Hall. In fact, that was the truth. The Purple Flame Villa was indeed the weakest of the four major forces of the ancient Sun Sacred Ground. Although the Soul Sacred Hall had the least number of disciples, they were not called the Soul Sacred Hall for nothing. Every disciple of the Soul Sacred Hall had terrifying talent in their respective fields. "Sixth brother, are you that confident?" Ouyang Wushuang was not angry. "It's not confidence, it's the truth," Ouyang Wuji said with great confidence. He continued, "Ninth brother, to put it bluntly, your strength is already weak. What qualifications do you have for me to help you? Why don't you help me defeat Big Brother?" "Sixth brother, strength is not determined by words," Ouyang Wushuang said indifferently. "Oh? Does that mean that ninth brother has the confidence to compete with me?" Ouyang Wuji said. Ouyang Wushuang did not finish his words. He raised his wine cup and took a sip. Obviously, he agreed. "Haha, good. Since ninth brother is so confident, sixth brother would like to see it for himself. Why don't we exchange pointers?" Ouyang Wuji said. "What kind of exchange?" Ouyang Wushuang asked. "You and I are well aware of our battle strength. There's no need to exchange pointers. Let's see who's stronger and who's weaker," Ouyang Wuji said. "All right." Ouyang Wushuang nodded. He understood that Ouyang Wuji's main purpose of hosting this banquet was to suppress his morale and persuade him to help Ouyang Wuji. How could he back down? "Set up the battle stage," Ouyang Wuji said. Immediately, a rumbling sound came from an empty space. Then, a huge battle stage appeared. Whoosh, a figure flashed out from Ouyang Wuji's side and stood on the battle stage. He did not hide his aura at all. Layers of white flames bloomed, causing the space around him to distort. "My name is Yu Ji, a disciple of the Soul Sacred Hall. My cultivation is at the Great Saint Realm and I specialize in the law of fire. The Purple Flame Villa also specializes in the law of fire. Which Great Saint Realm cultivator in the Great Saint Realm would like to fight me?" Yu Ji glanced at Lu Ming and the others. However, he only glanced at Lu Ming and the others before his gaze landed on the people from the Purple Flame Villa. "I'll fight you." A genius from the Purple Flame Villa stepped into the air and rushed onto the battle stage. This person was the one who had been defeated by Lu Ming the day before. The two of them stood on the battle stage. Their auras exploded, causing the battle stage to heat up. A light screen rose around the battle stage, isolating them from the heat. The two of them did not say anything else and immediately started fighting. Both of them cultivated the law of fire and were filled with terrifying destructive power. Their attacks constantly collided, causing explosions and raging flames. However, Yuji's white flames were extremely powerful. In just a few moves, he had gained the upper hand and began to suppress the genius from the Purple Flame Villa. After a dozen moves, the genius from the Purple Flame Villa was no match for Yuji. He was blasted out of the battle stage by Yuji and vomited blood. Yuji was defeated. They were both in the Great Sage Peak, but he was defeated by his opponent in a dozen moves. This made the faces of the geniuses from the Purple Flame Villa turn ugly. Ouyang Wushuang's face also darkened. I've long heard that every genius from the one sacred palace is very terrifying. They are known as the only ones in the world. Every attribute and every domain is unique. It's really amazing. Huang Ling said softly. That's right. Yuji's white flames are extremely strange. They can even burn flames. Long Chen also said with a grave expression. Flames could burn other flames. It was really strange and terrifying. Are you worthy of cultivating the law of fire? Purple Flame Villa was a fire cultivator, but now they were being looked down upon in this field. This made their faces turn even uglier. I'll fight you. Someone roared, and a figure rushed into the fighting ring. It was Xiao Muqing, the leader of these geniuses from Purple Flame Villa. He was also a complete supreme saint. In fact, many of the top prodigies' cultivation bases were at the Great Sage Perfection realm. After all, there were very few who could reach the absolute saint realm among the younger generation. It wasn't that easy to break through. Of course, there were differences in combat power among those in the same realm. Die. Xiao Muqing went into the fighting ring and attacked directly. He kept punching out with his fists. In the sky, huge meteorites with purple flames fell toward Yuji. The white flames around Yuji's body condensed into battle swords. They slashed out violently, splitting the meteorites one by one. On the fighting ring, there were continuous explosions, and it was more intense than before. Xiao Muqing's combat power was stronger than that of the previous genius from Purple Flame Villa. His theurgy art was more profound, at least 70%. It was very powerful. The two exchanged more than 100 blows. On the fighting ring, there were white and purple flames fighting against each other. However, after more than 100 blows, Xiao Muqing was still defeated and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. After more than 100 blows, Xiao Muqing was blasted out of the fighting ring by Yuji. Xiao Muqing was also defeated. The combat power of the disciples from the one only temple was indeed amazing. Who else is in the complete Supreme Saint realm? Come and fight me. Yuji shouted. His eyes were like lightning as he glanced at the people from Purple Flame Villa. The people from Purple Flame Villa were silent. Even their leader, Xiao Muqing, had been defeated. The others would only be humiliating themselves if they went up. Hehe, you're really weak. Senior brother Yuji isn't the strongest among the complete supreme saints from the one only temple. Someone from the one only temple sneered. This made the hearts of Purple Flame Villa and Ouyang Wushuang sink. Yuji wasn't the strongest among the complete supreme saints from the one only temple? How was that possible? Yuji's combat strength was almost invincible among those of the same level, unless it was a king physique that controlled the law of the king, or a superior heaven spiritual physique. However, such people were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. And in the Soul Holy Temple, there were great sages who were even stronger than Yuji. No wonder the Soul Holy Temple was so arrogant, and no wonder Ouyang Wuji was so confident. Ninth brother, you've seen it for yourself, right? Ouyang Wuji said lightly. The sparring has just begun. What's the hurry, sixth brother? Ouyang Wushuang said. Oh? Then let's continue. Since no one in Great Sage Perfection dares to fight, then let's change to Great Sage Peak. Ouyang Wuji snorted coldly. As soon as Yuji left the arena, another person from the Soul Sage Cathedral stepped onto the arena floor, revealing a cultivation base at the peak of the Great Sage level. Ouyang Wuji wanted to completely crush Ouyang Wushuang's side at all levels. Peak of the Great Sage Realm. Who wants to fight me? The pride of the one and only divine palace was full of pride and confidence. The pride of the Purple Flame Villa looked very solemn. In the end, a Great Sage Peak pride stepped onto the arena floor. Unfortunately, he was no match for the pride of the one and only divine palace. Just like before, it was basically a one-sided battle. In just a few dozen moves, the pride of the Purple Flame Villa was defeated. Then, the Purple Flame Villa sent out another pride, but he was no match for the one. Great Sage Perfection and Great Sage Pinnacle were all swept away and crushed. Ninth brother, I've said that even if you participate in the test, you won't have a chance. Why don't you come and help me? Ouyang Wuji continued. We've only gone through 2 levels. The great sage Greater Mastery hasn't fought yet. Sixth brother, you're too early to say that. Ouyang Wushuang said. Do great sage Greater Mastery need to fight? People at this level are almost useless in this test. Ouyang Wuji smiled disdainfully. This time, the pride of the Soul Sage Cathedral was the best of the best. Not only did they have strong spiritual bodies, but their divine abilities were also at the peak of the Great Sage realm. Most of them were Great Sage perfection. Great Sage Greater Mastery would have no impact on the battle. How do you know if we haven't fought? Ouyang Wushuang said. Since ninth brother insists, why don't we fight? I happen to have a Great Sage Greater Mastery prodigy on my side. Ouyang Wuji said. Then, a Great Sage Greater Mastery prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral stepped onto the battle platform. Great Sage Greater Mastery. Who wants to fight? The man shouted. The Purple Flame Villa prodigies looked at each other. There was no Great Sage Greater Mastery among them. I'll fight this battle. Long Chen stood up and stepped onto the battle platform. Long Chen's cultivation was at the Great Sage Greater Mastery. Ninth brother, I heard that you've invited a few prodigies from the ancient Moon Sacred Temple to help. Could it be them? Their cultivation is a little low. Ouyang Wuji smiled with a hint of mockery. The prodigies he had invited from the ancient Moon's sacred ground were all Great Sage perfection, such as Mo Lang and the second prince of the Golden Crow. Although they were not as strong as the prodigies from the Soul Sage Cathedral, their combat strength was not to be underestimated. The factor that determines one's combat strength is not determined by their cultivation. Ouyang Wushuang replied calmly. Oh, is that so? Not everyone is as talented as ninth brother. Ouyang Wuji smiled. On the battle platform, Long Chen stood with his hands behind his back. His aura was extraordinary, but it did not sit well with the people from the Soul Sage Cathedral. Do you still want me to fight? I advise you to get off the stage yourself. The prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral said arrogantly. If you can take 3 of my moves, I'll admit defeat. Long Chen said calmly. What? 3 of your moves? Ha ha ha. The prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral laughed out loud. He was not the only one. Everyone below the battle platform laughed out loud. The prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral was almost invincible in a battle of the same level. Now, Long Chen said that he would defeat the prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral in 3 moves. Wasn't that ridiculous? Ninth brother, this friend of yours is really... Ouyang Wuji was about to mock Long Chen, but his words were stuck in his throat. The trumpeting of an elephant resounded through the sky. One of Long Chen's arms swelled rapidly. He took a step forward and the battle platform shook. Then, he threw a punch at the prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral. Boom, wherever the fist chi passed, the sky shook violently. The air instantly evaporated, forming a terrifying vacuum. The terrifying power caused the prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral to turn pale. Block it. The prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral used all his strength to block it, but it was useless. Long Chen's fist chi smashed through everything that blocked it. The prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral screamed as his body was sent flying. He fell heavily off the battle platform. Half of his body was smashed and he was almost beaten to death. How is this possible? The prodigy of the One Sanctum was known as the only one in the world who was invincible among those of the same level. But now, he had been defeated by Long Chen in 1 move. This shocked everyone. Long Chen was being polite when he said 3 moves. In fact, he could not even block 1 move. It's the ultimate law of power, one of the kingly law. Someone from the One Sanctum recognized Long Chen's law. This person has a kingly body and controls the ultimate law of power. No wonder he's so terrifying. He has a kingly body like the 9th prince. The prodigies of the One Sanctum discussed among themselves. This guy is also so strong? The prodigies of the Purple Flame Villa looked at Long Chen in shock. Previously, Lu Ming's combat strength was extremely strong. They did not expect Long Chen to be so strong as well. He had defeated the One Sanctum's prodigy with 1 move. Could it be that these people are all so abnormal? They looked at Lu Ming and Huang Ling Mo Lang, the Golden Crow second prince, and the others from the ancient moon's sacred ground looked serious. They already knew that Long Chen had a kingly body and controlled the kingly law. What's the point of fighting among those of the same level? Since I'm a prodigy, I should fight above my level. Who among you who are at the peak of the Supreme Saint realm wants to fight? Long Chen's voice rang out as he looked in the direction of the One Sanctum. Many people were shocked. Long Chen wanted to fight above his level. Wasn't he too confident? To these prodigies, it was naturally not difficult for them to fight above their cultivation level. In fact, it was a piece of cake. But that was only for ordinary martial artists. For example, those with inferior earth spiritual bodies, intermediate earth spiritual bodies, or even superior earth spiritual bodies. But as prodigies, who could say that they could fight above their level, unless they had combat strength that far exceeded their level? Humph, although you have a kingly body and control the kingly law, you may not be able to fight above your level. A prodigy from the One Sanctum snorted. Nonsense, do you dare to fight? Long Chen was domineering, and his fighting spirit was overwhelming. You asked for it. I'll fulfill your wish. A prodigy from the One Sanctum stepped into the air and appeared in the fighting ring. This was the prodigy who had defeated the peak Supreme Saint from the Purple Flame Villa. His combat strength was extremely strong. Almost no one in the same level could beat him, let alone Long Chen who was one level above him. I'll let you understand that even if you control the laws of kings, you're not invincible. The genius from the only temple shouted coldly. A terrifying aura erupted. Dazzling golden light bloomed in his hand, forming a golden battle sword. This person controlled the law of metal and was incomparably sharp. Roar, an elephant's trumpet sounded, and Long Chen's entire body swelled up. The law of power circulated as if it was filled with endless power. Boom! Boom! Long Chen stepped onto the battle platform, which rumbled continuously as he charged towards his opponent. Whoosh! His golden sword was incomparably sharp and was 10 meters long. It slashed towards Long Chen, but Long Chen punched out. Clang! The sound of metal clashing against metal rang out. His opponent's metal sword vibrated violently before exploding. His opponent's body retreated continuously. So strong? Many people were shocked. Long Chen's strength was too great. He was one level higher than him, yet he had destroyed his opponent's attack with a single punch. Again. Long Chen took a step forward and threw another punch at his opponent. 10,000 weapons, slash. The only temple's genius shouted. The law of metal circulated, and a dense array of weapons condensed in the sky. They charged towards Long Chen from all directions. However, Long Chen's attack was very simple. He threw out one punch after another, but every punch caused the void to tremble. Wherever the fist force passed, all the weapons would explode. The terrifying fist force continued to surge towards his opponent, forcing him to retreat. Diamond Giants! The genius from the only temple shouted. His saint power surged, and two huge creatures condensed in front of him. These two giants were golden and seemed to be completely made of metal. They were 10 meters tall and had an intimidating aura. Dong! Dong! The two diamond giants took a step forward, and their fists, which were the size of water tanks, charged towards Long Chen. Long Chen was fearless as he raised his fist to meet the attack. It was a battle of strength between the strong. Long Chen's fist collided with the diamond giant's fists, and a terrifying roar rang out. Scrap metal, break for me! Long Chen roared. His fist force was like a rainbow as he continued to attack the diamond giants. Bam! One of the diamond giants could not withstand Long Chen's power and was crushed by his power. Then, Long Chen soared into the sky and stepped on one of the diamond giants. This step was like the resurrection of an ancient dragon elephant, and it suppressed the heavens. This diamond giant was also crushed, and it turned into energy and disappeared. After Long Chen crushed the diamond giant, he used the energy to charge towards the only temple's genius. His fist force was like a rainbow, and it was unstoppable. The genius from the only temple grunted and spat out blood as he flew out of the fighting ring. Long Chen had won again. The crowd fell silent. Previously, it was normal for Long Chen to defeat a genius of the same level as him in one move. But now, he had surpassed a level and defeated the genius from the only temple. This was shocking. Moreover, the genius from the only temple was very powerful. He had just defeated the other geniuses from the Purple Flame Villa. The genius from the only temple looked gloomy. The genius from the Purple Flame Villa was dumbfounded. Only Lu Ming and Huang Ling's expressions did not change. This result was within their expectations. Long Chen had mastered the law of kings, and his spiritual body had evolved into a superior spiritual body. It was normal for him to defeat an opponent who was one level higher than him. In fact, Long Chen had not even used his full strength just now. Good, ha ha ha. Ouyang Wushuang laughed and let out a long breath, exhaling the anger that he had suppressed just now. Ouyang Wuji's face was gloomy, and he did not say anything. Long Chen, let me go up and play. At this moment, Huang Ling stood up, stepped into the air, and landed on the fighting ring. Long Chen nodded and got off the fighting ring. Everyone, I am also in the Great Sage Greater Mastery. I would like to learn from Brother Long Chen and challenge someone who is at the peak of the Great Sage realm. Who would like to spar with me? Huang Ling's voice was heard as she looked at the only temple. Another Great Sage Greater Mastery challenging someone at the peak of the Great Sage realm? Could this beautiful woman also be a genius of Long Chen's level? How can a genius of that level appear so easily? I don't believe it. I will fight this battle. A woman from the only temple flew up. This woman was quite beautiful, but she was overshadowed by Huang Ling. She was already unhappy when she saw Huang Ling. Now that Huang Ling wanted to challenge someone who was at the peak of the Great Sage realm with her Great Sage Greater Mastery cultivation, she immediately went up. Without any superfluous words, the two of them directly attacked. The woman from the only temple had mastered the law of water, and her strength was very shocking. However, she had encountered Huang Ling, and her defeat was set. Just like Long Chen, Huang Ling knocked her opponent off the fighting ring in a few moves. The law of undying fire and another king body. How is this possible? Previously, there was Long Chen, and now there was Huang Ling, who also mastered the law of kings. Her combat strength was amazing, and she defeated her opponent, who was one level higher than her. Ouyang Wuji's face became more and more ugly. Today, he invited Ouyang Wushuang and Lu Ming to a banquet. His purpose was to defeat Ouyang Wushuang at the banquet. He wanted to defeat Ouyang Wushuang's side with an overwhelming force. In the end, he would force Ouyang Wushuang to agree to help him fight against Ouyang Wudao when he lost all his confidence. But now, Long Chen and Huang Ling were continuously fighting above their level. The momentum that he had accumulated previously had disappeared. Huang Ling floated down and returned to her seat. Sixth brother, I have said that a high cultivation does not mean a high combat strength. Cultivation is only one of the factors that determine combat strength. There are many factors that determine the strength of combat strength. Ouyang Wushuang said with a carefree smile. Humph, ninth brother, no matter how strong they are only Great Sage Greater Mastery. They can defeat a Great Sage Peak, but can they defeat a Great Sage Peak? Is it useful to rely on the two of them in this test? Ouyang Wuji snorted and said indifferently. No matter how strong Long Chen and Huang Ling were, they were only equivalent to two powerful Great Sage Peak. How could they affect the overall situation? The test this time wasn't about who was stronger among those of the same level. What's the hurry? The test is not over yet. Ouyang Wushuang smiled faintly. The test is not over yet? The Great Sage Greater Mastery has already competed. Are we going to compete with the Great Sage Lesser Mastery? Haha, ninth brother, what's the use of Great Sage Lesser Mastery in this test? Are they going to die? Ninth brother, don't tell me you have invited Great Sage Lesser Mastery as well? Ouyang Wuji's continuous questions revealed deep sarcasm. At the same time, his gaze swept across the crowd and finally fell on Lu Ming. On Ouyang Wushuang's side, needless to say, the people of Purple Flame Villa were all Great Sage Peak and Great Sage Peak perfection. Long Chen and Huang Ling had shown their cultivation. The only one who had not shown his cultivation was Lu Ming. If there was another Great Sage Lesser Mastery, then it could only be Lu Ming. The others also looked at Lu Ming. Sixth brother, I have said that a high cultivation does not mean a high combat strength. Ouyang Wushuang added. How could I not know this? But there must be a limit to a low cultivation. He is merely a great sage minor mastery. Even if he can fight across a level like the previous two, what's the use? He is just equivalent to a great sage great mastery character. I'm afraid anyone here can defeat him. Ninth brother, at the end of the day, your strength isn't that great. You're still helping me deal with the first prince. I'll say it again, I won't mistreat you. Ouyang Wuji rattled on and on. However, he did not see the expressions of Mo Lang, the Golden Crow sixth prince, and the people from the ancient Moon Holy Land, nor did he see the expressions of the people from the Purple Flame Villa. A great sage minor mastery was equivalent to a great sage great mastery at most. To Lu Ming, this was simply impossible. Ouyang Wushuang ignored Ouyang Wuji and looked at Lu Ming, saying, Lu Ming, do you want to play? Alright, let's have some fun. Lu Ming stood up. Big brother Lu Ming, beat them up, chirp chirp. Bubbles waved her little fists and cheered for Lu Ming. This pervert is going to make his move. The people from the Purple Flame Villa looked at Lu Ming with deep fear in their eyes. However, they naturally wouldn't remind Soul Sanctum. Soul Sanctum had humiliated them earlier and they were happy to see Soul Sanctum suffer a setback. Alright. Lu Ming patted Bubbles' little head and stepped out, landing on the fighting ring. It's this perverted guy. He's a complete piece of trash. Previously, he dared to tease junior sister Autumn Moon on the street and was sent flying by my palm. Now, he's still pretending. A young man from the Soul Holy Temple sneered disdainfully. So it's this guy. How dare he? Another person from the Soul Holy Temple sneered. Everyone, this guy is not simple. Mo Lang from the Sky Wolf Pagoda wanted to warn the Sky Prides from the Soul Holy Temple. What do you mean by not simple? Isn't he just a great saint in the initial stage? Are you looking down on us because we've lost 2 rounds? Yu Ji's gaze swept towards Mo Lang, causing him to shiver. He then shook his head and kept quiet. These people from the Soul Holy Temple were very arrogant and looked down on Mo Lang and the others. During this period, Mo Lang and the others had been ridiculed. Since these people did not listen to him, he was too lazy to say anything. Kid, let me tell you. You're just a great saint in the initial stage. No one here is a great saint in the initial stage. You must challenge them. In 2 days, I'll call a junior brother to play with you. A Sky Pride from the Soul Holy Temple looked at Lu Ming mockingly. You only know how to challenge people of the same level. How can you be considered a Sky Pride? You're just a piece of trash. Since you're a Sky Pride, you must challenge those of a higher level. All of you, as long as you're a great saint, come up and fight me. Lu Ming said indifferently. What? The Sky Prides from the Soul Holy Temple, including Ouyang Wuji, were stunned. What did Lu Ming say? As long as they were in the Great Saint realm, they could challenge him. Was this kid crazy? He was just a great saint in the initial stage. How dare he say that he could challenge anyone in the Great Saint realm? Did he really think that everyone here was trash? Everyone here was a peerless Sky Pride. Even an ordinary martial artist in the initial stage of the Great Saint realm could not challenge a Great Saint realm in the Great Saint realm, let alone a Sky Pride. This kid must be crazy. Ha ha ha, this brat, could it be that he has gone crazy after being hit by my palm last time? The young man who sent Lu Ming flying last time laughed loudly. How dare he say that he could challenge anyone in the Great Saint realm? If he was not crazy, then what was? Ninth brother, did you really invite this person here? I'm afraid he hasn't seen the world yet. Ouyang Wuji sneered. A great saint in the initial stage could challenge a great saint in the Great Saint realm. Moreover, he was a peerless Sky Pride. Even if you beat him to death, he would not believe that there was such a person in the world. You talk too much nonsense. Do you dare to challenge me? Lu Ming scolded, looking down at the Sky Prides from the Soul Holy Temple and Mo Lang. Mo Lang and the others felt their hearts skip a beat when Lu Ming glanced at them. They did not dare to look at Lu Ming and lowered their heads. They knew that they were no match for Lu Ming. I'll destroy this kid. He just came and stared at junior sister Autumn Moon. I'll let him know what kind of trash he is. A young man from the Soul Holy Temple shouted coldly and rushed into the fighting ring. His aura was released. He was a peak great saint expert. Senior brother, go easy on him. Don't kill him in one move. That'll be boring. The young man who sent Lu Ming flying on the street said arrogantly. Make your move. Lu Ming looked at him indifferently. Kneel down. The young man shouted and struck with his palm. A huge khaki-colored palm grabbed at Lu Ming. This person controlled the law of earth and had amazing power. Boom. Lu Ming used the hell-suppressing heaven skill. The law of chaos circulated as he punched out. The terrifying fist energy whistled and destroyed the opponent's giant hand. The sky pride from the only sacred temple's face darkened. He shouted coldly, "You're quite capable. Let's see how many moves you can take." The opponent waved his hand. The law of earth circulated in the sky, forming mountains that pressed down on Lu Ming. I'm too lazy to play with you. Lu Ming spoke calmly. He took a step forward and dashed toward the other party at lightning speed. At the same time, he threw out a punch. A ray of fist radiance pierced through the air and swept away all the mountains. The terrifying fist force continued to blast toward the genius from the one holy temple. The fist energy was unstoppable. It was as if the entire world was being crushed. The opponent's face changed drastically. The law of earth circulated and set up layers of defense in front of him. But it was useless. Lu Ming's fist energy crushed all the defenses. The sky pride from the only sacred temple spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew far away and fell on the fighting ring. The entire place was silent. The sky pride from the only sacred temple, who was at the peak of the supreme Saint realm, had been defeated so easily by Lu Ming. There was no resistance at all. How could a person at the initial stage of the supreme Saint realm have such shocking combat strength? The other sky prides from the only sacred temple looked gloomy. Mo Lang, the Golden Crow second prince, and the other sky prides from the ancient moon sacred ground and purple flame villa had complicated expressions. They had long known about Lu Ming's combat strength. They were not surprised by this result. How is this possible? The young man who had sent Lu Ming flying with one palm on the street widened his eyes in disbelief at this scene. Wasn't Lu Ming sent flying with a single palm strike? Why was his combat strength so terrifying now? Haha, sixth brother, I've told you before. Cultivation never represents combat strength. Ouyang Wushuang laughed. Ouyang Wuji's face darkened and he did not speak. Huang Ling and Long Chen were able to defeat the sky pride from the only sacred temple. But now, Lu Ming was able to defeat the sky pride from the only sacred temple. Even Ouyang Wuji found it unbelievable. Great sages, Xianxia said. If any of you want to come up here and fight, you're welcome. Lu Ming stood on the fighting ring, his voice spreading in all directions. But this time, no one mocked him. Because just now, Lu Ming had used his battle prowess to prove that he had the strength to do so. Let me, said a voice. Then, a figure stepped into the air and landed on the fighting stage. Yu Ji, many people's hearts trembled. Yu Ji was a great sage in the Great Perfection Realm. Previously, he had defeated the Great Perfection Realm skyprides of the Purple Flame Villa with his powerful combat strength. It could be said that among the great circle of the great sage level, his battle prowess was definitely at the very top. Unless he had a monarch body, he would be virtually invincible. Now, he was going to fight Lu Ming, whose cultivation was only at the great sage minor mastery. Many people were very curious. Could Lu Ming fight with Yu Ji? Although Lu Ming is strong, he can't be a match for Yu Ji. I've heard of a great sage in the lesser mastery defeating a great sage in the Great Perfection Realm, but I've never heard of a great sage in the Great Perfection Realm like Yu Ji. That's right. Even the Son of Heaven would find it difficult to do so. The difference in cultivation is too great. The sky prides of the Soul Sanctum were discussing. This time even Mo Lang, the Golden Crow second prince, and the sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa thought that Lu Ming's chances of winning were not high. Although Lu Ming could kill a sky pride like Wan Jingyang's cultivation was also at the Great Perfection Realm, but he was definitely not a match for Yu Ji. Make your move, Lu Ming said indifferently. Kill. Yu Ji's body was covered in white flames, and the temperature was shockingly high. The flames formed a battle saber and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's chaotic law flowed all over his body as he used the hell-suppressing heaven skill. His palm was like a saber as he slashed out. Boom, there was a violent explosion, and the power of flames filled half of the battle platform. Then, a figure could be seen taking 7 or 8 steps back before he could stabilize himself. That figure was Yu Ji, and Lu Ming did not move at all. Yu Ji has been defeated. Many people gasped in shock. Could it be that even Yu Ji was no match for Lu Ming? The law he controls seems to be the law of chaos. Someone suddenly exclaimed. That's right. The light of chaos is very similar to the legendary law of chaos. Could this person be one of the sons of heaven, the son of chaos? It should be. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so powerful. I didn't expect the son of chaos to appear here. Many people could also see that Lu Ming controlled the law of chaos, and they immediately discussed it intensely. Ouyang Wuji's face turned even colder. He did not expect Ouyang Wushuang to know a son of chaos. Ninth brother, your connections are really wide. You actually know a son of chaos. Ouyang Wuji said, his voice full of jealousy. Of course, he was jealous. Huang Ling and Long Chen, whom Ouyang Wuji had invited, both controlled the law of kings, and Lu Ming controlled one of the 10 strongest laws. Although such a genius as Cultivation was still weak now, he would definitely be terrifying in the future. Why didn't he know such a powerful genius? Damn it. Yu Ji retreated and growled, his face even gloomier. The one only sacred palace was known as the only one in the world, but now, he was defeated by Lu Ming even though his cultivation was so much higher. It was unbearable for him. The flames on his body burned even more fiercely. The white flames danced, distorting the space around him. However, at that moment, Lu Ming's gaze moved away from Yu Ji and looked at the one only sacred palace, at Autumn Moon. At that moment, Autumn Moon's gaze was also curiously sizing up Lu Ming, as if she did not know Lu Ming at all. Autumn Moon, I'm Lu Ming. I'm your young master. Do you still remember me? Lu Ming said, his voice spreading far and wide. Lu Ming? Young master? Those words made Autumn Moon frown as if she was thinking. How dare you? This guy is taking advantage of junior sister Autumn Moon again. Senior brother Yu Ji, teach him a lesson. The genius of the one only sacred palace shouted unhappily. Raging flame storm cut. At that moment, Yu Ji roared and the flames on his body condensed into a huge battle saber. The battle saber slashed hundreds of times in an instant, and the flaming saber light swept toward Lu Ming. This was Yu Ji's divine skill, and its power was extremely shocking. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted and pointed his finger. A huge chaotic calamity finger was formed and blasted toward Yu Ji. Boom, the chaos calamity finger was like the finger of a god. With a touch, all the saber gleams shattered. The terrifying force crushed toward Yu Ji. Yu Ji retreated all the way to the edge of the fighting ring before he stopped. His body trembled slightly and he was almost blasted off the fighting ring by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze was still fixed on Autumn Moon, and he did not look at Yu Ji. Autumn Moon, it's been more than 10 years since we last met. Do you still remember Master and Madam, my father Lu Yuntian, and my mother Li Ping? They all miss you very much. Master and Madam, Chiu Yu muttered to herself, and the look in her eyes became more intense. She frowned as if she was thinking hard about something. Kill! Yu Ji roared, and charged towards Lu Ming. Flames filled the sky, and in the sky, sabers and swords condensed from flames appeared one after another, and like a storm, they charged towards Lu Ming. This move was Yu Ji's strongest move, and it displayed the divine art to the extreme. Get down! Lu Ming didn't even look and pointed out another finger. This time, Lu Ming raised the power of the chaotic calamity finger to the extreme. Lu Ming didn't use his full strength in the previous finger. The law of primal chaos erupted, and the chaotic calamity finger was formed and blasted out, crushing all obstacles. All the weapons condensed from flames exploded in an instant. Yu Ji's face changed drastically, and with a scream, his body was blasted out like a cannonball. He flew out of the battle platform for a long distance before falling to the ground and vomiting blood. He was severely injured by this move. If it weren't for his flame spiritual body and tenacious vitality, his physical body would have exploded. Yu Ji was defeated. He was utterly defeated. Many people were silent. This kind of combat strength was beyond their imagination. A lesser great saint defeated Yu Ji, who was in the great saint perfection realm. Yu Ji was a peerless genius, and this kind of combat strength was simply unheard of. Especially the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa, they remembered that when they first saw Lu Ming and the others, they mocked Lu Ming and the others. Now that they thought about it, they felt embarrassed and ashamed. Some of the people from the Soul Holy Temple blushed. Lu Ming said before that as long as they were in the Great Saint realm, they could challenge them at will, and they even mocked Lu Ming for being crazy. Now, it seemed that Lu Ming had a well-thought-out plan. On the contrary, they seemed a little ridiculous. They were like clowns. Ouyang Wushuang laughed heartily. Sixth brother, how is it? So what if you're in the Great Saint Perfection realm? You still lost. It seems that my side is stronger. Sixth brother, do you want to help me get the position of Crown Prince? Ouyang Wushuang smiled. Ouyang Wuji's face was extremely gloomy. He knew that his plan to suppress Ouyang Wushuang and make Ouyang Wushuang help him fight against the first prince, Ouyang Wudao, had failed. It was all because of Lu Ming, Long Chen and Huang Ling. Ouyang Wuji clenched his fists, his eyes cold. In the beginning, everything went according to his plan. Everything went smoothly. However, after Long Chen made his move, all of his plans were messed up. Long Chen and Huang Ling's battle prowess was extremely powerful. They were actually able to defeat the geniuses of the One Temple. However, this was nothing. No matter how strong Long Chen and Huang Ling were, it would be difficult for them to contend against the geniuses of the Great Sage Perfections. They would not have much impact on the overall situation. However, Lu Ming's subsequent actions completely disrupted his plans. Lu Ming's battle prowess could even defeat Yu Ji. This kind of battle prowess could already affect the battle situation. In this way, he did not have an overwhelming advantage. Why would Ouyang Wushuang help him? Ninth brother, this test is a test of overall strength. Although Lu Ming is strong, he's only one person. I advise you to help me. Ouyang Wuji said with a gloomy face. Oh, if that's the case, we'll see who's stronger during the test. Ouyang Wushuang said. Alright, then we'll see during the test. Ouyang Wuji said with a cold face. Various thoughts ran through everyone's mind. However, Lu Ming's gaze was still fixed on Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon, what's wrong with you? Do you still remember the Lu family of Windfire City? Do you still remember the Mystic Essence Sword Sect? Do you still remember the Burning Sun Empire? Lu Ming's voice was like a bell that resounded between heaven and earth. He continuously asked a series of questions that seemed to penetrate deep into Autumn Moon's heart. Lu family of Windfire City? Mystic Essence Sword Sect? Lu family of Windfire City? Qiao Yu kept muttering to herself. Her eyes were filled with confusion. After a while, a painful expression appeared on her face. She let out a soft cry and flew up into the sky. She turned into a beam of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Autumn Moon, just as Lu Ming was about to chase after her, a few elites from the only sacred palace blocked Lu Ming's path. Damn it, what did you say to Autumn Moon? Why did you make her so abnormal? If anything happens to junior sister Autumn Moon, you'll die without a burial place. The elites from the only sacred palace shouted coldly and a powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. What? Are you trying to bully me with your numbers? Long Chen said as he stepped out and came to Lu Ming's side. Then, Huang Ling did the same. How dare you? Ouyang Wuji shouted coldly and stood up. A powerful aura exploded from his body as he looked coldly at Lu Ming and the others. At the same time, Mo Lang and the second prince of the Golden Crow also stared at Lu Ming unkindly. If they could take the opportunity to kill Lu Ming today, they would be willing to do so. Sixth brother, are you going to start a fight with me before the assessment starts? If word gets out, both of us will be disqualified. Wouldn't that benefit Ouyang Wudao? Ouyang Wushuang also stood up and confronted Ouyang Wuji. Ouyang Wuji's expression changed. He did want to take the opportunity to cripple Lu Ming, but Ouyang Wushuang was right. If the two of them started a fight, the consequences would be unpredictable. Whether they would be disqualified or not, Ouyang Wudao would benefit. Humph, ninth brother, I'll see you at the assessment. Ouyang Wuji pondered for a while, waved his sleeves and snorted coldly. Lu Ming, let's go first. Ouyang Wushuang looked at Lu Ming and said. Lu Ming looked in the direction where Autumn Moon had left and frowned. Something must have happened to Autumn Moon. But one thing was for sure. Autumn Moon had not been possessed. If she had been possessed and Lu Ming kept asking her questions, she would not have reacted this way. Autumn Moon, I will find out what you have experienced. Lu Ming's gaze was cold. The only thing he could do now was to find out what Autumn Moon had experienced. Only then could he find the right solution. Lu Ming did not pursue. He turned around and left with Ouyang Wushuang and the others. In Ouyang Wushuang's residence, Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang sat opposite each other at a stone table in a courtyard. Lu Ming, you asked me about Miss Autumn Moon. Do you know her? Are you really her young master? Ouyang Wushuang asked curiously. That's right. Lu Ming nodded and said, Autumn Moon and I came from the same place. Before she came to Yuanlu, she was my maid. Lu Ming briefly explained the relationship between him and Autumn Moon. The proud daughter of the One Sanctum is actually your maid. After hearing this, Ouyang Wushuang was shocked. But when Autumn Moon saw me, she seemed to have forgotten me. Something must have happened to her. Ouyang, have you heard anything about this? Lu Ming asked. Just now, Lu Ming came to find Ouyang Wushuang alone to ask about this. What happened? Ouyang Wushuang frowned and pondered. After a while, Ouyang Wushuang said, a year ago, something big happened in the ancient Sun Holy Land. Is it related to Miss Autumn Moon? What happened? Lu Ming asked quickly. 1 year ago, Miss Chouyu's master, an extremely powerful existence in the only holy temple, suddenly went mad and killed his way to the Daluo Heaven sect. I don't know what happened in the end, but Master Choyu retreated. Ouyang Wushuang said. Miss Autumn Moon's master suddenly went to the Daluo Heaven sect? Lu Ming pondered. Miss Chouyu's master is definitely a true emperor, one of the strongest among true emperors. The Daluo Heaven sect is the strongest sect in the ancient Sun's sacred ground. Rumor has it that there is a grand emperor there. Why would Miss Chouyu's master come to the Daluo Heaven sect unless something big happened? This incident caused a huge commotion in the sacred ground. Many speculated about what happened to make a powerful true emperor furious and went all the way to Daluo Heaven sect. But in the end, the matter was left unsettled and he directly retreated. However, there's no consensus on this matter yet. Ouyang Wushuang said. The Daluo Heaven sect, is it related to the incident of Miss Autumn Moon? Lu Ming frowned and then chatted with Ouyang Wushuang for a while. But they didn't come to a conclusion, so they left. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. 7 days later, Ouyang Wushuang called everyone together again. Everyone, the content of the assessment is here. It is divided into 3 parts. The first part is to command the troops in battle. Ouyang Wushuang said. Command the troops in battle? Everyone was stunned. Yes, if you want to be the crown prince, you need to be excellent in all aspects, such as martial arts talent, wisdom, and connections. Only then can you control a country. The first part of the assessment is in a formation world. Ouyang Wuji, Ouyang Wudao, and I will each lead 30,000 troops to battle. We will be ranked according to the results. Ouyang Wushuang explained. Each side has 30,000 troops. Is the cultivation of the troops about the same among the 3 sides? Someone asked. If one side had an army of 30,000 strong while the other side had a weak army, then no matter how good one's commanding ability was, it would be useless. Don't worry about that. Everyone who enters the world of the formation will only enter with their spiritual sense. Their cultivation will be suppressed to the first layer martial dominator realm, and even if they are killed inside, they will only be eliminated instead of dying. Ouyang Wushuang said. No wonder. Everyone was surprised. Everyone's cultivation was martial royal realm of martial royal realm? They entered the martial royal realm? And was martial royal realm? In an army of tens of thousands, the strength of an individual could not affect the overall situation. Only the ability to command troops and the coordination of battle formations could be maximized. T-Tess. Saying this, Ouyang Wushuang headed toward the exit. The crowd followed him and soon arrived at a spacious area. Mystical runes flickered in all directions of the area, forming a mystical formation. On the ground, several figures sat with their legs crossed with their eyes closed as if they were meditating. There are 30,000 people here. They are currently in the formation world, which is guarded by the experts of the kingdom. Don't worry, no one will disturb you when you enter the formation world. Let's go in too. Ouyang Wushuang said as he landed on the ground and sat down with his legs crossed. Lu Ming and the others landed on the ground and sat down with their legs crossed. Following this, runes began to crawl onto their bodies and encapsulate them. Lu Ming could feel his mind leaving his body and entering a rift. Not long after, Lu Ming opened his eyes and discovered himself on a platform. Beside him, Ouyang Wushuang, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others appeared too. My cultivation is indeed at the first layer martial dominator realm. Lu Ming inspected his body and discovered that his cultivation was indeed at the first layer martial dominator realm. Everyone else's cultivation was at the first layer martial dominator realm too. How magical, it's similar to the sky-towering floating platform at the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming exclaimed. The sky-towering floating platform at the Dragon God Valley allowed the cultivator's mind to enter a place to cultivate. This formation world allowed the cultivator to enter the formation world and form a body. In front of the platform, there was a huge military camp. Many people could be seen coming and going in the military camp. Let's head over. Ouyang Wushuang led the way, followed by the others. The 9th prince is here. Someone in the camp yelled. Beat the drum, gather the troops. Ouyang Wushuang gave the order. Dong. Dong. Dong, his deep and resounding voice spread throughout the entire barracks. With a flicker, the troops gathered on the spacious ground. Not long after, the 30,000 troops were gathered. All of them were wearing black armor and were at the first layer martial dominator realm. When they stood together, their aura was intimidating. Ouyang Wushuang stood on the high ground and scanned the crowd. This time, the 6th prince, Ouyang Wuji, and the 1st prince, Ouyang Wudao, are fighting for the position of the crown prince. If you help me become the crown prince, you will be rewarded greatly. When I become the emperor in the future, I will not forget you. Ouyang Wushuang's voice echoed in the camp. We will do our best to help the 9th prince become the crown prince. The 30,000 troops roared. If they could really help the 9th prince seize the position of crown prince, in the future, when Ouyang Wushuang took control of the Xinyuan Empire, their lives would definitely be better. There would definitely be more opportunities. If they could grab hold of this opportunity, they might be able to achieve meteoric success. Alright, we will train together for the next 2 months. I have a large formation here, the Sky Tiger roaring. Formation. For the next 2 months, you will train this formation with all your might. Ouyang Wushuang said. Yes. The 30,000 troops replied, their voices shaking the sky. In a battle, only with the help of a large formation could one unleash a powerful combat strength. Some large formations could even unleash 10 or 100 times the combat strength. An army that did not know how to use formations would be easily defeated by an army that knew how to use formations. Everyone, during the first round of the examination, you should take a good rest. I will need your help in the second and third rounds. Ouyang Wushuang looked at Lu Ming and the others. The first round was the battle of commanding the troops. Lu Ming and the others were only at the first layer martial dominator realm, so they would not be of much help. Their role was mainly in the second and third rounds. 9th prince, please. We will take a look around. A genius from the Purple Flame Villa said. All right. Lu Ming and the rest took a casual look and left one after another. The first round had nothing to do with them. In the following days, Ouyang Wushuang focused on training the army and practicing the Sky Tiger roaring formation with the 30,000 soldiers. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Lu Ming had been cultivating wholeheartedly. His cultivation level was approaching the Great Sage Great Mastery. However, after reaching the Great Sage realm, the improvement of his cultivation became slower and more difficult. After cultivating for half a month, Lu Ming stopped for the time being. He walked around and then entered the array ground again. He wanted to see how Ouyang Wushuang was doing during this period of time to train the soldiers. Roar! Roar! On the open ground, the 30,000 soldiers were running on the ground like a torrent. The earth rumbled and their aura was earth-shattering. As far as the eye could see, what came into view was a black torrent. True essence surged and formed a giant tiger in the sky above the 30,000 soldiers. This giant tiger was tens of thousands of feet tall and bigger than a mountain. Its aura was shocking. This was the Sky Tiger Roaring Formation. 30,000 first-layer martial emperors formed a formation and formed a Sky Tiger. Even a sage-to-be would be torn apart. Moreover, as the 30,000 soldiers trained for a long time and became more familiar with the formation, their combat strength would become stronger. Lu Ming stood in the sky and watched quietly. After training for a few hours, the army stopped to rest. A figure flew toward Lu Ming. It was Ouyang Wushuang. Lu Ming, why are you here today? Ouyang Wushuang said with a smile. I'm here to see how your training is going. How is it? Are you confident about the first round of the test? Lu Ming asked. I'm not sure. Ouyang Wushuang shook his head and said with a serious face, I got the Sky Tiger Roaring Formation by accident. It's very powerful, but I can't guarantee that Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji don't have a powerful formation. If they have a formation that is not weaker than mine, this battle will be very difficult. Moreover, the three sides are restraining each other. The situation is changing rapidly and no one is confident of winning. Ouyang Wushuang said. Lu Ming nodded. The three sides each had 30,000 soldiers, and their strength was about the same. They kept each other in check, and the situation was ever-changing. Before the results were out, no one could predict who would win. Lu Ming lowered his head and pondered for a moment before saying, I have a battle formation here. Its power is far above the Heavenly Tiger's Roaring Space Formation. Perhaps you can give it a try. Its power is far above the Heavenly Tiger Roaring Formation? Ouyang Wushuang's eyes lit up. Yes, this formation is called the True Dragon Battle Formation. Lu Ming nodded, took out a jade token, and handed it to Ouyang Wushuang. This battle formation was found in the memories of the 9 dragons. Its power was very strong, far above the Sky Tiger Roaring Formation. Ouyang Wushuang scanned with his soul sense, and the joy on his face became stronger. With this battle formation, I'm even more confident. Ouyang Wushuang said. Not necessarily. If I don't use it well, I'm afraid I'll be the first to be eliminated. Lu Ming said. He wasn't that optimistic. You mean, it will cause Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji to join forces? Ouyang Wushuang was also a smart person. After thinking about it, he understood what Lu Ming meant. If his battle formation was too strong and made Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji feel threatened, the two sides would join forces to attack him. No matter how strong the True Dragon battle formation was, it would be dangerous. So, we can only take out 5,000 people to practice the True Dragon battle formation. The other 25,000 people will continue to practice the Heavenly Tiger Roaring Space Formation. And during the battle, it's best if those 25,000 people are sacrificed. Lu Ming spoke and told him about a plan. His plan was very simple. When the three sides fought, 25,000 people would be sacrificed. This way, only a few thousand people would be left. Ouyang Wushuang wouldn't be much of a threat to the other two sides. Their attention would only be on each other. This way, Ouyang Wushuang would be able to reap the benefits. Of course, this plan required the remaining few thousand people to be strong enough to form a powerful battle formation. Otherwise, even if he reaped the benefits, it would be useless. Okay, let's follow this plan. Ouyang Wushuang was also an extremely decisive person. He immediately decided to use Lu Ming's plan. Ouyang, I hope you can win. Lu Ming smiled. Ouyang Wushuang was a silver inheritor and had to listen to his orders. Lu Ming also hoped that Ouyang Wushuang could defeat the other two sides, seize the position of Crown Prince, and then control the Xinyuan Empire. To Lu Ming, there were only advantages and no disadvantages in doing so. Ouyang Wushuang immediately selected 5,000 people to secretly practice the True Dragon battle formation. Lu Ming left the array world and wandered around the Xinyuan Empire. He casually bought some things and then walked toward Ouyang Wushuang's residence. You trash, hurry up and hand over your pills. Otherwise, I'll cripple you completely. Lu Ming had just turned into a residence when he heard a voice. Don't even think about it. This is my reward for working hard for a year. Don't even think about taking it. Kill me if you can. At this moment, another voice sounded. Judging from the voice, they didn't sound old. Lu Ming was a little curious. He moved and appeared on the roof of a hall. He looked forward. There were 5 to 6 youths in front of him. They were all 14 or 15 years old. 5 of them surrounded a black-robed youth and stared at him unkindly. The black-robed youth looked at them stubbornly. Ouyang Moli, since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. Don't think that we don't dare to kill you. Even if we kill a trash like you who can't even awaken your bloodline, who will care about you? Among the 5 youths, a yellow-robed youth sneered. That's right. Hand over the pills. For a trash like you, even if you get the stabilizing pill, it'll be a waste. You might as well give it to us. Be filial to us in the future. Only then can trash like you live on. Otherwise, you'll die. The other youth sneered. Don't even think about it. The stabilizing pill is mine. It's my last hope. If you want to take it away, you might as well kill me. The black-robed youth, Ouyang Moli, roared. Humph, since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. The yellow-robed youth kicked Ouyang Moli in the stomach. Ouyang Moli screamed and flew out. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. However, his gaze was still firm as he stared at the yellow-robed youth and the others. If I don't die, I'll pay you back tenfold. Ouyang Moli said. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. This gaze made the yellow-robed youth and the others feel a chill in their hearts. You don't have a chance. Today is the day you die. The yellow-robed youth said coldly. His true core strength surged and he was about to attack Ouyang Moli. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. His palm glowed and the reincarnation halberd appeared in his hand. The reincarnation halberd vibrated continuously and emitted radiance as if it was about to fly away. Moreover, the tip of the reincarnation halberd was pointing at Ouyang Moli. Lu Ming was surprised. The reincarnation halberd had been in his hands for a long time and there had been no abnormalities. However, since a while ago, the reincarnation halberd had been vibrating non-stop even when it was in the mountain river diagram. It seemed to be because of Ouyang Moli. There was no time for Lu Ming to think too much. With a movement of his body, Lu Ming appeared in front of Ouyang Moli. A gush of energy gushed out. The 5 teenagers were pushed back by this gush of energy. Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the Ouyang royal family? The yellow-robed youth shouted when he saw Lu Ming. He wasn't afraid at all. You can leave. I won't make things difficult for you. Lu Ming waved his hand. Leave Ouyang Moli to us and we will leave. The yellow-robed youth said. Lu Ming didn't dare to make a move as he thought Lu Ming was afraid of him. Get lost. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and a cold murderous intent surged out towards the 5 youths. Lu Ming had experienced many battles in his life and his murderous intent was extremely dense. The 5 youths shuddered when they were enveloped by Lu Ming's murderous intent. Their faces turned pale and there wasn't a trace of blood. Just you wait. Fear flashed in the yellow-robed youth's eyes. He left behind a ruthless sentence and left with the other 4 youths. Senior, thank you for your help. Ouyang Moli stepped forward and bowed to Lu Ming. It's nothing. You don't have to thank me. Why are they targeting you? Lu Ming asked curiously. Because they want to snatch my elixir. This elixir is my last hope. I can't let them snatch it away. Ouyang Moli's eyes were filled with determination. You haven't awakened your bloodline, right? Lu Ming sized up Ouyang Moli and revealed a curious expression. In the Yuan continent, especially in the ancient Sun sacred ground, it was rare to see a teenager who hadn't awakened his bloodline. No wonder the yellow-robed youth called Ouyang Moli trash. Ouyang Moli's eyes revealed a dejected look. However, in an instant, his eyes became firm again. He clenched his fists and said, Senior, are you looking down on me too? Although I can't awaken my bloodline now, I'll be able to become a martial artist. Those who look down on me, I will trample them under my feet. Ouyang Moli's eyes was filled with surprise to him. Lulu's eyes to be more. And Lu Ming's eyes too's. The more he was too? Lu he to be. I'm afraid you won't be able to awaken your bloodline even if you use that stabilizing pill. Said. What? BS to be cut cuts. His to be to bite. His, Ming. It. His. Why? Is it? He. Of it. But, I can help you. At this moment, Lu Ming continued. These words made Ouyang Moli's body tremble again. There was a bright glow in his eyes. That was the light of hope. Then, with a thud, Ouyang Moli knelt in front of Lu Ming and bowed deeply. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. Master? I didn't say I would accept you as my disciple. Lu Ming rubbed his nose speechlessly. As long as you can help me awaken my bloodline, you will be my master. Ouyang Moli said firmly. You don't have to be my disciple. You can decide after I help you awaken your bloodline. If you meet the requirements, I can accept you as my disciple on behalf of another senior. Lu Ming said. Thank you. Senior. Ouyang Moli said. Come with me. Lu Ming walked towards his room and Ouyang Moli followed him. Soon, they arrived at Lu Ming's room. Lu Ming waved his hand and brought Ouyang Moli into the mountain river diagram. They arrived at the peak of a mountain. Ouyang Moli looked around curiously. This is the cultivation abode. Sit down with your legs crossed. I will help you awaken your bloodline. Lu Ming said. All right. Ouyang Moli nodded and sat down with his legs crossed. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and tapped on Ouyang Moli's body continuously. Waves of saint power surged into Ouyang Moli's body. Subsequently, layers of saint power wrapped around Ouyang Moli, stimulating the bloodline in his body and helping him awaken his bloodline power. Buzz, not long after, Ouyang Moli's spine emitted a blood-red light. As time passed, the blood-red light became thicker and thicker. Finally, a black vortex appeared and floated above Ouyang Moli's head. At this moment, there was a bright glow in Lu Ming's eyes as he stared intently at the vortex. Reincarnation. It's the reincarnation bloodline and the reincarnation body. Lu Ming muttered to himself in amazement. Ouyang Moli had awakened the reincarnation bloodline. As he cultivated, his body constitution would become the reincarnation body. Once he reached the saint realm, he would be able to control the reincarnation law. He was a rare genius, one of the sons of heaven, the reincarnation son. Like Xianxia, he was born with the life body and would be able to control the life law in the future. The life law and reincarnation law were two of the 10 supreme laws. Lu Ming did not expect to meet a son of heaven here. No wonder the reincarnation halberd kept vibrating. It was obvious that the reincarnation halberd had sensed Ouyang Moli's body constitution. My luck is really good. Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. He had promised to help the reincarnation emperor find an inheritor. The son of reincarnation was definitely the best inheritor. Bloodline. I've awakened my bloodline. I've finally awakened my bloodline. Ouyang Moli shouted excitedly when he sensed the awakening of his bloodline. For so many years, no matter how hard he cultivated, he could not awaken his bloodline. He was called trash. He had once thought that he was trash. If it was not for his strong willpower, he would have given up on martial arts. Now that his bloodline had finally awakened, how could he not be excited? How could he not be excited? After a while, Ouyang Moli finally calmed down and knelt in front of Lu Ming with a thud. Disciple pays his respects to master. Your master isn't me. I will pass on the inheritance of another person to you. That person is your true master. Lu Ming said. No. In my heart, I only recognize you as my master. You have given me a new lease of life. No one can compare to you. Ouyang Moli said firmly. Are you sure? That person is a great emperor expert. Lu Ming said. A great emperor? Shock flashed across Ouyang Moli's eyes. A great emperor was the pinnacle of the world. The heavenly emperor was just a legend. A great emperor was the pinnacle. Lu Ming wanted to pass on the inheritance of a great emperor to him? Lu Ming nodded in his heart. Ouyang Moli knew how to repay kindness and had a good character. Lu Ming liked him very much. Well, since you insist on worshipping me as your master, I'll accept you as my disciple. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said. The son of reincarnation was rare in the world. There were only a few of them since ancient times. Lu Ming was also very tempted by such a genius. He pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. However, I'll still pass on the inheritance of that senior to you. You have to respect that senior as your master. Do you understand? Lu Ming said. Ouyang Moli was overjoyed and said, I understand. Greetings, master. Well, get up. Lu Ming instructed. Ouyang Moli got up obediently. Before you, I've already accepted 2 nominal disciples and a prodisciple. You'll be ranked second among the prodisciples in the future. Do you understand? Lu Ming continued. Yes, master. Ouyang Moli said respectfully. Well, let's talk about you. Your surname is Ouyang. You should be a member of the royal family of the Xinyuan Empire. Why did those people treat you like that? Lu Ming asked. Since he had accepted Ouyang Moli as his disciple, he naturally had to know more about him. Master, although I'm a member of the royal family, I'm just a branch of the royal family, then, Ouyang Moli explained. After countless years of development and reproduction, the Ouyang royal family of the Xinyuan Empire had given birth to countless branches. The population was unimaginably large. Ouyang Moli was a member of one of the branches. However, a few years ago, his parents were killed by the people of the Daluo Heaven sect when they were cultivating outside. Now, he was the only one left in his branch. In the past few years, he relied on his identity as the descendant of the Ouyang family to get a job in the palace. Unfortunately, he couldn't awaken his bloodline. After so many years of hard work, his cultivation was only in the martial soldier realm. Moreover, he was all alone, so naturally, he was often bullied by others. He had always endured, hoping that one day, he would awaken his bloodline and soar into the sky. At the same time, he would be able to avenge his parents. This time, due to his hard work, his superiors rewarded him with a stabilizing pill. He hoped to awaken his bloodline with this stabilizing pill. However, he was besieged by the yellow-robed youth and the others. They wanted to snatch his stabilizing pill. The yellow-robed young man and the others were also from the Ouyang royal family, but since they were able to awaken their bloodline, their cultivation was naturally higher than Ouyang Moli's. Lu Ming nodded his head silently. Such things were happening all the time in the entire Yuan continent. Wasn't he in a similar situation back then? Fortunately, he was discovered by Lu Ming this time. Otherwise, a peerless genius would have been buried. In fact, this world had never lacked peerless geniuses. It was just a matter of whether they could be unearthed. Since ancient times, countless geniuses had been buried. Some physiques and some geniuses had been outstanding since young and displayed rare talents. Naturally, they wouldn't be buried. They would be discovered by the big shots and focused on nurturing them. However, some physiques and bloodlines were hidden. Without strong assistance, it would be difficult to awaken them. For example, Ouyang Moli had the reincarnation bloodline and was hidden. Moreover, he was from the Ouyang royal family. No one paid attention to him and he was regarded as a good-for-nothing. If he hadn't met Lu Ming and the reincarnation halberd reacted, Lu Ming wouldn't have discovered him. If this continued, this peerless genius would be buried in a few decades. Therefore, some powerful forces would send experts to travel the world to search for geniuses. Back then, wasn't the mid-autumn moon discovered by the experts from the Soul Sanctum? In the future, if I succeed in my cultivation, I must find the Daluo Heaven sect and avenge my parents. At the end of his speech, Ouyang Moli clenched his fists tightly. Then you should focus on your cultivation. I'll teach you a succession first. Sit tight. Lu Ming said. Ouyang Moli immediately sat down. Then, Lu Ming took out the Reincarnation Emperor's world core and sealed it into Ouyang Moli's mind with his powerful cultivation. Ouyang Moli's body immediately emitted a pitch-black light. A pitch-black vortex spun above his head as if it led to the abyss of hell. Buzz, not long after, the vortex suddenly shook and split into two vortexes. After a while, another vortex appeared, and there were now three vortexes. Every time the vortex split, Ouyang Moli's aura would soar. A few hours later, there were 6 vortexes floating above Ouyang Moli's head. It was a wonderful sight. 6 paths of reincarnation. Lu Ming muttered as his eyes lit up. This was the real 6 paths of reincarnation bloodline. Moli's cultivation has reached the martial king realm. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. Ouyang Moli had just integrated with the reincarnation emperor's world core and his cultivation had soared to the martial king realm. After another 2 hours, Ouyang Moli opened his eyes. My cultivation, Ouyang Moli felt the boundless power in his body and his eyes were filled with shock. Moli, you have just integrated with the world core and your cultivation has soared. However, don't get lost. During this time, stay in my mountain river diagram and familiarize yourself with your power. Don't increase your cultivation for now. Lu Ming reminded him. It was not a good thing for his cultivation to soar too quickly. He had to stabilize his foundation. Yes, master. Ouyang Moli bowed and accepted the order. Cultivate well. If you have any problems, look for me anytime. Also, this reincarnation halberd is for you. Lu Ming took out the reincarnation halberd and handed it to Ouyang Moli. Ouyang Moli was grateful. As for Lu Ming, he went to the enlightenment ancient tree and meditated on the chaotic calamity finger. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming would go to the array world every once in a while to watch Ouyang Wushuang train the army. The army of 30,000 was divided into 2 groups. One group had 25,000 people who continued to cultivate the Sky Tiger Roaring Array. The other 5,000 people were taken away by Ouyang Wushuang to cultivate the True Dragon Array. In the blink of an eye, the 2-month training period was up. On this day, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the Sky Brides of the Purple Flame Villa entered the array world. They stood on a high ground with Ouyang Wushuang while the army of 30,000 people was below them. Let's go. Ouyang Wushuang ordered and the army of 30,000 people set off into the distance. At the same time, the other 2 groups of troops also set off toward the center of the array world. Not long after, the 3 groups of troops met in the center of the array world. The 3 groups of troops formed a triangle and faced each other. No one dared to make a move. To the left of Lu Ming and the others was a group of troops wearing purple armor. At a glance, it was like a purple sea. This was the army led by the first prince, Ouyang Wudao. To the right of them was a group of troops wearing silver armor. This was the army led by Ouyang Wuji. 6th brother, 9th brother, you'd better surrender. This time, the position of crown prince is mine. You can't win against me. Ouyang Wudao. Ouyang Wushuang whispered. Beside him, the genius of Purple Flame Villa looked dignified. The first prince, Ouyang Wudao, was extremely talented and had a profound cultivation. He was domineering and decisive. With the support of the Daluo Heaven sect, he was the most likely candidate to become the crown prince. Brother, it is not the style of the Ouyang family to surrender before a fight. If you want to become the crown prince, let us see if you have the strength to do so. Ouyang Wuji's voice came from the Silver Army. Brother, if you want to become the crown prince and rule the Xingyuan Empire, show us your strength. Ouyang Wushuang also said. Stubborn. Ouyang Wudao's voice was cold. He was burly and wore a purple robe full of majesty. Ouyang Wuji and Ouyang Wushuang think that they can compete with the first prince because they have the support of the One Sanctum and Purple Flame Villa. What a joke. I will make them regret it later. A cold-looking young man beside Ouyang Wudao said. He was the genius of the Daluo Heaven sect and had great talent. He was famous in the ancient Sun Holy Land. The 3 parties faced each other and no one took action. The 3 parties had 30,000 soldiers with cultivation of LV1 martial royal realm. Their strength was similar and no one was competent to fight against the other 2 parties. The meeting this time was just a test. After a while, the 3 parties retreated at the same time. Lu Ming and the others retreated to the barracks. In the barracks, Ouyang Wushuang and a few of his confidants, Lu Ming, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the geniuses of Purple Flame Villa gathered to discuss the countermeasures. I think the plan now is to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. We will stay in the barracks and wait for the first prince and the sixth prince to fight. When they are both injured, we can clean up the mess and win the first round. Xiao Mucheng, the genius of Purple Flame Villa, said. Wait for the other two parties to fight? Haha, that's ridiculous. How can they be so stupid to fight with each other before we are defeated? I guess they have the same idea as us. They want to wait for the other two parties to fight and then reap the benefits. If this goes on, it will be a stalemate. Lu Ming said. Xiao Mucheng's face darkened and he said, Oh? In your opinion, what should we do? Take the initiative to attack. Lu Ming said indifferently. Haha, taking the initiative to attack? Laughable, truly laughable. Lu Ming, although your battle prowess is strong and I admire you, your ability to lead troops into battle is somewhat weak. You've said it yourself. The other two parties are waiting for us to fight each other. They want to reap the benefits. If we take the initiative to attack, no matter which party we attack, we'll be helping the third party. You're contradicting yourself. Xiao Mucheng sneered. The Purple Flame Villa's genius also had a mocking expression on his face. That's exactly what I want to do. Otherwise, if the stalemate continues, who knows how long it will last. The best way to win the first round is to end it quickly. Lu Ming said. Win the first round? How do I get it? According to your method, I'm afraid we'll be the first to be eliminated. Xiao Mucheng sneered. Lu Ming glanced at Xiao Mucheng casually and then ignored him. He looked at Ouyang Wushuang and said, Ninth Prince, I suggest that we attack the first prince's army first. However, we can't be too obvious. Send scouts to gather information first and then attack in the dark. Alright, let's do that. The ninth prince said. This was the countermeasure that he had discussed with Lu Ming earlier. Of course, he couldn't say it out loud now. If word got out, their plan would fall through. Ninth prince, you can't do that. You'll definitely lose. Xiao Mucheng's face changed drastically and he shouted, hoping to stop Ouyang Wushuang. That's right. You can't do that. You'll be digging your own grave. Ninth prince, please reconsider. The other geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa spoke one after another. Everyone, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. There's no need to persuade me anymore. Ouyang Wushuang waved his hand. Ninth prince, if you lose the first round, it'll be difficult later on. Ninth prince, you have to think carefully. Xiao Mucheng said with a sullen face. I've made up my mind. Ouyang Wushuang said. If that's the case, I won't say more. It seems that the crown prince position will fall on the first prince and the sixth prince. Xiao Mucheng sighed. At present, they were bound to lose. Ouyang Wushuang didn't say much. He immediately sent out scouts to inquire about the news of Ouyang Wudao's army. For a few days, news about Ouyang Wudao kept coming. These days, Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji's army were stationed in the barracks without any unusual movements. In Ouyang Wudao's military tent, they were also discussing the military situation. First prince, these days, the ninth prince constantly sent scouts to our area to inquire about our situation. I'm afraid he'll take action. A person reported to Ouyang Wudao. In my opinion, the ninth prince wants to sneak up on us. A genius from the Daluo Heaven sect said. Sneak up on us? Haha, that's just right. Ninth prince, you're too impulsive. Haha. Ouyang Wudao laughed. In the blink of an eye, the three sides were in a deadlock for 7 days. Late at night on the 7th day, Ouyang Wushuang sent a confidant to lead an army of 25,000 quietly to Ouyang Wudao's barracks. In the dead of night, Ouyang Wushuang's army came to a place not far from the first prince's barracks. From afar, it seemed to be very peaceful. Some people were resting and some were patrolling. Charge! The commander was a confidant of Ouyang Wushuang, called Luan Fei. At this time, he waved his hand and the army rushed to the first prince's barracks at full speed. Oh no, enemy attack! The patrolling people saw the army and their faces changed drastically. they shouted. Kill! Luan Fei shouted and led the army to rush over. The patrolling people were killed and turned into rays of light and disappeared. In the formation world, once you were killed, you would leave here. Before the end of the competition, you could not enter the formation world for the second time. Charge in! Luan Fei shouted and led the army to rush into the first prince's barracks. Terrifying attacks gathered together and blasted toward the tents. If there were people in the tents, they would definitely be smashed into pieces. Boom! Boom! The tents were blasted, but there was no one inside. Oh no, we've been tricked. Retreat! Luan Fei's face changed drastically and he shouted. It's too late to find out now. Kill! The first prince appeared in the sky and gave the order. Whoosh! 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 Under the ground, endless sword chi burst out and slashed toward Ouyang Wushuang's army. At the same time, endless attacks came down from the sky and blasted toward the army. Suddenly, screams were heard. Large groups of soldiers were killed. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people were killed. Kill! Set up the formation, set up the formation! Luan Fei roared, gathering the army to set up the Sky Tiger Roar formation. Stop them! Ouyang Wudao's voice rang out again. Roar! Roar! Terrifying roars rang out as Ouyang Wudao's army also set up the formation. In the sky, a huge phoenix spread its wings and flew down, pouncing on Ouyang Wushuang's army. At the same time, the ground rumbled as a huge black tortoise appeared. With a slap of its palm, a large group of people were sent flying. As long as they were killed, they would turn into rays of light and fly into the sky, disappearing from the world. At the same time, roars could be heard from both sides. An azure dragon and a white tiger rushed over. Four symbols formation. Luan Fei's face turned pale. The four symbols formation was a terrifying formation. When the army combined, it formed the four symbols of heaven and earth. When gathered together, its power was terrifying. It was much stronger than the Sky Tiger Roar formation. With the appearance of the four symbols, Ouyang Wushuang's army was completely separated. It was difficult for them to gather together. Set up the formation, set up the formation! The heavenly tigers roared endlessly. The separated army laid the heavenly tiger sky roaring formation. Immediately, more than 10 heavenly tigers appeared. However, the army had been split up and everyone was fighting for themselves. The heavenly tiger roaring sky formation was much weaker and was completely suppressed by the four divisions formation. The phoenix spread its wings and clawed down, crushing a sky tiger. The soldiers who formed the Sky Tiger Roar formation screamed as many of them were killed, turning into rays of light and disappearing. Even more people were injured. However, the formation was broken and it was even harder to stop. The phoenix opened its mouth and terrifying flames spread out. Large groups of soldiers were turned into ashes in the flames, turning into rays of light and disappearing. On the other side, the azure dragon, black tortoise, and white tiger were in the same situation. They were completely suppressing and harvesting lives. In a moment, dense rays of light rushed into the sky. It was incomparably bright. Damn it! Luan Fei roared and tried his best to attack. Unfortunately, it was useless. They were surrounded and could only be killed. In less than half an hour, the 25,000 soldiers were all killed. Luan Fei was the same. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Ouyang Wudao's army only lost 2,000 men. Reporting to the first prince, Ouyang Wushuang is not in the army. Someone reported to the first prince. How many did you kill? Ouyang Wudao asked. More than 25,000 people. Ha ha ha, good. Even if Old Ninth isn't dead, he's crippled. There are only a few thousand people left. In this round, he can only be a spectator. Ouyang Wudao laughed heartily. In the array world, there would definitely be cultivators from the Xingyuan Empire paying attention. In this battle, he had annihilated Ouyang Wushuang's army of 25,000 and seized the initiative. Next, even if he didn't fight, he would still be able to obtain victory in this stalemate. He was Ouyang Wudao. He wanted to win beautifully. He wanted to obtain the position of crown prince in a crushing manner and intimidate the entire Xingyuan Empire. The army will rest and reorganize before setting off to take down Ouyang Wushuang's barracks in one fell swoop. Ouyang Wudao ordered. The experts who were paying attention to this place would definitely give him a rating. The greater the advantage they had, the higher their rating would be. However, he didn't notice that in the distant sky, there were two figures paying attention to this place. These two people were Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang. The plan is going smoothly. Next, Ouyang Wudao will definitely send his army to occupy our barracks. Let's go back and withdraw. Lu Ming said. Alright, let's go. Ouyang Wushuang nodded and the two left. Once back in the barracks, Ouyang Wushuang gathered the remaining 5,000 soldiers and left the barracks, heading to a place further away. There was a very well-hidden valley there. If the 5,000 soldiers didn't pay attention, it would be difficult to discover them. In the valley, in a temporary cave, Ouyang Wushuang, Lu Ming, and the others gathered to discuss the military situation. I've said before that the plan won't work. Unfortunately, the 9th prince didn't listen to me. Now, the 25,000 soldiers have been annihilated. This round, we're bound to lose. Xiao Mucheng sneered disdainfully. That's right. We have good intentions, but the 9th prince didn't listen. Instead, he used Lu Ming's plan. Now that we've lost, who should be responsible? This round was originally our chance. Everyone's strength is almost the same. If we win, we'll have a chance in the next few rounds. If the first prince wins the first round, he will have the help of the Daluo Heaven Sex geniuses. We'll have almost no chance of winning. The geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa spoke one after another, mocking and ridiculing Lu Ming. It's not the end yet. Are you so sure that we're going to lose? Lu Ming glanced at them casually and said lightly. Now there are only about 5,000 people left. How can we compete with the other two parties? Moreover, we've even lost the barracks. If there's no accident, we'll definitely be the last in this round. Xiao Mucheng sneered. Oh? In that case, how about we make a bet? Lu Ming said. Bet? How? What bet? Xiao Mucheng's eyes flashed and asked. I bet that we'll definitely win this round. If I lose, I'll become your subordinate and obey your orders. How about that? Lu Ming said. These words caused everyone to reveal a look of shock. Lu Ming actually bet on himself. The geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa had a fiery light in their eyes. Lu Ming's talent was obvious to all. He had mastered the law of chaos and was extremely powerful. If he grew up in the future, he would definitely become a terrible expert. If such a person obeyed them, it would be an irresistible temptation. Okay, we agree. Xiao Mucheng agreed directly. Don't agree too quickly. I haven't told you the conditions of losing. If you lose, you'll have to obey me. At least for the next 50 years, you'll have to obey me unconditionally. How about that? Lu Ming said. We won't lose at all. Xiao Mucheng said. Nonsense. Since it's a bet, there must be a winner and a loser. Both of us have to take a blood oath. If we lose, we'll have to obey each other's orders. Lu Ming added. The eyes of the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa flickered. In the end, they reached a consensus and nodded at each other. Okay, we agree. Xiao Mucheng said. They couldn't think of any way to win this round. Based on the current situation, they were bound to lose. They were no match for Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji. If they could get Lu Ming to serve them, why not? Immediately, Lu Ming and the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa made a blood oath and set the bet. Lu Ming sneered. The geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa were very strong. Each of them had a medium heaven spiritual body. They had great potential and wouldn't be weak in the future. Alright, let's analyze the situation. After swearing the blood oath, Lu Ming ignored the people from Purple Flame Villa. He waved his hand and a map appeared in the sky. There were 3 light spots in the 3 corners of the map, representing the 3 camps. Their current location was quite a distance away from their own military camp. I believe that Ouyang Wudao will soon send his army to occupy our camp. That way, Ouyang Wudao will have the absolute advantage. Even if this stalemate continues, Ouyang Wudao will still win. However, this is not what Ouyang Wuji wants to see. If he wants to compete with Ouyang Wudao, he must have a certain battle record. Therefore, Ouyang Wuji will not give up on our camp. If he can get a camp, his score will be very high. Lu Ming explained. Everyone listened carefully. But with Ouyang Wudao's tyrannical personality, how would he hand over the fat meat that is already in his mouth? And now, without our threat, in their eyes, we are only struggling at death's door. So, in the end, they will definitely engage in a decisive battle in our camp, and we will be able to reap the benefits. When both sides are injured, we can annihilate them in one fell swoop. Lu Ming explained the entire plan. Previously, the sacrifice of more than 20,000 people was to let the other two sides let down their guard. This way, the other two sides would be able to fight. All of this is just your speculation. Speculation is perfect, reality is cruel. Xiao Muching sneered. Is that so? Next, let's just watch the show. Ninth Prince, during this period, just send out scouts to observe the situation outside. Lu Ming said. All right. Ouyang Wushuang nodded and sent out scouts to gather information. Sure enough, not long after, Ouyang Wudao led his army and occupied their camp. Old Ninth ran pretty fast. However, there are only a few thousand people left. They are nothing to worry about. They are just struggling at death's door. In the camp, Ouyang Wudao said disdainfully. The news of the battle between Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wushuang soon reached Ouyang Wuji. In Ouyang Wuji's camp, everyone was also discussing. Ouyang Wushuang is really stupid. He actually went to attack Ouyang Wudao and was annihilated in the end. This way, Ouyang Wudao gained the upper hand. Damn it. Ouyang Wuji said unhappily. Sixth Prince, what should we do next? Someone asked. Right now, Ouyang Wushuang is only left with a few thousand men. He abandoned the camp and fled. He's just struggling at death's door. The last place will belong to him. There's nothing to worry about. And now, Ouyang Wudao has annihilated Ouyang Wushuang's army of 25,000 and occupied Ouyang Wushuang's camp. If this continues, the first place will be his. Therefore, we cannot give up on Ouyang Wushuang's camp. As long as we take over the barracks, we will be able to compete with Ouyang Wudao in terms of battle merits. Moreover, we have the advantage in numbers. Only then will we have a chance to win against Ouyang Wudao and take first place. Ouyang Wuji said. That's right. I suggest that we immediately send out an army and capture Ouyang Wushuang's barracks in one fell swoop. A skypride from the only sacred palace nodded. Immediately, Ouyang Wuji mobilized almost all of his army, leaving only a few thousand men to guard the barracks. The rest of the army headed towards Ouyang Wushuang's barracks. Not long after, Ouyang Wuji led his army to a place not far from the barracks. Dong. Dong, the sound of war drums could be heard in the barracks. Then, a purple army walked through the air. The leader was Ouyang Wudao. Sixth brother, I knew that you would come. Ouyang Wudao said. Is that so? It's a pity that you only have a portion of your men in this barracks. As long as I annihilate all of you and take over the barracks, the final victory will belong to me. Ouyang Wuji sneered, his eyes blazing. Is that so? Ouyang Wudao smirked. He waved his hand and the war drums sounded again. Roar. Roar, behind Ouyang Wuji's army, roars could be heard. A white tiger and a black tortoise appeared in the air. Behind Ouyang Wudao, the army set up a great formation. An azure dragon and a phoenix appeared. The four symbols great formation. You brought everyone here. Ouyang Wuji's face changed. That's right. Let's annihilate all of your men here. Kill. Ouyang Wudao gave the order. Set up the formation. Ouyang Wuji also gave the order. Suddenly, Ouyang Wuji's army set up a great formation. A huge praying mantis appeared. This was the praying mantis battle formation. The two front claws of the praying mantis were as sharp as blades. Kill. Kill. Battle cries shook the sky. The azure dragon, black tortoise, white tiger, and phoenix pounced on the huge praying mantis. The huge praying mantis waved its front claws as if it could cut through the void. The 5 giant beasts clashed continuously. Although the 4 symbols' great formation was powerful, it divided the number of people. On the other hand, Ouyang Wuji had close to 30,000 people. The great formation was very powerful. It was hard to determine the winner in a short period of time. Both sides were trying their best to defeat the other. Ouyang Wushuang was no longer a concern. As long as both sides defeated each other, they would gain the upper hand and take the first place. Both sides fought fiercely. Even in the midst of the battle, there were still people dying, turning into light and disappearing. At this moment, in a hidden valley, a 5,000-man army was gathered. They were ready to set off, and the scouts were constantly sending in news. Report, the first prince has taken over our camp. Report, the 6th prince has sent an army to attack our camp. Report, the 6th prince and the 1st prince have started a fierce battle. As the news came in, the faces of the Purple Flame Villa's skyprides turned uglier. This was because everything was exactly the same as Lu Ming's previous speculation. Humph, even if the 1st prince and the 6th prince attack each other and both sides are injured, we only have 5,000 people left. We don't have the strength to deal with them. Xiao Muqing said with a sullen face. So what if Lu Ming's prediction was correct? In the end, they still had to rely on their own strength. They only had 5,000 people and it was impossible to deal with the battle. We will know the result soon. What's the hurry? Lu Ming said casually. His expression gave the skyprides of the Purple Flame Villa a bad feeling. Could it be that Lu Ming was really confident? Was there something that they didn't know? The battle between Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji was getting more and more intense. Both sides were in a frenzy, constantly killing each other's soldiers. Ouyang Wudao had lost about 2,000 men, while Ouyang Wuji had left a portion of his men in the camp. Both sides fought fiercely for half an hour. Ouyang Wuji's side was gradually losing ground. Ouyang Wudao began to suppress them. In the end, both sides' battle formations collapsed and it became a chaotic battle. However, Ouyang Wudao's side had the advantage in terms of numbers. Kill! Suddenly, battle cries came from behind. Thousands of soldiers wearing silver-white battle armor were charging over. They were the thousands of soldiers that Ouyang Wuji had left behind to guard the barracks. He had mobilized all of them. With the addition of thousands of new soldiers, Ouyang Wuji regained his footing and both sides entered another intense battle. On the battlefield, rays of light shot up into the sky. The number of people on both sides decreased. Slowly, the number of people on both sides decreased to 10,000, then 8,000, then 7,000. When the number of people decreased to 5,000, both sides finally stopped the battle and slowly retreated. 6th brother, I've won the first round. Ouyang Wudao said. He had won the first round with his battle merits. Ouyang Wuji was somewhat unwilling, but he knew that he could not win against Ouyang Wudao in this round. However, he could at least get second place. Although he only had 5,000 people left, he had killed a large number of Ouyang Wudao's soldiers. His battle merits were far above Ouyang Wushuang's. If he could get second place, he might have a chance to win the next 2 rounds. Roar! At this moment, a loud roar shook the sky. The sound came from behind Ouyang Wuji's army. Ouyang Wuji turned around and his expression changed. He saw a black torrent rushing towards him. Ouyang Wushuang, humph, he wants to take advantage of the situation. Big brother, why don't we work together and destroy his hopes? Ouyang Wuji sneered. Alright, since he wants to join in the fun, let's kill him. Ouyang Wudao said coldly. He and Ouyang Wuji each had 5,000 to 6,000 people. Together, they had more than 10,000 people. They could easily annihilate Ouyang Wuji's army. Dong! Dong! Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji's army charged towards Ouyang Wushuang from 2 different directions. The 3 different colored torrents were about to collide. Set up the formation. In the army, Ouyang Wushuang gave the order. Roar! Suddenly, the roar of a dragon resounded through the sky. A gigantic true dragon condensed in the middle of Ouyang Wushuang's army. This true dragon was blood-red and filled with cold-killing intent. The true dragon charged towards Ouyang Wuji's army. You want to attack me? As long as I hold you back, I'll join forces with Ouyang Wudao to attack you. You'll die in an instant. Ouyang Wuji sneered. His army also formed a battle formation and a praying mantis appeared. The blood-red dragon collided with the mantis. But the result made Ouyang Wuji pale with fright. This was because the result of the collision was the collapse of the mantis formation on his side. Many people were killed by the terrifying power, turning into light and disappearing. How could this be? Ouyang Wuji roared in disbelief. How could the opponent's battle formation be so powerful? The true dragon battle array is powerful to begin with, and the enemy has just gone through a fierce battle. His Jingyuan is exhausted, and his battle strength is less than half of his peak. How can he fight against the true dragon battle array? In the army, Lu Ming sneered. If the enemy was at their peak and had the same number of people, no matter how powerful the true dragon battle array was, it would not be able to crush them. But now, the enemy was exhausted and could completely crush them. Dragon roars echoed as the blood-red dragon claw slashed out. Ouyang Wuji's army was killed in large numbers, turning into light and disappearing. At this moment, Ouyang Wudao's army also charged over. Roar, the blood-red dragon changed direction and charged towards Ouyang Wudao's army. Ouyang Wudao's army was also exhausted. Like Ouyang Wuji, after being attacked by the blood-red dragon, their battle formation also collapsed. Not good, retreat. Ouyang Wudao roared. Kill. Ouyang Wushuang would not let go of this opportunity. He led his army to form a large formation and charged into Ouyang Wudao's army. Every time the massive true dragon attacked, a large number of soldiers would be killed. Ouyang Wuji, come and help. Ouyang Wudao roared. Retreat, retreat. At this moment, Ouyang Wuji could not care less about Ouyang Wudao. He gathered the remnants of his army and retreated. Damn it. We fell into a trap. Ouyang Wudao roared. At this moment, how could he not understand that he had fallen into a trap? Ouyang Wushuang actually had such a powerful battle formation, but his army did not cultivate it. Instead, they cultivated the heavenly tiger roaring sky formation. It was a trap from the beginning. The goal was to make him and Ouyang Wuji fight each other. What a terrifying plan. But at this moment, he was powerless to reverse the situation. The situation was similar to the last time he led his army to slaughter Ouyang Wushuang's army. Unfortunately, this time, he was the one being slaughtered. Ouyang Wushuang, I will wait for you in the next 2 rounds. The position of Crown Prince is mine. Ouyang Wudao roared. His body exploded under the blood-red dragon claw, turning into a ray of light and disappearing. Following Ouyang Wudao's death, Ouyang Wudao's army was also completely annihilated. Go and kill Ouyang Wuji. Ouyang Wushuang roared and his army chased after Ouyang Wuji's army. Ouyang Wuji led his army to escape. Unfortunately, they were exhausted and could not escape. Lu Ming caught up with them and annihilated them. In the end, Ouyang Wushuang's army was only left with 3,000 people. But in the end, they won and annihilated the other 2 forces. Without a doubt, the winner of this competition was Ouyang Wushuang. How could this be? The skyprides of the Purple Flame Villa were pale. Although Ouyang Wushuang had won, their hearts had sunk to the bottom. Because they had lost the bet, they would have to listen to Lu Ming's orders for the next 50 years. They had sworn a blood oath. If they did not obey, they would be surrounded by their inner demons. It would be difficult for their cultivation to progress and they might even go berserk. You have lost. Do you know what to do now? Lu Ming looked at the skyprides of the Purple Flame Villa. The skyprides of the Purple Flame Villa had ugly expressions. But in the end, they did not dare to go against their oath. They lowered their arrogant heads and bowed to Lu Ming. They understood that they had been tricked by Lu Ming. It turned out that Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang had secretly trained another group of troops using other battle formations. No wonder Ouyang Wushuang had always obeyed Lu Ming. They had clearly dug a hole for them to jump into, but they had jumped into it. 50 years will pass in the blink of an eye. I will endure it for now. After 50 years, I will kill Lu Ming to vent my anger. Xiao Muchen comforted himself. The other skyprides of the Purple Flame Villa had similar thoughts. After that, they left the array world. Indeed, not long after, the upper echelons of the Xinyuan Empire announced the results of this test. Ouyang Wushuang had wiped out the other two parties, so he was undoubtedly the first. Ouyang Wudao was ranked second because he had killed more than 20,000 people of Ouyang Wushuang and fought with Ouyang Wuji. Ouyang Wuji was naturally the last. After the announcement of the ranking, it was announced that the second round would be held in 3 days. Bang! In Ouyang Wudao's mansion, he slammed his palm heavily and a stone table was reduced to ashes. This time, he only got the second place. His original goal was to be the first in all 3 rounds and win the position of Crown Prince with a crushing advantage. Don't worry, the first prince. The second and third rounds depend on battle strength. We will help the first prince win 2 rounds in a row. The position of Crown Prince belongs to the first prince. A genius from the Daluo Heaven sect said with a confident look. In the first round, they were not very good at leading the army, and they could not use their advantage in battle strength. But in the next 2 rounds, they would definitely get the first place. In the next 2 rounds, I will make Ouyang Wushuang pay the price. Ouyang Wudao's eyes were cold. At the same time, in Ouyang Wuji's mansion, there was an angry roar of Ouyang Wuji. Ouyang Wushuang, I will make you pay the price. Ouyang Wuji roared. In the first round, he got the 3rd place. The situation was extremely unfavorable for him. Unless he got the first place in the next 2 rounds, he would have no hope. 6th prince, don't worry. The One Sanctum will help the 6th prince to get the first place. Yu Ji, the genius from the One Sanctum, said. But Ouyang Wuji's face was gloomy and he did not speak. It was not easy to get the first place. The first prince had the help of the Daluo Heaven sect. But in Ouyang Wushuang's mansion, there was a celebration. Ouyang Wushuang got the first place in the first round and occupied a favorable position. In the next 2 rounds, as long as he got the first place, the position of Crown Prince would belong to Ouyang Wushuang. And the people in Ouyang Wushuang's mansion would also have a meteoric rise, so they were naturally happy. And Lu Ming directly entered the mountain river diagram after he came back. Buzz. Buzz, in the void of the mountain river diagram, a figure was flying. 6 vortexes were suspended in the void, bursting out terrible power, as if they could make everything escape into reincarnation. After a while, the 6 vortexes disappeared and a figure emerged. Master. Ouyang Moli appeared in front of Lu Ming and bowed. Your cultivation has reached the peak of Martial King. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. During this period of time, not only had Ouyang Moli consolidated his cultivation had also increased to the peak of the Martial King realm. This speed was simply astonishing. It was even faster than Lu Xianxia back then. Of course, this was because Ouyang Moli had obtained the world core of the Reincarnation Emperor. That was why his cultivation speed was so terrifying. Towards the end, his cultivation speed would gradually decrease, but it would definitely not slow down. Naturally, this was also due to Ouyang Moli's hard work. In the past, he was labeled as trash and was bullied by others for many years. Now that he had awakened his bloodline, he naturally put in more effort in his cultivation. Alright, your cultivation has stabilized. Let's go out for a walk. Lu Ming said. With a thought, he brought Ouyang Moli out of the mountain and river diagram, but secretly left a mark in Ouyang Moli's body. Thank you, Master. Ouyang Moli bowed and left. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Now, he was going to take revenge on those who had bullied him back then. An eye for an eye, an eye for an eye, Lu Ming smiled faintly. Of course, he knew that Ouyang Moli was going to find trouble with those who had bullied him back then, so he let Ouyang Moli go on purpose. A martial artist was particular about having a clear mind. Since he had been bullied, he naturally had to take revenge. Otherwise, if his mind was not clear, it would leave a knot in his heart. How could he cultivate in the future? Lu Ming sat cross-legged in his room and cultivated quietly. In the evening, Ouyang Moli came back. He had some minor injuries on his body, but his eyes were extremely bright, as if he was elated. Is it done? Lu Ming asked. It's done. But I only taught them a lesson, I didn't kill them. Ouyang Moli said. They don't deserve to die. It's enough to teach them a lesson. You should cultivate in the mountain and river diagram first. After some time, when this matter is over, I'll send you to a place. Lu Ming nodded and put Ouyang Moli back into the mountain and river diagram. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the second round of assessment. On this day, Ouyang Wushuang brought Lu Ming, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa to a square. Not long after they arrived, a group of people walked in the air. The leader was a burly man with a domineering gaze. It was the first prince, Ouyang Wudao. Beside him, there were more than a dozen geniuses. Each of them had a strong aura, and their qi and blood were boiling. Apparently, they were all powerful geniuses. Most of them were geniuses of the Daluo Heaven sect. Ninth brother, you're early. But for the next 2 rounds, the first place is mine. Ouyang Wudao said confidently and domineeringly. Eldest brother, let's see who wins and who loses. Ouyang Wushuang said lightly. Haha, ninth prince, with these people from the Purple Flame Villa? Where does your confidence come from? Beside the first prince, a young man in a white robe said with slight disdain. By Mu. Xiao Muching and the others from the Purple Flame Villa looked pale. But when they looked at the young man in a white robe, fear flashed in their eyes. At this time, another group of people walked in the air. It was Ouyang Wuji, the Soul Sanctum, Mo Lang, and the second prince of the Golden Crow. Ouyang Wuji looked gloomy. He glanced at Ouyang Wushuang and said nothing. Mid-Autumn Moon. Lu Ming saw Mid-Autumn Moon in the crowd. Mid-Autumn Moon seemed to have regained her composure. She glanced at Lu Ming indifferently. What happened to Mid-Autumn Moon? Did she really lose her memory? Lu Ming could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought. He planned to go to the Soul Sanctum after Ouyang Wushuang's matter was settled. He wanted to know what had happened to Mid-Autumn Moon. At this time, a few elders walked in the air and stood in the air. Greetings, clan elders. Ouyang Wudao, Ouyang Wuji, and Ouyang Wushuang quickly bowed. The others also bowed. The clan elders of the Divine Origin Empire were definitely martial emperors. One of the elders waved his hand and a huge warship appeared in the air. It was huge and covered a large area. Get on the warship. The second round of the assessment is not in the Ancient Sun Sacred Ground. One of the elders said. Not in the Ancient Sun Sacred Ground? Many people were surprised. If the second round of the assessment was not in the Ancient Sun Sacred Ground, where would it be? Without much thought, everyone stepped onto the warship. Then, the warship broke through the air and flew away. The warship was controlled by a martial emperor and its speed was amazing. Soon, it was out of the Ancient Sun Sacred Ground and headed north. Are we going to the land of infinite demons? The Ancient Moon Sacred Ground and the Ancient Sun Sacred Ground were located at the edge of the Yuan Mountain of the 10 lands of the Yuan realm. The Ancient Moon Sacred Ground was close to the south, and the southernmost part was the Endless Ocean. The Ancient Sun Sacred Ground was close to the north, and it was one of the 10 lands of the Yuan realm, the Land of All Devils. The Land of All Devils was a sacred ground for demon cultivation. It was filled with countless demon cultivators, and even the ancient demon clan. Its overall strength was stronger than the Yuan Mountain. After flying for half a day, a faint demon chi began to appear between heaven and earth. They had arrived at the border between the Yuan Mountain and the Land of All Devils. At this moment, the warship stopped. Many people secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were not entering the Land of All Devils. There were countless demon cultivators in the Land of All Devils, and even the ancient demon clan, who were overbearing. If they entered, they would be in danger. If they encountered the ancient demon clan, they would be hunted down directly. There is a sect in front, called the Blood Soul sect. This sect's cultivation method is cruel. They secretly cultivate with the blood and soul of ordinary people. Many ordinary people have died in their hands. However, this sect isn't very strong. The strongest ones are absolute saints in the Great Achievement Realm, and there are some absolute saints in the Small Achievement Realm. Some of our monarch experts secretly infiltrated this sect and left a mark on 12 of them. Your mission is to get those marks, no matter what method you use. An old man explained. After that, he waved his hand, and crystal balls appeared in the air. These crystal balls then flew to everyone, one for each person. Take this crystal ball. As long as you are within 1,000 meters, you will be able to sense the existence of the imprint. Furthermore, as long as you kill the person with the imprint, the crystal ball will automatically absorb the imprint. Remember, only the person who kills can obtain the imprint. It belongs to whoever kills. In the end, the side that obtains the most imprints will be the winner. The old man continued to explain. There are 12 marks in total. Everyone was shocked. There were 12 marks in total, so each mark was very precious and could determine the outcome. Now, you can go, no matter what method you use. The old man ordered again. The strongest is the great Saint Realm. Then, let's kill our way in. Let's go. Ouyang Wudao's eyes flashed with a ferocious look. He was the first to fly into the mountain gate of the Blood Soul sect, followed by the Daluo Heaven sect. Who is it? Ouyang Wudao and the others rushed over. Naturally, they were discovered. Immediately, someone shouted. Kill the people who killed you. Ouyang Wudao roared and threw out a punch. The people in front of him were killed instantly. Ouyang Wudao and the geniuses of the Daluo Heaven sect rushed into the Blood Soul sect like a sharp knife. They charged straight in. Ouyang Wushuang frowned. At first, they wanted to sneak in secretly, use the crystal ball to sense the imprint, and then secretly seize the imprint. However, with Ouyang Wudao's interference, it was impossible to sneak in secretly. We'll kill our way in from the other side. Lu Ming said. Then, they rushed to the right, from the other side of the Blood Soul sect. Ouyang Wuji led his men and rushed over from the left. Now, he had no idea who the imprint was on, so he could only try his luck. The Blood Soul Mountain had more than a dozen mountains. It covered a vast area and had tens of thousands of disciples. However, at that moment, the entire Blood Soul sect was in an uproar. Someone was attacking the Blood Soul sect. Whoosh! Whoosh! From the dozens of mountains of the Blood Soul sect, silhouettes soared into the sky and flew in all directions. There are enemies here. Someone discovered Lu Ming and the others. Suddenly, a large number of silhouettes rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. All kinds of terrible attacks were launched toward Lu Ming and the others. However, there were no absolute saints among them. The strongest were supreme saints. How could they be a match for Lu Ming and the others? Lu Ming and the others rushed through, and a large number of corpses fell to the ground. In an instant, they had killed hundreds of people. They did not stop and rushed into the depths of the Blood Soul sect. Wherever they passed, no one could stop them. At that moment, they found that their crystal balls were flashing. There's an imprint within 1,000 meters. Everyone was delighted. Over there. Someone pointed ahead. Not far away, there was a group of people. Among them, a burly man had an imprint on his body. This kind of imprint would only appear when it was connected to the crystal ball. Normally, it could not be seen. Kill them! The burly man roared. The group of people rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. Many of them were supreme saints. The burly man was even a perfected supreme saint. Light spots appeared on Lu Ming's body. More than 100 saint weapons flew out, turning into bright lights that attacked the burly man. Puff! Puff! No one was a match for him. Wherever the saint weapons passed, the experts of the Blood Soul sect were killed. How can he be so strong? Retreat! The burly man turned pale with fright. He wanted to retreat, but Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared behind him. He slashed with the holy weapon in his hand and the burly man spat out a mouthful of blood. Ninth Prince, I'll leave this person to you. Lu Ming said. Although it was the same no matter who got the imprint, it would undoubtedly be more important if Ouyang Wushuang got it. In the eyes of the elders of the Xingyuan Empire, Ouyang Wushuang would have a better impression. Therefore, those who could be killed by Ouyang Wushuang should be killed by him. Boom! Ouyang Wushuang stepped forward and sent out a palm strike. Heaven and earth were in chaos. The terrifying palm force broke through all of the burly man's attacks and defenses. The burly man didn't even have time to scream before his body was torn apart. Ouyang Wushuang's talent was absolutely terrifying. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become a silver successor of the Hunyuan sect. As soon as the burly man died, an imprint flew out and flew into Ouyang Wushuang's crystal ball. The first imprint was a good start. Then, the group continued to rush into the depths of the Blood Soul sect. The Blood Soul sect was in chaos. There were shouts of killing everywhere. When Lu Ming and the others rushed over a mountain, the crystal ball reacted again. Another imprint appeared. "It's that old man!" someone shouted. They saw a thin old man with an imprint on his body. When the old man saw the group, his face changed drastically. He rushed into the ground and disappeared. Not good. He wants to escape through the ground. Someone's face changed. "Leave it to me." Lu Ming also rushed into the ground. The law of primal chaos transformed into the law of earth. The ground was like water. Lu Ming rushed in and disappeared. Not long after, Lu Ming rushed out of the ground again. There was an additional imprint in the crystal ball in his hand. Then, the group continued to set off. Not long after, they found another young man with a mark on him. This young man didn't fight at all when he saw Lu Ming and the others. He turned around and ran. This person's movement technique was very special. He turned into bloody shadows and flew in all directions. It was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. "Kill!" Ouyang Wushuang, Long Chen, and the prodigies of the Purple Flame Villa yelled. Their terrifying attacks covered the front, and the bloody shadows that the young man cast were all scattered. The young man was shocked and ran like crazy. However, his speed couldn't be compared to Lu Ming and the others. He was about to be killed. Boom! Suddenly, a huge bloody handprint fell from the sky and slammed toward them. "Leave it to me, Absolute Saint." A prodigy of the Purple Flame Villa at the peak of the Supreme Saint realm soared into the sky. Flames spread out, and his hand seemed to be holding a huge meteorite as he slammed it toward the bloody handprint. With a loud boom, the meteorite and the bloody handprint collided and disappeared. An elder in a blood-red robe appeared in the sky. He looked at the prodigy of the Purple Flame Villa with a serious expression. A prodigy of the Supreme Saint realm at the peak of the Supreme Saint realm was actually able to fight against him. "Who are you? Why are you attacking the Blood Soul sect?" the elder in the blood-red robe asked. "You've done all kinds of evil and should be punished. Today is the day you die." The other prodigies of the Purple Flame Villa stepped forward and surrounded the Absolute Saint. Shocking flames spread out from their bodies as they attacked the Absolute Saint. The Absolute Saint was completely at a disadvantage and was in danger. These prodigies of the Purple Flame Villa all had mid-level spiritual bodies. Once they reached the peak of the Supreme Saint realm, they would have no problem fighting against an ordinary Absolute Saint in the initial stage. Moreover, they were working together. Lu Ming, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others charged toward the young man. Without any suspense, the young man was killed by Ouyang Wushuang, and they obtained 3 marks. As for the Absolute Saint, he was also killed by a few prodigies from the Purple Flame Villa. Then, they continued to search. Unfortunately, their luck seemed to have run out. They went over a few mountains and killed a few Absolute Saints along the way, but they still didn't find the 4th mark. "Brother Lu Ming, there's someone there." Chirp chirp. At this moment, Bubbles pointed at a small hill and said softly. Lu Ming looked over. That small hill looked very ordinary. There was nothing unusual about it and he could not sense any signs of life from it. However, Bubble controlled the laws of space and time and could cross space to sense someone. There should be no mistake. Lu Ming threw a punch and a fist force blasted toward the small hill. The small hill exploded directly. Smoke and dust filled the air. An old man could be seen flying into the distance in a panic. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out in front of them. Everyone looked over and their expressions changed. The people in front were Ouyang Wuji and the geniuses he had brought with him. "He has a mark on him. Kill him." Ouyang Wuji also noticed the mark on the old man's body. He roared and charged toward the old man. The old man's eyes were filled with despair. "Oh no. Ouyang Wuji wants to snatch it from us." One of the Purple Flame Villa's geniuses looked terrible. "Bubbles, stop them." Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubbles. "Leave it to me." Bubbles flew out. She waved her hand and ripples appeared in the air. Ouyang Wuji and the others were flying, but they suddenly stopped as if they had hit a wall. Damn it. Spatial laws. Break it. Ouyang Wuji roared and unleashed a terrifying attack towards the space in front of him. But the space also contained the laws of time. Their attacks could only make the space tremble. They couldn't break it for a while. Lu Ming, the ninth prince, and the others charged toward the old man. Chaotic calamity finger. Lu Ming pointed with his finger. A terrifying finger formed and crushed toward the old man. The old man's body emitted a black aura that formed an evil ghost. It pounced toward the chaotic calamity finger, but the evil ghost collapsed. The old man's body shook and he was forced to retreat. Chaotic heaven and earth. Ouyang Wushuang attacked with his palms. Everything became chaotic. A terrifying palm energy blasted toward the old man. They didn't show any mercy. From top to bottom, the Blood Soul sect had cultivated with the blood souls of ordinary people. It was unknown just how many people had died at their hands. Ouyang Wushuang's palm energy almost tore the old man's body apart. He vomited blood and was severely injured. What powerful battle strength. He has a high-class spiritual body and one of the laws of King, the chaotic laws. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Ouyang Wushuang's cultivation was at the peak of the Supreme Saint realm, but his battle strength was shocking. His spiritual body was a high-class spiritual body and he could control the laws of King. No wonder he could become a silver inheritor of the Hunyuan sect. Damn it, hurry up and attack. On the other side, Ouyang Wushuang roared. If the old man was killed by Ouyang Wushuang or Lu Ming, they wouldn't have a share. I seal. A delicate shout rang out. A terrifying chill filled the air as if it was going to freeze everything. It was the autumn moon. At this moment, the autumn moon seemed to have turned into an ice goddess. She was wearing a white dress. In her hand was a curved blade that emitted a terrifying chill. When the curved blade slashed out, even the space was frozen, turning into ice crystals that were about to shatter. Brother Lu Ming, you guys can do it. I can't hold on any longer. Chirp chirp. Bubbles cried out. It was too difficult for her to block so many experts alone. Chaotic calamity finger. Lu Ming blasted out another finger. This time, Lu Ming used almost all his strength. The old man tried his best to resist, but the finger energy still crushed him. He vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his bones cracked. It was unknown how many bones were broken. Then, the attacks of Ouyang Wushuang, Long Chen, and the others arrived. Facing the attacks of so many geniuses, the old man couldn't resist at all. He screamed and turned into ashes under the various attacks. A mark flew out and flew into Ouyang Wushuang's crystal ball. The fourth mark. Bubbles, back off. Lu Ming transmitted to Bubbles. Then, Bubbles' figure flashed and flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder. Ouyang Wushuang, you're courting death. Ouyang Wuji roared, his eyes red. There were only 12 marks in total, and each one was very precious. Now that he saw Ouyang Wushuang get one, he was angry. Let's go. This round was mainly about finding and obtaining the seals. Since Ouyang Wuji had already obtained the seals, he wouldn't be able to get them even if he killed him. Hence, there was no need to fight Ouyang Wuji head-on. Ouyang Wushuang and Lu Ming, Ouyang Wuji's face was extremely cold. The little girl was following Lu Ming and blocked them with the law of space. Otherwise, Ouyang Wushuang wouldn't have been able to obtain the seals. I saw that Ouyang Wushuang already has 3 seals. Lu Ming also has 1. Yuji walked to Ouyang Wuji's side and said. This made Ouyang Wuji's face turn even uglier. Ouyang Wushuang and the others had already obtained 4 seals. 12 seals occupied 1/3 of the total, while they only had 2 seals. If they had obtained the first seal, they might have been able to fight for it. But now, it was difficult. If he lost this round, he would have no chance of becoming the crown prince. I wonder how many seals Ouyang Wudao has obtained? Someone asked. Let's continue to search. Let's go. Ouyang Wuji suppressed his anger and led the group in another direction. Not long after, they encountered a person with a seal. His cultivation was at the lesser absolute saint realm, but he was soon severely injured and half dead under their joint attack. Don't kill him yet. Destroy his cultivation, Ouyang Wuji said. Then, he destroyed his opponent's cultivation. Why not kill him? Someone asked. Let's keep him first. We'll decide later based on the situation. Ouyang Wuji's eyes flashed coldly. Then, he kept the person in his grotto heaven treasure. Although grotto heaven treasures were precious, they naturally didn't lack them since they came from powerful forces. After keeping it, they continued to search. Lu Ming and the others were also searching. However, after obtaining the 4th seal, they didn't find anyone with a seal. There were 12 seals in total. As time passed, there would be fewer and fewer seals. It would be harder to find one. Could it be that there are no more seals? Someone said. No. If all 12 seals have been obtained, the elders will definitely remind us. They won't let us keep searching like this, Ouyang Wushuang said. Then, the group continued to search. At this moment, the Blood Soul sect was in complete chaos. Many experts had been killed. Some of the weaker ones were running or hiding. This made Lu Ming sigh. If the Blood Soul sect was placed in the Tsang province, it would be stronger than any of the 13 top forces in the Tsang province. The Blood Soul sect had at least a dozen absolute saints. Such a powerful force had been destroyed because of a test from the Xingyuan Empire. The world of martial arts was like this. The strong lived and the weak died. The strong could decide the life and death of the weak with a single word. Therefore, countless people cultivated with all their might and went to dangerous places to take risks, doing everything they could to increase their strength. Only with great power could one control their own fate, and even the fate of others. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, intense rumbling came from the front. Terrifying rays of light shot into the sky, incomparably intense. Someone was fighting a great battle. Let's go take a look. Ouyang Wushuang transmitted his voice to everyone. Then, everyone retracted their auras and moved forward. They climbed up a large mountain and used huge rocks to hide their bodies as they looked forward. Up ahead, a group of people were besieging a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's cultivation was terrifying. He had reached the great accomplishment of the Supreme Saint realm. This was the first great perfection absolute saint they had met in the Blood Soul sect. The people besieging the middle-aged man were the Crown Prince, Ouyang Wudao, and the geniuses helping him. There were more than a dozen geniuses surrounding the middle-aged man. Among them, Ouyang Wudao and a white-robed youth were the strongest. The two of them were the main attackers, while the others supported them. Ouyang Wudao and the white-robed youth both have superior heaven spiritual bodies. Lu Ming's heart jumped. Ouyang Wudao and the white-robed youth, Bai Mu, both had superior heaven spiritual bodies. Their cultivation had reached the peak of the Supreme Saint realm. Although the laws they controlled weren't King Dao laws, they were still extremely powerful. The two of them worked together to fight the middle-aged man. With the help of the other geniuses, the middle-aged man was no match for them. He was at a disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. There's a mark on that person's body. Lu Ming's and the others' eyes lit up. What should we do? Ouyang Wudao and the people he brought are too strong, someone asked. Ouyang Wudao and Bai Mu had amazing battle strength. Among them, except for Ouyang Wushuang, no one was a match for them. Although Lu Ming was strong, in the eyes of others, he was no match for either of them. There were other geniuses from the Daluo Heaven sect. Almost all of them had middle-class heaven spiritual bodies, and their cultivation had reached the peak of the Supreme Saint realm. This force was too strong. They were no match for it. But they were unwilling to give up just like that. They now had 4 marks. If they could get one more, they would have 5 marks. Then, they would have a greater chance of winning the first place. If they won the first place in this round, there would be no need to compete in the 3rd round. Ouyang Wushuang would directly become the crown prince. Therefore, this mark was very important. Who the hell are you? Why are you attacking the Blood Soul sect? The middle-aged man roared. At this time, he was injured. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. He was shocked and angry. He didn't understand where these people came from. These people were young, but their cultivation was amazing. Almost all of them were at the peak of the Supreme Saint Realm, and the peak of the Supreme Saint Realm. Moreover, their battle strength was amazing. Where did they come from? When did they offend such a group of people? Who are we? You are not qualified to know. Kill. Ouyang Wudao was extremely overbearing. His battle strength was extremely terrible. His violent attacks were like a storm. The other people's attacks were also directed at the middle-aged man. Although the middle-aged man tried his best to resist, there were still attacks falling on him. His body almost exploded, and he spat out blood. Oh no, he is going to be killed. The geniuses from the Purple Flame Villa changed their faces. Stay here and don't move. Leave this man to me. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Ouyang Wushuang and others. Then, his body sank into the ground, and his aura was completely restrained. He quietly went to the battlefield. After a while, Lu Ming appeared below the battlefield. At this moment, the middle-aged man's injury was more serious. He could be killed at any time. Bubble, do it. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. Buzz, Bubble operated the space-time law. Lu Ming's body distorted like a wave and disappeared like a phantom. In the next moment, Lu Ming's figure appeared beside the middle-aged man. Who is it? Ouyang Wudao shouted when he saw Lu Ming suddenly appear. Whoosh! It was an absolute saint weapon. When it exploded, the terrifying power engulfed the middle-aged man. Chaotic Calamity Finger. At the same time, Lu Ming pointed with his finger. This time, Lu Ming used all of his strength. The middle-aged man was already heavily injured and on the verge of death. Now that he was suddenly attacked by the explosion of a saint weapon and the full-powered attack of the chaotic tribulation finger, he was unable to resist at all. His body exploded and his soul dispersed. After Lu Ming attacked with the chaotic calamity finger, Bubble immediately used the space-time law. Lu Ming's body became illusory again. Damn it, kill! Ouyang Wudao roared, his eyes emitting cold killing intent. A terrifying attack crushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming dared to snatch his mark. He was courting death. But when the attack landed, Lu Ming's body dissipated like a phantom. In the next moment, he was outside the battlefield. And there was another mark in his crystal ball. Everything just happened too quickly. Lu Ming asked Bubble to help and suddenly appeared on the battlefield. With lightning speed, he exploded an absolute saint weapon and attacked with the chaotic calamity finger. Then, with Bubble's help, he retreated. All of this happened in an instant. However, at this moment, Lu Ming had already killed the middle-aged burly man and obtained the mark. Kid, you're courting death. Ouyang Wudao roared and stepped on the void, charging toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth and steal his mark. He was courting death. The others followed Ouyang Wudao and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Under the spatial fluctuation, Lu Ming's body appeared in the distance again, near Ouyang Wushuang and the others. I got the mark. Let's go. Lu Ming said. Everyone rose into the air and flew into the distance. Ouyang Wushuang, get back here. Ouyang Wudao shouted in a commanding tone. It was as if he told Ouyang Wushuang to get back here, he would get back here. Ridiculous. Ouyang Wushuang's voice was filled with disdain as he flew forward at full speed. All 12 seals have appeared. The test is over. Come out now. At this moment, a voice rang out in everyone's ears. It was the voice of an elder from the Xingyuan Empire. All 12 seals have appeared. Damn it. Ouyang Wudao stopped and roared. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. He only had 4 imprints on his hand, which was exactly 1/3 of the total. This number was still very dangerous. If either Ouyang Wushuang or Ouyang Wuji had 5 marks, he would have lost. If each person had 4 seals, it would only be a draw. What he wanted was not a tie, but first place. This made him hate Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang even more. If he had gotten that mark just now, he would have had 5 marks and would have taken the initiative. Now, he could only hope for 12 marks, 4 for each person. Only then would he have a chance. It's over. Let's go out. Ouyang Wushuang and the others flew outside. Haha, we have 5 seals. Our chances of winning are very high. A skypride from the Purple Flame Villa laughed. 5 seals. Their chances of winning were indeed high. As long as Ouyang Wuji had 3 seals, Ouyang Wudao would only have 4 and they would win. The position of Crown Prince would belong to Ouyang Wushuang. They quickly flew outside. Ouyang Wudao brought his men and flew outside with a gloomy face. However, they met Ouyang Wuji and the skyprides from the One Sanctum on the way. At this moment, Ouyang Wuji's face was ugly. He knew that he had lost and had no chance of winning the position of Crown Prince. Ouyang Wuji, how many seals did you get? Ouyang Wudao looked at Ouyang Wuji nervously. He hoped that Ouyang Wuji had also gotten 4 seals. This round would be a draw. 3. Ouyang Wuji said, which made Ouyang Wudao's face turn pale. Ouyang Wuji had 3 seals. That meant that Ouyang Wushuang had 5 seals and won first place. Ouyang Wushuang had won 2 rounds in a row. There was no need for the next round. The position of Crown Prince would belong to Ouyang Wushuang. Damn it. Ouyang Wudao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was all Lu Ming's fault. If he had not taken action and snatched the last mark, he would have been the winner. At this moment, he hated Lu Ming to the core. Ouyang Wudao, why don't we team up? Ouyang Wuji said with a sharp light in his eyes. It would not be easy for Ouyang Wushuang to win the position of Crown Prince. Team up? What's the use of that? Ouyang Wushuang has won 2 rounds in a row. He has won. Ouyang Wudao said unwillingly. Not necessarily. Ouyang Wuji smiled faintly. He then waved his hand and an old man appeared. There is a seal on this man but I did not kill him. I will leave him to you now. Ouyang Wuji said. Ouyang Wudao's eyes lit up and emitted a bright light. He never thought that Ouyang Wuji would leave one person alive. What do you want from me? Ouyang Wudao asked. Nothing. I just don't want Ouyang Wushuang to win the position of Crown Prince. Ouyang Wuji said coldly. Since he had no hope, Ouyang Wushuang would not get it either. Swoosh, Ouyang Wudao stepped forwards and punched the old man, killing him instantly. In a flash, he had 5 imprints on his side. Great, haha. Ouyang Wudao was overjoyed. In this way, he and Ouyang Wushuang would be tied in this round. Then, they would have to fight in the 3rd round. If he won first place in the 3rd round and Ouyang Wushuang was last, the position of Crown Prince would be his. Then, we will let Ouyang Wushuang be last in the 3rd round. Ouyang Wuji said coldly. Haha, 6th brother, I will not forget you when I take over the Xianxia Empire. Ouyang Wudao laughed. Then, the group flew out. When they came out of the Blood Soul sect, they found that Ouyang Wushuang and the rest had arrived. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji glanced at Ouyang Wushuang and Lu Ming, exuding a cold murderous intent. Alright, everyone is here. Take out your crystal balls and see what you have gained. An elder said. Lu Ming and the rest nodded and took out their crystal balls. Ouyang Wushuang had 3 seals and Lu Ming had 2. A total of 5 seals. 5 seals, not bad. The elder nodded and looked at Ouyang Wudao and the rest. Ouyang Wudao and the rest took out their crystal balls. 5 seals too. Ouyang Wushuang and the rest were shocked. They did not expect Ouyang Wudao to have 5 seals. Ouyang Wuji had 2. Damn it, why is Ouyang Wuji so useless? He only got 2. Someone in the Purple Flame Villa muttered. What did you say? Ouyang Wuji heard that and looked at the Purple Flame Villa's skypride coldly. However, how could the Purple Flame Villa's skypride be afraid of him? He sneered at Ouyang Wuji. Ouyang Wuji's face turned even uglier. You guys can be smug. I'll make sure you die miserably in the 3rd round. Ouyang Wuji cursed in his heart. Alright, Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wushuang tied in this round. You guys can go back and rest. The 3rd round will begin in 7 days. An elder announced. Then, they took out a warship and boarded it. Half a day later, they returned to Xianxia Empire. After returning to Ouyang Wushuang's residence, Ouyang Wushuang set up a banquet as a reward. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone went back to their own homes. Lu Ming went back to his room and entered the mountain river diagram. My cultivation base is about to break through. Lu Ming smiled. He had broken through to the great sage realm for quite some time. Now, his cultivation base was about to break through again. Immediately, Lu Ming took out a large number of origin stones and placed them on the side. Then, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. 3 days later, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. A powerful suction force came from his body. The origin stones exploded and turned into billowing origin chi that rushed into Lu Ming's body. Half a day later, Lu Ming's aura finally calmed down. Great Sage Greater Mastery. Lu Ming smiled. His cultivation base had broken through to the Great Sage Greater Mastery, and his combat strength had increased by another level. He was more confident about the 3rd round. Then, Lu Ming continued to cultivate and consolidate his cultivation base. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd round of the assessment had arrived. This time, they gathered in a spacious area outside Xinyuan Imperial Capital. There was a mountain in front of them. It was tens of thousands of feet tall and towered into the clouds. At the peak of the mountain, there was a large flag that fluttered in the wind. Ouyang Wudao, Ouyang Wushuang, Ouyang Wuji, and the others stopped 1,000 miles away from the mountain. The 3rd round of the assessment is very simple. It's to seize the military flag. Whoever can seize the military flag will be the champion. In this process, you can use any means. An elder announced. Everyone's eyes flickered. Any means could be used. In other words, killing was not prohibited in this round. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji's eyes flashed with cold killing intent as they swept their gaze over Lu Ming, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others. However, on the way from here to the top of the mountain, many formations have been set up. It won't be a smooth journey. Alright, now, each of you will stand in 3 positions. The elder announced. Immediately, figures flashed, and the 3 groups of people stood in 3 different positions. Miss Autumn Moon, I'll leave Lu Ming to you later. It's best if you can kill him. At this moment, Ouyang Wuji sent a message to Autumn Moon. I'm here to help you seize the Crown Prince position, not to help you kill people. Autumn Moon said coldly. Lu Ming has repeatedly opposed us. Otherwise, this prince would not have ended up like this. Since you are here to help me, why don't you listen to me this time? That Lu Ming must die. Ouyang Wuji said coldly. Autumn Moon's brows furrowed. Junior sister Chiryue, the 6th prince is right. Lu Ming doesn't respect the one only sanctuary at all. Not only did he injure a few of our junior brothers, but he also completely disrupted the one only sanctuary's plan. If we let him off, we won't be able to answer to the elders when we return. Yuji said. That's right, junior sister Autumn Moon. Among us, you're the strongest. You can kill that Lu Ming. The others from the One Sanctum also spoke. Alright, leave that Lu Ming to me. Autumn Moon pondered for a moment and nodded. Ouyang Wuji and the others were ecstatic. Let's begin. At this moment, the elder's voice sounded. Let's go. Whoosh. Whoosh, as soon as the elder's voice fell, the 3 groups of people rushed out at the same time. With their cultivation, 1,000 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. But just as they rushed out, dense inscriptions appeared in the sky. Rays of sword light formed and slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. Every ray of sword light was extremely terrifying. It had the power of a supreme saint, and there were a lot of them. There were hundreds of them when they appeared. Lu Ming and the rest had no choice but to slow down. They launched a series of attacks to destroy the sword gleams. But in the void there were endless inscriptions. There were all kinds of rattans, flames, and lightning attacks that blasted toward them. This greatly slowed their speed. They joined forces to break through the attacks and flew forward. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji were also attacked by the array, and their speed was greatly reduced. However, it could only slow them down. The power of the array was not enough to pose a threat to them. The 3 groups of people were like 3 owls, flying toward the mountain at an extremely fast speed. Among them, Ouyang Wudao's group was the fastest. Ouyang Wudao had the help of the genius of the Daluo Heaven sect, and his overall strength was indeed stronger. Stop them. Suddenly, Ouyang Wuji and the others changed their direction and rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. All kinds of terrible attacks poured toward Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others fought back and defeated the attacks one by one. But in this way, their footsteps were blocked, and Ouyang Wudao's group was constantly approaching the mountain. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji have joined forces. Lu Ming's voice came out. Obviously, Ouyang Wuji had come to delay Lu Ming and the others so that Ouyang Wudao could get the first place. Ouyang, let's rush out. Lu Ming transmitted a message to Ouyang Wushuang. Go. Ouyang Wushuang shouted and struck out dozens of palms. The terrible palm power broke through the attacks, rushed out of the encirclement, and rushed toward the mountain. Lu Ming punched out and a vacuum passage appeared in the void, breaking all the attacks. So powerful. Ouyang Wuji and the others' faces changed greatly. Lu Ming seemed to be stronger. Whoosh, Lu Ming moved and dashed out as well. Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the skyprites of the Purple Flame Villa did not move and fought with Ouyang Wuji's group. Stop them. Ouyang Wuji shouted. Whoosh, a beam of white light rushed out. As the white light rushed past, even the space was frozen. A terrifying cold current rushed toward Lu Ming. It was a white scimitar. Lu Ming activated the suppressing Hell Heaven skill and punched the scimitar. The scimitar shook and was sent flying. A white light flashed and a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming's eyes darkened. I seal. Autumn Moon waved her hand and the scimitar danced, emitting a more terrible cold current, slashing toward Lu Ming. Boom, Lu Ming punched out again. A majestic force bombarded the scimitar and sent it flying again. However, a terrible cold current spread up Lu Ming's arm, causing a layer of frost to appear on Lu Ming's arm. Yin Yang. Autumn Moon shouted. At this moment, the cold qi on her body suddenly converged on one side of her body, while the other side emitted a blazing qi. At the same time, a fiery red machete flew out, releasing a terrifying heat wave that distorted the space. Swoosh! Swoosh, the two machetes, one emitting cold qi and the other emitting blazing qi, slashed towards Lu Ming at the same time. The cold and blazing qi collided with each other, producing a terrifying energy that blasted towards Lu Ming. This energy was extremely terrifying and had the power to destroy, which made Lu Ming feel a sense of crisis. Chaotic Finger of Calamity. Lu Ming pointed his finger and hit the energy. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound. The two machetes were repelled by Lu Ming, but Lu Ming also felt his fingers go numb. A destructive force was about to annihilate him. If Lu Ming's cultivation had not broken through to the great sage Great Mastery, he was afraid that he would be defeated. Superior heavenly spiritual body, and the law of yin yang of the sovereign Tao. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Autumn Moon was indeed the one and only sovereign Tao expert who had brought her here from the divine wilderness. Her talent and potential were extremely shocking. Not only did she control the law of sovereign Tao, her spiritual body was also a superior heavenly spiritual body, and her cultivation had reached the great sage great perfection. Her combat strength was stronger than Ouyang Wushuang and Ouyang Wudao. Ouyang Wushuang, Long Chen, and Huang Ling also had such talent, but their cultivation had not reached the great sage great perfection. Yin-yang convergence. Autumn Moon shouted as two qi streams emitted from her body, one cold and one hot, one yin and one yang. They collided with each other, forming a terrifying destructive force. Autumn Moon, I am Lu Ming, your young master. You said that you would serve me for the rest of your life. Have you forgotten? Lu Ming's shout was like thunder in spring, ringing in Autumn Moon's ears. Autumn Moon frowned and shouted, Shameless man, are you trying to trick me again? Can't you try something new? Kill. The two scimitars spun at an extremely fast speed, like a storm, strangling towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella glowed, and the Tai Chi disc appeared. A Tai Chi yin-yang fish pattern was formed, and it pressed down on Autumn Moon. Boom. Boom. The Tai Chi diagram collided with the two scimitars, producing a dull boom. At the same time, Lu Ming punched out like the wind, dispersing the terrifying destructive airflow. When Lu Ming and Autumn Moon collided, Ouyang Wushuang also encountered a strong enemy. Ouyang Wudao rushed towards Ouyang Wushuang. The two of them were locked in battle. Ouyang Wushuang controlled King Dao Law, so his talent was a notch higher. However, Ouyang Wudao's cultivation was stronger, so the two of them were evenly matched. But the geniuses of the Daluo Heaven sect rushed towards the mountain. Bubbles, go get that flag. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. Leave it to me, chirp chirp. Bubbles flew out from Lu Ming's shoulder. Her petite figure flickered, and she rushed towards the mountain. Those formations were almost useless against Bubbles. After a while, Bubbles almost caught up with the geniuses of the Daluo Heaven sect. How could it be? Is that the law of time and space? Stop her! The geniuses of the Daluo Heaven sect exclaimed. Then, 2 or 3 geniuses rushed towards Bubbles. All kinds of attacks poured towards Bubbles. Chirp chirp, Bubbles' body flickered, and the space rippled. When those attacks fell, Bubbles had already disappeared. The next moment, she swept past those geniuses and rushed towards the mountain. No, the law of time and space is too strange. We can't attack her at all. Someone shouted anxiously. Everyone, cut off the void with the law and stop her. Bai Mu shouted and suddenly changed his direction. The terrible power of law bloomed, covering the sky and confining the void with the power of law. More than a dozen geniuses also took action at the same time. All kinds of laws, like chains, confined the void. Bubbles' body flickered, but the void was confined. She couldn't rush over for a while. I'm changing to another side, Bubbles' childish voice sounded. She moved and wanted to rush over in another direction. But there were too many geniuses, and most of them were in the exceptional Great Saint realm. More than a dozen of them joined forces and confined all directions with the law, completely blocking Bubbles' way. Let's join forces and take her down. Bai Mu ordered. The power of law broke out. More than a dozen geniuses joined forces to take Bubbles down. Bubbles' body flickered, and the space around her flickered. It was not so easy for them to take Bubbles down. For a while, the two sides were in a deadlock. And the battle between Lu Ming and Autumn Moon was getting more and more intense. Autumn Moon, have you forgotten Li Ping and Lu Yuntian? Have you forgotten the Lu family? Lu Ming shouted as he attacked, hoping to awaken the memory of Autumn Moon. Shut up! Autumn Moon shouted. Her frown deepened. The law of yin and yang represented the foundation of heaven and earth. Even among the law of kings, it was extremely terrifying. The collision of the cold current and the scorching heat produced a terrifying energy that surged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw out 3 punches in a row, blocking Autumn Moon's attack. Autumn Moon, have you forgotten the Mystic Essence Sword Sect? Have you forgotten the Blazing Sun Empire? Autumn Moon, have you forgotten Yuehuan Mountain and Jadeite Lake? Lu Ming kept shouting. He told Autumn Moon about the things she was most familiar with and experienced. Autumn Moon's eyes kept changing. She seemed to be trying to catch something. But she couldn't seem to catch it. Nonsense. I'll kill you. Autumn Moon shouted. 2 scimitars slashed toward Lu Ming. If you want to kill me, I'll let you kill me. At this moment, Lu Ming put away the Taiji disc and the law of primal chaos, allowing the 2 scimitars to slash at him. The 2 scimitars were about to hit Lu Ming, but Lu Ming still didn't move. He looked at Autumn Moon with gentle eyes. The way he looked at Autumn Moon was the same as before. At this moment, Autumn Moon's heart skipped a beat. She subconsciously retracted her force. But the 2 scimitars were too fast. Although she had retracted most of her force, they still didn't stop and slashed Lu Ming's shoulder. Puff. Puff. Blood flowed. The 2 scimitars stabbed into Lu Ming's shoulder, penetrating his bones. Blood dyed Lu Ming's robe red. Autumn Moon was stunned. She looked at Lu Ming and said, why didn't you dodge? Why should I dodge? You and I have been together for more than 10 years. If you want to kill me, I'll let you kill me. I just want you to remember. Lu Ming said gently. Everything you said, is it true? Autumn Moon's eyes were full of doubts and confusion. Of course it's true. I'm Lu Ming, your young master. You and I have been together for more than 10 years. The jade pendant you are wearing was given to you by my mother. do you still remember? Lu Ming said gently. Clang. Clang, the two scimitars flew out of Lu Ming's shoulder and disappeared into Autumn Moon's body. Lu Ming, young master, the Lu family, madam, why? Why can't I remember? Why? Xiao Yu murmured to herself. Her eyes became more and more blank, and finally, she showed a painful expression. Why? Why? I'm going to ask my master, I'm going to ask my master. Xiao Yu suddenly shouted. She rushed up to the sky, broke through layers of formation, and left in a flash. Junior sister, damn it, Yu Ji from the only sanctum shouted angrily. Xiao Yu, I'll find out what happened to you. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. The wound on his shoulder was wriggling and recovering quickly. Xiao Yu took away most of her power, so the injury was not serious. With the strength of Lu Ming's spiritual body, it was basically healed in a few breaths. Lu Ming looked in Bubbles' direction. He took a step forward and dashed toward Bubbles at lightning speed. Inscriptions emerged, and attacks were launched at Lu Ming. But they were all broken by Lu Ming. Get out of my way. Lu Ming approached Lu Ming. He operated the chaotic finger and pointed out. A huge finger crushed toward the talents of the Daluo Heaven sect with amazing momentum. Several talents of the Daluo Heaven sect joined forces to resist, but they were still not enough and were blown away by Lu Ming. As such, the encirclement was broken, and Bubble rushed out of the encirclement in a flash. Bubble, you go and get the flag. Leave these people to me. Lu Ming said. Okay. Bubble flashed and rushed to the top of the mountain. Stop him. Bai Mu shouted. Your opponent is me. Lu Ming stepped out. And appeared in front of them. He operated the prison-suppressing skill, and shadows of the prison-suppressing steel emerged and suppressed the talents of the Daluo Heaven sect. Boom. Boom, each of Lu Ming's strikes was as heavy as millions of caddies, with the power to suppress the heavens. The geniuses of the Daluo Heaven sect were all blown away, with blood spilling from their mouths. Kill. Bai Mu charged towards Lu Ming with a terrifying aura. Bai Mu's spiritual body was a superior heaven spiritual body. His combat power was far above that of other prodigies of the same level. Prodigies like Wan Jingyang, Mo Lang, and the second prince of the Golden Crow would probably be easily defeated by Bai Mu. Lu Ming might not have been able to defeat Bai Mu before his breakthrough. However, a few days ago, Lu Ming had made a breakthrough in his cultivation and his battle prowess had greatly increased. After exchanging a few blows with Bai Mu's body trembled and he could not help but retreat 7 or 8 steps. The son of chaos battle prowess is indeed astonishing. Bai Mu's eyes were filled with shock. Again. Lu Ming kept punching with his fists, and the illusory images of the prison-suppressing steel appeared one after another. They suppressed the geniuses of the Daluo Heaven sect and blocked their way. Bubbles' figure flickered and was about to fly to the peak of the mountain. No, Ouyang Wudao roared and his eyes turned red. He could not accept the fact. Ouyang Wuji was about to vomit blood. He did not expect that he and Ouyang Wudao together could not stop Ouyang Wushuang. They were extremely unwilling, but they could not stop Bubble. They could only watch as Bubble quickly approached the flag. Bubble grabbed the flag with both hands and pulled it up. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji's hearts sank. Great! Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the prodigies of the Purple Flame Villa were overjoyed. With the flag in hand, this round of competition was over. Everyone retreated and stopped the competition. Ouyang Wudao's eyes were extremely gloomy as he looked at Lu Ming and Bubble. In the second and third rounds of the assessment, he had completely lost to Lu Ming and Bubble. If it were not for them, Ouyang Wushuang would not have been his match. He did not know that the first round was actually Lu Ming's idea. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the sky, several elders of the Xinyuan Empire appeared, and the grand array of this area was concealed. The assessment is over. Based on the results of the 3 rounds, Ouyang Wushuang is first. 3 days later, he will be crowned as the Crown Prince. An elder announced. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji clenched their fists tightly. From now on, they would be trampled under Ouyang Wushuang's feet. Then, everyone returned to their respective mansions. Ouyang Wushuang's mansion was naturally filled with celebration, and a banquet was held continuously for 3 days. 3 days later, the Xingyuan Empire held the Crown Prince coronation ceremony. The Purple Flame Villa and the Soul Sage Palace sent people to congratulate, except for the Daluo Heaven sect. After the ceremony, Ouyang Wushuang was officially crowned as the Crown Prince. Lu Ming and the rest had achieved their initial goal. But now, Lu Ming had another goal, which was to find out what had happened to Autumn Moon. How could he restore Autumn Moon? Therefore, on the 7th day after Ouyang Wushuang was crowned as the Crown Prince, Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang went to the Soul Sage Palace together. The Soul Sage Palace was an ancient palace, suspended in the sky, surrounded by clouds and mist, like a fairyland. There was a flight of stairs that stretched down from the Soul Sage Palace, and there were at least tens of thousands of steps. Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang landed on the stairs and stepped up. Soon, they had climbed tens of thousands of steps, but were stopped by 2 people at the top of the stairs. Who are you? The Soul Sage Palace is not to be disturbed. The 2 people were gatekeepers. One of them spoke, emitting a strong aura. I'm Ouyang Wushuang. I have something to ask of Senior Bingmu. Ouyang Wushuang cupped his fists. Bingmu was the master of Autumn Moon, the person who brought Autumn Moon from the divine wilderness. Ouyang Wushuang? So it's the Crown Prince of Xingyuan. Sorry for the disrespect. The 2 gatekeepers' faces changed. If it was an ordinary prince of the Xingyuan Empire, they could ignore him, but the Crown Prince was different. He was going to rule the Xingyuan Empire in the future and become an overlord. His status was completely different from ordinary princes. Please wait for a moment, Crown Prince. I'll pass on the message right away. One of the gatekeepers said. Wait, don't let them in. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Then, a few figures walked out from the depths of the palace. Yu Ji, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The leader of the few people who came out was Yu Ji, and the others were extraordinary Skype brides. The 2 gatekeepers bowed to Yu Ji and the others. It was obvious that Yu Ji's status in the Soul Sage Palace was not low. Oh, it's Crown Prince Wushuang. What are you doing in the Soul Sage Palace? Yu Ji asked with a faint smile on his face. Lu Ming and I are here to pay a visit to Senior Bingmu. Ouyang Wushuang controlled his temper and repeated it again. Pay a visit to Supreme Elder Bingmu? I advise you to go back. Supreme Elder Bingmu is not someone you can meet as you wish. Yu Ji said indifferently. You can pass on the message. Senior Bingmu will decide whether to meet us or not. Lu Ming said. Pass on the message? Who do you think you are? I'm telling you, Supreme Elder Bingmu is in seclusion and will not meet anyone. Leave. Yu Ji's face darkened and scolded. If Senior Bingmu is not free today, I'll come again tomorrow. If he's not free tomorrow, I'll come again the day after tomorrow. One day, Senior Bingmu will be free. Lu Ming, why are you so thick-skinned? Don't think I don't know what you're here for. You want to take the opportunity to get close to Junior Sister Autumn Moon. Let me tell you, Junior Sister Autumn Moon is already taken. Don't bother her anymore. Yu Ji berated. Lu Ming frowned. He had already been patient and spoke nicely, but the other party was deliberately making things difficult for him. Bang, Lu Ming suddenly took a step forward, and an overwhelming aura pressed down on Yu Ji. Yu Ji's expression changed drastically, and he roared, What are you trying to do? You want to barge into the Soul Sacred Palace? How dare you? Men, kill this person. During the Xingyuan Empire's assessment, he had repeatedly suffered at the hands of Lu Ming, and had long harbored hatred in his heart. Now that there was an opportunity, he naturally wanted to seize it and kill Lu Ming. As Yu Ji's voice sounded, several powerful auras erupted from the Soul Sacred Palace, and several figures flew out, breaking through the air, and flew over. Each figure was surrounded by a large river, which was the River of Law. These figures were all quasi-emperors. Stop. At this moment, a voice sounded in everyone's ears, full of supreme majesty. Yu Ji, the few youths, and the quasi-emperors all had a change in expression. They stopped, bowed toward the depths of the Soul Sacred Palace, and said, Supreme Elder Bingmu. Bring Lu Ming in to see me. That voice sounded again. Yuji's expression changed slightly. It seemed that Supreme Elder Bingmu knew about the situation here. Kid, you're lucky today. Yuji coldly transmitted his voice to Lu Ming, and then stepped away. Young Master Lu Ming, please come with me. Supreme Elder Bingmu wants to see you. One of the gatekeepers said. Ouyang, you go back first. No need to wait for me. Lu Ming said to Ouyang Wushuang. There's no hurry, I can wait here. Ouyang Wushuang smiled. Faintly. He was afraid that something would happen to Lu Ming after he entered. With him, the crown prince of the Xinyuan Empire, present, the other party would have some scruples. Lu Ming didn't say much, and walked into the depths of the only temple with the gatekeeper. There was only one sacred palace, and there were many palaces that stretched as far as the eye could see. They went around many palaces and came to a small palace. This is Great Elder Bingmu's residence. You may enter. After the gatekeeper finished speaking, he turned around and left. Lu Ming pushed the door open and walked in. Inside the door was a small courtyard. A figure stood there with his hands behind his back facing Lu Ming. Lu Ming closed the door and arrived behind the figure. He cupped his fists and said, Junior Lu Ming greets Senior Bingmu. The figure nodded and turned around. It was a beautiful middle-aged woman. I heard that during the assessment in the Xinyuan Empire, you once said that you're the young master of Autumn Moon. Is that true? The middle-aged woman spoke. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out and locked onto Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if he was being targeted by an incomparably terrifying existence. It was as if the other party could turn him into ashes with just a thought. Lu Ming's back was drenched in cold sweat. This was his body's subconscious reaction. This middle-aged woman was definitely an incomparably terrifying figure. Her cultivation was unfathomable. Lu Ming felt that he had been seen through. As long as there was a single lie, he had no doubt that the other party would directly obliterate him. Senior, what I said is true. I'm from the Lu family of the Blazing Sun Empire in the Divine Wilderness Continent. Back then, when you took away Autumn Moon in the Divine Wilderness Continent, didn't you leave behind a sentence? Above the Divine Wilderness, there's only one in the world. Lu Ming replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. A trace of surprise flashed across Bingmu's eyes. However, his gaze became colder as he said, it seems that you're right. So, you're here to take away Autumn Moon and make her your maid again to serve you? Senior, you've misunderstood. I've never treated Autumn Moon as a maid. Autumn Moon grew up with me and I've always treated Autumn Moon as my family. Lu Ming replied. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Bingmu's aura was retracted and a trace of warmth appeared on his face. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The other party was too terrifying. That wisp of steam made Lu Ming feel a terrifying pressure. Bingmu looked curiously at Lu Ming and said, I really didn't expect that you would be able to walk out of the Divine Wilderness Continent and achieve such achievements. She already knew about Lu Ming's test in the Xinyuan Empire. How could she not know that it was related to her disciple, Autumn Moon? She was really surprised that Lu Ming was able to walk out of the Divine Wilderness Continent and come to Yuan Continent. Moreover, he had achieved such shocking achievements and suppressed many of the sky prides in the ancient Sun's sacred ground. It was simply unbelievable. Back then, when she took away Autumn Moon, she left behind the words only one in the Divine Wilderness Continent. It was just a casual remark. She never expected that someone would really find her. Senior, you're flattering me. I'm just lucky. Lu Ming said modestly. Lucky? Hee. I've never heard of anyone who relied on luck to reach this step. Alright, you're here to ask me about Autumn Moon, right? Bingmu said. Yes, Senior. Why did Autumn Moon forget about me? Moreover, when I mentioned what happened back then, she didn't remember it at all? What happened to Autumn Moon? Lu Ming asked a series of questions. Autumn Moon was robbed of her memory. Bingmu sighed. What? Robbed of her memory? Lu Ming was shocked. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Who was it? What kind of means was it to rob her of her memory? That's right. He's the #1 sky pride of the Daluo Heaven sect, Luo Tsangqiong. He has the imperial body and has mastered the law of deprivation. He can deprive everything, including memory. Bingmu said. Why? Why did he do that? Lu Ming's eyes turned colder. Because Luo Zongqiong likes Autumn Moon and has been pursuing Autumn Moon. However, Autumn Moon already has someone in her heart. That person is you. She has always believed that you will come to her. Why would she care about Luo Zongqiong's pursuit? Therefore, Luo Zongqiong was so angry that he took away all of Autumn Moon's memories. All memories of the Divine Wilderness continent were taken away, leaving only her memories of Yuan continent. He wanted Autumn Moon to forget you and accept him. Bingmu said the truth. Damn it. Lu Ming clenched his fists. A cold murderous intent spread out. He did not expect that things would turn out like this. Qiu Yu's memories were actually stolen by someone, and the reason was because Qiu Yu's heart already belonged to someone else. It was ridiculous and deserved to be killed. Senior, as Qiu Yu's master, aren't you going to avenge her after being treated like that? Lu Ming stared straight at the ice curtain, a hint of anger in his eyes. Of course I want to avenge Autumn Moon. I once went to the Daluo Heaven sect in anger, but I quit in the end. Do you know why? That's because Luo Zongqiong's grandfather is a great emperor. It was only a legend before, but I saw it with my own eyes. Luo Zongqiong was lawless because his grandfather was a great emperor, but no one dared to touch him. Great emperor. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Luo Zongqiong's grandfather was a great emperor. Great emperors were the pinnacle of the world in the absence of heavenly emperors. Great emperors, what kind of people were they? They could control the great Tao and nurture living beings in their small worlds. Their cultivation had reached an unbelievable level. No matter how strong a true emperor was, he would be slapped to death by a great emperor. Currently, in the entire Yuan mountain, there were only a few great emperors on the surface. They could be counted on one's fingers. Each of them could shake the entire Primal Mountain with just a stomp of their feet. Legend had it that the Primal Mountain Sacred Academy was founded by a few great emperors. That was the reason why all the Sky Prides in the Primal Mountain gathered at the Celestial City, wanting to join the Sacred Academy. This showed how terrifying a great emperor was. Luo Zongqiong's grandfather was a great emperor. No wonder he dared to take away Autumn Moon's memory. Lu Ming also remembered that Ouyang Wushuang told him that Autumn Moon's master had attacked the Daluo Heaven sect for some unknown reason, but he retreated silently in the end. Obviously, it was because of Autumn Moon. I also want to avenge Autumn Moon, but if I do, the entire Soul Sacred Palace will be buried with her. Bingmu said helplessly. Luo Zongqiong. Lu Ming squinted his eyes, revealing a terrifying murderous intent. Bingmu did not dare to kill him, but he did. That girl, Autumn Moon, is very attached to you. Before she lost her memory, she could not forget you. She was hoping that you would come to her, or she would go to the Divine Wilderness to reunite with you when her cultivation is successful. I heard that during the examination of the Xingyuan Empire, Qiu Yue had a huge reaction when she saw you. Maybe, after being together with you for a long time, she can really recover her memories. How about you spend more time with Qiu Yue? Bingmu said. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fist to express his gratitude. Don't thank me. I also hope that Autumn Moon can recover her memory. Her life is not perfect after losing her memory. It will be difficult for her to reach the peak of martial arts. Bingmu sighed. The cultivation of martial arts was all about having a clear mind. However, if one lost a part of their memories, everyone would remember it and have a knot in their heart. How could they have a clear mind? In the end, it would be difficult for them to reach the peak. Therefore, Ice Veil also hoped that Autumn Moon could regain her memories. You will stay in the one and only sanctum for the time being. I will arrange a place for you to stay and spend more time with the Autumn Moon. How about that? Bingmu said. Thank you, Senior. I will do my best to help Autumn Moon regain her memories. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. After that, Bingmu asked someone to bring Lu Ming to a courtyard. Lu Ming transmitted a message to Ouyang Wushuang, telling him to go back first. He would stay in Soul Temple for a while. Not long after, a figure stepped into the courtyard. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming's face lit up. Obviously, Bingmu had also told Autumn Moon to stay in this courtyard so that they could spend more time together. He hoped that it would make Autumn Moon remember the past. Clang, Autumn Moon waved her hand, and a snow-white scimitar appeared. It emitted a bone-piercing chill. You really know me? What you told me before, is it true? Autumn Moon said coldly. Of course it's true. Every word is true. Lu Ming said. Humph, I hope it's true. If I find out that you lied and used this reason to get close to me, I will definitely kill you. Autumn Moon said coldly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that Autumn Moon thought that he was someone who purposely got close to her. However, with Autumn Moon's appearance and talent, it was normal for people to find all kinds of reasons to get close to her. Don't worry. If you find out that I lied to you, just kill me. Just like last time, I will not fight back. Lu Ming said with a smile. Only then did Autumn Moon retract her cold aura. Her frost scimitar disappeared. She looked at Lu Ming's shoulder and said apologetically, Are your injuries okay? It's fine. It doesn't matter if you cut me a few more times. Lu Ming said with a smile. Humph, you have a glib tongue. I don't think you are a good person. Autumn Moon snorted coldly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. After this girl lost her memory, even her personality changed a lot. Autumn Moon, let me tell you about our past. Lu Ming said. Go ahead. Autumn Moon nodded. The two of them sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard. Lu Ming began to talk about their past in detail. Autumn Moon frowned as if she was thinking carefully. Every time he talked about something important, Autumn Moon would have some reaction. Her eyes flashed with thoughts and confusion. In the following days, Lu Ming stayed in the one and only sanctum and spent time with Autumn Moon. He often talked about the past with Autumn Moon, from when Autumn Moon was young to when Autumn Moon was taken away. They talked about everything under the sky. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Spending time together like this did have some effect. Autumn Moon said that some images would flash in her mind, but it was hard to capture them. But Lu Ming was already very happy. If this continued, Autumn Moon would remember the past sooner or later. In a hall, Yuji was discussing something with a few young people with a gloomy face. I don't know what Grand Elder Bingmu is thinking. She actually let Lu Ming and Junior Autumn Moon stay in the same courtyard and spend time together. Damn it. Yuji slammed the table and said with hatred. Lu Ming said many times in the Xinyuan Empire that he knew Junior Autumn Moon and that he was her young master. Is it true? A young man said. It's possible that Junior sister Qiuyu's heart belonged to someone else in the past. That's why Luo Sanqiong took away her memory. It's highly possible that it's because of Lu Ming. Therefore, Grand Elder Bingmu allowed Lu Ming to stay with Qiuyu, hoping that Qiuyu can regain her memory. Another young man speculated. No, we can't let this happen. I think it's better to let Luo Sanqiong know about this. Yuji said with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Senior brother Yu is so smart. If Luo Sanqiong knows about this, he will definitely kill Lu Ming. This plan of killing with a borrowed knife is really smart. A young man laughed. Ha ha ha. Yuji also laughed. Later, they sent someone to pass the news to Daluo Heaven Sect. Time flew and another 5 days passed. On this day, a group of people arrived at the Soul Sanctum. The leader was a young man with a cold face. He wore a purple robe and his eyes were like lightning. Behind the young man, there were several old men with strong and unfathomable aura. Normally, people who came to the Soul Sanctum would land at the bottom and climb the stairs step by step to show their respect for the Soul Sanctum. However, they directly flew up, skipped the stairs and flew towards the Soul Sanctum. Everyone, please wait. 2 gatekeepers blocked the group's path. Get out of the way. I want to see Lu Ming. The young man in the lead shouted coldly and domineeringly. Everyone, this is the Soul Sanctum. Who are you? If you want to see someone, I can pass the message on your behalf. The gatekeeper of the one and only sanctum asked cautiously, not daring to offend them. Daluo Heaven Sect, Luo Pokong. The leading young man said faintly. You are Luo Pokong? The gatekeeper's face changed greatly. In this generation of the Daluo Heaven sect, there were two kings in the younger generation. Two peerless geniuses had mastered the principle of King Dao. One was Luo Zongqiong, and the other was Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong's identity was second only to Luo Zongqiong in Daluo Heaven sect. Everyone in ancient Sun Holy Land knew him. Haha, Brother Luo, we are honored by your presence. Please forgive us for not going out to meet you. At this time, a laughter was heard. Yu Ji and several young men walked in the air. Yu Ji, is there a guy named Lu Ming in the one and only sanctum? Luo Pokong asked. Yes, he is in the one and only sanctum. Brother Luo, you are looking for him. I can take you there. Yu Ji smiled. Lead the way. Luo Pokong stepped forward. This way please. Yu Ji led Luo Pokong and others to Lu Ming's residence. At this time, Lu Ming was talking about the past with Qiu Autumn Moon in his courtyard. Suddenly, his expression changed and he looked out of the courtyard. A group of people walked in the air and stopped above the courtyard, overlooking Lu Ming and Qiu Autumn Moon. Luo Pokong. Qiu Autumn Moon's eyes narrowed. Luo Pokong glanced at Qiu Autumn Moon and then fixed his eyes on Lu Ming. He said, Boy, you are Lu Ming? Yes. Lu Ming replied. Very good. Do you know that Qiu Autumn Moon is my brother Luo Zongqiong's woman? You dare to have any ideas about her? I think you are tired of living. Saint power surged in Luo Pokong's body, forming a strong aura and pressing toward Lu Ming. Nonsense, when am I Luo Zongqiong's woman? Tell Luo Zongqiong that it is impossible between him and me. Qiu Autumn Moon shouted. This caused Luo Pokong's eyes to squint as a sharp glint flickered within them. Did you hear that? Even Qiu Moon denied it, but that Luo Zongqiong kept sticking to her. Isn't that embarrassing? Do you have any shame? Lu Ming mocked. Impudent. Who do you think you are? How dare you insult my elder brother? You must be tired of living. Luo Pokong shouted as his cold killing intent bloomed. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Lu Ming replied indifferently. How arrogant. I'll cripple you right now. Luo Pokong's eyes were cold, and his aura grew stronger, enveloping Lu Ming. He had heard of Lu Ming's combat capability. He was able to defeat a genius of the Daluo Heaven sect with a superior celestial spiritual body. However, his battle prowess was not something that a superior heaven spiritual body could compare to. His spirit body was a high-class celestial spirit body, and he had mastered the magical laws of the Tao of Monarchs. His cultivation base was in the great circle of the great sage level, and he was virtually invincible in battle. Why would he care about Lu Ming? Luo Pokong, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Qiu Moon shouted coldly as two scimitars flew out, and the magical laws of yin and yang surrounded her body. Luo Pokong's eyes narrowed slightly. Qiu Moon's talent was not weaker than his, and he was not sure if he could fight with Qiu Moon. Lu Ming, it seems that you can only hide behind a woman. Luo Pokong sneered, revealing a mocking expression. You don't need to use such a cheap trick to provoke me. However, I really don't need other people's help to deal with you. Lu Ming smiled faintly, stepped out, and appeared in the sky. He said, Come up and fight. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Luo Pokong revealed a trace of joy, and his figure rose to the sky. A long spear appeared in his hand, and a terrible sharp intent burst out from the long spear. Lu Ming will never be Luo Pokong's opponent. He's doomed in this battle. Yu Ji sneered. Luo Pokong's talent was almost at the peak of the younger generation. His spiritual body and magical laws were the pinnacle of existence. In a battle of the same level, he was invincible. Even if Lu Ming mastered the law of primal chaos, his cultivation was too far behind Luo Pokong's. Although Luo Zongqiong did not come, it would be the same if Luo Pokong came. Die! Luo Pokong shouted coldly, and the long spear trembled. A terrible spear light burst out, piercing towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body glowed. One by one, the light spots lit up. More than 100 sacred weapons appeared. He was holding a paramount sacred weapon in his hand. He slashed with the sword. Clang, the battle sword struck the spear light, and there was a terrible vibration. The spear light was shattered by the battle sword, but the battle sword in Lu Ming's hand also vibrated violently. What a strong penetrating power, this is the law of penetration. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the previous attack, he felt that there was a penetrating power in the spear light. It was terrifying, as if it could penetrate everything in the world. That was the law of penetration, a kind of law of kings. It was said to be able to penetrate everything in the world, and nothing could stop it. Let's see how many of my spear you can block. Luo Pokong's long spear trembled, and more than 100 spear lights emerged, making a sharp whistling sound, and pierced towards Lu Ming. Go! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and more than 100 sacred weapons shot out from his body. Each of the sacred weapons was shrouded in the law of primal chaos, and blasted towards the spear light. Bang! 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 The fierce collision resounded through the sky. Then, more than 100 of Lu Ming's sacred weapons were all sent flying back. However, the sacred weapons were shrouded in the law of primal chaos, and blocked the opponent's attack. Then, Lu Ming took a step forward, and rushed towards Luo Pokong like lightning. Close combat was a better choice when fighting against someone who mastered the law of penetration. Lu Ming's figure approached Luo Pokong, and he activated the suppressing Hell Heaven skill, and punched out continuously. Phantoms of the suppressing Hell steel appeared, and suppressed Luo Pokong. Whoosh! 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 The long spear in Luo Pokong's hand continued to stab out, and a series of spear shadows, with a terrifying penetrating power, pierced the phantoms of the suppressing Hell steel. The phantoms of the suppressing Hell steel were pierced with holes, and they exploded in the air. Lu Ming continued to throw out punches, and phantoms of the suppressing Hell steel continued to appear. The two of them collided fiercely, and the sky was boiling, and the battle was extremely fierce. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Shattering blow. Luo Pokong seemed to have lost his patience, and with a long roar, he circulated his sacred force to the extreme, and became one with his spear, turning into a terrifying spear light, and stabbed towards Lu Ming. This was a terrifying superpower, as if it could pierce through everything. The phantoms of the suppressing Hell steel that Lu Ming blasted out instantly shattered, and were pierced through. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming also used his superpower, and with a finger, the chaotic light lingered on his finger, and pressed towards his opponent. Boom! The chaotic calamity finger and the spear light collided, and a shocking storm erupted, spreading in all directions. In the end, the chaotic calamity finger collapsed, but the opponent's spear light also exploded, revealing Luo Pokong's figure, and he quickly retreated. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, and used the divine sword art. Two sword lights burst out from his eyes, and rushed into Luo Pokong's body. Luo Pokong's body trembled slightly. Then, the sacred weapons around Lu Ming once again attacked Luo Pokong. However, Lu Ming's sacred weapon was sent flying back, and then under Lu Ming's control, it continued to fly towards Luo Pokong. At the same time, Lu Ming used the Hell-suppressing Heaven skill, punching out continuously. Lu Ming launched a storm of attacks, and for a moment, Luo Pokong was suppressed. How is this possible? Yu Ji and the others were in disbelief. Lu Ming actually had the upper hand and began to suppress Luo Pokong. How was this possible? Lu Ming's cultivation was clearly only in the Great Sage Great Mastery, while Luo Pokong's cultivation was in the Great Sage Great Perfection. With Luo Pokong's talent, it was simply unbelievable that he was at a disadvantage when his cultivation was 2 levels higher. Was the Son of Heaven really that powerful? The battle here had long alarmed the only sacred palace. Many people were watching in the air and were surprised at this moment. Luo Pokong roared, furious, and exerted his strength to the extreme. Unfortunately, although his law of penetration was powerful, it seemed to have met its nemesis. He could not penetrate Lu Ming's law of primal chaos. Seal. At this moment, Lu Ming whispered. Then, dense runes appeared on Luo Pokong's long spear, covering Luo Pokong's body. It was one of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao, the sealing scroll. Just now, Lu Ming used the law of Array Dao on each sacred weapon. In the constant collision between the sacred weapon and Luo Pokong, the sealing scroll was quietly activated. At this moment, it burst out, and immediately sealed Luo Pokong. Lu Ming was shocked, and burst out with all his strength, struggling with all his might. A terrifying penetrating force erupted, hoping to break the seal. But Lu Ming would not give him the chance. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, and continued to operate the divine sword art. At the same time, he used the chaotic calamity finger and pointed out. Lu Ming's chaotic calamity finger was now close to 60%. Its power was amazing, and one point could shatter mountains and rivers. Boom, the chaotic calamity finger bombarded Luo Pokong's body. Luo Pokong screamed, and his body was blasted away, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. He was seriously injured. Lu Ming's eyes were cold, and he continued to step forward, attacking Luo Pokong. How dare you! An old man who came with Luo Pokong shouted and struck out with his palm. A huge palm print blasted towards Lu Ming. Quasi-Emperor! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He could only retreat with all his might to avoid this palm print. A mere great saint dares to hurt the genius of the Daluo Heaven sect. Who gave you the courage? I'll destroy you first. At this moment, another old man spoke coldly and stepped out. In the sky, an incomparably huge foot formed and stomped down on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if the space around him had frozen. His body couldn't move at all. Even bubble couldn't tear open space and take him away. Martial Emperor, this old man was a martial emperor. This was the Daluo Heaven sect, extremely overbearing. In the territory of the only holy palace, a martial emperor expert directly wanted to attack Lu Ming. Just as the foot was about to land on Lu Ming, a surge of energy rippled out like a wave of water. However, the giant foot dissipated into nothingness under this surge of energy. A figure had appeared in the sky without anyone noticing. Greetings, highest elder. People of the only holy palace saluted this person. Master. Xiaomun also saluted this person. This person who suddenly appeared was Bing Mu, the master of Xiaomun. It's too much for you, a martial emperor, to intervene in a fight between juniors. Since Luo Pokong has been defeated, you can leave now. Bing Mu said lightly. Senior Bing Mu, this guy is wanted by Master Xianxia himself. Today we must take him away, the martial emperor of the Daluo Heaven sect said. Get lost. Bing Mu suddenly shouted, and a terrifying aura pressed on the martial emperor. The martial emperor's face changed greatly, and he stepped back continuously, almost spitting out blood. He looked at Bing Mu with some fear. Bing Mu was definitely a terrifying existence. He had lived for countless years, and his cultivation was unfathomable. Otherwise, he would not have dared to go to the Daluo Heaven sect alone. If the great emperor had not intervened, Luo Xianxia would have been killed. The man's face changed, and then he turned around and stepped out, saying, Master Pokong, let's go. Luo Pokong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stared at Lu Ming coldly, and said, Lu Ming, my brother Luo Xianxia is exploring a post-Archean relic. When he comes back, it will be your death. No one can save you. After saying this, he glanced at Bing Mu. In other words, if Luo Xianxia came back and wanted to kill Lu Ming, even Bing Mu could not save him. Luo Xianxia's grandfather was a great emperor. He and Luo Xianxia were not blood brothers, so he was not as tough as Luo Xianxia. After saying this, Luo Pokong and the people of the Daluo Heaven sect stepped into the air and left. This guy is so lucky. He is still alive. Yuji was full of hatred. Suddenly, he felt someone looking at him. It was Bing Mu's eyes. I hope there won't be a next time. Bing Mu said in a calm voice, but Yuji's face turned pale and cold sweat ran down his face. Obviously, Bing Mu already knew that he had told the Daluo Heaven sect about Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. He trembled and dared not to say a word. Lu Ming also glanced at Yuji indifferently. It was not difficult to guess from Bing Mu's words that it was Yuji who had told him the secret. Otherwise, how could the people of the Daluo Heaven sect know that Lu Ming was in the Soul Sanctum? Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, come with me. Bing Mu said and then turned to leave. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon followed him to the palace where Bing Mu lived. Lu Ming, you and Autumn Moon should leave the ancient Sun Holy Land and go to other places. Maybe it will help Autumn Moon to recover her memory. Bing Mu said. Luo Xianxia may not be able to kill me. Lu Ming said. He knew what Bing Mu meant. He wanted him to avoid Luo Xianxia. Lu Ming, although your battle strength is strong, don't underestimate the heroes in the world. Luo Xianxia is very scary. His spirit body and law are both top-notch and he has reached the absolute saint realm. You are not his opponent now. Moreover, Luo Xianxia knows that his grandfather is a great emperor and his grandfather is very protective. So he is lawless. Even if you are in the Soul Sanctum or the Xinyuan Empire, you will not be safe. You'd better avoid him temporarily. Also, I know an ancient prescription called the Soul Recovery Pill. It can help to recover memory, but the materials needed are too rare. Especially the three main materials, I spent a lot of effort to find one. Take it and have a look. After saying that, Bing Mu took out a jade token and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. It was an ancient prescription that recorded the refining method and the materials needed to refine the Soul Recovery Pill. There were dozens of materials. Among them, there were three main materials that Lu Ming had never heard of. I've already collected all the supplementary materials needed to refine the Soul Recovery Pill. I've also collected one of the three main materials. They're all here. Take them. If you're lucky enough to collect the other two materials, you can refine the Soul Recovery Pill. Xiaoyu's memory will be very likely to be restored. Bing Mu took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming took Bing Mu's storage ring and pondered. In the Great Pill Derivation Palace, there were countless prescriptions and sacred herbs. There were also introductions of various precious materials and even their origins. Lu Ming thought that there might be information about the other two materials needed to refine the Soul Recovery Pill in the Great Pill Derivation Palace. Go, let's go for a walk. Bing Mu waved his hand. Senior, I'll take my leave. Lu Ming cupped his fists. He planned to return to the Great Pill Derivation Palace to take a look. Master, take care. Autumn Moon also bowed to Bing Mu before leaving the only sacred palace with Lu Ming. Lu Ming returned to the Xinyuan Empire first. Ouyang Wushuang, Long Chen, and Huang Ling were surprised to see Lu Ming and Autumn Moon walking together. Especially Huang Ling, her gaze was complicated. After that, Lu Ming, Long Chen, and Huang Ling bid farewell to Ouyang Wushuang and took Ouyang Moli to the teleportation formation to leave the Xinyuan Empire. Not long after, they returned to the ancient moon sacred ground. Lu Ming, the sacred courtyard of Yuanshan in Celestial City will officially open in 2 months. Do you want to go? Huang Ling asked. I don't know. We'll see. Autumn Moon lost her memory. I'll see if I can find the materials to refine the Soul Recovery Pill. If I'm not around, you guys can go to Celestial City first. Lu Ming said. He did not hide the matter of Autumn Moon from Long Chen and Huang Ling all right. Huang Ling and Long Chen nodded and returned to Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect respectively. Lu Ming brought Autumn Moon and Ouyang Moli back to the Great Pill Derivation Palace. Junior brother, you're back. As soon as he returned to the Great Pill Derivation Palace, he bumped into Xuanixin. Lu Ming had left Xuanixin in the Great Pill Derivation Palace to cultivate with Uncle Kong. Senior sister, are you used to living here? Lu Ming smiled faintly. It's fine. Xuanixin nodded and looked at Autumn Moon and Ouyang Moli curiously. Let me introduce you. Lu Ming introduced them to each other. What a powerful physique. At this moment, an aged voice rang out. Uncle Kong slowly walked out with his walking stick. His gaze landed on Ouyang Moli, and his eyes were filled with admiration. Uncle Kong, he is my new disciple, Ouyang Moli. Lu Ming introduced. Good, this is a great opportunity, good. Uncle Kong sighed. Now that Ouyang Moli's bloodline had already awakened, with Uncle Kong's cultivation, he could naturally tell that Ouyang Moli was extraordinary. Uncle Kong, I will leave Moli in the Great Dan Development Hall to cultivate in the future. I will need you to guide him. Lu Ming said. Alright, don't worry. These old bones of mine have nothing to do anyway. I can still give them some pointers. Uncle Kong revealed a smile. Then, Lu Ming brought Autumn Moon and Ouyang Moli around the Great Dan Development Hall. The interior of the Great Dan Development Hall was huge. Other than the main hall, there were many smaller halls, secret rooms, alchemy rooms, and so on. After walking around, Lu Ming arranged a room for Autumn Moon and Ouyang Moli, and then they came to a secret room. This secret room was filled with all kinds of elixir recipes, prescriptions, precious sacred herbs, and materials collected by the Great Dan Development Hall. Storage rings were placed there, and each of them contained a large number of jade plates. Lu Ming looked at them one by one. The workload was huge because there were too many jade plates. After spending half a month, Lu Ming finally found the prescription for the soul recovery pill. There are records. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As the three main ingredients for the soul recovery pill were very rare, there was information about the three main ingredients recorded in the book. For example, it was possible to find such ingredients at certain places. The two main materials that Lu Ming lacked were the Taisui treasure lotus and the barbaric crystal. There are two places where the Taisui treasure lotus might be found. One is the land of infinite demons, and the other is the land of infinite demons. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. These two places were not in the Yuan Mountain land. They were too far away. There were two other places in the 10 lands of the Yuan continent. The records here are from countless years ago. Maybe the Taisui treasure lotus is also in the Yuan Mountain land. Lu Ming thought and looked at the places where the barbaric crystal might be found. There were 3 places where the barbaric crystal might be found. 2 of them were not in the Yuan Mountain land. Only one of them was in the Yuan Mountain land. The ancient savage desolation region? The ancient savage desolation region to the north of the Yuan Mountain land? Lu Ming muttered and decided to go to the ancient savage desolation region. After that, Lu Ming bid farewell to Uncle Kong and asked Ouyang Moli and Xianxia to stay here to cultivate. He and Xiao Yu went to the Phoenix Palace and used the teleportation array to go to the ancient savage desolation region. However, the ancient savage desolation region was only a legendary place. It was impossible to teleport there directly. They were teleported to a sacred ground in the north of the Yuan Mountain land. Then, they took a flying shuttle and flew in the direction of the legendary ancient savage desolation region. After flying for more than half a month, they arrived at a desolate mountain range. The ancient savage desolation region is a legendary place in ancient times. Is it still there? Lu Ming was a little suspicious. But since they were already here, they continued to search. A few days later, an ancient city appeared in front of them. The two landed outside the ancient city and saw 2 words on the city gate, Desolation City. What was the relationship between the Desolation City and the ancient savage desolation region? According to the legends, the ancient savage desolation region should be in this area. The 2 of them decided to stay in the Desolation City and investigate. The 2 of them walked into the city. This ancient city seemed to have gone through a long period of time and was filled with the vicissitudes of time. There were many people in the city. At a glance, most of them were cultivators with strong auras. There were many Sage Realm cultivators. The 2 of them found a restaurant and went to the 3rd floor. They ordered some dishes and ate to see if they could get some information. What a beautiful woman. There was a table not far from Lu Ming and Xianxia. A young man looked at Xiao Yu with a blazing light in his eyes. She's really beautiful. I wonder which family she's from. But since she's in the Desolation City, it's her fortune to be chosen by the young master. I'll call her over and have a drink with the young master. A skinny middle-aged man smiled and flattered the young man. Sure. The young man nodded and his eyes burned with passion. In the Desolation City, he had never seen such a beautiful woman. His heart was itching. The skinny middle-aged man smiled and walked towards Lu Ming and Xianxia. When he arrived before Lu Ming and Xiao Yu, he ignored Lu Ming and said to Xiao Yu, "Young lady, my young master invites you for a drink. Come with me." There was a commanding tone in his voice. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. It was as if Xiao Yu would follow him. The skinny middle-aged man took a few steps and realized that Autumn Moon did not follow him. He stopped and turned to look at Autumn Moon. His face darkened as he said coldly, "Didn't you hear what I said just now?" Autumn Moon did not seem to see the skinny middle-aged man and did not hear him. She continued to drink her wine, and so did Lu Ming. They completely ignored the skinny middle-aged man. The skinny middle-aged man's face turned colder as he said, "You probably don't know where I'm from. Let me tell you, I'm from the Ha clan. My young master is Hamodi from the Ha clan, the #1 genius in Barren City. Now, come with me." Speaking of the Ha clan, the skinny middle-aged man looked smug as if the Ha clan was very powerful. "Get lost." However, the only reply he got was a cold voice from Autumn Moon. "How dare you?" The skinny middle-aged man shouted, emitting cold killing intent. This woman actually dared to ask him to get lost after hearing him say his name. She was courting death. Who in Barren City didn't know the Ha clan? The Ha clan was the most powerful force in Barren City. Hamodi was the #1 genius in Barren City, and his father was the #1 expert in Barren City. In Barren City, no one dared to disrespect the Ha clan. However, this woman actually asked him to get lost? "If you don't want to go, I'll take you," the skinny middle-aged man shouted domineeringly. He stepped out and grabbed Autumn Moon's neck with his skinny hand. He wanted to bring Autumn Moon to Hamodi. However, before his hand could grab Autumn Moon's neck, his entire body stiffened. Then, his arm was covered with a layer of ice crystals, completely freezing his arm. Moreover, the ice crystals spread along his arm at an extremely fast speed, spreading to his entire body. The skinny middle-aged man revealed a look of fear. He quickly retreated and let out a miserable cry. His arm was like a block of ice, and it shattered. "My arm!" The skinny middle-aged man let out a shrill cry. The restaurant suddenly fell silent. The other people who were eating and drinking looked at Autumn Moon in surprise. Where did such a young expert come from? That Ha-go has the cultivation of bright Saint Small perfection, and he actually had one of his arms crippled unknowingly. Newborn cows aren't afraid of tigers. This time, Hamer is going to flip out. He won't let them off. That's right. Hamodi is the #1 genius of the Desolation City. He has an inferior celestial spiritual body and his cultivation base has reached the great circle of the bright sage realm. That woman is doomed. What a waste of her beauty. Many people were discussing, but they were all very quiet, as if they were afraid that Hamodi would hear. Sure enough, the young man, Hamodi, stood up abruptly. His cold killing intent blossomed as he stepped towards Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. "Looks like you've never heard of my name? Do you know the consequences of harming the people of my Ha clan?" Hamodi said coldly. "What bullshasters Ha family? It seems like you don't understand human language. Just now, I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me?" Lu Ming said indifferently. He didn't even look at Hamodi as he poured himself and Autumn Moon a cup of wine. Hearing this, Hamodi's face turned gloomy. At the same time, terrifying killing intent burst out from him as he looked coldly at Lu Ming. In the Desolation City, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Even the seniors of other forces had to give him face for the sake of his father. Now, a kid who came out of nowhere dared to insult the Ha clan and him. He wanted Lu Ming to regret it and kneel on the ground to beg him. The others in the restaurant were also shocked. They all thought that the young man was finished. How dare he speak to Hamodi like this? His ending would be incomparably miserable. "Kid, I'll make you beg for death." Hamodi revealed a sinister smile and stepped out. Like the wind, he appeared beside Lu Ming and slapped at Lu Ming. But Lu Ming didn't seem to see it. He picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Seeing that Hamodi's palm was about to hit his face, he stabbed out with his chopsticks like lightning. A shrill scream resounded through the restaurant. It was Hamodi. One of his palms had been pierced by Lu Ming's chopsticks. Pooh, then, Lu Ming opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of minced meat. It seemed to have turned into the most terrifying hidden weapon and hit Hamodi's face. The precepts and saint energy covering his body were like tofu, unable to withstand a single blow. The minced meat pierced through Hamodi's defenses and punched numerous tiny bloody holes in his face. Hamodi frantically retreated, screaming. His face was covered in blood and looked extremely sinister. In the restaurant, the others gasped. They were shocked by Lu Ming's strength. Hamodi was the #1 prodigy of Desolate City. He had a low-class spiritual body and was at the peak of the bright divine realm. In Desolate City, no one in the younger generation was a match for Hamodi. But now, in front of Lu Ming, he was completely powerless to fight back and was being thoroughly abused by Lu Ming. And he didn't look very old, so he was definitely part of the younger generation. Could he be a prodigy from outside Desolate City? Die. I want you dead. Hamodi crazily roared. Impatient. Lu Ming coldly roared and slapped at him. A palm formed from Saint Energy slapped Hamodi's face and sent him flying out of the restaurant. In the restaurant, the skinny middle-aged man and Hamodi's lackeys stood there in a daze, their faces pale. All of you, scram. If there's a next time, I'll kill without mercy. Lu Ming coldly said as he swept his gaze over the skinny middle-aged man and his lackeys. The skinny middle-aged man and his lackeys hurriedly rushed out of the restaurant as if they had been pardoned. The two of you, you'd better run. The Ha clan won't let you off for treating Hamodi like this. At this moment, a white-haired old man walked over and kindly reminded them. Senior, how strong is the Ha clan? Lu Ming cupped his fists and asked. Desolate City has a total of 7 strongest factions, and the Ha clan is the strongest faction in Desolate City. That Hamodi's father is said to have reached the Boundary Emperor realm and is the #1 expert in Desolate City. The old man said. Boundary Emperor realm? Lu Ming muttered, but his expression didn't change. With Bubble's current strength and the mysteries of the space-time laws, they might be able to escape from a Boundary Emperor. As long as there were no Emperor-level experts, Lu Ming wasn't very worried. Senior, this junior has something to ask. Do you know of the ancient savage desolate region? Lu Ming asked. He had come here to find the ancient savage desolate region, so this was a good time to ask. The ancient savage desolate region? It seems like you guys are indeed outsiders from Desolate City. In Desolate City, the ancient savage desolate region is also a legend. It's said that there are countless treasures inside. The various factions in Desolate City have been searching for it, but no one has found it after countless years. The old man explained. No one has found it? Lu Ming revealed a disappointed expression. The various factions in Desolate City hadn't found it after so many years. Even if they wanted to find it, the chances were slim. The two of you should leave quickly. The Ha clan isn't far from here. The experts of the Ha clan will probably arrive soon. The old man reminded them again. It's fine. He didn't believe that the Ha family would send out an emperor-to-be so easily. If an emperor-to-be didn't come, he could easily escape. Seeing that Lu Ming and Autumn Moon didn't intend to leave, the elder sighed and turned to leave. The others in the restaurant did the same. They were afraid that they would be implicated when the Ha family arrived. After a while, only Lu Ming and Autumn Moon were left in the restaurant. The two of them ate and drank. Boom. Boom, not long after, a terrifying aura came from outside. The entire restaurant was surrounded by the power of law and was completely blocked. Brat, get out here. Hamerdi's roar came from outside. 2 peak Supreme Saints, 2 lesser Supreme Saints, and 1 greater Supreme Saint. The corner of Lu Ming's lips curled up. The other side was quite generous. All of a sudden, they'd sent out 3 absolute saints. However, Lu Ming did not care about the initial success of the absolute saint realm. Even if the absolute saint realm was at the phenomenal success stage, it would only cause Lu Ming some trouble. Autumn Moon, how about we go out and kill someone? Lu Ming smiled. Sure. Autumn Moon was more direct. She stood up and walked out. Lu Ming touched his nose. Autumn Moon's personality seemed to have changed after she lost her memory. She wasn't so decisive before. The two of them walked out of the restaurant and saw Hamerdi leading 5 experts to seal off the area. Brat, very good. You're still here. Hamerdi looked at Lu Ming ferociously. He wanted to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Then, he looked at Autumn Moon and said coldly, Bitch, I'll make you my slave and play with you every day. When I'm done playing with you, I'll give you to my subordinates. Ha ha ha. Then, Hamerdi laughed crazily. I've said before that if there's a next time, I'll kill you. Looks like you're tired of living. Lu Ming's eyes darkened. Shameless boasting. I'll cripple you first. A middle-aged burly man stepped out. His iron-like fists were like mountains, charging toward Lu Ming. This person had the cultivation of a perfected great sage. When he threw a punch, heaven and earth roared. The fist force was extremely terrifying, about to drown Lu Ming. Many people in the distance shook their heads. They thought that Lu Ming was doomed. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lu Ming said coldly and stepped out. Boom, heaven and earth rumbled as 9 dragons pounced out. The dragon's roar shook the heavens. The dragon claw grabbed out and shattered the fist force of the other party. His body did not stop, and the dragon claw continued to stomp. The burly man screamed as he was torn apart by the 9 dragons and died on the spot. This was the 9 dragons' heaven stomp. Lu Ming had not used it for a long time. At his current realm, the 9 dragons' heaven stomp was no longer powerful enough. However, it was more than enough to deal with an ordinary perfected great sage. The entire place was silent. And he was so young. It was too terrifying. Hamodi was known as the #1 genius in Barren City. But compared to Lu Ming, he was nothing. Hamodi was also stunned, revealing a horrified expression. Given Lu Ming's ability, it would have been a piece of cake for him to kill him previously. But then, his heart was filled with stronger killing intent and jealousy. In the past, he had dominated the younger generation of Barren City and was very proud. He thought that not many geniuses in the world could compare to him. Now that he saw how powerful Lu Ming was, he was jealous. Kill him for me. Hamodi shouted. Swoosh, a figure rushed out from behind Hamodi. A terrifying aura burst out and pressed down on Lu Ming. It was an absolute saint. An absolute saint was shockingly powerful. A great saint could kill a great saint with a flip of his hand. In Xianxia, an absolute saint was an overlord. There were only a few absolute saints in a top force. Light spots lit up on Lu Ming's body and sacred weapons appeared one by one. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. The divine sword art burst out and rushed into the opponent's body. The opponent's body trembled slightly. Lu Ming stepped into the void, holding a holy weapon battle sword in his hand and slashing out. A wisp of sword light tore through space as if it was going to split the heavens and the earth apart. Its might was so formidable that it caused the expressions of everyone to change. The absolute saint expert's expression changed drastically. He unleashed all his strength and shot out beams of divine light toward Lu Ming. But the sword slashed through and all the divine light was cut open. The sword didn't stop and continued to slash down. With a blood-curdling scream, half of the absolute sage's body was chopped off by Lu Ming. The man was terrified and frantically retreated, trying to escape. Do you think you can escape? Lu Ming attacked coldly. The sword in his hand shot out and pierced the man's head, destroying his soul. The absolute saint had fallen. Hiss, everyone gasped and felt their scalps go numb. Lu Ming's combat power was terrifying. Even an absolute saint was killed easily. Was he still human? Hamodi was completely stunned. His eyes widened as he looked at this scene in disbelief. He felt like he was dreaming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and continued to move forward. He used the chaotic finger of disaster and pointed out. A huge chaotic finger of disaster pointed at another absolute saint. When Lu Ming was a lower-tier supreme saint, he could defeat ordinary lower-tier absolute saints. Now that he was a greater-tier supreme saint, it wasn't too difficult for him to kill a lower-tier absolute saint. Oh no! Lu Ming killed a lower-tier absolute saint in a few moves. The absolute saint didn't dare to take it head-on. He quickly retreated, trying to avoid Lu Ming's attack. But Qiuyu flashed out. The law of yin and yang burst out. 2 scimitars flew out, forming a terrifying destructive power that enveloped the absolute saint. The absolute saint didn't even have the chance to scream before he was turned into ashes by the destructive power. Another absolute saint had died. And this time, he was killed by Qiuyu. Run! Run! The only absolute saint in the greater tier yelled. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He wrapped Hamodi in his saint power and fled madly into the distance. You think you can come and go as you wish? It's not that easy. Lu Ming said coldly. He turned into a ray of light and chased after Hamodi. With Hamodi's character, he definitely wouldn't let this go. There would be endless trouble in the future. It was better to just kill him. Xiaoyu followed closely behind. Many people were dumbfounded. They felt like they were in a dream. At first, Hamodi was aggressive. He brought 3 absolute saints with him, wanting to kill Lu Ming and capture Xiaoyu. But now, 2 of the 3 absolute saints were dead. The remaining one was running away with Hamodi. This result was out of everyone's expectations. Let's go and see. Many people followed closely behind them. They wanted to see the final result. What would happen to Hamodi, the lawless lord of Barren City? The absolute saint in the greater tier fled with Hamodi at an astonishing speed. He was like a ray of light flashing across the sky above Barren City. Damn it, damn it. I must ask my father to kill them. No, I must make them beg for death. Hamodi was not only born into a good family, but also had a father who was the #1 expert in Barren City. His talent was also amazing. He had an inferior heavenly spiritual body and had the potential to become an emperor. He was known as the only one who had the potential to become an emperor in Barren City for hundreds of thousands of years. With such a status and talent, his journey had been smooth sailing. Since he was young, he could get whatever he wanted. This time, not only did Autumn Moon disobey him, but Lu Ming also dared to hurt him, humiliate him, and even kill so many experts of the Ha family. He must make Lu Ming regret. But the next moment, he screamed in horror, "Hurry up! Speed up!" At this moment, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon's speed suddenly increased, as if they were traveling through the void. Their speed was amazing, and they were approaching them at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming and Xiaoyu's sudden increase in speed was naturally due to bubbles. Bubble used the law of time and space to envelop them, and they seemed to be able to travel through the void. Hurry up! We're almost at the Ha family. Hurry up! Hamodi kept yelling, and his body was trembling in fear. Master, you go first. I'll hold them off. The expert in the Great Completion Absolute Saint Realm said, and then threw Hamodi forward. He stopped, and a saber appeared in his hand. He slashed dozens of times at Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Hamodi, on the other hand, was running forward crazily. They were not far from the Ha family's residence. As long as they reached the Ha family, his life would be saved. Let's work together and kill him, Lu Ming said. Chirp chirp, Bubble opened her mouth and spat out a transparent bubble, which then disappeared. The next moment, it suddenly appeared on the expert in the Great Completion Absolute Saint Realm, enveloping him. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming pointed a finger, and a huge finger attacked the expert. Autumn Moon's 2 scimitars spun rapidly, turning into a destructive storm, and swept towards the opponent. There was no suspense. Lu Ming, Bubble, and Autumn Moon were all capable of fighting against an ordinary Great Perfection Paragon Saint. They might even be able to kill them. Now that the 3 of them were working together, their power was even more terrifying. The Absolute Saint in the Great Perfection Realm didn't even have time to scream before he was killed by the attacks of the 3 of them. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon rushed past without stopping. The people who followed from afar were dumbfounded. The shock in their hearts was unimaginable. The great accomplishment of the Absolute Saint Realm was insta-killed. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon's cultivation bases were clearly only in the Supreme Saint Realm. These people are definitely outstanding geniuses from outside Desolate City. Interesting. We're almost at the Ha clan's residence. I wonder what's the result. Many people followed him, wanting to find out what was going on. At the front, Hamodi almost peed his pants when he saw that the Saint expert had been killed in an instant. He gathered all his strength and charged forward. A magnificent residence appeared in front of him. Hamodi was overjoyed. He had arrived at the Ha clan's residence. Once he was there, he would be safe. Next, it was time for his crazy revenge. However, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. They were charging at him at an alarming speed. Hamodi was almost scared to death. As he charged forward, he shouted, "Help! Help! Father, help!" At the moment, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon were approaching Hamodi rapidly. Whoosh, Lu Ming waved his hand, and an absolute saint weapon pierced through the void toward Himodi. Himodi wanted to dodge in fear, but he realized that he couldn't. His strength was too weak compared to Lu Ming's. How dare you? You're courting death. At this moment, there was a loud roar from the Ha family's mansion. A ray of light shot out and collided with the absolute sacred weapon that Lu Ming had brandished, sending it flying. Then, a figure appeared in a flash, and a terrifying aura bloomed in all directions. Father! Himodi was overjoyed. It was a middle-aged man in a brocade robe. He looked similar to Himodi. He was Himodi's father, Ha Jing, the #1 expert of the Barren City, a quasi-emperor expert. Ha Jing is here. Those 2 young men and women are in danger. The people following behind him all stopped in their tracks, staying far away from him. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon also stopped. Father, these 2 are too bold. They killed several elders. Hurry up and kill them. No, leave that woman alive. I want her to suffer a fate worse than death. Himodi shouted. Seeing Ha Jing, Himodi was relieved. He knew that he was fine. Next, he would take revenge crazily. Lu Ming and the others had put him in such a difficult position. They deserved to be cut into pieces. They deserved to be killed. Ha Jing's gaze was very cold. He glanced at Lu Ming and Autumn Moon coldly. Let's go. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Autumn Moon. The 2 moved, turning into 2 phantoms and retreating. You want to leave? Die. Ha Jing shouted and threw out a punch. A vast fist energy pierced through the void and blasted toward Lu Ming and the others. We can't block it. Let's go. Lu Ming was about to ask Bubbles to open the spacetime tunnel and leave. But at that moment, a 1,000-meter-long sword light appeared and slashed toward Ha Jing's fist light. There was a loud explosion, and the sword light and fist light disappeared at the same time. Lu Ming was stunned. He did not leave and stopped in the distance. Ha Jing's gaze shifted to the sky, where a white-haired old man had appeared. The elder carried a long sword on his back and looked like an immortal. It's the head of the Mo clan. Someone exclaimed. The Mo clan was one of the 7 most powerful forces in Barren City. The head of the Mo clan was a complete saint. Why did he help Lu Ming to block Ha Jing's attack? Not only the others, but even Lu Ming himself was confused. He did not know anyone in Barren City when he had just arrived. Mo Qingshan, do you know those 2? Ha Jing asked in a deep voice. I don't know them. Mo Qingshan shook his head. You don't know them and you want to stop me? It seems like you're tired of living. Ha Jing's eyes flashed with killing intent. Ha Jing, you're too arrogant. Right at this moment, a deep voice sounded from another direction, and then a tall and sturdy middle-aged man appeared there. At the same time, other figures appeared in other directions. Including Mo Qingshan, there were 6 figures in total. What's going on? The heads of the 6 forces? The heads of the 6 forces are all here. Is it because of that young man? Impossible. What's going on? Seeing these 6 silhouettes, the crowd burst into a discussion. The 6 of them were the heads of the other 6 forces in Barren City. They were all complete saints. Why would they all appear at the same time? Many people were confused. Ha Jing's face darkened. Why did the 6 of you come to my Ha clan together? Is it because of those 2? Then, he looked toward Lu Ming and Xiao Yu. I've already said that we don't know those 2. We're here for you. Looking for me? What's the matter? Ha Jing asked. Of course, it's because of the ancient desolate region. Mo Qingshan continued. Many people were shocked by these words. The ancient desolate region was only a legend in the desolate city. No one had been able to find it for countless years. Could it be that Ha Jing had some clues? Lu Ming was also shocked. Didn't he come here to find the ancient desolate region and the barbarian crystals? Ha ha ha, the ancient desolate region? I'm afraid you found the wrong person. How would I know where the ancient desolate region is? Ha Jing laughed loudly. Ha Jing, are you still trying to hide it? You've already entered the ancient desolate region a few months ago. Mo Qingshan's words shocked everyone present. Ha Jing had entered the ancient desolate region? Was that true? Everyone looked at Ha Jing. Ha Jing's face was extremely ugly, as gloomy as a piece of charcoal. It seems like there's a traitor in my Ha clan. Ha Jing enunciated each word coldly. But the meaning behind his words was equivalent to admitting it. Many people's eyes flashed with a blazing light. Did the ancient desolate region really exist in this world? Rumor had it that there were countless treasures in the ancient desolate region. Ha Jing, tell us the entrance to the ancient desolate region. A burly man spoke. This person was the Pang clan's patriarch. He held a thick iron rod in his hand and waved it around, making whooshing sounds. The other patriarchs also erupted with powerful auras and locked onto Ha Jing. You want to threaten me? You're still a little lacking. Ha Jing's aura grew stronger and stronger as a river surrounded his body. That was the river of laws. This was the symbol of a quasi-emperor. Only by completely controlling a law would one be able to form a river of laws. Is that so? I'd like to give it a try. The Pang clan's patriarch's body swelled and his aura surged. The iron rod in his hand expanded and turned into a giant rod that pressed down on Ha Jing with the force of Mount Tai. Ha Jing's face sank. The river of laws danced and his fist light was shocking as he punched out. Boom, the terrifying explosion caused the entire desolate city to tremble. The gigantic staff was sent flying by Ha Jing, but Ha Jing himself was also forced to retreat, causing the void to tremble. Many people were flabbergasted and in disbelief. Ha Jing was actually forced back. That was a boundary emperor. He had mastered a complete law and was surrounded by a river of law. His battle prowess was astonishing. He could easily crush a peak stage absolute saint. But now, Ha Jing had been forced back by a peak stage absolute saint. Ha ha ha, Ha Jing, I heard that you were heavily injured in the ancient desolate region. So it is true. With your current strength, how can you fight against the six of us? The head of the Pang family laughed loudly. Many people suddenly realized that Ha Jing was injured. No wonder his battle prowess was greatly reduced. We originally wanted to take action a few days later, but since you have appeared today, we might as well take action. Ha Jing, I advise you to tell us where the entrance to the ancient savage domain is. Otherwise, the Ha clan will disappear from Desolate City. The leader of another force also spoke coldly. Ha Jing's expression was extremely gloomy. There was a traitor in his Ha clan, and this traitor had a lot of power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that he had entered the ancient savage realm and was injured. If he was at his peak, he wouldn't be afraid even if the leaders of the six major forces joined forces. But now that he had yet to recover from his injuries, he wasn't a match for the leaders of the six major forces. Do you really want to go to the ancient savage domain? Let me tell you, the ancient savage domain is very dangerous. I was injured before I even went in. Ha Jing said. You don't have to worry about that. Just tell us where the entrance to the ancient savage domain is. Mo Qingshan said. Which martial Dao expert hadn't walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood? Why would they be afraid of danger? Moreover, danger was often accompanied by opportunity. If one could obtain it, they would soar into the sky. I can tell you where the entrance to the ancient savage domain is, but you have to promise me one thing. Killing intent flashed across Ha Jing's eyes. What is it? Mo Qingshan asked. Kill those two bastards for me. Ha Jing looked at Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Mo Qingshan, the head of the Pang family, and the others also looked at Lu Ming. It's just two juniors. Simple. Mo Qingshan's eyes emitted a cold light as a powerful aura spread toward Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Lu Ming's face changed slightly as he sent a voice transmission to Autumn Moon and Bubbles. Whoosh, at this moment, a sword radiance shot out from Mo Qingshan's hand and slashed toward Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. A peak saint had high cultivation and powerful combat strength. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon weren't a match for him. Retreat. Lu Ming shouted as he and Autumn Moon retreated quickly. Do you think you can escape from my hands? Kill them. Mo Qingshan shouted as he unsheathed the sword on his back. It turned into a boundless sword radiance that covered the sky and shrouded Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon couldn't avoid it. Many people sighed. In the end, these two talented youths were going to fall here. Although they were talented, they were no match for an old monster like the head of the Mo family. The boundless sword radiance shrouded Lu Ming and Autumn Moon, turning them into a beehive. However, there wasn't a trace of blood. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon's bodies shattered like illusions. In the next moment, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon suddenly appeared beside Hemoti. Oh no! Stop! Ha Zheng's face changed drastically as he roared. He wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Lu Ming grabbed Hemoti's neck and held him in his hands. If you attack, I'll kill him. Lu Ming's cold voice could be heard and Ha Zheng stopped in his tracks. Let him go, or you'll die a horrible death. Ha Zheng said coldly. He was too careless. He didn't expect that not only did Lu Ming not escape, but he even dared to capture Hemoti. He was simply audacious. Moreover, Lu Ming and the others were too strange. They could suddenly appear beside Hemoti, catching him off guard. That was the law of space-time. Ha Zheng looked at Bubbles with astonishment in his eyes. Is that so? Lu Ming exerted force in his palm, and sacred power surged into Hemoti's body, causing Hemoti to scream miserably. Stop! Ha Zheng roared. Ha Zheng, should we kill these two little bastards? Mo Qingshan asked with a cold face. He was very unhappy. Not only did Lu Ming and Autumn Moon escape from his hands, but they also took control of Hemoti, making him lose face. Kill your mother's ass. Ha Zheng cursed. Hemoti was already in Lu Ming's hands. How could they kill him? Did they want to kill Hemoti? Watch your words. Mo Qingshan said with a cold face. Kid, let go of Hemoti, and I'll let you go. Ha Zheng stared at Lu Ming. Let him go? If you let us enter the ancient wild region, I'll naturally let him go. With Lu Ming holding Hemoti, Ha Zheng was afraid of breaking the vases. The other faction leaders naturally did not dare to touch Lu Ming's group. You want to enter the ancient savage desolate region? Ha Zheng asked with a sullen expression. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. If not for the news of the ancient savage desolate region, Lu Ming would have asked Bubble to open a space-time passage and leave. Okay, I agree to let you in. Let Hemoti go now. Ha Zheng said with a sharp glint in his eyes. As long as Lu Ming let Hemoti go, he would tear Lu Ming to pieces. Haha, do you think I'm stupid? Once I enter the ancient savage desolate region, I will naturally let him go. If I let him go now, I'll be courting death. Lu Ming sneered. Ha Zheng said with a sullen expression, the ancient savage desolate region is not a place you can enter whenever you want. A month later is the best opportunity. You can't enter now. Then I'll wait for a month. A month later, I'll come back here to find you. Lu Ming carried Hemoti and quickly retreated with Autumn Moon, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ha Zheng was afraid of breaking the vases and did not dare to chase. Ha Zheng, we'll meet in a month. Mo Qingshan said. After he finished speaking, his figure vanished as well. Following which, the other faction leaders also left. Ha Zheng snorted and returned to the Ha family residence. The news that Ha Zheng knew about the ancient savage desolate region spread like a whirlwind through the entire desolate city, causing a huge uproar. Countless people were looking forward to a month later. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon had already left the desolate city and came to a remote place where they placed Hemoti in the mountain and river diagram. He and Autumn Moon found a random place to cultivate in seclusion and wait for a month. Cultivation knew no time, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, outside the Ha clan's residence, there was a sea of people. At a glance, it was densely packed with people. The Mo family is here. Someone said. In the distance, a group of people flew over. There were hundreds of them. Mo Qingshan was at the front. Behind him were all strong cultivators from the Mo clan. There were at least 10 absolute saints. Scram. The Mo family was domineering and domineering. Their arrival here made many people back off, emptying out a large region. However, no one dared to voice their anger. The Mo clan was one of the 7 most powerful clans in the Desolation City. No one else could compete with them. After the Mo clan, the other 5 forces arrived one after another. Each of them brought a large number of experts. Where is Ha Zheng? Mo Qingshan stared into the depths of the Ha clan's residence. His voice spread far and wide. Don't worry, I won't leave. In the depths of the Ha family's residence, Ha Jing stepped out into the air. A month has passed. Ha Jing, let's go. Mo Qingshan said. Don't worry, someone hasn't arrived yet. Ha Jing said. Everyone knew that Ha Jing was talking about Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, figures flashed over from afar. It was Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Kid, where's my son, Modi? Ha Jing looked at Lu Ming. With a thought, Lu Ming raised Modi, who was in Lu Ming's hand, and said, Don't worry, I'll let him go after we enter the ancient savage desolate region. Seeing that Modi was fine, Ha Jing heaved a sigh of relief and said, Okay, let's go. Wait a minute, I feel that there are too many people here. Some random people don't even have the right to enter the ancient savage desolate region. Mo Qingshan's eyes were as sharp as a sword as he scanned the surroundings. That's right. The 7 major forces will enter the ancient savage desolate region. Random people, scram. The Pang family head said. What? You want us to leave? You're too domineering. That's right. Those who heard about the ancient savage desolate region have a share. You'll only incur the wrath of the crowd. We have so many people, and we're not afraid of you. Instantly, there was an uproar as many people shouted in dissatisfaction. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a terrifying sword light bloomed from Mo Qingshan's hand and shot into the crowd. Screams rang out as more than a dozen experts were killed by the sword light. The crowd was shocked as they frantically retreated. Their eyes were filled with fear. This is the outcome of anyone who follows us. Mo Qingshan revealed a sinister smile. The experts of the other forces also looked around with unfriendly gazes. The others had ugly expressions, but they didn't dare to say anything. The difference in strength was too great, and they would only be courting death if they said anything. We can leave now. Mo Qingshan glanced at Ha Jing. Let's go. Ha Jing nodded and stepped forward. Ha Jing, are you the only one from the Ha family going? Mo Qingshan asked. I alone am enough. Ha Jing placed his hands behind his back and had the bearing of an expert. Mo Qingshan and the leaders of the other forces had doubts in their eyes, but they didn't say anything. Immediately, the experts of the 6 major forces, as well as Lu Ming and Autumn Moon, followed Ha Jing and left the desolate city. The others didn't dare to follow and could only watch. After flying for an hour, they stopped at a calm lake. The entrance to the ancient wilderness region is here? Mo Qingshan asked doubtfully. It's just not time yet. I spent over 1,000 years to find some clues in an ancient book. Just wait. After Ha Jing finished speaking, he stood above the lake and closed his eyes to rest. The others could only wait quietly. Soon, the sun set and the afterglow shone on the land. Splash, the calm surface of the lake suddenly became turbulent. All kinds of fish jumped on the surface of the lake. Go to the bottom of the lake. Ha Jing screamed and rushed to the bottom of the lake. The others quickly followed him. Once they reached the bottom of the lake, they saw a pitch-black whirlpool. Many people's eyes lit up. Was this the entrance to the ancient wilderness region? Ha Jing rushed to the entrance of the ancient wilderness region first, followed by the others. Lu Ming followed the crowd and rushed to the entrance. In the next moment, Lu Ming realized that he was standing on a large grassland. At a glance, all he could see was an endless grassland. It was wide and majestic, giving off an ancient feeling. Around him, Ha Jing and the experts of the 6 major forces were all there. Above their heads, the whirlpool hung in the air like a pitch-black moon. Was this the ancient wilderness region? Many people looked around. Kid, can you give me my son now? Ha Jing looked at Lu Ming. What's the hurry? Lu Ming carried Hamodi and stepped out with Qiuyu, flying into the distance. What are you doing? Put Hamodi down. Ha Jing shouted with a trace of anxiety in his eyes. If I let him go now, who knows if he will kill me? Of course, I have to go further away. Lu Ming's voice came as they flew further and further away. Haha, is this the ancient wilderness region? Let's go. Let's go too. The other 6 forces flew into the distance as if they were afraid that their treasures would be taken away. After flying 100 miles away, Lu Ming threw Hemoti out. He and Autumn Moon flew forward at top speed. At this distance, even if Ha Jing wanted to attack, they could let Bubble open a space-time tunnel and escape. Seeing Lu Ming let go of Hemoti, Ha Jing exploded with terrifying speed and appeared beside Hemoti. He grabbed Hemoti and then quickly retreated, rushing toward the vortex. This scene naturally fell into Lu Ming's eyes. No, Ha Jing seems to be afraid and wants to leave. Is there danger here? At the thought of this, Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. Let's go back. Lu Ming shouted. He pulled Autumn Moon's hand and rushed toward the vortex. Boom! At this moment, a huge battle axe appeared in the sky and slashed toward Ha Jing. Damn it! Ha Jing roared. The river of law appeared and punched out, sending the battle axe flying. At the same time, a huge hand that was as big as a mountain and surrounded by the river of law grabbed at Ha Jing. It was a quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor had attacked. Ha Jing waved his hand, and saint weapons flew out one after another, blocking in front of the giant hand, while he charged towards the vortex wholeheartedly. As he was already prepared, he was very close to the vortex. After a few flashes, he rushed into the vortex and disappeared. At the same time, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon were also attacked. A huge mace came toward Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Its aura was extremely shocking. Complete Saint Realm. Lu Ming's face changed drastically. The mace's attack was at least equivalent to a complete Saint Realm's attack. It was not something they could fight against now. Bubble waved her hand and the space-time law enveloped Lu Ming and the others. Their figures flashed rapidly and dodged the attack. At the same time, the people from the other forces in Desolation City were also attacked. Moreover, the people who attacked were extremely powerful and shocking. Oh no, we fell into a trap. Damn it, we fell into Ha Jing's trap. Retreat, retreat quickly. The people of the 6 major forces roared, wanting to retreat towards the vortex. However, one figure after another appeared in the sky. These figures were extremely tall and sturdy, at least 2 meters tall. All of them were draped in animal skins, revealing their muscular arms. Some of them carried battle axes on their backs, while others carried spiked maces, just like the people of the ancient tribes. However, the auras emitted by each and every one of them were extremely terrifying. They were like giant beasts from the Great Desolate Era. Lu Ming sensed that most of them were absolute saints. A few of them had the river of law surrounding them. They were quasi-emperors. Lu Ming's heart sank. He finally understood why Ha Jing didn't bring any of the Ha family's experts and came in alone. Obviously, Ha Jing already knew about the situation here, so he immediately rushed towards the vortex after rescuing Hemoti. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and the others wanted to rush to the vortex, but it was too late. Who are you? We mean you no harm. Mo Qingshan's panicked voice rang out. These ancient barbarians were too strong. They were no match for them. Take them down. A deep voice rang out. Those tall figures had made their move. Terrifying attacks rained down on them. Especially those boundary emperors. The rivers of laws condensed into a huge hand. With a grab, a large group of people was taken down without being able to resist. Boom, in the sky, a huge hand covered the sky and cast a large shadow, grabbing toward Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. This was a boundary emperor. Just now, Lu Ming and the others had displayed amazing movement techniques and attracted a boundary emperor. Bubble, go. Lu Ming shouted. Leave it to me, chirp chirp. Bubble waved its hands, and a space-time passage was formed that went straight to the vortex. Lu Ming and the others rushed into the space-time passage, avoiding the attack of the huge hand. Just as they were about to rush into the space-time passage, a tall and sturdy figure suddenly appeared in front of the vortex. With a grab of the huge hand, the space-time passage collapsed, and Lu Ming and the others were directly grabbed by the huge hand. Lu Ming felt a gush of powerful energy surging toward him, sealing his entire cultivation level. Martial Emperor Expert. I won't die here just like that, right? Lu Ming was extremely unwilling. Then, his body went numb, and his vision turned black as he fainted. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming slowly woke up. Where was this? Lu Ming looked around and found that he was in a secret room. The walls of the secret room were made of a kind of black metal that was as smooth as a mirror. Autumn Moon and Bubble were lying not far away from him. Lu Ming circulated his saint power and poured it into Autumn Moon and Bubble's bodies. After a while, Autumn Moon and Bubble woke up one after another. Brother Lu Ming, where is this? Chirp chirp. Bubble blinked its big eyes and looked around. I don't know. Lu Ming shook his head and pondered quickly. Who exactly were those people who looked like barbarians previously? Was this really the ancient desolate sanctuary? I'll bring you out, Bubble said, and then used the spacetime law. The void rippled as it wanted to break through space and leave this place. However, the surrounding walls suddenly shone, and Bubble almost crashed into the wall. Bubble could travel through space, but it could not break through the walls. Let me do it. Lu Ming stepped out, used the hell-suppressing heaven skill, and punched out. Boom, the fist hit the wall, and there was a loud boom, but the wall did not move. It's so hard? Lu Ming was shocked. With his current combat strength, a full-powered punch would probably smash a great sage weapon into pieces. However, the wall was not damaged at all. Primal Chaos Law. Spacetime Law. At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard. It was a very shocked voice. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. In the corner of the secret room, there was an extremely burly man. He was dressed similar to the people who had captured them. Lu Ming had seen this person before, but back then, his attention was on Autumn Moon and Bubble, so he did not pay attention to them. The burly man sized up Lu Ming and Bubble with a look of surprise. After a while, he said, "The few of you, don't waste your energy. The walls here are made of black desolate gold. It can isolate sacred energy, and is indestructible. Unless one has the cultivation of a martial emperor, it is impossible to break through." Black desolate gold? Lu Ming muttered. He had never heard of such a metal. It required a martial emperor to break through it. It was no wonder that his punch did not move it. Senior, where is this? Why did those people capture us? Lu Ming asked. Of course it's the ancient desolate sanctuary. You came in yourself, so don't you know where this place is? As for the people who captured you, they are naturally the desolate race who live in the ancient desolate sanctuary. The burly man explained. Desolate race? You are from the desolate race? Oh? Young lady, you have heard of the desolate race? The burly man looked at Chiu Autumn Moon in astonishment. I once read about it in one of my master's ancient books. It was said that the desolate race is an extremely ancient race, but in the distant past, they disappeared from the world. I never expected them to be in the legendary ancient savage wilderness domain. Chiu Autumn Moon said. Haha, young lady, you are right. The desolate race has been in seclusion for a long time. They have been living in seclusion in the ancient savage wilderness domain. I never expected you to find us. According to what I know, it has been a long time since outsiders have entered. The burly man said. The desolate race's bodies were extremely stout. They were very different from ordinary people, so needless to say, the burly man knew that Lu Ming and company had come from outside. Senior, then where is this place? Lu Ming asked again. Caged battle arena. The burly man said. What's a caged battle arena? Lu Ming frowned. Immediately, the burly man patiently explained the situation to him. The desolate race had been living in seclusion in the ancient savage wilderness domain, so outsiders did not know. Lu Ming and company had rashly entered, so they were naturally taken down. And this place was a huge caged battle arena of the desolate race. The people who were imprisoned here were people who had committed serious crimes or were slaves. They had to participate in death matches, fighting with other slaves, fierce beasts, or the desolate race's experts who came here for training. The desolate race were very belligerent, so the death match attracted numerous desolate race members to watch. Lu Ming understood. They had been captured and made slaves. They had to participate in the death match for the desolate race to watch. As for the burly man, he had also become a slave because of his serious crimes, so he had to participate in the death matches. The deathmatches in the caged battle arena are typically between people of the same level. As long as you win 100 consecutive battles, you can obtain your freedom and leave this place. You and that kid have grasped the chaos laws and spacetime laws, so you definitely have a chance of winning 100 battles. The burly man explained. You can obtain your freedom by winning 100 consecutive battles. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As long as they obtained their freedom, they would have a chance. Of course, the desolate race is belligerent. They admire people with powerful combat strength the most. The robust man spoke, and then he gazed at the innermost wall and said, once the deathmatch begins, that wall will appear. It's a chance for us deathmatch gladiators to observe the combat strength of others. Next, Lu Ming and the others chatted with the burly man for a while. This was the burly man's first time meeting outsiders. He was very enthusiastic and told Lu Ming and the others everything he knew. He let Lu Ming and the others know more about this place. After an unknown period of time, the inner wall of the secret room suddenly glowed, and then a huge image appeared. It was a huge cage battle arena. It was extremely spacious. Around the cage battle arena were rows of spectator stands. The spectator stands were filled with people. All of them were burly members of the desolate race. Even the women were more than 2 meters tall. They were burly and had strong backs and waists. They were filled with strength. An earth-shaking howl could be heard through the screen. Even sound could be heard from this scene. It was truly miraculous. However, the experts of the martial world controlled the laws of heaven and earth. Laws were the foundation of the world. No matter how miraculous something was, it was not surprising that they could create it. The caged battle had begun. A roar could be heard. A huge beast walked out of a door on the side of the cage battle arena. It was a tiger-shaped beast, but its body was covered in black scales. Its fangs were like swords, and it looked extremely ferocious. It's a savage mutant. Lu Ming muttered. This beast looked very ancient and was rarely seen in the outside world. It could only be found in the savage ancient region. At this moment, a figure walked out of a door on the other side of the cage battle arena. Mo Qingshan. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Bubbles' hearts skipped a beat. The person who walked out was Mo Qingshan. This person came in with you from the outside, right? The burly man asked. That's right. This person is very strong. He is at the great circle of the absolute saint realm. Aren't you afraid that he will take the opportunity to escape? Lu Ming asked. Escape? There are at least 5 martial emperors guarding this cage battle arena. If he tries to flee, only death awaits him. He will be instantly killed. The burly man said disdainfully. 5 martial emperors? Lu Ming gasped. The strength of the desolate race was not to be underestimated. It was just a cage battle arena, but there were no less than 5 martial emperors in it. Mo Qingshan's face was extremely ugly. He had brought the Mo family's experts into the savage ancient region to search for treasures, but he had not expected to be ambushed and brought to such a place. He had also been told that he could only regain his freedom if he won 100 battles in a row. At this moment, Mo Qingshan's heart sank. This was because the beast he was facing had a terrifying aura. There was no doubt that it was at the great circle of the absolute saint realm, and it was a savage mutant. Its combat strength was unpredictable. Roar, the beast roared and charged at Mo Qingshan. Its 4 limbs stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Kill! Mo Qingshan roared as he unsheathed his sword. A terrifying sword beam tore through the void and slashed at the beast. The beast's roar was like thunder. The roar formed a terrifying sound wave that destroyed the sword beam. At the same time, it used its huge claws to shatter the sword beam. Mo Qingshan's face was solemn. He soared into the sky. Endless sword lights poured down from the sky, slashing towards the beasts. However, most of the sword lights were destroyed by the beasts. A few of the sword lights landed on the beasts' bodies and actually produced the sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew in all directions. Mo Qingshan's sword beams could not break through the beast's defense. They only left a few sword marks on the beast's scales. The beast broke through the sword beams and charged at Mo Qingshan. With a swipe of its claws, it sent Mo Qingshan flying. Emo Qingshan retreated, his face pale. Roar, the beast looked ferocious as it continued to charge at Emo Qingshan. Emo Qingshan was no match for the beast. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows. Emo Qingshan was completely at a disadvantage. His body was almost torn apart once, but he managed to avoid the attack. However, he was still severely injured. I won't play with you anymore. Emo Qingshan roared as he charged into the sky. He actually wanted to break through the sky of the cage battle arena and escape. However, a huge palm formed in the sky of the cage battle arena and pressed down on Emo Qingshan. No, Emo Qingshan roared. However, he could not escape from the huge palm and was sent flying out of the cage battle arena. The ferocious beast roared and took the opportunity to grab Emo Qingshan. It tore Emo Qingshan into pieces with all its might and then swallowed him. How dare you escape from the cage battle arena? Kill without mercy. A majestic voice sounded in the sky above the cage battle arena. At this moment, in the other secret chambers, the people from the Imperial City who came in with Lu Ming saw everything that happened in the cage battle arena. Their faces turned pale. Next, they would also have to face the same scene. How was it possible to win 100 battles in a row? They did not expect the ancient desolate region to be hell instead of a treasure land. It's all because of Ha Jing. Following that, the deathmatch continued. The second person to go up was still an outsider. He was the leader of another faction in the desolate city's 6 major factions. He was also a perfect sacred perfection expert. This time, he was facing a perfect sacred perfection member of the desolate race. However, that desolate race member's combat strength was slightly stronger than the fierce beast from before. After more than 10 moves, he killed that faction's leader. Following that, almost all of the people who went up were outsiders. It was as if the desolate race was curious about the outsiders and wanted to see how strong they were. However, after more than 10 people went up, none of them won a single match. All of them were killed. Lu Ming realized that be it the desolate race or the fierce beast, their combat strength was extremely high. At the same level, they could completely crush the outsiders. The desolate race seems to have extremely powerful bodies. The laws they use are also related to strength. They have immense strength. They are indeed a race that loves to fight. Lu Ming thought to himself. Following that, there were more than 10 battles. Without exception, none of the outsiders won. All of them were killed. The remaining outsiders were in despair. They could not even win a single match, much less 100 consecutive victories. That was completely impossible. And at this moment, the light on the wall dimmed. Today's caged battle was over. It would continue on the second day. That night, Lu Ming, Bubbles, and Autumn Moon sat cross-legged and quietly cultivated. The three of them had no fear of fighting at the same level. They believed that they could win 100 consecutive battles. The next day, the deathmatch continued. The people who went up were still outsiders. However, the results were the same as yesterday. Almost all of them were killed. One person tried to escape, but he was mercilessly killed by a desolate race expert. On the third day, there was finally a genius with profound combat strength who won a match. For the next 10 days, the deathmatch did not stop. Every day, the caged battle arena was filled to the brim. It was obvious how passionate the desolate race was about fighting. Hundreds of people who came from the desolate city had died in battle. However, there were very few victors. And even if they won, they had to participate in the second and third deathmatch the next day. And the later they fought, the stronger their combat strength would be. Hence, almost no one could win 10 consecutive battles, much less 100. The outsiders are actually so weak. They are indeed very weak. Our desolate race is the true war race of the world. Outsiders can't even withstand a single blow. During this period of time, waves of such voices sounded out from all around the cage battle arena. However, during these 10 days, Lu Ming and the others never got their turn. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. On the 21st day, the group arrived at Lu Ming's secret room. You, go out and fight to the death. A muscular man pointed at Lu Ming. Is it finally my turn? A sharp light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He wanted to see if the desolate race would really give him freedom if he won 100 consecutive matches. Brother Lu Ming, you can do it. Brother Lu Ming will definitely win. Bubbles waved her little fists and cheered for Lu Ming. Lu Ming patted Bubbles' head. You. Be careful. Qiu Yu muttered after pondering for a moment. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled before leaving with the desolate race. Following that, Lu Ming followed a passageway and stepped into the cage battle arena. Only when he stepped into the cage battle arena did he feel the grandeur of the cage battle arena. The spectator stands that spanned 100 miles were filled with people. There were at least 1 million people. This desolate race's strength probably exceeds my imagination. Lu Ming sized up his surroundings and was secretly alarmed. From the looks of it, the Yuan continent was not as simple as it looked. Just like the Yuan Mountains, on the surface, there were only 9 sacred lands. The powerful factions in the 9 sacred lands had astounding strength. The factions outside the 9 sacred lands were all ordinary emperor-ranked factions. They were not very strong. However, who knew that in this remote land there was an ancient race, the desolate race, living in seclusion? Their strength probably exceeded many of the powerful factions in the sacred lands. Lu Ming sized up his surroundings. The surrounding desolate race members were also sizing up Lu Ming. This person is so young. What's his cultivation level? It was just reported that it was a battle between great sages at the large success stage. This means that this person has a cultivation level at the large success stage of the great sage realm. For him to reach the large success stage of the great sage realm at such a young age, it seems like this person is an elite from the outside world. I wonder how strong he is? In the spectator stands, the desolate race members were in a flurry of discussion. Roar, with a loud roar, a gigantic beast rushed out from a large door. This beast was in the form of a tiger. It was covered in scales and looked identical to the beast that Mo Qingshan was fighting. It was clearly from the same race, but its cultivation level was at the large success stage of the great sage realm. The beast roared, and when it saw Lu Ming, it charged straight at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's palm glowed as sacred power surged, condensing into a spear. Lu Ming took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble. As for Lu Ming's figure, he charged out like lightning. His speed was astounding. In an instant, he approached the beast and thrust out his spear. This spear was like a bolt of lightning. In a flash, it stabbed at the beast's head. Pwah, blood splattered everywhere. Accompanied by the beast's roar, the beast's head was pierced through by Lu Ming, nailing it to the ground. The audience suddenly fell silent before bursting into loud cheers. With just one move, he killed a beast of the same level. His speed was as fast as lightning. What amazing combat strength! He killed a tiger-scaled beast of the same level in one move. No wonder he reached the large success stage of the great sage realm at such a young age. He must be an elite from the outside world. Someone from the outside world has finally appeared. At this moment, a desolate race expert entered the arena and dragged the corpse of the tiger-scaled beast away. Do you choose to continue fighting, or do you choose to rest and fight another day? A burly man with a battle axe on his back stood high in the sky and looked at Lu Ming. Let's fight again. Lu Ming answered without any hesitation. All right. The burly man nodded and left through the air. Not long after, a figure stepped out of a large door and walked into the cage battle arena. This person looked to be in his 50s. He was draped in a piece of animal skin and his upper body was naked, revealing muscles that were as firm as iron. He was a desolate race expert and his cultivation level was also at the large success stage of the great sage realm. However, he looked at Lu Ming with a heavy gaze. The moment he stepped into the arena, a gigantic mace appeared in his hand as he stared cautiously at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had just killed a tiger-scaled beast of the same level in one move. His combat strength was absolutely amazing. Pung, Lu Ming took a step forward and charged at the person. The sacred power in his hand condensed into a long spear that was 1,000 meters long as it lashed out at the person. The desolate race burly man roared as his muscles bulged. Powerful energy surged into the mace as he charged at Lu Ming. However, when the long spear lashed out, the person cried out in pain as his body was sent flying like a cannonball. He flew for thousands of meters before stopping and vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. This was after Lu Ming showed mercy. If not, the person would have died. You have lost, Lu Ming said indifferently. Following that, he looked up into the sky and said, next. There was an uproar. Another defeat in one move. Great! A voice sounded high in the sky. After that, Lu Ming activated his crushing mode. Everyone who fought, be it the fierce beasts or the desolate race experts, were all defeated by Lu Ming in one move. Battling someone at the same level was no pressure for Lu Ming. There was no challenge at all. In a short period of time, Lu Ming had won 19 consecutive matches. So strong. This person's combat strength is amazing. It feels unfathomable. That's right. The surrounding desolate race members were not discouraged or angry because of the desolate race experts being defeated. Instead, they became more and more excited. On the highest viewing platform, a few powerful desolate race existences were nodding their heads. This outsider's combat strength is not bad. Let Huangren try, one of them said. Not long after, a figure stepped into the cage battle arena. This person looked very young, about the same age as Lu Ming. He was extremely burly, at least 2.56 meters tall. He was much taller than Lu Ming. His muscles bulged, as if he was filled with infinite strength. It's Huangren. Huangren has made his move. Huangren has already won 30 consecutive matches. I wonder if he can stop this outsider's footsteps. Huangren has an inferior heaven spiritual body, so he might be able to put up a fight. Seeing this youth, even more desolate race members were excited. They looked forward to the upcoming battle. Kid, you are very strong, but against me, your winning streak has come to an end. Huangren held a gigantic axe in his hand as he looked at Lu Ming with fighting spirit. Make your move. Lu Ming spoke calmly. He was still holding on to a long spear that was condensed from Saint Power. What arrogance, take this. Huangren roared as he charged at Lu Ming with his battle axe in hand. He stepped on the ground and like a savage beast, he charged at Lu Ming. Not far from Lu Ming, he charged high into the sky and looked down from above. His gigantic axe cleaved down at Lu Ming with an astonishing aura. Inferior heaven spiritual body? It's just a law, an ordinary law of strength. With a thought, Lu Ming swept out with his spear. Dong, with a loud explosion, Huangren was sent flying like a cannonball, just like the opponent Lu Ming had faced before. He flew all the way to the edge of the cage battle arena before stopping. He spat out a large mouthful of blood as he looked at Lu Ming in shock. He felt that Lu Ming's strength was simply unfathomable, and completely invincible. Thank you for showing mercy. Huangren cupped his fists, stood up, and strode away. He had been defeated, and there was no need for him to continue fighting. Another move. I'm afraid that this person also has a heavenly spiritual body, and his level is even higher. I wonder if this person can achieve 100 consecutive victories. Lu Ming defeated Huangren in one move. Everyone knew that they had underestimated Lu Ming. Many people were looking forward to seeing if Lu Ming could achieve 100 consecutive victories. It was not easy to obtain 100 consecutive victories. Those who could achieve it were rare elites of the desolate race. Again. With his spear in hand, Lu Ming's fighting spirit surged as his voice resounded throughout the arena. The next person to fight was not as strong as Huangren, so Lu Ming naturally won easily. Lu Ming began a crazy winning streak. Furthermore, he only needed one move in every battle. It gave people an unfathomable feeling. No one knew how strong Lu Ming's combat strength was. 30 consecutive victories, 40 consecutive victories, 50 consecutive victories. Soon, Lu Ming reached 90 consecutive victories. At this moment, an expert stepped down from the sky and looked at Lu Ming, asking, Kid, what's your name? Lu Ming. Lu Ming answered. Lu Ming, very good. Your combat strength is very strong, enough to gain the respect of the desolate race. However, let's end today's battle here. The number of great sage experts at the large success stage is limited, so they need time to deploy. The remaining 10 battles will be fought in 2 days. The desolate race expert said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The further he went, the stronger the opponents he would face. It was normal for the other party to deploy stronger great sage experts at the large success stage. However, Lu Ming was unafraid. He had yet to meet a match at the same level. Following that, Lu Ming returned to the chamber. Today's battle had come to an end. On the second day, it was not Lu Ming's turn to fight, but Bubble. When Bubbles entered the arena, everyone was a little stunned. It was unknown if it was a problem with Bubbles' physique, but she did not grow up. She looked the same as when she first transformed. She looked like she was 2 or 3 years old. Lu Ming guessed that it was because the growth cycle of the top 10 battle beasts was relatively long. A 2 or 3-year-old girl left people speechless. However, when they learned that Bubbles' cultivation level had reached the large success stage of the Great Sage realm, everyone's mouths twitched. A 2 or 3-year-old girl actually had the cultivation level of a Great Sage realm? That's not right. She doesn't seem to be a human, but a fae. A fae. Even if she is a fae, she is so young after transforming. She shouldn't be that old, right? That's true. I wonder what kind of combat power she has. In the midst of the discussion, the battle began. Then, the battle ended the next moment. There was silence in the audience. Many people didn't even see how the battle ended. Bubble just spat out a bubble and her opponent was seriously injured. I want to continue fighting. Bubble's childish voice spread throughout the audience. In the following battle, the audience could only be described as silent. Bubble, like Lu Ming yesterday, launched a crushing mode. Her speed was even faster than Lu Ming's. No matter who the opponent was, as long as Bubble pouted and waved her little hand, the opponent would be seriously injured and sent flying. Soon after, Bubble also achieved 90 consecutive victories. At this point, she had to stop and fight another day. As Bubble used a very short time, today's battle continued. After that, Autumn Moon appeared. It was already shocking that Xiao Yu had reached the great sage perfection at such a young age. However, the following battle was even more shocking. A sweep, another sweep. Autumn Moon also achieved 90 consecutive victories before the battle ended. In the next 2 days, Lu Ming, Bubble, and Autumn Moon did not go on stage. Instead, it was other people's battles. 2 days later, Lu Ming finally welcomed his 91st battle. The desolate race had prepared for a few days, and the experts they sent were indeed stronger. However, to Lu Ming, there was no difference in battling at the same level, unless it was a son of heaven. It was still a sweep. 91 consecutive victories, 92 consecutive victories, 93 consecutive victories, soon, it reached 99 consecutive victories. In the 100th battle, the desolate race finally sent out a heavyweight. This person was a young elite of the desolate race. His spirit body had reached the high-grade heaven spirit body, and his strength was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming realized that the desolate race's combat power was much stronger than the elites of the outside world when their spirit bodies were the same. For example, this elite had a high-grade heaven spirit body, but his laws were not King Dao laws. His talent was on par with the Xinyuan Empire's crown prince, Ouyang Wudao. If the two were at the same realm, the desolate race would definitely be stronger. However, to Lu Ming, he was no different from the others. He was still easily defeated by Lu Ming. 100 consecutive victories, the audience cheered. High up in the cage battle arena, a few desolate race experts looked at Lu Ming with surprise in their eyes. His combat strength is very strong. He is invincible at the same level. I suggest that we let him cross levels and see his combat strength. Who knows, he might even be of great help to our desolate race. Are you talking about that matter? How can it be possible? Our desolate race's strongest elites have never been able to accomplish it. How can an outsider do it? How would we know if we don't try? Let's report this matter and see what the patriarchs think. A few desolate race experts were discussing. Following that, a person stepped down and landed in the arena. Senior, now that I have won 100 consecutive matches, can I obtain my freedom? Lu Ming looked at the desolate race expert. No. The desolate race expert shook his head. Lu Ming's expression changed as he said, Senior, I heard that the desolate race has a rule. As long as you win 100 consecutive matches, you can obtain your freedom. Is the desolate race going back on their word? The others present were also surprised. Indeed, as long as one won 100 consecutive matches, be it slaves, beasts, or others, they would obtain their freedom. This was a rule passed down by the desolate race. Why did the desolate race experts say that it was impossible? That rule is for living beings in the ancient savage wilderness region. As you are outsiders, the conditions are even higher. If you can achieve 100 consecutive victories, you can obtain your freedom. The desolate race expert said. 100 consecutive victories across levels. Alright, I agree. Lu Ming clenched his fists together before returning to the chamber. 100 consecutive victories across levels? Everyone in the spectator stands was shocked. Then, they revealed looks of great anticipation. Since ancient times, not many people had managed to achieve 100 consecutive victories across levels. Those who managed to do it were all peerless elites, and later on, they would become peerless experts. Could this outsider accomplish it? After Lu Ming returned, it was Bubbles and Autumn Moon's turn. Without exception, Bubbles and Autumn Moon also successfully achieved 100 consecutive victories. However, they did not obtain their freedom. They continued returning to the chamber. In an ancient castle of the desolate race, a group of terrifying experts were discussing matters. I didn't expect that there would be 3 terrifying geniuses among the outsiders. One of them has mastered the law of chaos, one has mastered the law of space and time, and the last one has a keen body and is very strong. Perhaps that matter can be completed with the help of these outsiders. I'm afraid that keen body won't do. Throughout the generations, there have been many keen bodies, but none of them have been able to complete it. The other 2 are Elysian children, so they might have a chance. That little girl is too young, and although the laws of spacetime are wondrous, she is not strong enough. I'm afraid she won't succeed. But that young man called Lu Ming has grasped the laws of primal chaos. Perhaps he has a chance. Then let's have that young man fight against those of a higher cultivation level. Let's see how strong he is before we make a decision. The experts of the desolate race were discussing the matter, but Lu Ming was completely unaware of it. At this moment, Lu Ming was a little worried. He and Bubble should be able to win 100 matches in a row, unless their opponents also had Elysian children. If they didn't, they wouldn't have any problems. He was worried about Mid-Autumn Moon. Although Mid-Autumn Moon's combat strength was very strong, the desolate race was a warlike race. They were stronger than outsiders at the same cultivation level. What if the desolate race also had a keen body? Mid-Autumn Moon would probably be in danger. Furthermore, Mid-Autumn Moon's cultivation level was at the perfection of the Great Sage realm. Fighting against an absolute sage, the difference between an absolute sage and a great sage was not great. It was a difference of a large realm, not something a small realm could compare to. After a long while, Lu Ming let out a long sigh. It was useless to worry now. He could only take it one step at a time. On the second day, Lu Ming's battle against those of a higher cultivation level began. The cage battle arena was even more crowded. An outsider was about to engage in a battle against those of a higher cultivation level. It caused a huge uproar and attracted countless people to watch. Boom! 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 The ground rumbled. Lu Ming's first battle was against a terrifying beast. It was a 10-meter-tall giant bear. Its body was also covered in scales, and its cultivation level was at the peak of the Great Sage realm. However, Lu Ming still only used one move to send the giant bear flying tens of thousands of meters away. As expected, his combat power is amazing. Even if his cultivation level is higher, he can't withstand a single blow. In the beginning, he's definitely not a match for Lu Ming. If you want to watch later. The geniuses at the peak of the Great Sage realm will appear later. That's when the intense battle will begin. Since Lu Ming could achieve 100 consecutive victories at the same cultivation level, he naturally had the ability to fight against those of a higher cultivation level. An ordinary peak Great Sage was naturally no match for Lu Ming. If you want to watch the battle between the peak Great Sage realm prodigies and Lu Ming. That would be worth watching. The crushing continued. Next, Lu Ming continued to crush them in a sweeping manner. 10 consecutive victories, 20 consecutive victories. Soon, Lu Ming achieved 80 consecutive victories. After 80 consecutive victories, some prodigies appeared. There were people with heavenly spiritual bodies, people with powerful divine powers, and beasts with terrifying bloodlines. However, without exception, they were all crushed by Lu Ming. 90 consecutive victories, 95 consecutive victories, 99 consecutive victories. It was unstoppable. In the 100th battle, the desolate race sent out a terrifying beast. This beast's physique was terrifyingly strong, but it was still easily defeated by Lu Ming. 100 consecutive victories in a cross-level battle. The scene was in an uproar. 100 consecutive victories in a cross-level battle were born. And from the looks of it, Lu Ming did it very easily, as if he did not expend much effort. How could he be so strong? The onlookers were shocked. There were not many such experts in the desolate race's long history. It was shocking for an outsider to have such a prodigy. Senior, can I regain my freedom? Lu Ming looked up at the desolate race expert high in the sky. Yes. The desolate race expert nodded. Following that, he changed the topic and said, however, I'll give you a choice. Do you accept it? What choice? Lu Ming asked. I know that the girl named Autumn Moon and the girl named Bubbles are your friends. The choice is that you can give this chance to them. Then, they will not need to fight again to regain their freedom. However, you have to carry on with the challenge. The desolate race expert said. Carry on with the challenge? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. That's right. By crossing 2 levels and battling a perfect great sage, if you can cross 2 levels and obtain 100 consecutive victories, you will also regain your freedom. The desolate race expert said. These words caused an uproar in the crowd. Crossing 2 levels and obtaining 100 consecutive victories is impossible. It's absolutely impossible. That's right. This is an impossible matter. No one can do it unless those 2 levels higher are all ordinary figures. In the history of the desolate race, no one has ever done it. And this time, it's even more impossible. Don't forget that our desolate race's #1 prodigy is currently at the perfect great sage realm. This person probably won't agree to it, right? To cross 2 levels, unless one did not encounter a prodigy, it was nearly impossible to obtain 100 consecutive victories. Lu Ming did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Compared to Autumn Moon, he was more confident of winning. Good, you have guts. Haha, now, I'll get someone to release your 2 friends. The desolate race expert laughed as he looked at Lu Ming with a look of appreciation. Not long after, Autumn Moon and Bubbles walked out from a large door. Take these 2 tokens. In the future, no one will touch you when you travel around the ancient wilderness region. 2 tokens appeared in the desolate race expert's hand as they flew towards Autumn Moon and Bubbles. Brother Lu Ming, all the best. Beat them, chirp chirp. Bubbles waved her tiny fists and cheered for Lu Ming before climbing onto Autumn Moon's shoulder. Autumn Moon received the tokens and looked at Lu Ming with a complicated look before flying to the spectator stands. Lu Ming, do you want to challenge now or do you need to recover before you fight? The desolate race expert asked. There's no need to recover. Let's fight now. Lu Ming said. If he wanted to fight, he had to end it quickly and obtain 100 consecutive victories in one fell swoop. Good, you have the confidence. Perfect great sage, who wants to give it a try? The desolate race expert looked around the spectator stands. I'll fight him. A figure stood up from the spectator stands and took a step forward. He landed in the middle of the arena and his aura was emitted. His cultivation level was at the perfect great sage realm. This person was very young and he was a few heads taller than Lu Ming. 2 gigantic hammers appeared in his hands that looked like 2 water tanks. Typically, those who entered the prisoner battle arena's 4th test were either fierce beasts or slaves. And those who flew down from the spectator stands were desolate race experts who were here for training. It's Huang Di. I never expected him to go up in the 1st round. Huang Di has a superior heaven astral body. He is a top elite of our race's younger generation. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw this youth. They never expected the 1st round to be the highlight. Alright, then fight to your heart's content. I won't disturb you any further. The desolate race expert stepped into the air and left. Come on, show me what you've got. Show me what you've got. Huang Di swung his two hammers and smashed them against each other, making a loud noise. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Lu Ming's combat strength was rarely seen, even among the desolate race. The desolate race were belligerent, so they were naturally delighted to see him. Then let's see if you have the ability, Lu Ming said. His body glowed as sacred weapons flew out from his acupoints. More than 100 saint weapons hovered around Lu Ming, sealing a sacred weapon in one's body. What a wondrous ability. It's better not to be just for show. Huang Di grinned and took a step forward. His whole body was like a cannonball as he rushed towards Lu Ming. His two hammers smashed towards Lu Ming like a storm. Back then, Skyhammer also used a hammer, but its power couldn't be compared to desolate land. As the hammers came crashing down, the sky emitted a terrifying whistling sound. The air was compressed, creating a terrifying wind wave that came crashing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming held a sacred weapon battle sword in his hand. The sacred energy in his body roared as he slashed out. The terrifying chi wave was split into two. Dang! Dang! The battle sword and Huang Di's hammers collided violently, creating a violent wind that swept out in all directions. Huang Di's body trembled violently as his stout body retreated continuously. He retreated more than 10 steps before he found his footing. High-grade heaven spiritual body. The desolate race is indeed an ancient race. They sure have many geniuses. Lu Ming was secretly alarmed. In this short period of time, among the desolate race elites that Lu Ming had encountered, there were 3 people with high-grade heaven spiritual bodies. This was extremely shocking. In the outside world, a high-grade heaven spiritual body was definitely a top elite. It was an existence second only to a king body. If a king body did not appear, no one could compete, but in the desolate race, he had encountered one after another. However, he did not know that Huang Di was even more shocked. He was a top elite of the desolate race. Among his peers, there were not many who could match him. Now, despite having a cultivation level 2 levels higher, he was still forced into a disadvantageous position by Lu Ming. Powerful, again. Huang Di raised his 2 hammers and stomped on the ground. He was like a mountain that came crashing down on Lu Ming. Swish! Swish! Lu Ming's battle sword was like the wind as it constantly slashed out, clashing with Huang Di's hammers. Sparks flew as the two of them clashed more than 10 times. Every collision made Huang Di retreat a few steps. After more than 10 collisions, Huang Di had already retreated a large distance. His face was pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm not fighting anymore, I'm not fighting anymore. I admit defeat. Huang Di raised his hammers and turned to run, shouting that he admitted defeat. He realized that Lu Ming's strength completely crushed him. There was no need to continue the battle. Even Huang Di has been defeated. Could this person really be able to surpass 2 levels and obtain 100 consecutive victories? Even Huang Di is no match for him. Not many people in the perfect great sage realm can be his match. This combat power is really amazing. Many people exclaimed. And on the highest viewing platform, the eyes of a few desolate race experts lit up. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming's eyes scanned the surroundings. I'll do it. Just as Lu Ming's voice faded, a voice followed. Following that, a burly figure soared into the sky and landed in the arena. This was also a youth. His body was even more burly than Huang Di's. Standing there, he was like a mountain. He had a demeanor that said, "Who else but me can do it?" This was an undefeatable belief. Huang Di, it's Huang Di. Huang Di has already made his move. I thought he was going to leave it until the end. Can the #1 elite of the younger generation defeat Lu Ming? Upon seeing this youth, many people even stood up from their seats and shouted in excitement. The #1 elite of the desolate race's younger generation? Lu Ming spoke. There were sounds all around him, so he naturally heard it. Lu Ming, if you defeat me, there is no need to fight any further. I'll count it as your 100 consecutive victories. Huang Di said. Everyone nodded. Indeed, Huang Di was an invincible existence in the perfect great sage realm. If he was not a match, then the battles that followed would be meaningless. Not to mention 100 consecutive victories, he could obtain even more consecutive victories. Alright, that's exactly what I want. Lu Ming spoke. He also wanted to see how strong the number 1 elite of the desolate race was. Peng, Huang Di took a step forward. It was as if an ancient behemoth was walking, causing the ground to tremble. Peng. Peng, following that, Huang Di continued to take steps. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. And the aura from his body grew stronger. His muscles bulged and he was filled with explosive power. Finally, Huang Di was not far from Lu Ming. He punched at Lu Ming. He punched with his bare hands, but the resulting tremors were more intense than when Huang Di brandished the gigantic hammer. Lu Ming was fearless. He also threw a punch toward the desolation power. Lu Ming actually wants to clash head-on with Huang Di? At the same level, no one is Huang Di's match in a head-on clash. Furthermore, Lu Ming's cultivation level is 2 levels lower. He probably does not know how powerful Huang Di is. Lu Ming and Huang Li's fists collided with each other. Neither of them was willing to give an inch and they collided heavily. Dong, there was a dull roar and a terrifying shockwave burst out from where their fists collided. The shockwave spread out in all directions of the spectator stand and crossed 100 miles in an instant. Above the spectator stand, there were experts who set up layers of defense to block the shockwave. Bam! Bam! The 2 figures trembled and retreated wildly. They stomped on the ground, causing the ground to rumble. Lu Ming and Desolately retreated at the same time, which shocked the audience. Lu Ming was not weaker than Desolately in a head-on confrontation. What a terrifying power! What a strong power! This is the law of force. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. Desolately's spiritual body was a superior heavenly spiritual body. The law that he mastered was the law of force, which was one of the King Dao laws. It was exactly the same as Long Chen's law. Force was the ultimate force. It had boundless strength and could break all laws with force, coupled with Desolately's complete great sage cultivation, his power was shocking. He could blow up a mountain and crack the ground with a single punch. Great, again. Desolately saw that Lu Ming was a match for him in a head-on confrontation. His battle intent was ignited and his eyes were filled with a fanatical battle intent. He rushed towards Lu Ming and threw out continuous punches like cannonballs at Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming stomped on the ground and dashed out. He circulated the hell-suppressing heaven skill and punched continuously with both his fists. Lu Ming had never been afraid of anyone in a head-on confrontation. Lu Ming's fists seemed to have the shadow of the suppressing hell monument. It had the power of hundreds of millions of caddies. It suppressed the heavens and was shockingly powerful. Bam! Bam! Both of their fists continued to hit each other. It was direct, brutal, and overbearing. There were wars in the heavens and the earth. Some of the weaker cultivators turned pale and almost suffered internal injuries. The 2 of them exchanged more than 100 blows, but there was still no clear winner. To be honest, Desolately was very strong. Each of his attacks was like thunder. It was terrifyingly powerful. In a direct confrontation, not many people could directly confront him like this. Lu Ming was also relying on the hell-suppressing heaven skill and the power of the primal chaos law to resist the desolate force. Lu Ming, what other tricks do you have? Use them all. Huang Li roared. All right. Lu Ming replied. The law of primal chaos surged as he abruptly tapped out with a finger. Primal chaos tribulation finger, the terrifying finger force crushed towards Huang Li. Huang Li's face was extremely solemn. He roared, and a pair of gloves appeared on his hands. He operated the law of extreme force and punched with all his might. A star seemed to appear on his fist as he punched out. He blasted it toward Lu Ming and collided with the chaos finger of calamity. It was a shocking scene. It was as if a finger of a god had tapped on a star in the starry sky. Then, the star exploded and Huang Li's body retreated rapidly. It's time to end this battle, seal. Lu Ming muttered. Following that, dense runes suddenly appeared on Huang Li's body, sealing him. Huang Li's expression changed drastically as he used all his strength to struggle. But at this moment, Lu Ming tapped out with another finger. A huge finger pressed down on Huangli, sending him flying thousands of meters away as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. And this was after Lu Ming showed mercy. If not, Huangli would not have just been injured. Ha ha ha, impressive. Really impressive. Lu Ming, I've lost. Huangli was defeated, but he laughed out loud and thought nothing of it. I just have a few more tricks up my sleeves. I might not be able to beat you in a direct confrontation. Thank you for letting me win. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. A win is a win. In a battle of life and death, who dares to fight me head-on? However, we can fight again in the future. Next time I will definitely beat you. Huang Li's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Alright, let's fight again when there's a chance. Lu Ming smiled. He realized that these people from the desolate race were not bad. All of them were very straightforward and did not have many schemes. At this moment, the desolate race expert descended from the sky and landed in front of Lu Ming. Since you have jumped 2 levels and defeated Huang Li, then no one in the perfect great sage realm is your match. You are free. A token appeared in the desolate race expert's hand as he threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and his face revealed a look of joy. He was finally free. Then, he could search for brute crystals in the ancient wilderness region. Lu Ming, my desolate race's clan elder wants to meet you. At this moment, the desolate race expert spoke out once again. The desolate race's clan elder wants to meet me? Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. I have something I need your help with. The desolate race expert nodded. This sentence was said through a voice transmission, so no one else could hear it. Senior, since you have invited me, I will definitely meet you. Lu Ming did not hesitate as he nodded in agreement. Alright, come with me. Huang Li, you too. The desolate race expert flew towards the arena. Lu Ming, Huang Li, as well as Autumn Moon and Bubbles, who were in the stands, followed him. After flying out of the arena, they headed north. How spectacular! Having been here for some time, this was the first time Lu Ming came out of the arena. He sized up his surroundings. This was an ancient giant city. There were various ancient buildings in the city. They were majestic and tall. There was no end in sight. In the city, there was an endless stream of people from the desolate race. Not long after, they came to a majestic building and entered a grand hall. In the grand hall, there were a few burly white-haired elders sitting there. These elders did not seem to have any aura. They looked like ordinary elders. Greetings, clan elders. The desolate race expert and Huang Li bowed towards the elders. There's no need to stand on ceremony. The elder in the middle raised his hand slightly and looked at Lu Ming. He gave a look of admiration and said, You are Lu Ming? I just heard the news that you defeated Huang Li, crossing 2 levels to defeat Huang Li. This old man has lived for so long, but this is the first time I've seen such combat strength. Senior, you flatter me. This junior was just lucky. Lu Ming said humbly. The few elders chuckled and did not comment. Little rascal, our desolate race has something that we need your help with. The elder in the middle continued speaking. You need my help? But this junior's strength is weak. Lu Ming was stunned. He never expected that the desolate race clan elders would seek his help with something. However, he was only at the great sage realm. There were probably plenty of people in the desolate race that were stronger than him. What did they need his help with? The old man smiled and said, Come with me and you'll know. Huang Li, you kids, come with me. With that said, the few elders walked out. The desolate force and desolate race experts also followed. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment before following with Autumn Moon and Bubbles. Soon, they came to a secret place. Lu Ming, the matter we need your help with is not complicated. You just need to walk from here to an altar and activate it. A desolate race tribal elder said. Walk to an altar? Are there any obstacles on this path? Lu Ming asked. The tribal elder nodded and said, These 3 altars were left behind by the desolate race's ancestors. Legend has it that they contain the desolate race's treasures, and they are related to the rise and fall of the desolate race. Unfortunately, for countless years, no one has been able to approach the altars and activate them to obtain the desolate race's treasures. On every path, there is a terrifying pressure. The stronger one's cultivation level, the stronger the pressure. Hence, only elites can step on it. The tribal elder explained once. So that was the case. Lu Ming's heart stirred. It was no wonder the desolate race wanted his help. And the previous caged battle was probably a test for him. If not, he would have regained his freedom after obtaining his 100th victory. Tribal elder, I want to try again. At this moment, Huangli spoke. Alright, go ahead and try. The tribal elder nodded. Huangli took a step forward and walked towards the ancient path on the leftmost side. Dong, when he stepped onto the ancient bluestone path, the heaven and earth seemed to emit a roar. Huang Li's step was as heavy as a mountain. Huang Li's body trembled slightly before he stood up straight and continued walking forward. Dong, another roar resounded as the ground trembled slightly. Huang Li seemed to be under immense pressure. His muscles bulged as the might laws covered his body. He was like an invincible god of war as he took a step forward. Dong. Dong, step by step, he took a step forward. Every step he took would emit a roar. Soon, Huang Li had taken 100 steps forward. But after 100 steps, his speed began to slow down. It was as if the pressure he was facing had increased. However, Huang Li's eyes were filled with determination as he continued walking forward. Not long after, Huang Li took 200 steps. His speed slowed down once again, but he continued walking forward. It was as if every 100 steps he took, the pressure Huang Li faced would increase. Step by step, he proceeded forward. Every 100 steps, the speed of the Desolate's power would slow down. After more than an hour, Desolate Force had finally taken 500 steps. When he took the 501st step, his body suddenly shook, and his face turned pale. The ancient bluestone road was 1,000 meters long, which was 1,000 steps. Only half of the Desolate's power had been used. Roar, Huang Li let out a deep roar. His eyes were unyielding as he continued to move forward. As he took a step forward, his body trembled again. However, he did not fall. Instead, he continued to move forward. Every step he took was very difficult, as if he was carrying the weight of an ancient divine mountain on his back. Not bad, there is an improvement. In the history of the Desolate race, the number of people who could reach 500 steps can be counted on one hand. The elder nodded his head. He was satisfied with Desolate Force's performance. Let's see how many steps this little guy can take. Another elder said. After that, no one said anything and continued to watch. The speed of the Desolate's steps became slower and slower. Sometimes, it would take more than 10 minutes to take a step. However, everyone was patient. After 3 days, the Desolate Force had finally reached the 600th step. Not bad. Even in the history of the Desolate race, few people with keen bodies could reach 600 steps. One of the elders exclaimed in admiration. For Desolate Force to be able to reach this step, his future achievements would be extraordinary. After Desolate Force took 600 steps, he stopped. He stood there, as if he was meditating to recover. This stop lasted for an entire day. A day later, Desolate Force let out an angry roar and took another step forward, towards the 601st step. However, when he took that step, his body shook violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew out of the ancient bluestone road. An elder stretched out his hand to catch Desolate Force. A surge of energy surged into Desolate Force's body. Desolate Force's pale face regained some vitality. Lu Ming, as you can see, with Desolate Force's strength, he can only take 600 steps. If you can help our race open the altar, then you will be a great benefactor of our race. You will be an honored guest of our race, and you will be given the position of an outer race elder. Your status will be second only to our Desolate race elders. How about it? An elder said. Lu Ming's heart palpitated. If he helped the Desolate race open the altar, he would be given the position of an outer race elder. His status would be second only to the Desolate race elders. This power was no trifling matter. And the Desolate race's strength was unfathomable. If he could obtain the help of the desolate race, it would definitely be an extremely powerful backer. Lu Ming secretly took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He said, "Senior, you are being too polite. This junior will definitely do his best. Also, this junior's reason for coming to the ancient savage wilderness region is to search for brute crystals. I wonder if Senior has any news of brute crystals? So you are here to search for brute crystals. Although brute crystals are precious, our race still has quite a number of them. We can give you a few in the future," an elder said with a smile. "Thank you, Senior." Lu Ming was overjoyed. Following that, he looked at the ancient bluestone road and said, "Then, this junior will give it a try." After saying that, Lu Ming took a step forward and walked towards the left ancient bluestone road that desolate force had just taken. Dong, when Lu Ming took a step forward, he felt a powerful force pressing down on him. It made his body feel extremely heavy. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. However, although this force was strong, it did not affect Lu Ming much. Lu Ming took a step forward and walked forward quickly. Dong. Dong, the ground trembled constantly. In a few breaths' time, Lu Ming had taken 100 steps. What a fast speed. He is indeed a son of chaos. A desolate race elder's eyes lit up. This kid is a bit stronger than ordinary Elysian children. Perhaps he really does have a chance. The other elder had a hopeful look on his face. The altar left behind by their ancestors had been sealed for too long. Over the eons, they had tried all sorts of methods to open it, but to no avail. Perhaps, there was hope now. Their desolate race was the strongest faction in the world eons ago. They were at the peak of their power and had countless experts. Eventually, they competed with other powerful factions, resulting in their defeat and the deaths of their experts. Hence, they could only live in seclusion and hide in the ancient savage wilderness region. However, the treasures left behind by their ancestors were not opened by anyone. Even after so many years, the desolate race had yet to recover to its peak. The treasures in the 3 altars were their opportunity, so they naturally cared about it. Dong, when Lu Ming took 100 steps, he did not stop at all. He took a step towards the 101st step. When he took that step, Lu Ming felt an even more powerful force pressing down on him. However, Lu Ming's muscles only trembled slightly as he resisted the force and continued forward. In about a minute, he had taken 300 steps. This speed shocked the few desolate race patriarchs, as well as Huangli and company. Following that, they were overjoyed. Maybe, Lu Ming could really do it. After 300 steps, Lu Ming's speed finally slowed down. However, compared to Huangli, he was still much faster. Not long after, Lu Ming reached 400 steps. After 400 steps, his speed slowed down again. Following that, it was 500 steps. After 500 steps, there was still no obstruction to Lu Ming. He took one step at a time, firmly moving forward. When Lu Ming reached his 600th step, the few desolate race members were shocked. 600 steps. Previously, Huangli had stopped at 600 steps. Huangli was the #1 elite of the desolate race. In the history of the desolate race, he was one of the few elites. However, Huangli had used a few days, while Lu Ming had only used about an hour. In the history of the desolate race, the highest record was 700 steps. Lu Ming stood at the 600th step. After adjusting his breathing slightly, he took another step. Dong, a loud boom resounded as a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming's body only trembled slightly as he withstood the pressure. Following that, he took a second step, a third step. After withstanding it, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Ming took one step at a time at a constant speed. This time, Lu Ming took an hour to reach his 700th step. This was already a tie with the desolate race's record. Following that, Lu Ming just needed to take another step to break the desolate race's record. Lu Ming stopped and spent some time adjusting his breathing to recover. Then, he took another step. The 701st step caused the ground to tremble violently. The entire ancient bluestone road began to emit a green glow. Lu Ming's body was shrouded in primal chaos laws as he forcefully withstood the external pressure. What a strong pressure. It's only the 701st step, but the pressure is already so strong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt that all his muscles and bones were under a terrifying pressure, and they were all groaning. It was as if his body had become 1,000,000 times heavier. In his dantian, the two saint hearts spun rapidly, and majestic saint power filled Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming continued to step forward. However, at this point, Lu Ming's walking speed was greatly reduced. It was much slower than before. The people of the desolate race revealed looks of nervousness. Was it already so difficult after 700 steps? Could Lu Ming make it to the end? If even Lu Ming couldn't make it to the end, then they would really be in despair. They did not believe that there was anyone in the world who could be stronger than Lu Ming at the same level of strength. Dong. Dong, the rumbling continued. Fortunately, the area was isolated by a formation. Otherwise, the intense rumbling would have shaken the entire ancient city. This time, Lu Ming took a total of 3 hours before he reached the 100th step and landed on the 800th step. There were only 200 steps left before he would walk through the ancient bluestone path. But without a doubt, the last 200 steps were the most difficult. Lu Ming's eyes turned serious. Finally, he sat down cross-legged at the 800th step. He took out a large number of ores and began devouring them to recover. Just now, he had expended a large amount of saint power. Everyone waited quietly. After a few hours, Lu Ming finally recovered to his peak state. Then, he stood up and took a step forward without any hesitation. Boom! When he took this step, Lu Ming's body violently trembled. He felt a torrential storm of power slamming into his body, as if it was about to shatter his body. What a terrifying pressure! Lu Ming's eyes revealed a look of shock. All the bones in his body began to emit creaking sounds. He was enduring a terrifying pressure, as if it was about to send Lu Ming flying. How can this pressure stop me? Lu Ming's eyes flashed like lightning. With a low growl, he continued taking steps forward, resisting the terrifying force. After the second step, Lu Ming's body still trembled. As for the hearts of the desolate race, they also trembled. It was as if every step Lu Ming took was stepping on their hearts. After Lu Ming took the second step, he paused for a long period of time before taking the third step. At this point, the pressure from the external world was too strong. If it were an ordinary person at the large success stage of the great sage realm, their body would probably explode instantly from the pressure, leaving nothing behind. At this point, Lu Ming's speed became very, very slow. Every step he took required him to stop for a long period of time, devouring ores to recover. However, Lu Ming's posture remained straight. His eyes remained firm. Although it was very slow, he was still moving forward. This process lasted for a total of 5 days. 5 days later, Lu Ming stepped onto the 900th step. He was still short of the final 100 steps. Here, Lu Ming continued sitting cross-legged and began recovering. It took him 3 days to recover. 3 days later, Lu Ming stood up. Everyone in the desolate race felt their hearts hanging in the air. Could Lu Ming continue moving forward? He wouldn't be blasted down when he reached the 901 step, would he? Boom! Finally, Lu Ming took a step forward. The ground quaked as Lu Ming's body trembled violently. Lu Ming's face suddenly turned snow-white. What a terrifying pressure. It's even stronger than the pressure from before. Furthermore, there's a pressure acting on my soul, and even a pressure acting on my laws. Lu Ming's mind flashed with thoughts. After the 900th step, the pressure he had to face was omnidirectional. It was too shocking. Lu Ming was nearly sent flying, but he managed to grit his teeth and withstand it. He withstood it. The desolate race and company were overjoyed. On this ancient azure stone path, every 100 steps was a threshold. The pressure would rise to a whole new level. Hence, the first step of every 100 steps was the most difficult. Once one failed to withstand it, they would be sent flying. And once they withstood the first step, it meant that they could withstand that level of pressure. Then, they could continue moving forward. Lu Ming had withstood the 9,001st step, which meant that there was a high chance of him walking the ancient azure stone path. How could they not be happy? However, since ancient times, no one had been able to walk past the 900th step. They also did not know what the situation would be like after the 900th step. Hence, they were still extremely nervous, afraid that there would be an unforeseen event. After taking this step, Lu Ming stopped there. After a long while, he took another step. After taking the second step, Lu Ming's body continued to tremble, but he managed to withstand it. He stopped there to meditate. After a period of time, Lu Ming took a third step. As such, Lu Ming took a step every once in a while. When Lu Ming reached the 950th step, he suddenly sat down cross-legged and took out a large number of oars. What's going on? He's about to break through. A tribal elder exclaimed. Lu Ming's cultivation level was already nearing the peak of the Great Sage Realm. And this ancient road gave Lu Ming immense pressure. Under the immense pressure, it forced out Lu Ming's potential, allowing him to break through his shackles and enter the peak of the Great Sage Realm. Lu Ming began devouring large amounts of ores to stabilize his cultivation level. 2 days later, Lu Ming completed his breakthrough and continued forward. The pressure has become stronger. Lu Ming muttered. With his cultivation level breaking through, the pressure from the outside world had indeed become stronger. This ancient road would change the pressure according to the warrior's cultivation level. Only those with strength that far exceeded those at the same level could step onto it. The pressure had become stronger, but Lu Ming's cultivation level had also increased. The pressure he faced was no different from before. Lu Ming continued forward. This was a long process. From the 900th step to the 1000th step, Lu Ming's breakthrough took half a month. Dong, when Lu Ming stepped onto the 1000th step, the desolate race patriarch, Huang Li and company revealed looks of ecstasy. He had finally stepped onto the 1000th step. How many years had it been? Finally, someone had traversed this ancient bluestone road. The treasure of their desolate race ancestor was about to appear. The pressure has disappeared. When Lu Ming stepped onto the 1000th step, the pressure from the outside world instantly disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming felt refreshed and extremely comfortable. My chaos laws have broken through a little. The chaos tribulation finger should have reached 61% mastery. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. This trip had not been in vain. Following that, Lu Ming continued walking and came in front of the altar. Lu Ming, as long as you turn the altar, you will be able to open the ancestors' treasure. A patriarch reminded him, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Ming nodded. He grabbed the two sides of the altar and turned it forcefully. Ka-cha, the altar emitted a ka-cha sound. Following that, infinite light emitted from the altar. Following that, the light gathered, forming a circular halo. A sparkling stone flew out from the halo. Could it be a power condensation stone? One of the elders looked at the stone flying out of the circle of light. His body trembled slightly as he revealed an extremely excited expression. The other elders, Huang Li, and the others were also extremely excited. After the light circle flew out of the stone, it collapsed and disappeared. Power condensation stone? Lu Ming was curious. He held the stone in his hand. He didn't feel any weight, but he could feel a strange energy acting on his body. After that, Lu Ming returned along the ancient bluestone road. However, this time, the ancient bluestone road did not exert any pressure on him. Lu Ming took a step forward and arrived beside Huang Li and the others. Senior, here. Lu Ming handed the power condensation stone to an elder. The elder excitedly took it and carefully examined it. His old body was trembling from excitement. Power condensation stone, it really is the legendary power condensation stone. With the blessing of our ancestors, our tribe has finally found the power condensation stone. The desolate race elder held the power condensation stone in his hand and was extremely excited. The other elders were not much different. What use does this power condensation stone have to make these desolate race elders, who have lived for God knows how long, so excited? Lu Ming was extremely curious. Lu Ming, you still do not know the significance of the power condensation stone to our desolate race. This is a supreme treasure that can allow our desolate race to rise up. However, in the hands of others, it is useless, Huang Li said as he explained the use of the power condensation stone. The desolate race was an ancient race. They had special physiques. Every person's physique was extremely strong and they had immense strength. And what the desolate race cultivated was related to strength. All sorts of martial techniques, mystic techniques, divine powers, etc. They were all related to strength. The concepts and laws they understood were all related to strength. A large number of people understood the laws of strength. As for the desolate race, if they were exposed to the power condensation stone's illumination from a young age, they would be able to improve their physique. Their physique would be stronger and their strength would be stronger. They would be able to better grasp the laws of strength, and they would even be able to easily control the laws of strength. The laws of strength were the laws of kings. If the desolate race were to produce a group of elites who could control the laws of strength, how terrifying would that be? After Lu Ming heard this, he was extremely shocked. It was no wonder the desolate race elders were so excited. This was a treasure that could really allow the desolate race to rise up. Lu Ming, our desolate race will never forget your kindness. A few of the desolate race elders bowed towards Lu Ming. Senior, please don't. Lu Ming hurriedly retreated. These desolate race elders had lived for an unknown number of years. Their cultivation levels were unfathomable, so he did not dare accept it. Following that, Lu Ming diverted the topic and said, Senior, the other two sacrificial altars. Lu Ming's gaze looked towards the other two ancient azure stone paths. Those two sacrificial altars cannot be opened yet. The second ancient azure stone path requires one to be at least at the martial emperor realm to enter. The third path probably requires an even higher cultivation level to enter. A desolate race elder explained. It requires one to be at least at the martial emperor realm to enter? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming, I hope that when your cultivation level is high in the future, you can help our desolate race a few more times. A desolate race elder said very politely. Since Lu Ming could pass the first ancient path, he could pass the second and third paths. It was just that his cultivation level was not high enough. They naturally wanted to build a good relationship with Lu Ming. Definitely. Lu Ming nodded. This was beneficial to both parties. It was a win-win situation. The desolate race needed Lu Ming's help, and if Lu Ming needed it in the future, he would similarly need the desolate race's help. To Lu Ming, there was nothing to lose, so why wouldn't he agree? Following that, they left and returned to the desolate race's meeting hall. A desolate race elder immediately took a few brute crystals and handed them to Lu Ming. With the brute crystals in hand, Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed. On the second day, the desolate race held a huge banquet to celebrate. At the same time, at the banquet, the desolate race conferred Lu Ming the title of an external race elder. His position was second only to the desolate race's patriarch, and he had great power. And the entire desolate race knew that Lu Ming had passed the ancient azure stone path and helped the desolate race obtain the energy condensation stones. Naturally, no one objected, and they all supported Lu Ming wholeheartedly. 3 days later, Lu Ming bade farewell to the desolate race's elders. He had been in the ancient savage wilderness region for several months. He had obtained the brute crystals, so it was time to leave. Calculating the time, the celestial city's Xianxia Sacred Institute had been in session for 2 months. Lu Ming, my race has chosen a few elites. We plan on going out with you for training, how about it? In the desolate race's meeting hall, an elder said this. That's right. From what you said, there are many elites in the outside world, and king bodies are competing for supremacy. Letting them go out for training will allow them to go further. If they stay in the ancient savage wilderness region all day, they will really think they are invincible. Another external race elder said. This made Huangli, who was beside him, blush. Before meeting Lu Ming, Huangli was indeed very arrogant. He felt that he was the leader of the younger generation and was invincible. But ever since his battle with Lu Ming, he had completely lost his temper. All right, but there will probably be danger outside. Lu Ming said. Only with danger can you go further. Not long after, the desolate race selected 9 young elites. They planned on following Lu Ming to adventure and gain experience. Desolate Force and Desolate Land were among them. Among the 9 people, there were as many as 5 people whose spiritual bodies had reached the superior heavenly spiritual body. The other 4 people's spiritual bodies were the intermediate heavenly spiritual body. Each of them was very powerful, and their cultivation was at the Great Sage Peak or Great Sage Perfection. Lu Ming, how many people in the outside world know about the entrance to the ancient desolate sacred domain? At this moment, a tribe elder asked. Probably not many, at most a few people. Lu Ming recounted Ha Zheng's matter. The desolate race has not fully emerged, so these people cannot be left alive. A tribe elder's eyes flashed. Lu Ming and I will go out and get rid of them. A middle-aged man said. He was the desolate race expert who had brought Lu Ming to meet the desolate race tribe elders in the cage battle arena. His cultivation level was at the martial emperor realm, and his name was Huang Su. All right, go ahead. The tribe elders nodded. The desolate race's exit was naturally not limited to the one that Lu Ming and company had entered previously. There were other exits, but this time, they still planned on exiting through that same exit. Everyone rose into the air and soon after, they arrived at the exit. The desolate race expert opened the exit, and a whirlpool appeared in the sky. Everyone rushed into the whirlpool and disappeared. The next moment, Lu Ming realized that they had appeared above the lake they had entered previously. Sweeping his gaze, there was no one around. Senior Huang Su, why don't you enter my mountain river diagram for the time being? I will secretly head to Desolate City, so as to not alert the enemy and scare Ha Zheng and company away. Lu Ming suggested. The desolate race people were too burly, so they would definitely attract attention when walking on the streets. As for Ha Zheng, he had entered the ancient desolate sacred domain before. If they swaggered into Desolate City, they might alert Ha Zheng, causing him to escape early. Huang Su and company nodded. Lu Ming kept Huang Su, Desolate Force and company into the mountain river diagram. Only Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Bubbles headed for Desolation City. When Lu Ming and the others entered Desolate City again, they felt that the atmosphere was completely different from the last time. Now, the atmosphere of the entire barren city seemed to be very depressing. The streets were also desolate. Many shops were closed, and the restaurants were deserted. Boom, when Lu Ming's group passed by a majestic mansion, a rumbling sound came from within. A figure broke through the wall and flew out of the mansion, crashing heavily to the ground and coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. This was a white-haired old man. He was very old, and the wrinkles on his face were piled up like a mountain. This reminded Lu Ming of Uncle Kong. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following that, several figures rushed out of the mansion. One of them was a middle-aged man who stepped on the old man's face, causing his head to slam heavily into the ground. Grandpa sure, a delicate cry rang out. It was only then that Lu Ming realized that the other burly man was holding on to a young and beautiful lady. Miss, let her go. Otherwise, when the master and the others return, they won't let you go. The old man ignored his injuries and struggled to get up. He wanted to help the young woman, but the woman was kicked away by the middle-aged man. Your master still wants to come back. He should have died in the ancient desolate region. So what if he comes back? Do you think my Ha family is afraid of your Huang family? The middle-aged man sneered. He looked coldly at the old man and said, Old man, let me send you on your way. After saying that, a battle saber appeared in his hand and he slashed at the old man. However, the saber did not hit the old man because a force flew out from the side and knocked his battle saber away. Who is it? The middle-aged man shouted. His eyes were like lightning as they fell on Lu Ming. Brat, was it you? The middle-aged man said coldly. Looks like you're not blind. Lu Ming smiled. Brat, you're courting death. How dare you meddle in my Ha family's affairs? You're courting death. The middle-aged man walked towards Lu Ming. When he glanced at Autumn Moon, a look of surprise flashed across his face. He said, This woman is not bad. Take her and give her to the young master. I'm sure he'll reward you handsomely. He did not know Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Although Lu Ming had caused quite a commotion in the desolate city, not many people had seen Lu Ming and the others. Whoosh! The middle-aged man's saber was like lightning as it slashed at Lu Ming. However, in the next moment, he felt a chill on his neck. Then, he saw a headless corpse holding a battle saber running forward a few steps before falling to the ground. That was clearly his body. Then, he felt his vision turn black and lost consciousness. After Lu Ming killed the middle-aged man, his body flickered a few times. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying force attacked the remaining Ha family members. These people did not have the slightest strength to resist and were directly killed by Lu Ming. Only one of them survived because Lu Ming deliberately left him alive. However, he was so frightened that his face turned pale. His body trembled as he collapsed on the ground. A stench came from his crotch. He was so frightened that he wet his pants. "Grandpa Sure, are you all right?" The young woman quickly ran to the old man and asked with concern. "Miss, I'm fine." The old man shook his head. Then, with the support of the young woman, he walked to Lu Ming and bowed. "This old man thanks young master for saving my life." "There's no need to thank me. I happen to have some conflicts with the Ha family." "Senior, what happened in the desolate city? Why do I feel that something is wrong?" Lu Ming asked. "Sigh, it's because of the ancient savage desolate region." The old man immediately gave a simple account of what had happened in the desolate city during this period. It turned out that the experts of the 6 strongest factions in the desolate city had followed Ha Jing to the ancient savage desolate region. However, only Ha Jing and Hemodi had returned. The experts of the other 6 factions had not returned. As a result, the situation in the desolate city had completely changed. The Ha family was now the strongest. In the past, although Ha Jing was the #1 expert in the desolate city with a quasi-emperor cultivation, the other 6 factions could still contend with the Ha family if they joined forces. However, no one could contend with the Ha family now. Not long ago, the Ha family had started to sweep through all the factions in the desolate city. Anyone who resisted was killed without mercy. The Ha family had wiped out the other 6 factions. The old man and the young woman belonged to the Huang family of the 6 factions. The young woman was also the daughter of the Huang family. Hemodi was lustful by nature and wanted to take the daughter of the Huang family as his concubine. That was why the scene today had happened. Lu Ming suddenly understood. Almost all the people of the other factions had died in the cage battle arena of the ancient savage desolate region. It was not strange for such a scene to occur in the desolate city. "Young master, you should leave quickly. Leave the desolate city. You killed the people of the Ha family. They will not let you off." The old man advised kindly. "Leave? I don't want to leave. You, quickly go back and report this." With that, Lu Ming looked at the only person of the Ha family who had not died. "Ah?" The old man and the young lady of the Huang clan were also stunned, their faces pale. The head of the Ha clan, Ha Jing, was a quasi-emperor expert. They did not believe that Lu Ming and the rest could fight against a quasi-emperor at such a young age. "Young master, don't be careless. That Ha Jing is..." The old man was worried and wanted to persuade Lu Ming. "It's fine." Lu Ming waved his hand and then looked at the Ha clan member. "Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to die?" The Ha clan member was so frightened that his face turned pale. He ran back to the Ha clan and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The old man and the young lady of the Huang clan were also pale and anxious. "Senior, if you have something to do, you can leave first," Lu Ming said with a smile. Then young master, take care." The old man did not dare to stay here. He cupped his fists at Lu Ming and then quickly left with the young lady of the Huang clan, heading out of the desolate city. Lu Ming and the rest waited quietly here. Who are they? After killing the Ha clan's people, they actually didn't leave and dared to wait here? How bold. This is called a newborn calf not fearing a tiger. They want to be heroes, but they don't know how terrifying the Ha clan is. When the experts of the Ha clan arrive, they will regret it. Many people in the surroundings had seen the scene just now. At this time, they were watching from afar and discussing in low voices. At this time, in a courtyard of the Ha clan, Hemodi was naked and lying on top of 2 young and beautiful women. Although the 2 women looked humiliated, they still served Hemodi wholeheartedly. Hemodi felt so good that it could overturn the sky. These 2 young women were the young ladies of other major factions. In the past, he could only look at them and it was not so easy to get his hands on them. But now, they served him wholeheartedly and allowed him to play with them. Hemodi was incomparably excited as his palm touched the smooth skin. A certain part of his body trembled and spurted out, causing Hamodi to let out a beast-like roar. He suddenly thought of Lu Ming and felt that he should thank Lu Ming. If it weren't for Lu Ming, how could the experts of the other forces enter the ancient desolate sacred realm and never return? Desolate City would become the Ha clan's sole power. When had he ever had such a good time? He had decided to toy with all the beauties in Desolate City. Just as his imagination was running wild, a loud shout came from outside the courtyard. Young master, bad news. Hamadi's face instantly darkened. He had already instructed them not to disturb him when he was working. Now that the shouting outside had completely ruined his mood, it made him very unhappy. After putting on his clothes, Hamodi walked out of the courtyard with a gloomy expression. The middle-aged man who had been released by Lu Ming was anxiously standing outside the courtyard. What is it? Why are you so flustered? Hamodi asked with a dark expression. Young master, you asked us to capture the young lady of the Huang family, but someone meddled in our business and saved her. He even killed the others. Young master, you must avenge them. Who is so daring to kill a member of my Ha clan? Cold killing intent flashed in Hamadi's eyes. Now that the Ha clan dominated Desolate City, no one dared to go against them. Yet someone dared to kill a member of the Ha clan. They must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. It's a young man and a young woman with a little girl. The middle-aged man described the appearance of Lu Ming and the others. What? It's them? How is that possible? Hamadi's pupils shrank as he cried out in disbelief. Upon hearing that, he knew that it was Lu Ming, Qiu Yu, and Bubbles. But didn't Lu Ming and the others enter the ancient desolate realm with them? Why did they come out? Could it be that Lu Ming and the others had followed Ha Jing out of the ancient desolate realm? Hamadi felt that it was very likely. Back then, Lu Ming and the others had not been very far from the exit of the ancient desolate realm. It was very likely that after they had escaped, Lu Ming and the others had also escaped. Their luck is pretty good, but since they have escaped, they should find a place to hide. How dare they meddle in the affairs of my Ha clan? They are courting death. The killing intent in Hamadi's eyes intensified. Back then, he had been taught a miserable lesson by Lu Ming. Later, Lu Ming had captured him and used him to threaten his father. He had lost all face, so how could he not take revenge? He had thought that Lu Ming and the others had died in the ancient desolate realm. But he had not expected that Lu Ming and the others were still alive and had dared to come out and ruin his plans. Weren't they courting death? Young master, should we report this to the patriarch? The middle-aged man asked. No need. Father was injured back then and has only recovered recently. There is no need to alarm him over such a small matter. I will go and find a few elders. That will be enough. With that, Hamodi stepped forward. Lu Ming and the others were still outside the Huang clan residence. In the distance, more and more onlookers were gathering. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He looked forward and muttered, "They're here." Whoosh! Whoosh! Several streaks of light tore through the sky and flew over at shocking speed. In the next moment, the streaks of light faded, revealing 5 or 6 figures. The person in the lead was Hamadi. Beside him were several elders, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. 2 peak utmost saints and 3 peak utmost saints. What a terrifying lineup. Hamadi actually sent out such a powerful lineup. Who are that young man and woman? Someone exclaimed in the distance. Peak utmost saints and peak utmost saints were definitely peak existences in the desolate city. But now, so many of them had been sent out just for a young man and woman. Haha, there's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. Kid, I will make you suffer today. When Hamodi saw Lu Ming, he burst into laughter. There was a cold glint in his eyes, especially when he looked at Qiu Yu. Of course, he didn't dare to be careless. He followed closely behind a peak utmost saint. He would never forget how Lu Ming and the others had strangely captured him in front of Hamadi. Haha, is that so? Do you know why I'm here? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Oh? Are you waiting for me? Hamadi asked. You have some brains. Not bad. I'm waiting for you to kill you. Lu Ming said. Haha, kill me? Kid, you have some battle strength, but I came prepared this time. Let's see how you can kill me. Go, cripple them for me. With that last sentence, Hamodi gave an order to the elders. Kill. Kill. The elders emitted cold murderous intent. A total of 4 elders stepped forward. One of them was a perfected absolute saint while the other 3 were peak absolute saints. This lineup was more than enough to kill Lu Ming and the rest. The 4 experts' terrifying aura suppressed Lu Ming and the others. They sealed off the area, afraid that Lu Ming and the others would escape. Looking at the calm expressions of Lu Ming and the others, Hamodi suddenly had a bad feeling. No, they might be able to kill an absolute saint in the greater success stage, but they're no match for a peak absolute saint. Plus, there's a peak absolute saint as well. Hamodi shook his head and threw the bad feeling out of his mind. That young man and woman are doomed. The Ha family is powerful and dominates the barren city. How dare that young man and woman provoke the Ha family? That woman is doomed. She's so pretty, but she's going to be ruined by Hamodi. Many people sighed in the distance. During this period of time, the Ha family had been domineering and overbearing, dominating the desolate city. Many people had suffered. However, no one dared to voice out their anger. At this moment, they only stood far away and discussed softly. At this moment, Lu Ming's glabella shone and a picture flew out. It was the mountain river picture. A tall and burly figure stepped out of the mountain river picture. Seeing this figure, Hamodi's pupils shrank. His eyes were filled with fear as he shouted, "Oh no, retreat!" It was Xianxia who had come out of the mountain river picture. Hamodi had entered the ancient barren city and met the desolate race. He immediately recognized that Xianxia was the one who had attacked them. But it was too late. Boom. Boom, Xianxia punched out a few times. Terrifying fist strength tore through the air as if it could crush everything. The terrifying might made the 3 top absolute saints and the one in the absolute saint realm of the absolute saint realm of the absolute saint realm turn pale. But they couldn't escape from a martial emperor. The fist light tore through the void and crushed through. The 4 experts didn't even have time to scream before their bodies exploded. Under the destructive power, they turned into ashes. Hamodi was almost scared to death. Run! Run! Hamodi yelled as if he had gone mad. He told the other absolute saint of the peak to take him and run away. However, a huge hand reached out from the ruins and grabbed at the air. A huge palm appeared out of nowhere, grabbing Hamodi and the saint expert. Terrifying energy surged into them, and their cultivations were both crippled. Hamodi screamed miserably. Everyone in the surroundings was dumbfounded. They simply could not believe what they were seeing. 2 absolute saints at the peak of the absolute saint realm and 3 absolute saints at the peak of the absolute saint realm. This was a powerful force, but Xianxia had crushed them like ants. Martial Emperor, this is a martial emperor. Who are those young men and women? He actually has a martial emperor backing him. He must be a genius from a powerful faction outside of Desolate City. No wonder he is so calm. It turns out that he has a martial emperor with him. The eyes of even more people lit up. Would the appearance of a martial emperor change the current situation of Desolate City? Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared beside Hamodi. His saint power was like a saber. With a slash, he killed the perfected absolute saint. Don't kill me, don't kill me, Hamodi almost peed in his pants as he let out a shrill scream. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Lu Ming lifted Hamodi by the neck and said, let's go to the Ha clan. After saying that, he walked towards the Ha clan. Mid-autumn moon, desolate ruins. We're going to the Ha clan. There's going to be a good show. I wonder if the martial emperor will attack the Ha clan. Let's go and take a look. The people in the distance were looking forward to it, hoping that the martial emperor would attack the Ha clan. If he could destroy the Ha clan, the situation of Desolate City would change again. This place was not far from the Ha clan. Soon, they arrived in front of the Ha clan's residence. Ha Jing, come out and die. Lu Ming shouted. His voice reverberated throughout the entire Ha clan's residence. Who's here to die? A loud roar came from the Ha clan's residence. Then, a terrifying aura burst out. A ray of light flashed and Ha Jing appeared in the air. Kid, it's you? Hamodi. Hajing looked around and saw Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Then, he saw Hemoti in Lu Ming's hand. "Kid, let go of Hemoti. Otherwise, I'll tear you to pieces," Hajing shouted. But halfway through, he stopped abruptly. It was as if something was stuck in his throat. His eyes stared behind Lu Ming and at Huang Su. He had not noticed Huang Su earlier. Now that he saw Huang Su, his eyes were filled with fear. Swoosh, the next moment, Hajing turned around and fled. How could he still care about Hemoti? Trying to run away in front of me? Huang Su's cold voice sounded. Then, he took a step forward. Then, a huge foot formed above the Ha clan's residence. It was like the foot of a deity, covering the entire Ha clan. Under the huge foot, Hajing was like a small boat in a storm that could be destroyed at any time. He roared. The river of law surrounded his body. He erupted with all his strength, wanting to break out of the area covered by the huge foot. But it was all in vain. The huge foot stomped down. Hajing screamed in pain. His body was torn apart and turned into ashes, dissipating between heaven and earth. A quasi-emperor died just like that. A martial emperor was too strong. Those below the martial emperor realm were like ants in front of a martial emperor. They could not contend at all. It was the same even for a quasi-emperor. After killing Hajing, the huge foot did not stop and continued to stomp down. Beams of light rushed out from the Ha clan's residence, wanting to escape. But under the huge foot, all of this was just wishful thinking. One figure after another exploded in the air, dying on the spot. Boom, the huge foot stepped into the Ha clan's residence. The vast residence exploded and turned into ashes. The entire Ha clan was wiped out from the world. Alright, this way, no one will know the entrance to the ancient wilderness region. Huang Su smiled. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. A trace of reluctance flashed in Autumn Moon's eyes. With one move, the entire Ha clan was wiped out. This was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. Originally, he thought that Huang Su would only kill some of the Ha clan's higher-ups. He did not expect Huang Su to be more direct and wipe out the entire Ha clan with one move. Then, Lu Ming sighed in his heart. The martial world was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. It was very cruel. There might be many innocent people in this world, but in Huang Su's eyes, why would he care? Perhaps in his eyes, ordinary people were like ants. If not for his talent, which had gained the attention of the desolate race and helped them greatly, he might also be an ant in Huang Su's eyes. In such a world, Lu Ming had to constantly become stronger so that he would not be treated like an ant by others and easily wiped out. Let's go. Lu Ming sighed in his heart and turned to leave. On this day, the overlord of the desolate city, the Ha clan, was wiped out. Their entire family was wiped out. On this day, it was rumored that Hemoti had offended a peerless elite that he should not have offended. This person brought a martial emperor and wiped out the Ha clan. Everything in Desolate City had nothing to do with Lu Ming anymore. Half a month later, Lu Ming and the rest returned to the ancient Moon Holy Land, Great Development Pill Palace. Huang Su did not go with them. After Huang Su destroyed the Ha family, he returned to the ancient sacred region. Lu Ming brought Huang Li and the rest to the Great Development Pill Palace. After returning to the Great Development Pill Palace, Lu Ming immediately made a trip to the Phoenix Palace. Sure enough, he found out that the Origin Mountain Holy Court in Celestial City had been held 2.5 months ago. Almost all the famous geniuses in the ancient Moon Holy Land had rushed to Celestial City. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the rest naturally also went to Celestial City. Without the competition of the younger generation of geniuses, the ancient Moon Holy Land suddenly quieted down. But one could imagine how lively and intense Celestial City would be. Lu Ming also planned to go to the Origin Mountain Holy Court in Celestial City. When Huang Li and the rest knew that the geniuses of the Origin Mountain Holy Court were gathering, they all revealed a strong fighting spirit and were extremely excited. The main purpose of them following Lu Ming out was to gain experience and clash with other geniuses to improve themselves. Moreover, the desolate race loved to fight. With so many geniuses gathering, they were naturally excited. Lu Ming and the rest did not delay. On the third day after returning to the Great Development Pill Palace, they went to the Phoenix Palace and took the Phoenix Palace's teleportation array to Celestial City. As for Ouyang Moli, Lu Ming let him continue to stay in the Great Development Pill Palace and cultivate with Uncle Kong. And after this period of cultivation, Xuanixin's cultivation had also broken through to the Bright Sage realm. Lu Ming brought Xuanixin to Celestial City. Celestial City was located in the central region of the Origin Mountain land. It was the head of the Origin Mountain 9 Great Holy Lands. Legend had it that it was built by an invincible celestial emperor powerhouse. The cultivation conditions were unique. But that celestial emperor powerhouse was said to have fallen a long time ago. Later on, Celestial City was occupied by many powerful forces and developed into an incomparably powerful force. In the 8 directions of Celestial City, there were 8 citadels. If the forces in the other regions of the Origin Mountain land wanted to reach Celestial City, they could only teleport to one of the 8 citadels. Lu Ming and the rest teleported to the southernmost citadel, then flew towards the Celestial City. Even from afar, they could see a vast and boundless city ahead. It was filled with a majestic aura. When they approached the Celestial City, they could feel a terrifying pressure permeating the air. It was as if there was a supreme existence residing in the Celestial City. When they walked into Celestial City, what entered their eyes were all ancient buildings. It was unknown how long they had been preserved for. They asked someone to inquire about the location of Yuan Mountain Holy Courtyard. Currently, there was no one in Celestial City who didn't know about the primordial Mountain Holy Courtyard. It was jointly created by several great emperors. Geniuses gathered in the entire Yuan Mountain, attracting the attention of countless people. They easily found out the location of Yuanshan Holy Courtyard and headed towards it. The Celestial City was incomparably majestic and vast. It was just a city, but its surface area was much larger than the ancient Moon Holy Ground. They spent a lot of time to find Yuan Mountain Holy Courtyard. On the tall and majestic gate, there were 4 words written on it: Origin Mountain Holy Court. "Stop, what are you doing here?" A middle-aged man blocked Lu Ming and the rest's path. "Senior, we are here to join the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard." Lu Ming cupped his fists and told the middle-aged man the purpose of his visit. "You're only here to join the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard now? The Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard has been held for more than 2 months. Don't you know?" The middle-aged man's face sank and said, "Senior, we were delayed because we had something important to do. As soon as the matter was done, we rushed over. Please make an exception." Lu Ming said politely. "It's not impossible to make an exception. The Great Emperor has ordered that those who come late can also enter the Holy Courtyard, but the requirements are higher. Show me your cultivation and let me see," the middle-aged man said. "All right." Lu Ming and the rest nodded. Then, one by one, their aura spread out. Great Sage Realm, what? So many Great Sage Realm? When the middle-aged man sensed it, his face suddenly changed. Lu Ming's group of more than a dozen people were almost all Great Sage Realm cultivators, and all of them were above the peak of the Great Sage Realm. Only Xuanixin was a Bright Sage Realm cultivator. Especially Huangli and the others, each of them was burly, and the shortest one was more than 2 meters tall. Which force did they come from? After taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man calmed down and said, "I am a teacher of the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard. Let me tell you, the minimum requirement to join the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard is to reach the Bright Sage Realm, and your spiritual body must also be a heavenly spiritual body. So, I will also check your spiritual bodies. Come with me." After saying that, the middle-aged man went inside the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard, and Lu Ming and the rest followed. When they walked into the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard, at a glance, there were magnificent divine mountains in the depths of the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard, towering into the clouds. On the divine mountains, there were various buildings and palaces built. And some flat lands, there were also various buildings built. Although every inch of land in Celestial City was expensive, and it was impossible for ordinary forces to live in it, the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard was jointly built by several great emperors. Naturally, it occupied a vast territory, and no one dared to say a word. Soon, they came to a hall. In the center of the hall, there was a crystal-like stone tablet. This crystal tablet was refined by the great emperors. It can detect the spiritual body's level. One by one, walk into the crystal tablet, and I will have a way to know your spiritual body's level. The middle-aged man said. Let me go first. Huangli left the ancient sacred realm for the first time, and he was very curious about everything. He was the first to step forward and walked in front of the crystal tablet. The crystal tablet immediately emitted a light, enveloping Huangli. Then the crystal tablet emitted a strange light. High-grade heavenly spiritual body. The middle-aged man was a little surprised, and then a book appeared in his hand, and said, "What is your name? I need to register your information." Huangli. Huangli reported his name, age, etc. Well, you can enter the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard, next. After the middle-aged man filled in the information, he looked at the others. Huangli retreated, and Huangdi went forward. Another high-grade heavenly spiritual body. The middle-aged man stared. Although he had seen countless elites in this period of time, those with a high-grade heavenly spiritual body were few and far between. He never expected that there would be two of them today. After he registered Huangdi's information, another youth from the desolate race came forward. It's still a high-grade heavenly spiritual body. The middle-aged man drew a cold gasp. For two high-grade heavenly spiritual bodies to appear consecutively, and at the same time, this was incredible. However, his surprise did not end there. Following that, his surprise turned into shock. Among the 9 desolate race elites, 5 had high-grade heavenly spiritual bodies, and 4 had middle-grade heavenly spiritual bodies. As for Lu Ming and Autumn Moon, they had high-grade heavenly spiritual bodies. When Bubble went up for the test, it showed that she had a high-grade heavenly spiritual body. This left the middle-aged man dumbfounded, and his heart was in turmoil. Who were these people? There were so many high-grade heavenly spiritual bodies. Were there any king bodies among them? Finally, when it was Xianxia's turn, he let out a sigh of relief. Low-grade heaven spiritual body. Xianxia's original spirit body was not a heaven spirit body. However, before Lu Ming went to the ancient sun sacred land, he had refined Xianxia's spirit body with the Great Expansion Cauldron, allowing Xianxia's spirit body to reach a low-grade heaven spirit body. Well, the test is over. You can all join the Origin Mountain Holy Court. Wait for me here. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he turned around and left. Not long after, he returned. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen jade tokens appeared in the air and flew to Lu Ming and the others. This is your identity token. Take it, it means that you are a member of the Origin Mountain Holy Court. Also, the Origin Mountain Holy Court is very big and spacious, so you can choose your residence at will. Those mountains you saw before, as long as no one lives there, you can choose them. The middle-aged man said. Thank you, teacher. Lu Ming and the others took it and thanked him with cupped fists. Well, there is one more thing. I want to remind you that the Origin Mountain Holy Court does not forbid fighting, killing, or crippling the other party's cultivation. Everything else is up to you. The middle-aged man warned. Lu Ming and the others nodded. The geniuses who joined the Origin Mountain Holy Court were the top geniuses from all over the world. The weakest of them was a heaven spiritual body with the potential to become an emperor. If fighting was not allowed, with so many geniuses fighting, they would suffer heavy losses. However, fighting was not allowed. This could motivate the geniuses and put pressure on them, forcing them to continue to improve. Well, you can go now. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and Lu Ming and the others left. Then, Lu Ming took out a voice transmission jade token and sent a voice transmission to Long Chen and Huang Ling. Soon, a few figures flashed over. It was Huang Ling and Long Chen. There were also a few familiar faces, Mu Qingxue and Yi Dongfeng of the Thunder God sect. Lu Ming. Brother Lu. Several people greeted Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, you're finally here. Who are they? Huang Ling smiled and looked at Huang Li and the others with a surprised look. Where do you live? Let's talk while we walk. Lu Ming said. Some of our acquaintances live on a mountain peak. I'll take you there. Huang Ling said. After that, the group of them headed towards the depths of the Yuanshan Sacred Academy. Not long after, they arrived at a mountain peak. On this mountain peak, there were many courtyards. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, several figures flew out. These people were all geniuses from the Phoenix Palace, the Divine Elephant Sect, and Xianxia sect. They were all on good terms with each other and lived on the same mountain peak. Everyone greeted Lu Ming and the others. Then, they landed in a courtyard. Lu Ming introduced Huang Li and the others. Of course, Lu Ming did not mention that Huang Li and company were members of the Desolate Race. After all, the Desolate Race had yet to appear. You also control the law of force? Huang Li looked at Long Chen. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. The law of strength erupted from his body and he was filled with terrifying power. A powerful aura exploded from Long Chen's body as he stared at the power of desolation. He activated the power of desolation law and revealed his fighting spirit. It's a pity that your cultivation is still a little lacking. Once you break through to the great sage perfection, let's have a good fight. Huang Li licked his lips. His fighting spirit was even stronger. That's what I want. Long Chen's eyes were filled with a blazing light. The law of kings was the top law between heaven and earth. In ordinary times, the king physique was extremely rare. Only in the current golden age would there be a situation where the king physique contended for supremacy. However, for the same king physique to appear in the same era, or even more, was even rarer. It was rare since ancient times. Long Chen and Huang Li both controlled the law of force. When they met, there was no reason for them not to fight. Moreover, when the two of them fought with the same king physique, it was extremely beneficial to their cultivation. This big guy is also a king physique. The other geniuses from the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant Sect looked at Huang Li in shock. Long Chen and Huang Li looked at each other and then retracted their aura. Everyone chatted for a while. Lu Ming mainly asked about the situation of the Sacred Academy of Yuanshan. The geniuses of the Sacred Academy of Yuanshan are beyond our imagination. Not only are there geniuses from the 9 great holy lands, but there are also geniuses from many emperor-class factions. Even those ancient races that have been living in seclusion have appeared and joined the Sacred Academy of Yuanshan. Huang Ling said. Ancient races? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and thought of the Desolate Race. Those ancient races are called the Ancient Races. They are forces that have been around for countless years. They have existed since ancient times. Many of them are not in the 9 great holy lands. Instead, they live in their own small worlds. Their heritage is extremely deep. No one knows how strong they are. This time, for some reason, many of the ancient races have appeared. Their talent and strength are extremely shocking. There are many king physiques. Huang Ling said again. The ancient races? Huang Li, and the others' eyes were filled with fighting spirit. It seems that the Sacred Academy of Yuanshan is really a gathering place. All the geniuses from the 9 great holy lands have gathered. There are even ancient races geniuses. Interesting. Lu Ming's eyes were also filled with fighting spirit. Huang Ling, Long Chen, get out here. At this moment, a loud roar came from outside. It's Mo Lang and the others. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others' faces suddenly turned ugly. Damn it. These guys really don't give up. Someone growled. Huang Ling, Long Chen, get out here. That voice came again. Lu Ming, you guys sit for a while. I'll go and settle this. Long Chen stepped out and walked out of the courtyard. I'll go too. Huang Ling followed him out. Some of the geniuses from Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect also followed. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He did not get up. Instead, he spread out his spiritual consciousness and saw everything outside. Outside, Mo Lang, the Golden Crow Second Prince, and some other geniuses were there. There were 7 or 8 of them. They were all top geniuses from the ancient moon sacred ground. They stood in the sky and looked down at Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others. Huang Ling, Long Chen, have you guys thought about it? Our patience is limited. Mo Lang sneered. You want us to join you? Impossible. Get out of here. Long Chen scolded. Humph. You should know the consequences of rejecting us. The Wind Tribe wants you to join us because they think highly of you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The Golden Crow Second Prince's body was covered in the divine sun fire. His eyes flashed sharply. Don't you understand human language? Get out of here. Long Chen shouted as a powerful aura erupted from his body. During this period, Long Chen's cultivation had also broken through and reached the peak of the Great Saint Realm. He was not far from the Great Saint Realm of the Great Saint Realm. Obviously, he had made great progress in the past few months. Long Chen stepped into the air and walked toward Mo Lang and the others. Mo Lang and the others' faces changed drastically. At that moment, the cry of a phoenix could be heard. Huang Ling was bathed in the undying flames as a phoenix soared into the sky. Huang Ling's cultivation was similar to Long Chen's, reaching the peak of the Supreme Saint Realm. The other skyprides of the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant Sect also unleashed their auras as they stared at Mo Lang and the others with hostility. Mo Lang and the others' expressions changed as they subconsciously retreated. Stubborn. Don't think that you can fight against the Wind Clan skyprides with your cultivation. Just you wait. Let's go. The Golden Crow Second Prince said coldly before leaving with Mo Lang and the others. Huang Ling and Long Chen looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Then, they returned to the courtyard. Huang Ling, Long Chen, what's going on? What's the Wind Clan's background? Lu Ming asked. The Wind Clan is an ancient clan, and the place where they live in seclusion is the ancient moon's sacred ground. Some time ago, the Wind Clan appeared, and their skyprides came out and joined the Origin Mountain sacred ground. The Wind Clan's skyprides are extremely domineering. They want to establish a force in the Origin Mountain sacred ground and force the other skyprides of the ancient moon's sacred ground to join them. Mo Lang, the Purple Extreme Sect, the Golden Crow Clan, and other forces all joined the Wind Clan's camp. Only we didn't join the ancient moon's sacred ground. Huang Ling explained. They're too domineering. It's our freedom to join them or not, but the Wind Clan said that if we don't join them, we won't be able to stay in the Origin Mountain sacred ground. Mu Qingxue added with an ugly expression. The Wind Clan? The ancient moon's sacred ground has an ancient clan living in seclusion. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. How strong are the skyprides of the Wind Clan? Lu Ming asked. The strongest skyprides of the Wind Clan is called Wu Fengchen. He has a king body, and his spirit body is also a superior sky spirit body. He has mastered the law of destruction heavenly wind and has already reached the Supreme Saint Realm. He's the strongest skyprides of the Origin Mountain sacred ground. Huang Ling said. A Supreme Saint King body, no wonder he's so arrogant. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He had a king body and had reached the absolute Saint Realm. His battle prowess was definitely terrifying. At this moment, there was a sharp cry in the distant sky. A golden ray of light flew toward the place where Lu Ming and the rest were staying at a terrifying speed. It was a three-legged golden crow. When it spread its wings, it was at least 100 meters long. Its entire body was bathed in the divine fire of the great sun, making it look like a sun. It's the Golden Crow Crown Prince. He's probably going to deal with Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others. The Feng clan wants to unify the geniuses of the ancient moon holy ground. It is obvious that they have taken a fancy to Huang Ling and Long Chen's talents. However, although the two of them are talented, their cultivation levels are still low. I am afraid that they will not be able to contend against the Feng clan. Let's go take a look. Many geniuses on the nearby mountain peak sensed it and flew into the sky to watch from afar. The three-legged golden crow was extremely fast. In just a few breaths' time, it had reached the place where Lu Ming and the others were staying. With a flap of its wings, a large amount of divine sun fire poured down on Lu Ming and the others. At this time, Lu Ming and the others were chatting. Suddenly, everyone's faces changed. Divine sun fire, damn it. Huang Ling and Long Chen shouted angrily at the same time. They shot into the sky and attacked, extinguishing the divine sun fire. Lu Ming, Huang Li, and the others' expressions changed. They were not in a hurry to attack. Ka, a loud cry resounded in the sky. A young man in a golden robe appeared in the sky. His eyes were like lightning, and he was extremely domineering. Behind him, a pair of golden crow wings flapped slowly. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire mountain peak. Absolute Saint Realm. Lu Ming's heart jumped. This three-legged golden crow's cultivation was at the absolute Saint Realm. The golden crow crown prince. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others whispered. Their eyes were solemn. The golden crow crown prince was extremely famous in the ancient moon sacred ground. Before the Feng clan appeared, he was one of the strongest geniuses in the ancient moon sacred ground. Especially after joining the Origin Mountain sacred ground, he had used the resources of the Origin Mountain sacred ground to break through to the absolute Saint Realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! Behind the golden crow crown prince, more than a dozen figures appeared. It was Mo Lang and the others. Huang Ling, Long Chen, I advise you to surrender and join us. Don't make any unnecessary resistance. You should know that resistance is futile. Mo Lang said coldly with a haughty expression. If you want to be the dogs of the Feng clan, go ahead. We're not interested. Long Chen said. How dare you? The golden crow crown prince flapped his wings, and flames spread out. He looked even more majestic. He glanced at Long Chen and Huang Ling coldly and said, although I can't kill you in the Origin Mountain sacred ground, I can still severely injure you. If you don't agree, I'll beat you up every time I see you. I'll make sure you can't stay in the Origin Mountain sacred ground. A sick bird. How arrogant. Did you open the Origin Mountain sacred ground? A mocking voice could be heard from one of the courtyards. Who's there? The golden crow crown prince's face darkened as he looked at the courtyard. He dared to call him a sick bird. Courting death, then, more than a dozen figures stepped out. The one in front was Lu Ming, followed by Huang Li, Qiu Yu, and the others. Lu Ming. Mo Lang, the golden crow second prince, and the others' faces suddenly changed. So you're Lu Ming? The golden crow crown prince's eyes turned colder. That's right. Lu Ming smiled. Good, very good. If I wasn't in Celestial City, how could you behave so atrociously in the ancient moon sacred ground? I thought you wouldn't dare to come to the ancient moon sacred ground. Since you're here, I'll teach you a lesson today and avenge my ninth brother. A cold murderous intent flashed in the golden crow crown prince's eyes. If it wasn't for the sacred ground's prohibition of killing, he would have killed Lu Ming. However, even if he couldn't kill Lu Ming, he could still humiliate him. He could trample on Lu Ming in front of everyone and make him unable to raise his head in the Origin Mountain sacred ground. Boom. Boom, the golden crow crown prince continued to step forward. The great sun divine fire on his body became even hotter. The flames filled the sky and his aura was wild as he pressed down on Lu Ming. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others unleashed their auras and were ready to fight. I didn't expect to meet such a character. Leave this bird to me. Behind Lu Ming, Huang Li grinned. His eyes were filled with a strong battle intent as he stepped out and walked toward the golden crow crown prince. Lu Ming stood still. If Huang Li wanted to fight, then he would let him move. You? You're merely at the great sage realm. Kneel down. The golden crow crown prince looked arrogant as he glanced at Huang Li. He threw out a palm and flames gathered to form a giant flaming palm that slammed down on Huang Li. Kneel down. Sick bird, you're the one who's going to kneel down. Huang Li roared as his muscles bulged. He threw out a punch and exploded the giant flaming palm. His body did not stop as he rushed toward the golden crow crown prince and threw out a punch. Boom, Desolate Force's fist clashed with the golden crow crown prince's claw. Instantly, the golden crow crown prince's face changed and he quickly retreated. His hand trembled as he felt a sharp pain. His finger had almost been broken by Desolate Force's punch. Lu Ming is right. You are indeed a sick bird. Desolate Force grinned. The other youths from the Desolate race burst into laughter. The golden crow crown prince said angrily as his eyes flashed with cold murderous intent. He had been careless just now. Furthermore, he had never expected Desolate Force's punch to contain such terrifying power. Kill. The golden crow crown prince roared as he transformed into a huge three-legged golden crow. His cultivation level of the Paragon Saint initial stage exploded as he flapped his wings and charged towards Desolate Force. The terrifying Great Divine Sun fire seemed to be able to burn everything as it surged towards Desolate Force. Desolate Force wore a pair of gloves on his hands as he circulated the Great Force Law. His fists constantly punched out. Every punch produced a terrifying roar in the sky as it formed a vacuum tunnel. The terrifying fist force blasted towards the Golden Crow Crown Prince and destroyed the Great Divine Sun fire. Swoosh, the Golden Crow Crown Prince's body shrunk to the size of a normal person, but his speed was even more astonishing. He charged towards Desolate Force like a golden beam of light. His 3 golden crow claws were extremely hard as if they could pierce through everything. He grabbed at Desolate Force while his wings slashed at Desolate Force like blades. Desolate Force stood still in the void as he constantly punched out with his fists, clashing violently with the Golden Crow Crown Prince. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows and Desolate Force managed to withstand the Golden Crow Crown Prince's attacks. Superior Heaven Spiritual Body. Lu Ming muttered. The Golden Crow Crown Prince's spiritual body was also a Superior Heaven Spiritual Body. With his cultivation level reaching the Paragon Saint realm, his combat power was indeed very strong. Lu Ming knew that although Desolate Force could withstand the attacks for a while, he would definitely lose over time. After all, a Supreme Saint was too far away from a Paragon Saint. Great Force Law. It's a king body. The elites who had been attracted by the battle from afar were shocked. Even Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, which was filled with elites, did not have many king bodies. Every appearance of a king body would attract attention. Once the king body grew up, it would be absolutely terrifying. The intense battle between Huang Li and the Golden Crow Crown Prince continued, but as Lu Ming expected, the Golden Crow Crown Prince's attacks became more and more violent. Huang Li gradually lost ground and was suppressed. I'll go help him. Behind Lu Ming, a figure stepped out. It was Autumn Moon. 2 scimitars flew out from Autumn Moon's body. One was extremely cold while the other was extremely hot. The 2 scimitars spun and transformed into a destructive force that charged toward the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The terrifying power shocked the Golden Crow Crown Prince. He immediately unleashed his power to counterattack. The divine fire of the Great Sun and the Autumn Moon's power collided. However, the Golden Crow Crown Prince still underestimated Autumn Moon. The 2 scimitars broke through the divine fire of the Great Sun and slashed towards the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The Golden Crow Crown Prince quickly retreated in shock, but he was still hit by the scimitars. Golden feathers fell from the sky. Bah, a sky full of bird feathers, kill! Huang Li shouted. He charged toward the Golden Crow Crown Prince and kept attacking with his fists. On the other hand, Autumn Moon cooperated with Huang Li and used the laws of yin and yang to attack the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The Golden Crow Crown Prince used all his power to fight against the two, but he was forced into a disadvantageous position. Another king body. Why are there so many king bodies? In the distance, many people were shocked. Huang Li and Autumn Moon were both new, and they were with Huang Ling and Long Chen. This meant that Huang Ling and Long Chen's group had 4 king bodies. 4 king bodies, but their cultivation was still a bit weak. If they all became absolute saints, how powerful would that be? Despicable. 2 against 1. The Golden Crow Crown Prince roared. An absolute saint fighting a supreme saint. How dare you say that? How about this? Let's fight at the same level. That's only fair. Lu Ming glanced at the Golden Crow Crown Prince and the others with disdain. The Golden Crow Crown Prince and the others were tongue-tied. They were speechless. If they were at the same level, only those with a king constitution could contend with them. There were so many king constitutions on Lu Ming's side. What could they use to fight at the same level? Their advantage was their cultivation level. How could they give up their advantages and take advantage of their weaknesses? Miss Autumn Moon, you're from the one only sacred palace. Are you going to interfere with our business? The Golden Crow Crown Prince turned his target to Autumn Moon, hoping that Autumn Moon would back out of this. But Autumn Moon didn't care about the Golden Crow Crown Prince. She attacked even more fiercely. Huang Li and Autumn Moon attacked at close range and from afar. They cooperated with each other, and their combat power was amazing. The Golden Crow Crown Prince roared, but there was nothing he could do. The Golden Crow Crown Prince used all his strength, but he was at most on par with Autumn Moon and Huangli. He was even at a disadvantage at times. Although the Golden Crow Crown Prince's cultivation was strong, and he had reached the initial stage of the Absolute Saint Realm, he had just broken through. Besides, the law he controlled wasn't the King way. As for Autumn Moon and Huangli, they had reached the Great Saint Realm and were not far from the Absolute Saint Realm. The two of them together weren't weaker than the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The two sides exchanged dozens of blows, but it was still hard to determine the winner. That's amazing. There are two king bodies. Moreover, they came with Lu Ming. Huang Ling and Long Chen were still okay. After all, they had seen Autumn Moon before. But the other elites from Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect, as well as Mu Qingxue and Yi Dongfeng, were shocked. There were two king bodies who came with Lu Ming, and their cultivation levels had reached the Great Saint Realm. They were stronger than Huang Ling and Long Chen. How strong were the rest? Many people couldn't help but look at the rest of the desolate race. The gazes of Huang Di and the others fell on the battlefield without blinking. Each of them had a strong fighting spirit and looked eager to fight. Previously, when they were in the ancient desolate sacred region, they had only faced a limited number of geniuses. When they saw so many geniuses, they could only feel their blood boiling and their battle intent burning. They could not wait to have a great battle like Huangli Lu Ming, fight me if you can. What's the point of hiding? The Golden Crow Crown Prince roared. Divine fire of the great sun gushed out, forcing Autumn Moon and Huangli to retreat. You want to fight me? Okay, I'll fight you in the life and death arena. Do you dare? Lu Ming said. His voice was filled with a terrifying murderous intent. Life and death arena. The Golden Crow Crown Prince's heart skipped a beat. He was hesitant. He had heard of Lu Ming's combat power. But no matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was no match for him. But whoever stepped into the life and death arena would have to fight to the death. In the life and death arena, one could kill one's opponent. The Sacred Institute would not forbid it. It was very dangerous. Since the Sacred Institute's opening, there had not been many who had stepped into the life and death arena. Why? You wanted to challenge me before, but now you don't dare? You're so arrogant, but you're just a coward. Lu Ming sneered. His sarcasm was even more intense. Lu Ming, you don't know this. These people only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. They use their power to bully others and use their connections to intimidate others. If they encounter someone stronger and more ruthless, they will immediately become cowards. The Golden Crow Crown Prince was enraged and his eyes were dark. If you don't dare to fight, then get lost. Lu Ming shouted and his voice spread far and wide. Let's fight. Lu Ming, let's fight to the death. I will kill you today. The Golden Crow Crown Prince shouted. All right. Lu Ming's lips curled up and his eyes were cold. He said, Autumn Moon, Huangli, back off. Let me do it. All right, haha. Huangli laughed loudly and threw out a few more punches before retreating with Qiuyu. The Golden Crow Crown Prince withdrew his great sun divine flame and turned into a tall young man in a golden robe. He looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Let's go to the death match. The Golden Crow Crown Prince turned around and left. Mo Lang, the second Crown Prince, and the others followed. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others also headed in that direction. The death match is about to begin. Let's go and take a look. The crowd watching from afar also followed. Soon, they came to a spacious area. There was a huge purple-gold battle stage here. It was said that this battle stage was made by a martial emperor with a special medal. Ordinary martial emperors would not be able to break it. One could fight to their heart's content on it. The Golden Crow Crown Prince stepped onto the battle stage and stared at Lu Ming with murderous intent. He shouted, Lu Ming, come up and die. Lu Ming was nonchalant. He took a step forward and stepped onto the fighting ring. Brother Lu Ming, come on. Kill him. I want to eat bird meat. Chirp chirp. Bubbles waved her little fists and shouted. The Golden Crow tribe's skyprides were furious. This little thing wanted to eat the Golden Crow's meat. This made them angry. However, there were still people who were excited. Is the three-legged bird meat tasty? Is it poisonous? Huangli had a silly look on his face. It's not poisonous, and it's delicious. I've eaten a wing with Big Brother Lu Ming before. The meat is fresh and tender, and it's really delicious when paired with good wine. Chirp chirp. As Bubbles spoke, her big eyes narrowed as she stuck out her tongue and licked her lips with a look of reminiscence. So delicious? Huangli, Huangdi, and the other youths from the desolate race grinned and stared at the Golden Crow Prince on the battle stage. They wished they could take a bite out of him. The Golden Crow First Prince, Second Prince, and the rest of the geniuses of the Golden Crow tribe almost spat out mouthfuls of blood while trembling in anger. However, Lu Ming just smiled faintly and said, I'm sorry, it's not easy to raise a child at home. His appetite is a little picky. Why don't you all contribute a little? Contribution your sister, the Golden Crow Crown Prince almost cursed out loud. In the end, he roared, Lu Ming, I'll devour you today. Kill. The Golden Crow Crown Prince transformed into his true form and flapped his wings, charging toward Lu Ming. 3 incomparably sharp claws grabbed at Lu Ming, wanting to tear Lu Ming apart. Boom, Lu Ming circulated his sacred power and revealed his cultivation base. The spectators were all stunned. Peak Supreme Saint. This person is only a Peak Supreme Saint, but he dares to fight the Golden Crow Crown Prince in a death match. How dare he? This person is dead for sure. In the previous battle, only 2 people with perfect Supreme Saint physiques could fight the Golden Crow Crown Prince. This person's Peak Supreme Saint cultivation base is no match for the Golden Crow Crown Prince. This person is going to die as soon as he comes to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. What a pity. When Lu Ming revealed his cultivation base, the surrounding geniuses shook their heads. These geniuses were very talented and knowledgeable. Especially during this period of time, how many geniuses had they seen, but it was almost impossible for a Peak Supreme Saint to fight a genius like the Golden Crow Crown Prince. Even the few Elysian children would find it difficult to do so. They all thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. But in the next moment, everyone's eyes suddenly widened. What law is that? The law of primal chaos. It's the law of primal chaos. Nest, another Elysian child. Many people shouted in shock. Boom, at that moment, Lu Ming's fist collided with the Golden Crow Crown Prince's sharp claws, causing a violent explosion. Then, the Golden Crow Crown Prince's huge body was sent flying by Lu Ming, and Lu Ming's body was also pushed back. They were evenly matched. Many people's hearts trembled. Lu Ming actually blocked the Golden Crow Crown Prince's attack with his Peak Supreme Saint cultivation base. This was too shocking. Die. The Golden Crow Crown Prince roared and spread his wings, flapping them violently. He pounced on Lu Ming again and launched an even more violent attack. Lu Ming activated the suppressing hell skill, and the law of primal chaos covered his body. Every time he punched, a suppressing hell steel appeared and suppressed the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The 2 of them continued to clash, and they were evenly matched. Great Sun burns the sky. Chaotic Calamity Finger. The Golden Crow Crown Prince and Lu Ming used their divine abilities at the same time. A huge sun and a huge finger collided. The 2 of them were in a stalemate for a while. In the end, the sun couldn't win and exploded under the chaotic calamity finger. The Golden Crow Crown Prince frantically retreated. In the battle of divine abilities, Lu Ming had the upper hand. Now, Lu Ming's chaotic calamity finger was gradually approaching 70%. It was so powerful that it was comparable to 90% of a divine ability with a normal law as its core. But the Golden Crow Crown Prince's divine ability was only 80%. Die. Lu Ming charged toward the Golden Crow Crown Prince and kept pointing his finger. Several chaotic calamity fingers formed at the same time and attacked the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The Golden Crow Crown Prince unleashed his full power. Flames filled the sky, forming suns that attacked Lu Ming. The battle platform was filled with the power of the Great Sun Divine Fire and the law of primal chaos. Seal. Lu Ming used the chaotic calamity finger with his right hand and used the law of array Dao with his left hand. Countless runes appeared and formed a terrifying sealing power. It directly passed through the Golden Crow Crown Prince's great sun divine fire and covered his entire body. The sealing power was going to seal the Golden Crow Crown Prince. This scene also shocked the other spectators. 2 laws. How can this person control 2 laws? One is the strongest law and the other is the law of kings. Unbelievable. The spectators were all geniuses from all over the world. They had seen many things, but they had never seen someone like Lu Ming. They couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts. Some of them even shouted, "Oh no!" The Golden Crow Second Crown Prince, Mo Lang, and the others were shocked. The Golden Crow Crown Prince was at a disadvantage. At this moment, the Golden Crow Crown Prince himself was also shaken and revealed a look of shock. Lu Ming's combat power was far beyond his imagination. "Break!" The Golden Crow Crown Prince roared. A pair of wings appeared behind him. They shone brightly. As he flapped them, they were like a heavenly blade that slashed and destroyed the law of array Dao that covered his body. Then, endless flames spread out and destroyed Lu Ming's chaotic calamity finger. Whoosh! It's an imperial weapon. Despicable. How dare you use an imperial weapon in a fair fight? Huang Ling shouted. Despicable? This is the life and death fighting ring. There's no rule against using an imperial weapon. An imperial weapon is also a form of power. Mo Lang sneered as a smile appeared on his face. The Golden Crow Crown Prince had an imperial weapon. Even if he could not unleash the weapon's full power, it was more than enough to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I've said it before. Today is the day you die. Die. The Golden Crow Crown Prince said coldly. He had regained his arrogant look. He flapped his golden wings and charged toward Lu Ming. The imperial weapon's power was earth-shattering. Do you think you're the only one who has an imperial weapon? Lu Ming said calmly. His glabella shone and the Tai Chi formation plate flew out. It expanded rapidly and a Tai Chi pattern appeared on it. It charged toward the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The Tai Chi formation plate was definitely a treasure on the same level as an imperial weapon. As Lu Ming's cultivation increased, the power he could unleash became stronger and more mystical. The Golden Crow Crown Prince attacked with his wings, but they were all blocked by the Tai Chi formation plate. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming took the opportunity to attack. He pointed a few chaotic fingers at the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The Golden Crow Prince narrowed his eyes and his sacred power erupted. The pair of golden wings emitted a dazzling golden light and flew out from his body. It transformed into a huge 3-legged golden crow. As it flapped its wings, raging flames spread and annihilated Lu Ming's chaotic finger of calamity. Suppress! Lu Ming's mind stirred. The Taiji array disc seized the opportunity to suppress the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The golden crow that was an imperial weapon let out a long cry and charged toward the Tai Chi formation plate. It slammed into the Tai Chi formation plate, causing it to vibrate and fly away. Then, the golden crow flapped its wings and charged toward Lu Ming. Die. The Golden Crow Crown Prince smiled ferociously. Lu Ming stood motionlessly on the battle stage. His face was calm as if he didn't see the incoming monarch weapon. When the Imperial Armament's Golden Crow approached Lu Ming, a pill furnace appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Great Derivation Pill Furnace, the Great Development Cauldron quickly expanded to the size of a mountain. When the cauldron lid opened, it exploded with an astonishing attractive force. Come in. Lu Ming grabbed one of the legs of the Great Evolution Alchemy Cauldron and scooped up the other party's Emperor weapon into the Great Evolution Alchemy Cauldron. He then quickly closed the lid. He didn't know what grade the Great Pill Derivation Furnace was, but the pair of wings couldn't charge out. Give me back my Imperial weapon. The Golden Crow Crown Prince roared. You're still thinking about the Imperial weapon? Worry about yourself. Kill. Lu Ming shouted and used the divine sword art. 2 sword beams shot out from his eyes and rushed into the Golden Crow Crown Prince's body. The Golden Crow Crown Prince's body trembled. Then, the Tai Chi formation came down and a Tai Chi pattern covered the Golden Crow Crown Prince. Lu Ming went berserk. He raised the Great Development Cauldron and smashed it toward the Golden Crow Crown Prince. Lu Ming's attack was like a storm. The Golden Crow Crown Prince couldn't block it at all and was hit on the head by the Great Development Cauldron. With a loud thud, the Golden Crow Crown Prince was knocked dizzy. His head almost cracked open and his body crashed heavily onto the battle stage. Swoosh! Swoosh! The Tai Chi pattern turned into a yin-yang fish sword and pierced the Golden Crow Crown Prince's wings, causing him to scream in pain. Dong! Lu Ming raised the Great Development Cauldron and smashed it on the Golden Crow Crown Prince's head again. This time, the Golden Crow Crown Prince was severely injured. His head cracked open and blood flowed out. The divine sun fire that covered his body was extinguished and he was on the verge of death. Lu Ming put away the Tai Chi formation and the Great Development Cauldron and stepped on the Golden Crow Crown Prince's head. Stop, Lu Ming. My brother is the top prodigy of the Golden Crow clan. If you kill him, the Golden Crow clan won't let you go. The second Golden Crow Crown Prince shouted. And the Feng clan won't let you go either. Mo Lang shouted as well. Haha, do you think there's any room for reconciliation between the Golden Crow clan and me? Lu Ming looked disdainful. He had killed several Golden Crow Crown Princes. The two sides were mortal enemies. How could there be reconciliation? If he didn't kill the Golden Crow Crown Prince, would the Golden Crow clan let him go? As for the Feng clan, Lu Ming looked at Mo Lang and said, if the Feng clan wants to fight, I, Lu Ming, will accept it. As for the Golden Crow Crown Prince, since he stepped onto the battle stage, he will die if he loses. An absolute saint weapon appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He stabbed at the Golden Crow Crown Prince's head. Poof, blood splattered everywhere. The Golden Crow Crown Prince's head was pierced by Lu Ming. At the same time, his soul was destroyed. The Golden Crow Crown Prince was dead. What powerful combat strength. This person's combat strength is too amazing. The Son of Chaos who controls the law of chaos is indeed amazing. He must be the third person in the Origin Mountain Sacred Academy to control the strongest law. It's a pity that his cultivation is too weak. It's difficult for him to compete with the strongest prodigies. However, if he grows up, he will be extremely terrifying. Some people around discussed excitedly. Yet another Elysian child had appeared. This was truly a golden age. Not only were the kings fighting for supremacy, but the sons of chaos were also fighting for supremacy. The second Golden Crow Crown Prince and the others had ugly expressions, especially those from the Golden Crow clan. They revealed a terrifying murderous intent. The Golden Crow Crown Prince was dead. The strongest prodigy of the Golden Crow clan was killed by Lu Ming just like that. If the elders of the Golden Crow clan knew about it, they would be furious. Lu Ming, give me my brother's body. The second Golden Crow Crown Prince said coldly. Give it to you? How can you be so naive? This is my trophy. Lu Ming smiled and said, besides, didn't you see that my friends are very interested in the Golden Crow meat? You. How dare you? The second Golden Crow Crown Prince trembled with anger and glared at Lu Ming. Why wouldn't I dare? It's not like I haven't done it before. Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand to put away the Golden Crow Crown Prince's body. He then looked at the second Golden Crow Crown Prince and scolded, why aren't you leaving? Do you want to fight too? I'll take it. You. Just you wait. Feng Wuchen is cultivating in seclusion in the Saint Battlefield. When he comes out, it'll be the time of your death. The second Prince of the Golden Crow was enraged, but he did not dare to fight with Lu Ming. After leaving behind a few harsh words, he left with Mo Lang and the rest. Brother Lu Ming, you're so powerful. There's Golden Crow meat to eat. Bubbles dashed onto Lu Ming's shoulder, shouting and screaming excitedly. Let's go back and eat the Golden Crow meat. Lu Ming smiled and returned to the mountain they resided in with the rest. Not long after, a fragrance wafted out of the mountain and spread for 5 kilometers. That night, an entire Golden Crow entered everyone's stomachs. Especially the 9 desolate race elites. They ate until their mouths were filled with oil. Even the bones were devoured by the 9 desolate race youths. The first day of Lu Ming and the others' arrival at Yuan Mountain Academy ended just like that. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they casually chose a few courtyards to stay in. Anyway, the area here was vast and empty. There were plenty of empty courtyards. The next day, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others brought Lu Ming and the others to wander around Yuan Mountain Academy. The Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard was built by several great monarchs and other monarch experts over the course of several years. There are many wonderful places that are of great help to one's cultivation. As the group walked, Huang Ling introduced. Indeed, in the past few months, many people have entered Yuan Mountain Academy, and with the help of the resources here, their cultivation has improved, so have we. Long Chen also said. How many geniuses have entered Yuan Mountain Academy? Lu Ming asked curiously. It's beyond our imagination. Huang Ling's face was solemn and said, the requirement to enter Yuan Mountain Academy is to reach Bright Saint Realm and have a low-grade heavenly spirit body. This time, the 9 great holy lands, various emperor-level forces, and some ancient clans have appeared. There are more than 10,000 people. More than 10,000 people. Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. He was very shocked. There were more than 10,000 people who met the requirement. How amazing was that? These people all had the potential to become great emperors. Even if they only had the potential, it was impossible for so many of them to become great emperors. That was already very shocking. There were so many people in a generation. There were many emperor-level powerhouses in Yuan Mountain, but they were all accumulated over countless years. If there were thousands of great emperors in a generation, how terrifying would that be? Lu Ming finally understood what a golden age was. That is, at this time, Lu Ming saw a stone tablet that soared into the sky. It was as high as the mountain. Even if it was far away, it could be seen at a glance. That's the King's Sage Board, let's go and take a look. Huang Ling said. Everyone moved forward and appeared under the huge stone tablet. There were names on the stone tablet, emitting golden light. At a glance, there were more than 40 names. The King's Sage Board represents the strongest group of Saint Realm cultivators in Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. However, those who want to be on the board have to be at least Saint Realm. The Golden Crow Crown Prince was at the bottom of the list and he has disappeared. Huang Ling explained. It's said that only 100 people can be on the King's Sage Board. However, since most of the people aren't absolute saints yet, there are only 42 of them. Long Chen added. Lu Ming understood. It seemed like there were only 42 people who had reached the Paragon Saint Realm in the Yuanshan Holy Academy. If everyone's cultivation base increased in the future, there would be more than 100 people who reached the Paragon Saint Realm. The Sage King Board would only show the strongest 100 people. Eternal Galaxy. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the 42 names. The name at the top of the list was the most eye-catching. It was called Stellar River. Xianxia. This person is extremely terrifying. He is one of the sons of the heavens. He was born with an eternal body and has mastered one of the 10 strongest laws, the eternal law. It is said that this person is a descendant of the Celestial Emperor and has the Celestial Emperor's bloodline in him. Huang Ling spoke. When she spoke about this person, her expression became serious and fearful. The descendant of the Celestial Emperor? The Celestial Emperor who founded the Celestial City? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Although the Celestial Emperor has fallen, he has left behind descendants. They are one of the strongest forces in the Celestial City. Huang Ling nodded. Then, Lu Ming continued to look at the names. Luo Tsangqiong, number 10. A ray of cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Luo Tsangqiong, the number 1 genius of the Daluo Heaven sect, had taken away the memories of Autumn Moon. Lu Ming would fight with this person sooner or later. Deathblade, is he only number 12? Lu Ming whispered. Deathblade was one of the 6 silver inheritors of the Hunyuan sect. He mastered the death law and was the son of death. This was one of the 10 strongest laws. He was one of the sons of the heavens, just like Eternal Galaxy. However, there was a huge difference between their rankings. Deathblade's cultivation base is weaker, so his ranking is not high. Huang Ling explained. Then, Lu Ming saw a familiar face. Luo Tianyi, who was number 36. Is this ranking accurate? What is the basis for it? Lu Ming asked. When the Saint Academy of Yuan Mountain was first opened, all the geniuses entered at the same time. No one was willing to give in to the others. Naturally, there were many battles. Many geniuses clashed with each other. The teachers of the Saint Academy based the rankings on those battles. Huang Ling said. Isn't this inaccurate? Lu Ming asked. Yes, because some people are more low-key and did not use their full strength. Some people did not even make a move. Therefore, this King Sage board is not very accurate for the time being. Those who are ranked at the bottom may have amazing combat power. No one can say for sure. I guess it will be rearranged in the future. Also, after these few months of battles, the strongest geniuses have entered the holy battlefield to cultivate in seclusion. They are striving to break through and defeat the other geniuses. Huang Ling said. There are so many geniuses. That's great. Haha. Huang Li was excited. The other members of the desolate tribe were the same. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Lu Ming memorized the dozens of names on the King's Sage board. Then, the group walked to the other side. Following that, Lu Ming saw many wonderful places. Many of them were helpful for cultivation. For example, there was a place called the Divine Powers Purgatory Valley. Inside, there were powerful challenges that allowed one to cultivate divine powers. However, one had to pay a certain amount of origin stones to enter these places. This was because maintaining these cultivation grounds required a large amount of energy. Although the great emperors had created them, they did not have enough resources to maintain these places. Naturally, they had to collect the corresponding amount of origin stones. I will cultivate here. You are free to choose where you want to cultivate. Lu Ming said to the desolate tribe members. Only by choosing the most suitable cultivation ground would it be of the greatest help. I will cultivate here with Brother Lu Ming. Bubbles said. Divine Powers Purgatory Valley. We have been here for some time. Let's go to other places to cultivate. Huang Ling said. I want to go to the Divine Powers Valley. Huang Li revealed a look of anticipation. Following that, everyone separated and chose their own places to cultivate. As for Lu Ming and Bubbles, they walked towards the Divine Powers Purgatory Valley. The Divine Powers Purgatory Valley was a vast and huge valley. It was pitch black inside and nothing could be seen. It was as if it led to the abyss of purgatory. There was a mysterious array set up here. It could accommodate many people to cultivate inside. At the entrance of the valley, there were naturally people guarding it. Before entering, one had to apply for a jade token to enter the valley and deposit some origin stones inside. Then, for every day one cultivated inside, the jade token would deduct a day's worth of origin stones. If a person cultivated inside for too long, the origin stones they had deposited beforehand would be deducted. When they came out, they would have to make up for it. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the valley, his surroundings changed. He found that he had arrived in a desolate valley. It was pitch black and there was no one around. Even Bubble was not by his side. Suddenly, a few figures appeared in front of him. They were blurry and he could not see their faces clearly. Whoosh! Whoosh! These few figures pounced on Lu Ming one after another. They were as fast as lightning. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The law of primal chaos spread throughout his body. He circulated the suppressing hell heaven skill and punched out continuously. The figures also blasted out various attacks. They were either punches, palm strikes, or finger strikes. However, they all had one thing in common. They were all using the law of primal chaos. Bam! Bam! After a series of collisions, the figures were sent flying by Lu Ming. They really can use the law of primal chaos. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. He had heard Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others mention before that this divine ability, Purgatory Valley, was extremely mysterious. The figures condensed inside could use the same laws as those who entered. Furthermore, the deeper they went into the valley, the stronger the people who used the laws would be. Bam! Lu Ming took a step forward and charged at the figures. He increased his strength. After a series of explosions, the figures were defeated by Lu Ming. Although these figures could use the law of primal chaos, their power was very weak. They were far inferior to Lu Ming. Naturally, they could not withstand a single blow. After defeating a few figures, Lu Ming stepped forward. Not long after, a few more figures appeared. These figures could still use the law of primal chaos. They were stronger than the previous figures. However, they were still far inferior to Lu Ming. They were still defeated by Lu Ming in a few moves. Lu Ming continued forward. Just like that, Lu Ming defeated dozens of figures. The figures he encountered became stronger and stronger. The power of the law of primal chaos was getting closer and closer to Lu Ming's. They could even use the primal chaos finger like Lu Ming. Lu Ming finally felt the pressure. He circulated the law of primal chaos with all his might to fight the other party. Whoosh! 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 A total of 3 figures pointed their fingers at the same time. 3 huge fingers charged toward Lu Ming from 3 different directions. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and focused his mind. His figure flickered, and at the moment when his figure flickered, he pointed out 3 fingers at an extremely fast speed. Similarly, 3 huge fingers formed and pointed at the other party. The 6 huge fingers collided with each other and then froze in the air. However, in the end, it was still Lu Ming who came out on top. His opponent's Chaos Tribulation finger was destroyed, and his body was also destroyed by Lu Ming. The power of the Chaotic Calamity finger is very close to mine. If they were any stronger, it would not be so easy for me to win. However, this is good. It will help me improve. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then stepped forward again. Not long after, another figure appeared and attacked Lu Ming. This time, the figure's mastery of the law of primal chaos was no weaker than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming engaged in an intense battle with the 3 figures. The law of primal chaos permeated the air and clashed continuously. It was extremely rare to clash with the same law. This way, he could better see his own shortcomings and improve himself. One could imagine that the great emperors must have spent a lot of effort to create such a place. This time, the battle lasted for half an hour before Lu Ming defeated the 3 figures. My chaotic calamity finger is close to 70%. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Previously, Lu Ming's chaotic calamity finger was about 69%. Now, it was close to 70%. If he cultivated like this, it would not be long before he was close to 70%. Lu Ming continued to move forward. This time, the figure that appeared was even more powerful. After fighting Lu Ming for more than an hour, Lu Ming still could not defeat his opponent. In the end, his saint power ran out and he could only retreat. As long as Lu Ming retreated, the figures would not pursue him. When Lu Ming's saint power recovered, he continued to fight. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. A few figures were fighting fiercely. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming continued to unleash the chaotic calamity finger. The power of the chaotic calamity finger suddenly skyrocketed. The chaos tribulation finger that the 3 figures had unleashed was instantly defeated by Lu Ming. The terrifying force blasted the 3 figures into smithereens. Chaotic calamity finger, 70%. Lu Ming whispered and smiled faintly. In just 2 short days of cultivating here, Lu Ming's chaotic calamity finger had broken through. The difference between 69% and 70% seemed small, but the difference in power was huge. Once it broke through to 70%, it would be on another level. For an ordinary martial artist, breaking through to 70% in a divine power would require at least a Saint Realm cultivation base. Moreover, the chaotic calamity finger was even more difficult to cultivate. Of course, for a prodigy, all rules were meant to be broken. This was a great place. No wonder all the prodigies of the entire Primordial Mountain would gather at the Primordial Mountain Saint Court. A cultivation sanctuary created by a few great emperors was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, there were great emperors preaching and clashes between prodigies. In this way, the cultivation speed of these prodigies would definitely increase, and they would be able to force out their potential and advance to a higher realm. Continue. Lu Ming was excited and continued to move forward. Next, Lu Ming had been cultivating in the Divine Power Purgatory Valley. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Lu Ming cultivated tirelessly, forgetting to eat and sleep. The chaotic calamity finger's progress was extremely fast. In less than 2 months, the chaotic calamity finger had reached 80%. One should know that the higher the level of a divine power, the more difficult it was to improve. The closer it was to the perfect stage, every improvement was extremely difficult. In less than 2 months, he was able to raise it to 80%. This speed was already very terrifying. If he were to cultivate normally, he might not be able to achieve it even after a few years. Moreover, in the continuous battle with those figures, Lu Ming's saint power was constantly being condensed and strengthened. It was rapidly approaching the great sage perfected realm. On this day, after Lu Ming fought with 3 figures, he felt the saint power in his body surging like a flood, and the speed was unbelievably fast. I'm going to break through. Lu Ming was overjoyed. After nearly 2 months of continuous battles, his cultivation had finally reached a tipping point, and he was about to break through to the great saint perfection. Lu Ming retreated and sat cross-legged. He took out a large pile of origin stones and began to break through to the great saint perfection. In a luxurious courtyard in the primordial mountain Saint Court, the Golden Crow second prince, Mo Lang, and the others were standing respectfully in front of a green-robed youth. The Golden Crow crown prince is dead? Hee, how dare you? The green-robed youth spoke. His voice was gentle, but anyone could hear the cold killing intent in it. Mo Lang, the Golden Crow second prince, and the others could not help but tremble. This person was the peerless prodigy of the Feng clan, Feng Wuchen. Young Master Wuchen, it's all Lu Ming's fault. Otherwise, we would have taken down Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others. Mo Lang said respectfully. Oh, I've heard of Lu Ming. He stirred up a storm in the ancient moon's sacred ground some time ago. It's a pity that the Wind clan hadn't appeared yet. Otherwise, we would have suppressed him long ago. Feng Wuchen sneered and said. Young Master Wuchen, we also mentioned your name, but Lu Ming didn't give us any face at all. He even said that if you're unhappy, you can look for him directly. The Golden Crow second prince added. Arrogant and ignorant. You're courting death. Beside Feng Wuchen, another young man in a green robe said coldly. He was also a skyprite of the Wind clan, but he wasn't as strong as Feng Wuchen. You want me to look for him? Hee, fine. I'll go look for him. From now on, those people don't have to stay in the Origin Mountain Sacred Court. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. With his hands behind his back, he took a step forward and headed outside. The other skyprides of the Wind clan, Mo Lang, the Golden Crow second prince, and the others followed. On the mountain where Lu Ming and the others lived, 2 figures were fighting fiercely in a spacious area, erupting with terrifying energy waves. These 2 people were Long Chen and Huang Li. After 2 months of cultivation, Long Chen's cultivation had finally reached the Great Sage Great Perfection. As soon as he reached the Great Sage Great Perfection, Huang Li found him. The 2 of them had nothing to say and started fighting fiercely. Their battle was very similar. It was direct, brutal, and domineering. It was like a battle between 2 ancient beasts. Roar! Long Chen's arms swelled up several times as he activated the law of force to the extreme. Both of his fists punched out continuously. Every time he punched out, a giant elephant would soar into the sky and crush Huang Li. Huang Li's muscles bulged, and his eyes shone with a wild radiance. He roared and punched out continuously. Every punch would destroy a giant elephant. The 2 of them exchanged hundreds of blows before retreating to the side. They stared at each other like 2 savage beasts. Ha, this is great. How about we fight another day? Huang Li suddenly laughed. That's what I want. Let's fight another day. Long Chen's fighting spirit was not weak at all. They looked at each other with a feeling of mutual appreciation and regret that they hadn't met earlier. The 2 of them grasped the same laws and fought against each other. It would be a great boost to both of them, and they would be able to better find their own shortcomings. As for the Purgatory Valley, although one could condense a figure with the same laws as oneself after entering, it was still condensed from a large array after all. There was still a huge gap between it and a true genius, a real person. Real people had their own thoughts. They were able to comprehend and see through weaknesses. Naturally, the results would be better when they fought against each other. The 2 of them stopped fighting and sat down cross-legged, absorbing the origin stones to recover their true essence. Not long after, the 2 opened their eyes at the same time and looked in the same direction. In that direction, a terrifying tornado with the power of destruction swept towards the mountain peak where they lived. Who is it? Block it! Long Chen and Huangli roared at the same time. Their bodies soared into the sky and rushed towards the tornado. Both of their fists punched out continuously. Streaks of terrifying fist force blasted towards the tornado. After dozens of consecutive fist forces, the tornado was finally blocked. The two of them looked gloomy. The other party was too bold to attack them directly at their residence and wanted to destroy their courtyard. This was a slap in the face and a humiliation. In the distance, a youth in a green robe with his hands behind his back flew over. It was Feng Wuchen. Two people with the power regal body. It's really rare. Feng Wuchen looked at Long Chen and Huangli in amazement. Feng Wuchen. Long Chen said with a serious expression. This guy is Feng Wuchen. He's so pretentious. I'll beat him until he cries. Huangli grinned, his eyes fierce. At this moment, other figures flew up from the mountain peak and came behind Huangli and Long Chen. A few of them were the Desolate Race's geniuses, while the others were the geniuses of the Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and Thunder God Sect. At the same time, the other geniuses of the Feng race, as well as Mo Lang, the Golden Crow Second Prince, and the others, arrived and stood behind Feng Wuchen. Both sides were ready to fight. Powerful auras clashed in the air. The fluctuations here naturally alarmed the geniuses of the other mountain peaks. Many figures stood in the void and watched from afar. It's Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen has come out of seclusion. I knew it. Once Feng Wuchen comes out, he will definitely make a move. He won't let Long Chen and the others off easily. I wonder how they will deal with Feng Wuchen. Looks like there will be another intense battle. Many people spoke, looking forward to it. Previously, Lu Ming had killed the Golden Crow Crown Prince. How would Feng Wuchen treat Lu Ming and the others? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, the two of you are rare talents. Join me and work for me. I will make you my right-hand men. I won't treat you badly. He still wanted to subdue Huangli and Long Chen. If he had the help of two people with the regal body, he would definitely have a place in the Origin Mountain Sacred Court. Work for you? You should take a piss and look at yourself. Who do you think you are? Huangli cursed out loud. You only know how to suppress others with your cultivation level. You want us to join you? What a joke. Long Chen sneered. They were both people with a regal body. Why would they join Feng Wuchen? Did Feng Wuchen have the right to do that? Feng Wuchen's cultivation level was only slightly higher. As long as they broke through and caught up to Feng Wuchen, they wouldn't be afraid of him at all. Stubborn. I want to see what right you have to be so arrogant in front of me. Feng Wuchen's face darkened. He stepped forward, and the wind howled. Endless destructive wind appeared out of nowhere and wreaked havoc. Every gust of wind was like a terrifying destructive divine weapon, slicing through the space, causing hideous scars to appear in the space. Feng Wuchen also had the regal body. He controlled the destructive wind law and was a lesser absolute saint. Although his cultivation level was the same as the Golden Crow Crown Prince's, his combat power was much stronger than the Crown Prince's. Long Chen and Huangli both looked solemn. The sacred power in their bodies circulated crazily. They used the extreme force law with all their might. They were like two wild beasts, ready to attack at any time. Destroy. Feng Wuchen pressed down with one hand, and a terrifying destructive wind swept toward Long Chen and Huangli. Boom. Boom. Long Chen and Huangli attacked at the same time. They punched continuously, and the sky shook. The air was compressed together, forming a terrifying force that blasted toward the destructive wind. The sky kept exploding, and dozens of explosions sounded. Long Chen and Huangli's bodies shook, and they retreated. Not bad. You managed to block one of my attacks. Continue. Feng Wuchen's body was wrapped in the wind. He continued to step forward. With every step he took, the wind became more violent. It swept across the sky, and the clouds in the sky were swept away by the wind. Mighty divine statue fist. An elephant's roar resounded through the sky. Long Chen's saint force surged as he punched out. A huge primordial dragonesque elephant appeared. It roared into the sky and charged forward. Mighty Star Fist. Huang Li punched out as well. A star appeared on his fist. It was as if he was pushing the star towards the tornadoes. Both of their fists were filled with boundless power. They could break through anything and break through the sky. The huge elephant and star collided with the two tornadoes. There was an earth-shattering boom. Finally, the two tornadoes were blocked and dissipated in the sky. Feng Wuchen's face darkened as his two attacks were blocked. He was an absolute saint. It would be embarrassing if he couldn't take down two supreme saints easily. Destructive storm blades. Feng Wuchen roared. Countless blades appeared around him. They were incomparably sharp and contained destructive power. Whoosh! 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 Destructive storm blades charged towards Long Chen and Desolate Force. Long Chen and Huang Li tried their best to block, but their cultivation levels were too low. They were in danger. Then leave these people to us. A wind tribe genius stared at Phoenix Palace. The others from the Divine Elephant sect stepped out towards them. Mo Lang, the Golden Crow Second Prince, and the others followed and launched terrifying attacks. Spread the news. Gather everyone and defend. A Phoenix Palace genius shouted. Everyone used their voice transmission jade talismans to spread the news. Then, they started to defend. Some of them were still cultivating in the Sacred Institute and weren't here. They were few in number, so they could only defend. A few youths from the Desolate race stepped forward and stood in front of the crowd. They swung their huge axes and maces, sending a few geniuses flying. They're so strong. A few of them have superior heaven spiritual bodies. These people are burly and different from ordinary people. Where are they from? Mo Lang exchanged a blow with a Desolate race youth and was sent flying. His body was numb and he felt a sharp pain in his arm. His bones were almost broken. They might be from the Desolate race, one of the ancient races. A Wind Tribe genius said. As an ancient race, they naturally knew about the Desolate race. Ancient race. Mo Lang and the others gasped. The ancient race had been passed down since ancient times. They had terrifying secret techniques and had unfathomable heritage. None of the ancient races could be underestimated. Leave these Desolate race youths to us. You guys deal with the others. The elite from the Feng clan spoke as a terrifying gust of wind emanated from his body. He charged towards the youth from the Desolate race. Mo Lang and the others attacked the others. Although killing was forbidden in the Sacred Institute, it was fine as long as they weren't crippled or killed. They were going to beat these stubborn people from Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant sect half to death, and then throw them out of the Origin Mountain Holy Court. The Desolate race, Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant sect, Thunder God sect, and other sects had fewer people. They were momentarily at a disadvantage, with some of them injured. As for Long Chen and Huang Li, they did not have it easy either. They were at a disadvantage and they were forced to retreat. If it weren't for the fact that both of them cultivated the law of force, and that their spirit bodies were known for their strength, which meant that their defensive capabilities were equally strong, they would have already been defeated. But even so, they couldn't hold on for long. Just as they were in danger, a figure flew over from afar. Before the person arrived, a cold and hot aura burst out. Two scimitars spun rapidly, forming a terrifying destructive force that pressed down on Feng Wuchen. Autumn Moon had arrived. Yin-yang laws. Feng Wuchen's eyes narrowed. He waved his hand and destructive storm blades slashed at Autumn Moon. They collided with Autumn Moon's two scimitars, causing sparks to fly. Kill! Kill! Long Chen and Huang Li seized the opportunity and launched a fierce attack. They destroyed dozens of destructive storm blades in succession. Their fist force was like a rainbow piercing through the sun as it blasted towards Feng Wuchen. You want to fight back? You're still far from it. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He opened his mouth and blew out an endless gust of wind, shattering Long Chen and Huang. Autumn Moon, Long Chen, and Huang. Huang joined forces and engaged in a fierce battle with Feng Wuchen. Three perfect Supreme Saints. It's amazing. But even if the three of them joined forces, they might not be able to fight Feng Wuchen. That's right. If there's one more person, they might be able to fight. I wonder if Huang Ling has broken through to the perfect supreme saint. The crowd in the distance discussed. Swoosh! Swoosh! At that moment, figures flew over from afar. They were people from Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and the Desolate Race. They had received the message and rushed over. Take my hammer. Huang Di waved his two giant hammers and rushed over from afar. The hammers were like a whirlwind, smashing at the Golden Crow Second Prince. The powerful pressure from the hammers shocked the Golden Crow Second Prince. He used his great sun divine flame to resist. But when the hammers fell, the Golden Crow Second Prince screamed. His wings exploded, and his body was sent flying. He was severely injured. Although the Golden Crow Second Prince was a perfect supreme saint, his spirit body was only a mid-grade heaven spirit body. He was no match for Huang Di and was severely injured. As the elites from the Desolate Race, Phoenix Palace, and other sects rushed back, they finally stabilized the situation. But they were still at a disadvantage. After all, the other party had elites from the Feng clan. In addition to Sky Wolf Pagoda, Wan family, and the Golden Crow clan, there were at least a dozen elites from the ancient Moon Sacred Land who had submitted to the Feng clan. With so many elites gathered together, there were too many of them. The Desolate Race, Phoenix Palace, and other sects could only defend and could not counterattack. And as time passed, more and more people were injured. At that moment, a phoenix's cry resounded through the sky. A flaming phoenix flew over rapidly, enveloping the elites from Sky Wolf Pagoda and the Golden Crow clan. It's the undying flame! Someone exclaimed. Bam! Bam! The flaming phoenix's cry caused the undying flame laws to circulate. One by one, the young elites were sent flying, vomiting blood. Some of the weaker ones were severely injured and could no longer fight. It's Huang Ling, damn it, she has also broken through to the perfect supreme saint realm. Mo Lang roared. In the next moment, an undying flame shot towards Ink Wolf, sending him flying and spitting out blood. Huang Ling had broken through to the perfect supreme saint realm. She was almost invincible among those of the same level. Even though the Feng clan had a few elites with high-grade heaven spirit bodies, they were no match for her. They were suppressed by Huang Ling and were eventually injured by her. Their combat strength was greatly reduced. With Huang Ling's addition, they immediately stabilized the situation and gained the upper hand. Huang Ling, go help Long Chen and the rest. We can hold them off. Mu Qingxue shouted. Huang Ling had injured the strongest elites of the other party. The other party's combat strength was greatly reduced. On their side, they had the Desolate Race's experts working together, so they had no problem protecting themselves. Alright, be careful. Huang Ling had the immortal heavenly phoenix body and could control the immortal fire law. Her vitality was extremely strong. She seemed to have turned into the immortal fire and rushed towards Feng Wuchen. She was not afraid of the destructive wind and blocked it. Autumn Moon, Long Chen, and Desolate Force seized the opportunity to attack. Feng Wuchen was pushed back a few thousand meters. Don't think that you can win by outnumbering me. Feng Wuchen roared. His body turned transparent as if he was going to turn into a gust of wind. The gust of wind grew stronger and more intense. Tornadoes formed around Feng Wuchen. Other than that, there were also destructive wind blades. The destructive attack swept towards Long Chen and the rest. I'll block it. You guys attack. Immortal Cage. Huang Ling shouted. Endless flames spread out and turned into a huge flaming cage. It blocked the destructive wind and blocked it. Long Chen and Desolate Force stepped forward and appeared beside Huang Ling to protect her. At the same time, they attacked Feng Wuchen fiercely. Autumn Moon stood behind Huang Ling and the rest. He did not have to worry about his own defense and attacked with all his might. Autumn Moon attacked with all his might. His attack power was terrifying. The two scimitars were supported by the Yin and Yang law and had shocking destructive power. They kept attacking Feng Wuchen. The area seemed to be about to explode. The others were far away from the battlefield. The Battle of the Five Kings, for Great Sage. Complete Realm King bodies were fighting against a lesser Absolute Saint King body. This was a rare sight to behold. At that moment, more and more people were watching the battle from afar. Even many powerful geniuses who were in seclusion had appeared. A group of people in white robes was very eye-catching. Among them, there was a beautiful lady who attracted the attention of many. If Lu Ming was here, he would be shocked. That lady was Xianxia. It's the ancient sacred tribe. Who is that lady? She's so beautiful. I heard that she's a terrifying genius from the ancient sacred tribe. She's very powerful. Many people looked at Xianxia and the rest and discussed secretly. But soon, everyone's attention was focused on the battle in front of them. For peak great Saint Monarch physiques, it's really amazing. If they all break through to absolute Saint realm, I'm afraid they will stir up a storm in Yuan Mountain Holy Courtyard. How strange. King physiques have always been arrogant and solitary. Why would these 4 king physiques gather together and fight against Feng Wuchen? I think it's because of someone called Lu Ming. Lu Ming? You guys have been in seclusion all this time, so you don't know. This Lu Ming just joined the Origin Mountain Academy not long ago. He is a son of chaos. What? Son of chaos? Some people exclaimed. They didn't expect another son of chaos to appear in Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. No wonder so many king bodies had gathered together. If it was because of the son of chaos, then it wouldn't be strange. Lu Ming? Xianxia murmured as a strange light flickered in her eyes. At this time, Long Chen and the other 3 joined forces to fight against Feng Wuchen and finally turned the tables. However, Feng Wuchen's cultivation was at absolute saint realm, so it was almost impossible for them to win. But with the 4 of them working together, it would be difficult for Feng Wuchen to win. The battle was very fierce, but the 2 sides were evenly matched. Hee, it's really intense. At this time, a cold laugh was heard as 2 young men came together. It's them, Luo Pokong and Kong Lang. Seeing these 2 people, many people's faces changed drastically. Why are the 2 of them together? Many people's faces were solemn. This was because Luo Pokong and Kong Lang both had king physiques, and they had both broken through to absolute saint realm not long ago. 2 absolute saint realm king physiques came together. It's that bitch. Luo Pokong looked directly at Autumn Moon, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Back in the ancient sun sacred ground, he was defeated by Lu Ming because of Autumn Moon, and lost face. Brother Luo, do you know that woman? Kong Lang laughed. That woman is the woman that my brother, Luo Xianxia, likes, but she goes against the Daluo Heaven sect every day. I don't know where she went some time ago, and I didn't expect to see her here. I'll take her down and send her to my brother. Then, Luo Pokong stepped out. The penetrating law flowed around his body, and his body seemed to be able to penetrate the void. His speed was amazing, and in an instant, he appeared not far from Autumn Moon. He stretched out his hand and grabbed out. His 5 fingers were like 5 long spears as they pierced towards Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon's face changed drastically. She didn't expect that someone would suddenly attack her. Luo Pokong! Autumn Moon shouted. She had to use all her strength to take back her 2 scimitars and attack Luo Pokong. But now that Luo Pokong had broken through to absolute saint realm, his battle strength had increased tremendously. With a grab of his fingers, Autumn Moon's 2 scimitars were knocked away. Autumn Moon, leave these people and go to my brother, Luo Xianxia. Luo Pokong said coldly. Don't even think about it. No matter who I choose, I won't choose Luo Xianxia. Let him give up. Autumn Moon said coldly. Her master had told her that Luo Xianxia had taken away a part of her memory in order to get her. She only had hatred for Luo Xianxia. You don't know what's good for you. It's your blessing that my brother likes you. Luo Pokong's face sank. He kept pointing his fingers, and a terrifying spear beam pierced through the void and blasted toward Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon quickly retreated and used all her strength to resist, but she was still at a disadvantage and was in imminent danger. Not good, Miss Autumn Moon is in danger. I'll go help her. Huang Li's face changed drastically. Lu Ming was an external elder of the desolate race. He had done a lot for the desolate race and had a respected status. And Autumn Moon and Lu Ming had a good relationship. They had gone to the desolate race together, so Huang Li could not let anything happen to Autumn Moon. His figure flashed and rushed toward Luo Pokong, his fists constantly attacking. You're overestimating yourself. A spear appeared in Luo Pokong's hand. With a shake of the spear, a spear beam pierced out and destroyed Huang Li's fist force, causing Huang Li to retreat quickly. On the other side, Autumn Moon took the opportunity to attack Luo Pokong. However, Luo Pokong's cultivation level was too strong. With a sweep of his spear, he destroyed Autumn Moon's attack. Huang Li took the opportunity to rush to Autumn Moon's side and joined forces with Autumn Moon to fight Luo Pokong. However, Luo Pokong also had a keen body and his cultivation level was at the Absolute Saint Realm. Although he had just broken through to the Absolute Saint Realm, his combat strength was slightly weaker than Feng Wuchen's, but not by much. Even if Huang Li and Autumn Moon joined forces, they were still no match for him. And on the other side, Huang Ling and Long Chen were completely at a disadvantage. In this battle, because of Luo Pokong's intervention, the situation had changed. In this battle, Huang Ling, Long Chen and company are in trouble. They are no match for two absolute saints with keen bodies. That's right, they will probably be seriously injured and thrown out of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard. They will lose all their face. Some people sighed. In the Divine Ability Purgatory Valley, Lu Ming finally broke through the shackles after a period of cultivation. He broke through to the Great Saint Perfection, and his aura skyrocketed. Around him, the origin stones exploded, turning into billowing origin chi that surged into Lu Ming's body and turned into Saint Force. Lu Ming had two Saint Hearts in his body. At this time, he had reached the Great Saint Perfection, and his Saint Force was extremely strong. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming's aura was retracted. I've gained a lot from this cultivation. My cultivation has broken through to the Great Saint Perfection, and my chaotic tribulation finger has also reached 80%. It's time to go out. Lu Ming thought to himself. He had killed the Golden Crow Crown Prince last time. If the people of the Feng clan came out of seclusion, he wondered if they would take revenge. Although killing was not allowed in the Saint Court of Yuan Mountain, as long as one did not enter the life and death arena, it would be fine. But Lu Ming was still worried. Lu Ming stepped forward and went to the exit of the Divine Ability Purgatory Valley. He went back very quickly, and there was no obstruction. After a while, Lu Ming exited the Divine Ability Purgatory Valley. It seems that Bubble is still cultivating. Lu Ming smiled slightly, and then his expression changed. The moment he came out, there seemed to be a message from the voice transmission Jade Talisman. Lu Ming took out the voice transmission Jade Talisman and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. His face suddenly changed. It was a message from the people of the Phoenix Palace. Huang Ling and the others were facing a crisis at this moment. In fact, some of the elites of the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant sect had been constantly sending him messages. Previously, he was in the Divine Ability Purgatory Valley and could not send messages, but they did not give up and continued to send messages. Now that Lu Ming came out of seclusion, he naturally received the news. The Feng clan and Luo Pokong. A sharp light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Then, he circulated his Saint Force, and his body cut through the void like a ray of light. At this moment, whether it was Autumn Moon, Huang Li, Huang Ling, or Long Chen, they were all in danger. The four of them were no match for Feng Wuchen and Luo Pokong at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! The long spear in Luo Pokong's hand shot out explosively, turning into a spear beam that pierced towards Autumn Moon and Desolate Force's vital points. Every single spear light contained the power of the law of penetration. It was capable of penetrating everything, including other laws. At this moment, there were two places on Huang Li's body that had been pierced by the spear radiance. The front and back of the spear radiance were penetrated and fresh blood was flowing out. If not for the Desolate race having a special physique that made them extremely strong and resilient, they probably would not have been able to continue fighting. However, he still stood in front of Autumn Moon. The two of them unleashed their full strength and fought with Luo Pokong. Puff! Huang Li narrowly avoided a spear light, otherwise, he would have been pierced through again. At this moment, Huang Ling and Long Chen's situation was not much better. Even with Huang Ling's terrifying vitality, her face was still pale. Where is Lu Ming? Where is he hiding? Tell him to come out and fight me. Luo Pokong shouted coldly. Last time, he had been defeated by Lu Ming and lost all his face. This time, he had broken through to the Saint Realm, so he must humiliate Lu Ming. If Lu Ming makes a move, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle him. Huang Li grinned. This person was defeated by Lu Ming the last time. Autumn Moon said. Ha ha ha, so that's the case. So it's someone who was defeated by Lu Ming. You still have the cheek to come here? Huang Li laughed loudly. Shut up. If Lu Ming dares to appear, I will make him kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Unfortunately, he has become a tortoise, hiding and not daring to show himself. Luo Pokong sneered. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a cold voice came from afar. Following that, a beam of light flew over from afar at an astonishing speed. In a blink of an eye, it had arrived. The beam of light did not stop as it charged straight at Luo Pokong. Large prison-suppressing monuments appeared and suppressed Luo Pokong. Lu Ming. Luo Pokong roared angrily as his spear stabbed out, stabbing at the prison-suppressing monument phantoms. The prison-suppressing monument phantoms exploded and Luo Pokong's body trembled as he retreated a few steps. Swish, the light receded and Lu Ming's figure appeared. It's Lu Ming. Huang Ling and company's hearts skipped a beat as they revealed looks of joy. Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and the Desolate Race were also delighted. For some reason, whenever they saw Lu Ming descend, their hearts would calm down. It was as if Lu Ming could turn the tide. Lu Ming, long time no see. I wonder if you can turn the tide under such circumstances? In the distance, Xianxia whispered among the ancient sacred tribe. Is this person the son of chaos? Some people who had never seen Lu Ming could not help but whisper as they revealed looks of curiosity and anticipation. Could the appearance of the son of chaos change the situation? Autumn Moon, Huang Li, go help Huang Ling and company. Leave this person to me. Lu Ming said. All right. Without hesitation, Autumn Moon and Huang Li charged at Feng Wuchen. With the help of Autumn Moon and Huang Li, the situation was finally stabilized. Haha, Lu Ming, you came at the right time. Today, I will trample you under my feet and make you suffer all kinds of humiliation. Luo Pokong looked at Lu Ming, his eyes flashing with cold murderous intent. Now that he had broken through to the absolute Saint Realm, his combat strength had skyrocketed. He was 100% confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. Just now, he had been pushed back a few steps by Lu Ming because he was in a hurry and did not use much of his strength. Loser, since you have already been defeated once, you will never be my match in the future. Lu Ming said coldly, full of strong confidence and the belief that he would not be defeated. This time, the loser is you. Kill. Luo Pokong's spear vibrated as hundreds of spear beams appeared and stabbed at Lu Ming. Insignificant skill. Break it. Lu Ming used the suppressing hell skill and punched out continuously. Many tall suppressing hell steels appeared, suppressing everything. Bam. Bam. Bam, the spear beams exploded as they were suppressed by the suppressing hell steels, turning into energy and dissipating. Lu Ming took a step forward, breaking through the attack of the spear gleams and charging toward Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong's face darkened. His spear buzzed and stabbed at Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. Clang, a gigantic prison-suppressing steel appeared and clashed with the long spear, colliding heavily. Dong, the suppressing hell steel's phantoms exploded as the spear vibrated. Lu Ming and Luo Pokong's bodies shook at the same time, and they retreated a few steps. Many of the onlookers in the distance were shocked. So strong. He can fight against an absolute saint with a king-type body. Someone said in shock. As soon as he attacked, Lu Ming's cultivation was exposed. He was a complete supreme saint. For example, Huang Ling and the others had to join forces with 4 king bodies to resist Feng Wuchen. And Lu Ming could fight with Luo Pokong alone. As expected of the son of chaos, his combat strength is terrifying. Someone exclaimed. Luo Pokong's face darkened as the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Kill. The long spear pierced toward Lu Ming at the speed of lightning. The power of penetrating the power of laws was astonishing. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He stepped forward and attacked with the suppressing hell skill. That's all you got after breaking through to the absolute saint realm. What a disappointment. Lu Ming's words were full of sarcasm. Die. Annihilation strike. Luo Pokong roared as he unleashed his most powerful attack with his divine ability. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming pointed his finger and the Chaotic Calamity Finger exploded, clashing with Luo Pokong's long spear. Buzz, the long spear shook violently as if it was under great pressure. Luo Pokong's body shook violently as he retreated. Luo Pokong's superpower was around 85%, and it was the Law of Kings. Its power was already very shocking. Lu Ming's superpower was at 80%, but it was the Law of Chaos. Its power was equivalent to 90% of the Law of Kings. It was still stronger than Luo Pokong's. Your most powerful attack is only SOSO. Suppress. Lu Ming pointed his fingers continuously. The energy between heaven and earth gathered toward Lu Ming's fingers in a frenzy. A few huge fingers formed continuously and pointed toward Luo Pokong. Extreme penetration. Luo Pokong shouted. His body seemed to have arched, and then he shot out, bursting out with astonishing power. His long spear, with the support of the absolute Saint Realm Saint Force, became even more powerful and clashed with Lu Ming. Boom. 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 After a few explosions, Luo Pokong retreated again. Luo Pokong retreated while Lu Ming advanced. His right finger kept pointing, using the Chaotic Calamity Finger. On his left hand, the Law of Arrays was activated and endless runes spread out, forming a sealing power that covered Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong kept retreating, not daring to let the sealing power touch him. Luo Pokong is at a disadvantage. Lu Ming's strength is terrifying. The other geniuses were shocked when they saw this. Before, Lu Ming could resist Luo Pokong, which was already shocking. Now, Lu Ming was actually suppressing Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong, didn't you want to trample me under your feet today? Why do you keep retreating? Lu Ming's words were filled with mockery. However, his attacks did not stop at all. Instead, they became even more violent. With the Law of Primal Chaos in his right hand, he unleashed the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. In his left hand, endless runes filled the air, forming a sealing power that was about to seal Luo Pokong. Although Luo Pokong's penetrative power was strong, he was suppressed by the Primal Chaos Finger and could only retreat continuously. He was completely at a disadvantage. Luo Pokong hated Lu Ming to the core. Last time in the ancient Sun Holy Land, in the Soul Holy Palace, he was defeated by Lu Ming with his Great Sage Great Mastery Cultivation base. He was humiliated by Lu Ming in public. Now, he entered the Yuanshan Academy and broke through to the Saint Realm in one fell swoop. He was full of ambition and wanted to compete with the heroes of the world. He wanted to completely trample Lu Ming under his feet. However, when he encountered Lu Ming, he was still no match for him and was suppressed. He felt a lump of air stuck in his chest, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Wang! Wang! The fingers of Lu Ming's right hand pointed at the void continuously. Afterward, in the sky, an incomparably huge finger was formed. It was as if a god had stretched out a finger from an eternal unknown place and pressed toward Luo Pokong. The scene was extremely shocking. Luo Pokong tried his best to stab out with his spear. A shocking spear light soared into the sky, trying to pierce through the finger, but the result was that the spear light exploded, and Luo Pokong was blasted from the sky and fell to the ground. Boom! Luo Pokong fell to the ground, and the ground exploded, creating a huge pit. Although he stood firm, his face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. I said that I can defeat you once, and I can defeat you a second time. You will never be my opponent. When you are defeated by me, you are no longer worthy of being my opponent. Lu Ming stepped forward, looking down at Luo Pokong from above. Luo Pokong's face turned from pale to ashen, and his eyes were full of anger and killing intent. You just had the upper hand for a while, and you dare to say that Brother Luo is not worthy of being your opponent. You are really arrogant. Brother Luo, let me help you. Not far away, Kong Lang said indifferently, and then stepped out. Endless waves appeared around his body. Kong Lang wanted to join forces with Luo Pokong to deal with Lu Ming. Alright, let's join forces and severely injure this kid, and then take him out of the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard and cripple him. I want him to live like a dog for the rest of his life. Luo Pokong said, his voice was incomparably cold and filled with endless killing intent. He had been defeated by Lu Ming repeatedly, and his heart had been left with an inner demon. Kong Lang stepped on the waves and moved toward Lu Ming. Kong Lang is really going to make a move. Many people were moved. Kong Lang and Luo Pokong came together, and their relationship was indeed deep. At this moment, Kong Lang wanted to join forces with Luo Pokong. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, it was impossible for him to be a match for Luo Pokong and Kong Lang. It seemed that Lu Ming's side was going to lose this battle. Many people sighed. Lu Ming's side was mainly because their cultivation was too weak. If only one of them had reached the Saint Realm, the situation would not be so passive. Two Saint Realm king bodies teaming up to fight a supreme saint. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? At this time, a crisp voice was heard. The voice was very pleasant, and it was unforgettable after hearing it once. Who is it? Kong Lang shouted, and his eyes swept around. In the distance, a graceful figure walked in the air. It's Luo Tianyi. Someone exclaimed, recognizing the person. Lu Ming's mouth also curved into a smile. Luo Tianyi had come. Luo Tianyi walked in the air and walked toward Kong Lang. She said, if you want to fight, I will fight with you. Humph, Luo Tianyi, you are only ranked 36th on the King Sage board. If you want to fight, I will fight with you. After I defeat you, it will not be too late to fight Lu Ming. Kong Lang snorted and walked toward Luo Tianyi. Under his feet, huge waves surged, as if they were going to destroy everything. At this time, Luo Tianyi's eyes turned pitch black, as if they had turned into two abysses. Kong Lang's body suddenly stopped. The huge waves under his feet kept rolling, and his body trembled slightly. Illusion, break! Kong Lang shouted and waved his hands. In an instant, huge waves rose to the sky, as if they were going to break Luo Tianyi's illusion. However, when the huge waves rushed toward Luo Tianyi, they automatically parted, as if they were deliberately avoiding her. After a while, Kong Lang's body trembled, and his face turned red. He spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, Luo Tianyi's eyes returned to normal. She said calmly, you are no match for me. You. Kong Lang was shocked. They had only exchanged blows for a short while, and he was already injured. He could not break Luo Tianyi's illusion rules of order. Luo Tianyi gave him an unfathomable feeling. Luo Tianyi is so powerful. The rankings on the King Sage board are not so accurate. They cannot be taken seriously. Luo Tianyi is too low-key. Although she is ranked 36th on the King Sage board, her strength is enough to be in the top 20. Many people were shocked by Luo Tianyi's strength. Even if they were all king bodies, and their cultivation levels were the same, there were differences in strength. The strength of one's combat awareness, the strength of one's divine power, and the use of laws all determined one's combat strength. Moreover, even if they were all King Dao laws, there were differences in strength. Some King Dao laws were extremely powerful, exceeding other King Dao laws. For example, Luo Tianyi's Heaven Illusion Law could make people fall into a boundless illusion. There was also Luo Zongqiong's Deprivation Law, which was rumored to be able to deprive everything and was even more overbearing. Luo Pokong, let's go. Kong Lang roared and dared not continue fighting. His figure flashed into the distance. Luo Pokong revealed a look of indignation. With a move of his body, he also fled into the distance. Lu Ming did not pursue. Although he was stronger than Luo Pokong, there was a limit. If Luo Pokong wanted to leave, with his terrifying speed of penetrating laws, he could not stop him. Retreat. Seeing Luo Pokong and Kong Lang retreat, Feng Wuchen did not dare to continue fighting. With a roar, he transformed into a gust of wind and fled into the distance, disappearing in an instant. The others also abandoned their opponents and fled frantically. D*MN, this kid escaped quickly. Next time I will definitely destroy him. Huang Li cursed and was extremely unhappy. He was an invincible existence among the younger generation of the desolate race. This was the first time he had been beaten so badly in a battle with someone of the same generation. Luo Tianyi, thank you. Lu Ming walked towards Luo Tianyi and smiled. You don't have to thank me. Luo Tianyi smiled and said, I was in seclusion. When I came out, I heard that there was a battle here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to see you. Unfortunately, I was too late. You're not late, you're just in time. Lu Ming laughed. That Lu Ming is also familiar with Luo Tianyi? It's amazing to have so many experts gathered together. Someone exclaimed. Lu Ming was also familiar with Luo Tianyi. With Luo Tianyi, there were too many geniuses on Lu Ming's side. There were already 5 king bodies. In addition to Lu Ming's own chaotic body, this force was too amazing. And there are so many beauties. It's enviable. Someone sighed, and this immediately received the approval of many others. Luo Tianyi, Qiu Autumn Moon, and Huang Ling were all stunning beauties. Any one of them was one of the top beauties in the Yuanshan Academy. However, the 3 of them were all familiar with Lu Ming. How could they not be envious? This brat is really fickle in love. I wonder how my sister is doing. With her arrogant temper, would she be able to endure it? I'm looking forward to it. Xian Yanjuan chuckled. Many people looked at Xian Yanjuan. Could it be that this proud daughter of the ancient Saint clan was also acquainted with Lu Ming? The battle is over. Let's go. Xian Yanjuan said and turned to leave. The prodigies of the ancient holy clans followed behind Xian Yanjuan as if she was their leader. After that, some people also turned around and left. Huang Ling, Desolate Force, both of you are injured. Heal yourselves first. Lu Ming looked at Huang Ling and the others. Okay. Huang Ling, Desolate Force, Long Chen, Qiu Autumn Moon, and some other injured people sat cross-legged in the air, swallowed pills, and began to heal themselves. Not long after, Huang Ling was the first to finish healing. She had the immortal heavenly phoenix body. Her vitality was extremely strong, and she was known to be immortal. No matter how serious her injuries were, she could heal quickly. Then, Long Chen and Qiu Autumn Moon also finished healing their injuries. Their injuries were not very serious. Only Desolate Force was injured. He had taken on Desolate Force head-on earlier, and his body had been pierced several times. At this moment, his muscles wriggled, and the few holes were filled again. Boom, suddenly, a powerful aura burst out from Desolate Force's body. This is the aura of an absolute saint. Lu Ming's eyes widened, and then he revealed a look of joy. After the battle, Desolate Force had broken through to the absolute saint realm. However, this was to be expected. Huang Li's cultivation had long reached great sage consummation, making him the closest to becoming a paragon sage among all of them. Furthermore, after the recent period of cultivation and the recent battle, his potential had been stimulated, resulting in him making a breakthrough. Ha ha ha, Desolate Force has broken through to the absolute saint realm. That's great. The other members of the Desolate race were also overjoyed. As for Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others, they were also delighted. With Desolate Force's breakthrough, their strength would be stronger in the future. It would not be easy for Feng Wuchen to deal with them. Desolate Force could still fight Feng Wuchen after breaking through to the absolute saint realm. Some people were watching from afar. The elites who had not left were also shocked. Desolate Force had broken through to the absolute saint realm. A king body absolute saint was definitely powerful. In addition to Lu Ming's terrifying combat strength, Lu Ming and his group would become a force to be reckoned within the Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard. During this period of time, many people in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard are breaking through. After a period of time, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard will probably have an even more exciting clash. That's right. Actually, there are many people with king bodies who have yet to break through to the absolute saint realm. When these people break through to the absolute saint realm, the clash will be even more intense. That will be a truly great era. There are also the strongest group of people who have been cultivating in the absolute saint battlefield. When they come out of seclusion, they will probably be even stronger. We have to work hard too. Otherwise, we will probably become the stepping stones of others in this great era. Some of the elites discussed. They felt pressured, but they were also filled with anticipation. Everyone wanted to create a dazzling spark in this great era that would be remembered by everyone. Hu, between the heavens and earth, endless heaven and earth Xianxia gathered towards the power of desolates. Give him a hand. Lu Ming waved his hand and a large number of origin stones exploded, turning into billowing origin chi that surged towards desolate force. Long Chen and the others also took out a large number of origin stones and exploded them. Endless origin chi was absorbed by desolate force. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. The billowing absolute Saint Chi rushed into the sky like smoke signals. After a few hours, desolate force's aura was retracted and he opened his eyes. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, you have to cultivate quickly. Otherwise, I will have no opponent. Desolate Force laughed and then looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, when are you going to fight with me? I'm not free. Lu Ming refused directly. Being entangled by this battle maniac would not be a good day. Desolate Force helplessly touched his head, which made many people laugh. Let's go back. Luo Tianyi, do you want to join us? Lu Ming looked at Luo Tianyi. Sure. Luo Tianyi nodded and smiled. She was so charming that some of the young men from the Divine Elephant Sect, Phoenix Palace, and the Desolate Race were mesmerized. Other than Huang Ling and Long Chen, the others were very curious. Luo Tianyi, the sacred lady of inheritance of the Jade Lake Immortal Palace, a peerless beauty, was helping Lu Ming. Furthermore, she seemed to be very familiar with Lu Ming. She even listened to Lu Ming. This made many people's imagination run wild. Xiao Yu blinked and looked at Lu Ming and Luo Tianyi. No one knew what she was thinking. Everyone, do you have any news about the Taisui Lotus? Or, could you help me keep an eye out for news about it? Lu Ming asked after they had chatted for a while. The Taisui Lotus was the only ingredient he needed to refine the soul recovery pill. However, such a spiritual item was extremely rare. It would be difficult for him to find it alone. If he could get everyone to help him, he would have a better chance. Taisui Lotus? Some of them looked confused. Apparently, they had never heard of it. As for the remaining people who had heard the story, they were all deep in thought. The Taisui Lotus is extremely rare. It is said that it is very spiritual. It will be difficult to find it in a short period of time. However, I know of a place that might have news about it. Luo Tianyi pondered for a moment. She seemed to have thought of something. Where is it? Lu Ming was delighted. Many geniuses had joined the Jade Lake Divine Palace for generations. It was normal for Luo Tianyi to know a lot of information that ordinary people did not. The Vientiane Tower. Luo Tianyi explained, the Vientiane Tower specializes in collecting all kinds of information. They collect all kinds of information from all over the Yuan continent. They have people all over the world. As long as you spend money, you can buy any kind of information. There's such a place? Where can I find the Vientiane Tower? Lu Ming was delighted. If that was the case, he might be able to get some information from the Vientiane Tower. There's a branch of the Vientiane Tower in the Celestial City. I'll give you the exact location. Luo Tianyi took out a jade token and engraved the map on it with her spiritual consciousness. Then, she handed it to Lu Ming. The group chatted for a while and left. The next day, Lu Ming and Qiu Moon left the Yuanshan sacred courtyard and headed to the Vientiane Tower. The celestial city was vast and boundless. The Vientiane Tower was located in the north of the city. The two of them flew. Soon, they found a place that was bustling with noise and excitement. Many people were surrounding it as if they were watching a good show. Shall we go down and take a look? Xiao Yu blinked and revealed a curious look. All right, let's go. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them landed and discovered an ancient platform. The platform was surrounded by people of all ages, men, women, and children. On the ancient platform, a sword was stabbed into the ground. A middle-aged man was grabbing the sword hilt and using all his strength to pull it out, but the sword wouldn't budge at all. Uncle, what's going on? Lu Ming greeted an elder and inquired about the situation. Little brother, this is your first time in Celestial City, right? Let me tell you, this sword is the Celestial Emperor's sword. The old man said proudly. What? The sword of the Celestial Emperor? Is it true? Lu Ming was shocked. The sword on the platform was actually the sword of the celestial arch. How could it have been passed down until now? I don't know if it's true or not, but it is said that this platform was created by the celestial emperor, and this sword was also placed here by the celestial emperor. It is 9 feet long, but no one has been able to pull it out. The old man explained. No one can pull it out, not even a martial emperor? Lu Ming was even more curious. Qiao Moon also looked at the old man curiously. No, to pull this sword out, it has nothing to do with one's cultivation. Many martial emperors might not even be able to pull it out 1 foot, but those with low cultivation might be able to pull it out a little. There was once a young man who had just started cultivating and pulled it out 5 feet. The old man explained. Since ancient times, the record for pulling it out the most was 8 feet. Among the young people of this generation, there was one who pulled it out 8 feet. That was the descendant of the celestial emperor, the peerless genius with the bloodline of the celestial emperor, Xianxia. Moreover, I heard that Xianxia said that he would pull out the sword of the celestial emperor sooner or later and make it his sword. A middle-aged man interrupted from the side. Lu Ming roughly understood what was going on. At that moment, the burly man on the platform was almost exhausted. In the end, he could not even pull out 1 foot and retreated from the platform with a flushed face. People come here every day to try. Many of them were very confident at first, thinking that they could pull out the sword of the celestial emperor, but in the end, they were all disappointed. The old man shook his head and said. It's just wishful thinking. How can the sword of the celestial emperor be pulled out so easily? Over the years, many geniuses have been born, but no one could pull it out. It's said that once you pull it out, you might get the inheritance of the celestial emperor. The middle-aged man sneered. That's just a legend. Don't take it seriously. The old man shook his head. At that moment, another person stepped onto the platform and began to pull out the sword. Clang, suddenly, the sword chimed and shook the sky. The hilt of the sword emitted a dazzling light. The sword was pulled out by a foot. However, 1 foot was the limit. No matter how hard the person tried, he could only pull it out 1 foot. After a while, the person failed and retreated from the platform. The sword sank back into the platform, leaving only the hilt exposed. How wonderful! Lu Ming exclaimed inwardly. Even a martial emperor could not pull out the sword, which showed how magical it was. A martial emperor could shatter heaven and earth when he was angry. He had infinite power, but he could not pull out the sword. If one wanted to pull out the sword, it had nothing to do with one's cultivation. It depended on the person. This sword is mine. At that moment, a young man stepped onto the platform. His face was cold and arrogant, and he was full of confidence. How arrogant! Even the eternal Star River could not pull out the sword. How dare this person say that it's his? Many people were very confident before they went up, but they soon failed. I've seen many people like this. Some people were talking about it with disdain. The young man snorted and stepped to the hilt of the sword. He held the hilt with both hands, exhaled, and pulled it up forcefully. Clang, the sword chimed and shook the sky. The sword of the celestial emperor was pulled out 1 foot. Again. The young man shouted and his power exploded. The sword chimed again, and rays of light flowed out of the sword. 3 feet, he actually pulled it out 3 feet. Someone exclaimed. In an instant, the young man pulled out another 2 feet, making a total of 3 feet. This person is very talented, but he can only pull it out 3 feet. 3 feet is his limit. Someone said. Again. At that moment, the young man shouted again, and a terrifying power of law erupted from his body. That's the power of kings. This person has a king body. Many people exclaimed. Clang. Clang, the sword chimed twice, and the sword was pulled out another 2 feet, making it 5 feet. He's a lesser absolute saint. This person must be a peerless genius of the Origin Mountain Sacred Court. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, he had never seen this person before. After the young man pulled the sword of the celestial emperor out 5 feet, he stopped as if he had reached his limit. The young man circulated his cultivation to the maximum, and his body was covered in endless light. After a short while, the young man shouted again. Clang, another sword chime was heard, and the sword of the celestial emperor was pulled out by another foot, reaching 6 feet. This sword looks like a stone sword. Lu Ming looked carefully and found that the sword seemed to be made of stone, as if it was polished from a strange stone. 6 feet, this person is amazing. An ordinary king body can only pull out 5 feet, but this person can pull out 6 feet. Extraordinary. However, 6 feet is his limit. Since ancient times, it has been recorded that a normal king body can reach 5 feet. A few especially terrifying king bodies can reach 6 feet. As for the Son of Heaven, he can reach 7 feet. The highest record is 8 feet, but that is very rare even since ancient times. Indeed. Many people were discussing. The young man had indeed reached his limit after pulling out 6 feet. After a few consecutive bursts, the sword did not move at all. In the end, the young man could only give up and retreat. The sword was once again submerged into the platform. Interesting. Autumn Moon, do you want to give it a try? Lu Ming asked. Let's give it a try. Xiaoyu smiled. She was also eager to try what she saw just now. Haha, little girl, you want to try too? I bet you can pull out 3 feet. I have faith in you. The middle-aged man laughed. There were many young people who came here every day to draw their swords, but how many of them could pull out 3 feet? The middle-aged man was just joking. Autumn Moon smiled and did not say anything. She stepped onto the platform and grabbed the sword hilt. Rise! Autumn Moon shouted, and her saint power surged as she pulled up with all her might. Clang! 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 3 consecutive sword chimes were heard, and the sword of the celestial emperor was pulled out 3 feet. The middle-aged man was stunned and tongue-tied. You really pulled it out 3 feet? He had just said it casually. He never expected that the little girl could pull it out 3 feet. Uncle, it's not over yet. Lu Ming laughed. Rise. At this time Autumn Moon shouted again, and the law of yin and yang spread out. Clang! 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 The sword chimes continued to ring, and 3 more chimes were heard. 6 feet. King body, another king body, and an extremely terrifying one at that. Another prodigy has appeared. This woman should be a prodigy from Yuan Mountain's sacred courtyard. The mid-autumn moon was pulled out by 6 feet, which caused a heated discussion. In the past, there were very few people who could pull out 6 feet. On average, it would take many years for one to appear. Today, in such a short period of time, 2 people appeared consecutively. This was very rare. Of course, when the Origin Mountain Sacred Academy was first opened, it was the most lively. In a single day, more than 10 heavenly geniuses who could pull out 5 feet and 6 feet appeared, shaking the entire celestial city. However, Autumn Moon had reached her limit after pulling out 6 feet. After a few fruitless attempts, she gave up and returned to Lu Ming's side. Do you want to try? Autumn Moon looked at Lu Ming curiously. Lu Ming was a son of chaos. She wanted to see how many feet Lu Ming could pull out. On the side, the middle-aged uncle and the old man looked at Lu Ming curiously. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon walked together. Could it be that he was also a king body? Could it be that he was also in existence who could pull out 5 feet or even 6 feet? If so, today would be lively. Okay, I'll give it a try. Lu Ming smiled. Since he was here, he might as well give it a try. Lu Ming stepped onto the platform. Many people looked at Lu Ming. There are really a lot of young people who came today. Indeed, I wonder how many feet this person can pull out. To be able to come up after 2 king bodies, I'm afraid he's not simple. Today is really lively. Some people looked at Lu Ming curiously and looked forward to it. Could it be that Lu Ming could also pull out 6 feet? Lu Ming came to the side of the sword hilt and held the sword with both hands. Suddenly, he felt a wonderful warm force gushing out from the sword hilt and pouring into Lu Ming's body. Is this energy able to test a person's cultivation? Lu Ming secretly guessed. Because the people who came here to pull out the sword had nothing to do with their cultivation level. A martial emperor might not even be able to pull out 1 foot, but a person who had just started cultivating could pull out 5 feet. Then let's see how many feet I can pull out. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed as he pulled hard. Clang, the sound of the sword rang out, and the long sword was pulled out 1 foot. It's really heavy, Lu Ming muttered. The saint force in his body surged, and the 2 saint hearts rotated rapidly. Endless power poured into Lu Ming's hands, and he pulled up again. Clang! 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 4 consecutive sword cries rang out. The sword's body was overflowing with brilliant colors, and it was dazzling. 5 feet, in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had pulled out 5 feet. He hasn't used the precepts yet. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. He can pull out 5 feet without using the precepts. How is that possible? Are we seeing things? Everyone was in disbelief. Without using the precepts, he could pull out 5 feet. This was too shocking. The person with the keen body looked at Lu Ming, and a bright light burst out of his eyes. It's really heavy, but this is not my limit. Rise. Lu Ming still did not use the precepts. He relied on the saint force and the power of his spirit body. Clang, another sword cry rang out. 6 feet, Lu Ming still did not use the precepts. The whole place was silent, and everyone stared at Lu Ming. Without using the precepts, he could pull out 6 feet. This was too shocking. Unbelievable. I wonder what level of precepts this person has. If it's a powerful king precepts, he might be able to pull out another foot and be on par with the Elysian child. Someone spoke, and his voice was a little muffled. The middle-aged man and the old man who had been chatting with Lu Ming were also tongue-tied. The gentle young man who had been chatting with them was actually so powerful? To be able to pull out 6 feet without using the precepts, it seemed that only the Stellar River had done so before. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming had already tied the Stellar River's record? Again. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a look of determination. He felt that he had not reached his limit yet. In his spirit body, he had refined a strand of chaos chi. The strength of his spirit body far exceeded that of a superior sky spirit body. Most importantly, he had 2 saint hearts with unlimited potential. Rise for me. Lu Ming shouted. Other than the precepts, all the power poured into his arms and erupted in an instant. Clang, another sword cry resounded through the sky, and a sword chi rushed into the sky. 7 feet, Lu Ming pulled out 7 feet, but he still did not use the precepts. How is this possible? How is this possible? Without using the precepts, he can pull out 7 feet. This has never been seen before. When the Stellar River did not use the precepts, he could only pull out 6 feet. Doesn't that mean that Lu Ming has surpassed the Stellar River's record? Some people say that the reason why the Stellar River can pull out 6 feet without using the precepts is because he is a descendant of the Celestial Emperor. Otherwise, it would not be possible. How can this person do it? One had to know that an ordinary Elysian child could only pull out 7 feet. However, Lu Ming could pull out 7 feet without using any nomological laws. This was incredible. Could it be that he has secretly used laws, but we didn't notice? Someone couldn't help but guess. It's possible, very possible. This guess was agreed by most people. Otherwise, it would be too shocking. But in the next moment, everyone shut up. Rise. A voice sounded in everyone's ears, and the law of chaos erupted from Lu Ming's body. Clang, immediately, another sword chime sounded. At this moment, the long sword whistled, and a shocking sword chi rushed into the sky and disappeared into the boundless starry sky. The entire platform was shining, and the endless radiance almost drowned Lu Ming. The scene fell into a dead silence. 8 feet, Lu Ming pulled out 8 feet and even used laws. This proved that Lu Ming really did not use laws just now and pulled out 7 feet. At this moment, he used laws and pulled out the 8-foot-long sword in one fell swoop, tying with the historical record and also the Stellar River's record. The law of chaos, this person is one of the sons of heaven, the son of chaos. It's too shocking, pulling out 8 feet, tying the Stellar River's record. Can this person completely pull out the sword of the celestial arch? As soon as these words came out, the entire place fell silent again, and it became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Lu Ming could pull out 7 feet without using the power of laws, which was unprecedented since ancient times. Then, after Lu Ming used laws, Could he pull out 9 feet? That was really hard to say. Could it be that the sword of the celestial arch that had been inserted here for countless years was about to appear? Many people trembled in their hearts, both nervous and expectant. The uncle and uncle who were chatting with Lu Ming before were completely stunned. They never expected that the young man who was chatting with them just now was a rare peerless genius since ancient times. 8 feet, still 1 foot short. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. At this moment, he gathered all the strength in his body into his arms. The muscles all over his body bulged one by one, filled with endless strength. Then, he pulled out the sword. Clang, a sword cry resounded through the sky, causing everyone's hearts to beat violently. At this moment, the boundless sword light pierced through the heavens. A shocking sword light stood between the heavens and earth. Everyone in Celestial City could see it. On the platform, amidst the boundless radiance, a young man raised his sword high, resembling the legendary god of war. Lu Ming pulled out the sword of the Celestial Emperor and held it in his hand. At this moment, time seemed to have frozen, and space seemed to have frozen as well. Everything stopped at this moment, as though it was an eternity. In the center of Celestial City, there was an incomparably majestic palace. At this moment, numerous silhouettes rushed out from the palace, emitting powerful and terrifying auras. The sword of the Celestial Emperor has appeared. In this world, other than Xianxia, there is actually someone who can pull out the Celestial Emperor's sword? Let's go. The sword of the Celestial Emperor cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. We must take it back. Voices rang out one after another. Then, they stepped into the air and left. On the platform where the sword of the Celestial Emperor was located, Lu Ming could not help but feel uncomfortable, as if a crisis was about to befall him. With a thought, Lu Ming kept the sword of the Celestial Emperor into the mountain and river diagram. Then, he flew down and pulled Autumn Moon and said, "Let's go." The two of them turned into 2 rays of light and left the place in an instant. It was not until Lu Ming and Autumn Moon disappeared that the crowd woke up from their daze and reacted. The sword of the Celestial Emperor has been pulled out. The sword of the Celestial Emperor that has been here for thousands of years has actually been pulled out. Who is that young man? He controls the law of primal chaos. He should be a genius of Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard. It's not difficult to find out. Many people discussed excitedly. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, several silhouettes suddenly appeared in the sky. Each of them emitted a terrifying aura, causing everyone to tremble. Emperor's aura, it's a martial emperor expert. And it's the martial emperors of the Heng family. The Heng family claims to have the bloodline of the Celestial Emperor. Now that the sword of the Celestial Emperor has been pulled out, the Heng family will definitely make a move. Heng Xianxia has already said that the sword of the Celestial Emperor will be pulled out by him sooner or later and will become his sword. Many people discussed in low voices. The emperor-level powerhouse of the Heng family swept his gaze across the empty platform. His eyes were extremely shocked. At the same time, a gloomy expression flashed across his face. The sword of the Celestial Emperor was really pulled out. Who is it? Who pulled out the sword of the Celestial Emperor? A powerful martial emperor of the Heng family swept his gaze across the audience. His powerful martial emperor aura made everyone's breathing difficult. I don't know. It's a young man, but he has already left. Someone replied. A young man? Who is it? Which force is he from? The emperor-level powerhouse of the Heng family asked. I don't know, but he is the son of primal chaos and controls the law of primal chaos. He should be from Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard. Someone said. Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard. The face of the Heng family's emperor-level powerhouse turned gloomy. If it was a genius of Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard, then it would be difficult to deal with. Although the Heng family was extremely powerful and claimed to be the descendant of the Celestial Emperor, their foundation was deep and their strength was unfathomable. They were one of the strongest forces in Celestial City. However, Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard was jointly established by 3 great emperors. They did not dare to directly go to Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard to ask for the person. That person should not have gone far. Chase, it's best to take him down before he returns to Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard. The sword of the Celestial Emperor can only belong to our Han family. The leader of the Han family's martial emperor spoke. The other martial emperors moved one after another and flew in all directions. At this moment, Lu Ming had changed his appearance. He pulled out the sword of the Celestial Emperor and inexplicably felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Moreover, the appearance of the sword of the Celestial Emperor would definitely alarm many powerful forces. Therefore, he made a prompt decision and immediately left with Autumn Moon. He found a secret place and sent Autumn Moon into the mountain river diagram. After that, he used divine breath technique and turned into a middle-aged man with sallow skin. With his current cultivation, even martial emperors would not be able to recognize him so easily. He swaggered down the street and headed in the direction of Xianxia Tower. Not long after, there was indeed a terrifying expert whistling through the sky. Terrifying emperor's aura spread in all directions, causing many people to feel apprehensive. Sure enough, they are chasing after me. Which force is this expert from? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and guessed in his heart. However, his figure did not stop as he headed towards Xianxia Tower. Those martial emperors scanned with their spiritual sense, but they could not recognize him at all. The other party had not even seen his face. Moreover, he used divine breath technique. How could they discover him? Not long after, Lu Ming arrived in front of a pavilion in the north of Celestial City. This is Xianxia Tower. Lu Ming walked in and immediately an old man came to receive Lu Ming. Dear guest, may I ask what help you need? The old man asked. I need to inquire about a piece of information. Head to the hall on the left. The old man said with a smile. Lu Ming nodded and walked toward the hall on the left. In the hall on the left, a beautiful lady received Lu Ming. Sir, what kind of information are you looking for? For example, information about people, cultivation techniques and martial skills, or even information about saint herbs and materials? The young lady wore a gentle smile on her face, giving off a comfortable feeling. A kind of sacred herb? Lu Ming said. If you're looking for a sacred herb, please head to the 6th room. I'll show you the way. The young lady smiled and walked gracefully, leading Lu Ming to a room at the side of the hall. Lu Ming sighed. The Xianxia Tower had a clear division of labor. Different rooms would be assigned to different information. This way, the efficiency would be better. After entering the 6th room, Lu Ming saw an elegant middle-aged man. Sir, what kind of sacred herb would you like to know? The middle-aged man asked. The Taisui treasure lotus. I want to know where I can find the Taisui treasure lotus, or where I can find it. Lu Ming said. The Taisui treasure lotus is an extremely rare sacred herb with a unique medicinal effect. Not many of them have appeared since the ancient times. The middle-aged man exclaimed. Lu Ming's heart sank as he said, even the Xianxia Tower doesn't have any information about the Taisui treasure lotus? Haha, I can only say that you're in luck. If you came a few days earlier, your trip would have been in vain. However, I just received a piece of information about the Taisui treasure lotus yesterday. Someone has seen the Taisui treasure lotus somewhere. The middle-aged man burst out laughing. Where is it? Lu Ming was overjoyed. Brother, don't worry. The Taisui treasure lotus is too rare. The Xianxia Tower had to pay a huge price to obtain this information. You'll have to pay the price if you want to know about it. The middle-aged man said with a smile. How many origin stones? Lu Ming asked. He knew that he would need origin stones to obtain the information. Information about something as rare as the Taisui treasured lotus is naturally valuable. 500,000 high-grade origin stones for this piece of information. The middle-aged man said. The corner of Lu Ming's lips twitched slightly. 500,000 high-grade origin stones for a piece of information? How expensive. Of course, the Xianxia Tower's members were spread all over the world. It's priced to nurture so many people. Alright, I'll take the information about the Taisui treasure lotus. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and filled it with 500,000 high-grade raw stones. He passed it to the elegant middle-aged man. But the Taisui treasure lotus is extremely spiritual consciousness. Not long after, he returned to the Yuanshan Academy. Then, he sent a message to Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others, saying that he would be leaving for a while. He planned to go to the Tai Sword Tomb immediately to find the Tai Sui treasure lotus so that Autumn Moon could recover her memories. For things like memories, the longer it was delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for Qiuyu, and the harder it would be for her to recover. Lu Ming didn't have to worry about the sacred academy of Origin Mountain. Huangli had broken through to the absolute saint realm and his strength had increased greatly. Luo Tianyi was also with them. Lu Ming didn't waste any time and walked to the teleportation formation of the sacred academy of Origin Mountain. Of course, he couldn't teleport directly to the Tai Sword Tomb. Instead, he teleported to the public teleportation area near the Tai Sword Tomb. In fact, every Emperor-level force would build a teleportation formation. But almost all of them were one-way. People from the outside couldn't teleport in. If people from the outside could teleport into a force, that force would be in danger. If they were an enemy, it would be even more dangerous. Only forces that had a good relationship with each other would have a two-way teleportation formation. Therefore, in many areas, there would be public teleportation areas. For example, outside the ancient moon sacred ground, outside the ancient sun sacred ground, and the 8 citadels around the celestial city were all public teleportation areas. If outsiders wanted to enter these places, they could only teleport to the public teleportation area and then fly there. Therefore, if they wanted to go to a certain place, they could only teleport to the nearest public teleportation area and then fly there. After all, the primordial mountain was too big. It was unrealistic to rely on flying. Even an ordinary emperor-level expert would need a long time to cross the entire primordial mountain. Lu Ming stepped into the teleportation formation and teleported to the public teleportation area closest to the Tai Sword Tomb. Then, he took out the flying shuttle and flew toward the Tai Sword Tomb. Lu Ming had obtained the sky-piercing flying shuttle after killing his enemies. It was 20 times faster than the sky-piercing flying shuttle that Valley Master Yunkong had. In the flying shuttle, Lu Ming returned to his original appearance and released Autumn Moon from the mountain river diagram. What's so magical about the Heavenly Emperor's sword? Show me. Autumn Moon came out and looked at Lu Ming curiously. Was this person really her young master? His talent was also amazing. He could barely be her young master. Autumn Moon had a strange thought in her mind. Lu Ming nodded. With a thought, the Heavenly Emperor's sword appeared in his hand. The Heavenly Emperor's sword really looked like a stone sword. It was polished from a strange stone. Moreover, at this time, there was no abnormality at all. It was as if it was really an ordinary stone sword. There was no shocking phenomenon like when it was first pulled out. This is really the Heavenly Emperor's sword. It looks very ordinary. Could the legend be wrong? Autumn Moon looked at the stone sword curiously, then took it and looked at it carefully. Finally, she injected her saint power, but the stone sword did not react at all. Lu Ming took it and also injected his saint power. He even channeled the law of primal chaos, but there was no reaction at all. There's no reaction at all. It's become a useless sword. Lu Ming was speechless. Then the two of them studied it again, but there was still no result. Lu Ming had to put it in the mountain river diagram. He would study it later. The distance to the Tai Sword Tomb was not short. Even with the flying shuttle that was 20 times the speed, it would still take half a month. The two of them began to cultivate in the flying shuttle. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. They came to a wild mountain range, surrounded by vast mountains. In the mountains, the roars of beasts were incessant. Lu Ming put away the flying shuttle. The two of them walked on air. After more than 100,000 miles, they found that the area was getting quieter and quieter. There were fewer and fewer living creatures. Finally, they saw a huge cave. It was like a huge demonic well that led underground. In the cave, there was a constant aura of death. That was why there was a dead silence around the cave. The Tai Sword Tomb was the place where swords were buried. It was said that in the distant past, an extremely powerful sword cultivator had fallen in the Tai Sword Tomb. This place became his tomb, attracting the worship of tens of thousands of swords. Countless ownerless swords flew here and were buried together with that terrifying cultivator. Later on, countless powerful sword cultivators coveted the sword cultivator's inheritance. In order to obtain the sword cultivator's inheritance, a fierce battle broke out there. Countless powerful sword cultivators had died in battle here and were buried here. This place became a terrifying sword tomb. Later on, many sword cultivators who had reached the end of their lifespan and were about to die would come here and be buried there. Over time, the number of experts in swords buried here was innumerable. It was impossible to tell how many of them had been buried here. Over time, some wonderful treasures were born in the Tai sword tomb. For example, the sword origin was a rare treasure. Refining the sword origin could refine one's true origin and saint force to improve one's cultivation. Some people would also come here to look for spiritual swords. Since ancient times, many sword cultivators had been buried here. It was said that there were even many emperor-level sword cultivators. Some of the swords left behind by them were real treasures. If one was lucky enough to get it, he would be rich. Therefore, the Tai sword tomb attracted many people to explore. Many people would come here every year, especially sword cultivators. The Taisui treasured lotus had been found by explorers here. Lu Ming scanned the area. True enough, he saw some figures near the cave. You too, a gentle-looking old man flew over and looked at Lu Ming and Xiao Moon. He smiled and said, "You two also want to explore the sword tomb, right?" "That's right." Lu Ming nodded. "It just so happens that I'm forming a team with some friends to enter the sword tomb together. After all, there are opportunities and dangers in the sword tomb. There's strength in numbers and we can help each other. Young friends, are you willing to join us?" The old man smiled and said. "Team up?" Lu Ming thought to himself. The Tai sword tomb was full of opportunities and dangers. Since ancient times, many sword cultivators had been buried here and some dangerous things had been born. They were the sword aura. The sword baleful beasts would kill any living being they encountered. They had no intelligence at all. There were strong sword emanations and weak sword emanations. Some sword emanations were extremely powerful, and it would be very dangerous for a single person to encounter them. Thus, it was normal for many people to form teams and enter the sword emanations. "Senior, the two of us are here to search for a type of sacred medicine," Lu Ming said. "Haha, that's great. The Tai sword tomb is extremely vast. Just relying on the two of you is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Come with us and keep an eye on each other. You'll have a better chance," the old man said with a smile. "All right, I agree." Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then nodded. The old man's words made sense. It was indeed difficult for the two of them to search for Xianxia. If they teamed up with more people, their chances of success would be higher. Moreover, some of these people might have been active here for a long time. They might be able to obtain some useful information. "All right, haha. Come, let me introduce you to the others." The old man smiled and led Lu Ming and Autumn Moon towards the others. There were 8 people at the entrance of the cave. The old man introduced them. After the old man's introduction, Lu Ming learned that the old man's name was Wu Chu. He was a perfected paragon saint. Among these people, his cultivation was the highest. "Young friends, we'll have to wait a little longer. We'll go in when there are more people," Wu Chu said. He had a gentle smile on his face, which made him seem easy to get along with. "It's fine to wait a little longer." Lu Ming nodded. Finding the Taisui treasured lotus wasn't something that could be done in a day. It wouldn't hurt to wait a few more days. There were indeed many people who came to explore the Tai sword tomb. Every 2 days, there would be people who came, and Wu Chu pulled them into the group. More than 10 days later, there were more than 20 people in the group. "All right, it's about time. Let's go," Wu Chu said. Then, he took the lead and flew into the cave, followed by the others. The cave was huge, and it led underground. It was unfathomable. Lu Ming and the others flew down for about 10,000 feet before they finally reached the bottom. It really looks like an underground world." Lu Ming looked around and found that there was a world under the cave. He couldn't see the end of it. There were mountain peaks in this place, but it was deathly still. There was nothing here. There were only swords. Rusty swords were either stuck in the ground or on the mountain peaks. However, they had lost their spirituality and were about to corrode after countless years. Let's set up a formation so that we won't panic when we're attacked, Wu Chu said. Then, he arranged the formation. Lu Ming and Qiu Moon were arranged to be at the back. Some of them were in the middle, while others were in the front and left. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He found that those who were arranged to be in the front, back, left, and right were the people who joined the group later. Wu Chu was in the middle with 5 or 6 people. According to him, his cultivation was the highest. He would be in the middle to provide support at any time. The others didn't have any objections. They chose a direction and ran forward. The Tai sword tomb gave people the impression of being dead silent. There was silence between heaven and earth. Occasionally, there would be gusts of cold wind blowing. Not a single blade of grass grew. It was incomparably desolate. They ran forward for hundreds of miles. The scenery they saw was similar. This was the outer area. The swords they encountered were all corroded. There wouldn't be much to gain in this area. After walking for an unknown distance, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of them. They were 2 black figures. Their appearances couldn't be seen clearly. They looked like ghosts. When the 2 black figures saw Lu Ming and the others, their eyes emitted a sharp aura. They turned into 2 beams of sword light and charged at the group. They are 2 sword emanations. However, their strength is only at the bright sage realm, Wu Chu said. With a wave of his hand, 2 beams of energy shot out and defeated the 2 sword emanations. After the 2 sword emanations were defeated, they turned into 2 beams of energy and sank into the ground, disappearing. It was said that these sword emanations were very difficult to kill. They could only be defeated temporarily. After being defeated, they would escape into the ground. After a period of time, they would reappear. The group continued forward. They encountered a few more sword emanations, but they were not strong and were easily defeated. Suddenly, a weak sword intent came from the front. There's a sword source in front. Wu Chu's eyes lit up. It was obvious that this was not Wu Chu's first time entering the Tai sword tomb. He was very experienced. Based on a weak sword intent, he could determine that there was a sword source in front. The group restrained their auras and moved forward carefully. After circling around a mountain, they saw dozens of sword emanations. Among the dozens of sword emanations, there were 3 battle swords. These 3 battle swords were not real and were not real battle swords. Instead, they were condensed from extremely pure sword chi and were inserted into the ground. These were the sword sources. Dozens of sword emanations surrounded the 3 sword sources. The sword emanations could absorb the energy from the sword sources to strengthen themselves. Therefore, there were sword emanations guarding each sword source. Since there were 3 sword sources here, there were naturally more sword emanations guarding them. 3 sword sources. Wu Chu's gentle eyes emitted a blazing light. What should we do? Someone asked. We can't fight head-on. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if we alert the other sword emanations. The best way is to attract the sword emanations and use our powerful combat strength to instantly seize the 3 sword emanations. Wu Chu's eyes emitted a scheming light as he made arrangements. You guys, split up and lure the sword emanations away. The few of us with the strongest cultivation will instantly seize the 3 sword sources. Wu Chu pointed at Lu Ming, Qiu Moon, and a few others who joined the team later. We're going to lure them? Someone asked. That's right. In this sword tomb, we can only maximize our strength and obtain more resources by cooperating with each other. Don't worry, after we obtain the sword sources, we will split them equally. You guys won't get anything less. Wu Chu said. Alright, let's lure them. That person nodded, and the others had no objections. Lu Ming and the rest slowly approached the sword emanations from different directions. When they were a certain distance away, the sword emanations discovered them, and a sharp light shot out from their eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, the sword emanations turned into streaks of sword radiance and chased after Lu Ming and the rest. Let's go! Lu Ming pulled Qiu Moon and turned to run. The others did the same. They all turned and ran into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Beside the sword sources, there were only 7 or 8 sword emanations left. It's good to find some bait. It can save a lot of effort. Beside Wu Chu, a middle-aged man sneered. He looked in the direction Lu Ming and the rest had left with a mocking smile on his face. There's no time. Let's attack and seize the 3 sword sources. Wu Chu took a step forward and charged toward the 7 or 8 sword emanations. His cultivation was at the peak of the absolute saint realm. With a single palm strike, 2 sword emanations were destroyed and turned into energy that sank into the ground. The other people beside Wu Chu also attacked. They released their auras. They were all absolute saints. Everyone attacked together. The 7 or 8 sword emanations did not last long before they were all killed. Xiao Qiao Moon. Xiao Qiao Moon. Xiao Qiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao. Xiao Yu, Qiao Qiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao. Lu Ming's heart stirred and there was a cold glint in his eyes. Xiao Qiao. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Qiao Yu. Xiao Qiao. Qiao Moon stopped abruptly. He waved his hand. 2 scimitars flew out. They spun quickly and swept toward the sword emanations. One of the sword fiends was equivalent to a lesser saint, while the others were all great saints. They weren't Xiao Yu's match at all. 2 scimitars swept past, and the sword fiends crumbled, turning into energy and dissipating. Ah! Ah! It was the screams of the other people who had attracted the sword emanations. Lu Ming's eyes grew colder. He and Qiao Qiao. Qiao Moon. Wu Chu and the rest had already gotten the 3 sword sources. They were retreating. They were surprised to see Lu Ming and Qiao Qiao. Looks like they're both geniuses. Even the sword emanations of absolute saints can't do anything to them. Wu Chu's eyes flashed. He smiled gently and said, Lu Ming, return to the team. We'll retreat first. Lu Ming nodded. He and Qiao Moon returned to the team quietly and retreated. Not long after, an ear-piercing roar came from the place where they had obtained the sword sources. It was obvious that the sword emanations had returned and realized that the sword sources were gone. Not long after, a few people who had attracted the sword emanations returned to the team. These people's cultivation was not weak. They didn't die at the hands of the sword emanations. Wu Chu, where are the sword sources? You said we'd split them equally. Someone looked at Wu Chu. Haha, don't worry. We've only gotten 3 sword sources. I'll keep them for now. When we get more sword sources in the future, I'll split them equally. Wu Chu laughed. That person snorted and didn't say anything. There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. There was a sharp glint in Qiao Yu's eyes, but the 2 of them did not say much. They continued forward. Not long after, Wu Chu sensed something again. There's another sword source in front. Wu Chu was overjoyed. The group moved forward and found a sword origin in a valley. The number of sword emanations guarding a single sword origin was relatively low. There were only about 3. Let's attack together and destroy these sword emanations. Wu Chu said. There were only about 10 sword emanations. There was no need to lure them away. Lu Ming and the rest were strong. They might be useful if they were kept alive. Wu Chu's lips curled into a sneer. In the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. On the other side, more than a dozen figures flashed and appeared there. They were all martial Dao experts. Obviously, they had entered the sword tomb before. There were many people in the sword tomb. Every few days, people would enter the sword tomb. No one knew how many people there were in the sword tomb. It was obvious that the other party was also an adventurer. The other party also saw Lu Ming and the rest. Their gazes were unfriendly. Some of them even revealed murderous intent. Wu Chu and the rest's faces darkened. Get lost. That sword source belongs to us. Someone in the other party said coldly. You're the ones getting lost. Wu Chu sneered. How could he let go of the sword source that was right in front of him? He turned and looked at Lu Ming and the rest. You guys go and stop them. We'll go and get the sword source. Wu Chu sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming, Qiao Moon, and a few others. These people were the ones who had gone to attract the sword emanations. They were also the ones they had found as bait. I knew it. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. You want us to stop them? What a joke. There are many experts among them. If we go, we'll be courting death. I refuse. A short and stout man shook his head and refused directly. There was no lack of experts in the sword tomb. Among the dozen or so people, at least half of them were absolute saints. There might even be absolute saints at the peak of the absolute saint realm like Wu Chu. Asking them to stop them would be suicide. Wu Chu glanced at Lu Ming and the others with sharp eyes. He said that as long as Lu Ming and the others could hold on for a while, he would help them when they got the sword origin. We asked you to do something, but you're so wishy-washy. We asked you to follow us and block the danger for you. Do you think you can just eat and drink for free? You have to do something valuable. A burly man beside Wu Chu said to them with a gloomy face. Lu Ming sneered. Wu Chu and the others were blocking the danger for them? What a joke. They were clearly using them as bait. If there was danger, they would let them go. It was the same now. They were asking them to block the danger while they went to get the sword origin. Who knew if they would run away after getting the sword origin? I'm not going. If you want to fight, fight among yourselves. I'll leave the team. I'd rather take the risk alone in the sword tomb. A burly man shook his head and refused. Then, he wanted to leave. But at this moment, Wu Chu suddenly moved. He attacked violently and clawed at the brawny man. The burly man did not expect Wu Chu to attack him. He was a lesser absolute saint, but he could not use his full strength. Wu Chu was a perfected absolute saint. The difference between them was too great. He could not fight back at all. Puff, Wu Chu's claw cracked the burly man's head. The burly man roared. His eyes were filled with anger and indignation. Die. Wu Chu's power surged out. The burly man's head exploded like a watermelon. His soul was instantly destroyed. It's too late to leave now. Go and stop them. Otherwise, you'll die. Wu Chu said coldly to Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and Xiao Mun's eyes were gloomy. The others were pale. The dozen people opposite them looked at them in surprise. Haha, we haven't even started the battle and there's already an internal conflict. One of them sneered. No matter what tricks they're playing, get ready to attack. We have to get the sword origin. These people have to die too. The person with the strongest aura said coldly. Not only did they want the sword origin, but they also wanted to kill Lu Ming and the others. How could finding the sword origin be faster than killing people? On Lu Ming's side. Alright, let's attack. Lu Ming nodded in agreement. The others could only nod helplessly. When I tell you to start, you guys attack immediately and catch them off guard. Wu Chu transmitted his voice, and then suddenly roared, kill. Whoosh. Whoosh, the figures of Lu Ming and the others flashed as they charged towards the other party. However, before he could get very far, Lu Ming's palm chopped down like a saber. A stream of energy as large as a mountain shot towards him. You're courting death. Kill them all. The leader of the other side let out a furious roar. More than 10 people erupted and charged towards Lu Ming's group. Retreat. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. Together with Qiu Yu, he suddenly turned around and rushed towards Wu Chu and the others. The others were stunned for a moment before fleeing in other directions. How could they really throw their lives away? All of you are courting death. Seeing that Lu Ming and the others were actually running in the opposite direction and were rushing towards them, Chief Wu was immediately enraged. You're really treating us as bait. What a joke. Lu Ming sneered as he and Qiu Yu charged towards Wu Chu and the others. The other party also rushed towards Wu Chu and the others. Little brat, I'll kill you first. A burly man of the Saint Realm launched a fierce attack towards Lu Ming. Scram. Lu Ming shouted coldly as he punched out. He directly crushed the opponent's attack and then collided with the opponent's palm. Crack, the opponent's hand bones were directly shattered. He frantically retreated with a look of disbelief. However, Lu Ming and Qiu Yu did not continue to fight. They rushed past him and rushed into the distance. Following that, the other party had already rushed over. All sorts of attacks poured towards Wu Chu and the others. The two sides immediately engaged in a chaotic battle. "Damn it, little brat, I'll kill you sooner or later." Wu Chu roared, his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at Lu Ming and Xiao Yu. Lu Ming was actually so daring. Not only did he want to escape, but he also wanted to lead the other party to them. He deserved to be cut into pieces. "Old man, save your own life first. Goodbye." Lu Ming laughed as he and Xiao Yu did not stop. They quickly flashed away. The other party saw that Lu Ming and the others were just two young men, so they did not care at all. They only stared at Wu Chu and the others and attacked ferociously. Not long after, Lu Ming and Xiao Yu had already left the battlefield and appeared tens of thousands of miles away. The two of them did not have a fixed direction. Their goal was to find the Taisui treasure lotus. However, they did not know where the Taisui treasure lotus would appear in the sword tomb. They could only search randomly. The two of them randomly chose a direction and ran forward. Not long after, they found two sword sources. Beside them, there were about 20 sword emanations guarding them. Since they had encountered them, they naturally would not give up. Although the sword emanations were strong, with their battle strength, it was not too difficult. The two of them charged toward the sword sources at lightning speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword emanations also noticed Lu Ming and Xiao Yu. They charged toward Lu Ming and Xiao Yu. Their bodies were like divine swords, shining with dazzling sword light as they slashed toward the two. Xiao Yu waved his hand. Two scimitars, one cold and one hot, flew out and continued to spin. The cold and hot collided, exploding with a destructive force that swept forward. The sword emanations, regardless of whether they were supreme saints or absolute saints, were instantly crushed by the destructive force. With Xiao Yu's battle strength, he could instantly kill an ordinary absolute saint expert. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's attack was even more direct. He kept punching with his fists. A phantom of the suppressing prison monument appeared and suppressed the sword emanations. All the sword emanations that were suppressed by the suppressing prison monument were instantly crushed. Even two absolute saints in the Great Completion were instantly killed. In a few breaths of time, the 20 sword emanations were cleared out by the two of them. The two of them each grabbed a sword origin and soared into the air, leaving this place. 10,000 miles away, in a valley, Lu Ming carefully examined the sword source in his hand. The sword source looked like a real battle sword from the outside, but when Lu Ming scanned it with his spiritual consciousness, he could clearly feel that it was formed by sword energy. Swallow! Lu Ming's palm exploded with a devouring power. The sword source exploded under the devouring power, turning into a gust of energy that was devoured by Lu Ming. Lu Ming sensed it carefully. He found that the sword source's energy seemed to be formed by thousands of tiny sword lights that merged with Lu Ming's saint power. They were like countless sharp sword lights, refining Lu Ming's saint power and making it stronger. Lu Ming started to refine the sword source. After more than 2 hours, Lu Ming finally finished refining the sword source's energy. My saint power has indeed become stronger and more condensed. Lu Ming thought. No wonder so many people had entered the sword tomb to search for sword sources. Some people's cultivation had reached a bottleneck and it was difficult for them to improve. However, if they refined the sword sources, they might be able to improve further. This was especially true for those who practiced the sword Dao. Lu Ming waited for a while longer before Qiao Moon finished her cultivation and refined a sword source. Then, the two of them left the place and continued their search. It would be good to obtain some sword sources while searching for the Taisui treasure lotus as they could improve their cultivation. Soon after, the two of them found another sword source and kept it for the time being. The sword tomb was really huge. Lu Ming and the two of them wandered around for a whole day but they still couldn't see the end of it. They had also obtained 4 sword sources, which was 2 for each of them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a group of figures rushed out from a call in front of them and surrounded the two of them. There were 8 of them in total. They were all old men or middle-aged men and they were all filled with killing intent. There were 5 great sages and 3 absolute sages. However, the most powerful one was only in the Great Achievement Absolute Sage realm. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. So it's 2 brats. One of them sneered and looked at Lu Ming and Xiao Moon coldly. But this girl is really beautiful. I can enjoy her. A middle-aged skinny man who was as thin as a bamboo looked at Xiaomun with a burning gaze. Kid, hand over all the treasures you have. The skinny man said coldly. On average, there would be people entering the sword tomb every few days. Therefore, there were many people in the sword tomb. There were all kinds of people in the sword tomb. There were even some people who lived in the sword tomb all year round. They killed and robbed others of their treasures and sword sources to cultivate. In the sword tomb, no matter which faction you came from, your death would be in vain. No one would know who killed you or how you died. Obviously, these people in front of them were here to kill and rob. They were here to kill those who were alone or had a small group. I'll give you 3 breaths to get lost. 3. Lu Ming said indifferently. What? This brat told us to scram. Haha, did I hear wrongly? Someone laughed loudly, unable to believe his own ears. Judging from the age of Lu Ming and Xiaoyu, how old were they? What level of cultivation and combat strength could they have at this age, and he even told them to scram? What a joke. 2. Lu Ming continued. His voice was even colder and filled with cold-killing intent. The faces of the 8 people darkened. It seemed that Lu Ming wasn't joking. Could it be that Lu Ming had something to rely on? However, from the looks of it, Lu Ming and Li Qia were not even 30 years old. How could they be a match for them at such a young age? They had been active in the vicinity of the Tai Sword Tomb for over 100 years. During this period, they had encountered some young people, but they were no match for them. Many of them had died at their hands. However, this was the first time he had seen someone as competent as Lu Ming. 1. Lu Ming slowly spat out the last word, and the killing intent in his eyes surged. It seems that you don't want to leave. Then I'll fulfill your wish and let you be buried here with the thousands of battle swords. Lu Ming said coldly. Brat, you're boasting shamelessly. I'd like to see what you're capable of. A perfected great sage took a heavy step forward. His body was like a cannonball as he charged toward Lu Ming. His sacred power and nomological laws erupted. He was like a prehistoric giant beast, pressing down on Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming lifted his leg and kicked out. His foot landed directly on the opponent's dantian. The opponent screamed in pain. His body flew thousands of meters away and crashed into a mountain full of battle swords, creating a huge pit in the mountain. As for him, he was already exhaling more than he was inhaling. The remaining 7 people were stunned. A great saint in the complete perfection was like a baby in front of Lu Ming. He didn't even have the strength to resist. Could it be that this person had the combat strength of an absolute saint at such a young age? How was that possible? Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward. The aura of a great saint in the complete perfection was fully released. The powerful aura locked onto the other 7 people. He had already given them a chance. Since they didn't take it, he would kill them all. Anyway, these people were not good people. He did not know how many people like Lu Ming and the rest had died in their hands. Xiaomun stood aside and didn't make a move. She knew Lu Ming's combat strength very well. She didn't need to do anything to deal with these people. Let's work together and kill him. The skinny man shouted. His aura erupted and he charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the other 6 people also moved. Each of them released their aura. Terrifying attacks bombarded Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood still. An absolute saint weapon appeared in his hand and he swept it out. A moon-like sword light burst out and slashed in all directions. All the attacks of the opponents were instantly destroyed. Puff. Puff. Puff, blood light burst out and blood chi filled the air. The 7 figures pounced quickly, but the speed of their retreat was even faster. The 7 figures flew more than 1,000 meters and fell heavily on the ground. 6 of them had no vitality left. They were directly killed by Lu Ming's sword light. Only the skinny man still had a trace of vitality. He didn't die yet. His eyes were wide open, filled with endless horror and disbelief. He was just a young man, less than 30 years old. He actually had the cultivation of a great saint in the complete perfection. His combat strength was even more terrifying. Even he, a great saint in the great mastery, couldn't withstand a single blow. Could it be that young people nowadays were all so terrifying? They had been in the sword tomb for hundreds of years and didn't go out. Had the outside world changed? With endless questions, he breathed his last breath. Lu Ming waved his hand and the 8 people's storage rings came to his hand. He scanned the storage rings with his spiritual sense and saw the things in them at a glance. These people were really rich. The origin stones were piled up like mountains. It was obvious that they had killed many people over the years. There were also more than 10 sword sources in total. Sword sources were consumables. It was good enough to have 10 of them. Lu Ming gave half of them to Autumn Moon and left. In the next few days, they found a few more sword sources, but they still didn't see the Taisui lotus. It seemed that it wasn't easy to find the Taisui lotus. They had to be prepared for a long battle. There's a sword source over there. Suddenly, they saw a sword source in front of them. The 2 of them rushed toward it. At that moment, something strange happened. Clang, a sword cry resounded as the sword origin actually flew up on its own and whistled towards the depths of the sword tomb. The sword source moved on its own, the 2 of them didn't have time to think. They stepped into the air and chased after the sword source. However, the sword source's speed was shocking. It was like a ray of light that disappeared into the distance in an instant. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon couldn't catch up for a while. There's one there too. In another direction, a few sword sources broke through the air and flew toward the depths of the sword tomb. They were heading in the same direction as the sword sources that Lu Ming and the rest were chasing. What's going on? The 2 were puzzled. Why would the sword sources fly on their own? It would be fine if there was only one, but now there were several. The 2 chased for a while, going deeper and deeper into the sword tomb. At this time, they saw more sword sources flying toward the sword tomb, and some of them were being chased by people. Wait, Autumn Moon, wait a minute. Lu Ming stopped and frowned. There must be something wrong in the depths of the sword tomb. Otherwise, why would so many sword sources fly in the same direction? In a place like this, if there were any abnormalities, it would be either the birth of a treasure or the arrival of a danger. Lu Ming, should we chase them or not? Autumn Moon asked. She also felt that something was wrong. If they continued to chase, she did not know what would happen. Let's not go deeper. Let's see if we can find the Taisui treasure lotus in the outer area. Lu Ming said. Autumn Moon nodded. After that, the 2 did not continue to go deeper. They continued to search in the outer area. From time to time, they would see sword sources whizzing through the air, flying toward the depths of the sword tomb. They would also see figures flying in the air, chasing after the sword sources. When Lu Ming and Autumn Moon were lucky, they could intercept 1 or 2 sword sources along the way. Lu Ming, look, that's, Autumn Moon suddenly exclaimed and pointed at a cliff in front of him. Lu Ming looked in that direction and saw a lotus flower on the cliff. It was as white as jade and crystal clear. The strange thing was that the petals of the lotus flower were thin, long, and sharp like divine swords. The Taisui treasure lotus, Lu Ming had seen it in the records of the Great Pill Evolution Hall, so he recognized it at a glance. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It was really a case of traveling far and wide looking for something, only to find it by chance. They had searched for a long time without finding any trace of the Taisui treasure lotus. They did not expect to see it when they stopped chasing and wanted to search in the outer area. The Taisui treasure lotus is very intelligent. It can escape on its own. Autumn Moon, stay here and block it. I'll go get it. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Autumn Moon, then used the divine breathing technique and flew silently toward the Taisui treasure lotus. When Lu Ming was a certain distance away, dense runes appeared on his palm. He pressed his palm on the ground and the runes spread along the ground toward the Taisui treasure lotus. He wanted to seal the Taisui treasured lotus with the formation Dao to prevent it from escaping. However, the Taisui treasure lotus suddenly moved. It turned into a white beam of light, resembling a white sword. It broke through the sky and flew towards the depths of the tomb. Not good, we've been discovered. Xiao Yu, chase after them. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Autumn Moon, then used his movement technique to chase after the Taisui treasure lotus. Lu Ming was very fast, but so was the Taisui treasure lotus. It was as fast as the sword sources. Lu Ming could not catch up with it. The Taisui treasure lotus is too sensitive. I was so careful, but it still found me. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only give chase. Autumn Moon followed closely behind Lu Ming. The direction in which the Taisui treasured lotus fled was exactly the same as the direction in which the swords had fled. They chased the Taisui treasure lotus for several hours, but they could not catch up with it. At this moment, Lu Ming could not help but miss Bubbles. If Bubbles were around, given the speed of the space-time law and the sealing power, it would not be difficult to capture the Taisui treasure lotus. After chasing for a while, Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. The scene in front of him shocked him. There was an abyss in front of him. Above the abyss, countless sword sources gathered and danced in the air. Sword chi soared into the sky. There were too many sword sources. It was impossible to tell how many of them there were. Around the abyss, there were many people standing in the air. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred of them. They surrounded the abyss, but did not take any action to seize the sword sources. That was because the scene was too strange. They had never seen so many sword sources gathering above the abyss. There had to be something fishy going on. No one dared to act rashly. Whoosh! At that moment, the Taisui treasure lotus turned into a beam of sword light and disappeared into the abyss. This is troublesome. Lu Ming's face turned gloomy. It was not easy to find the Taisui treasure lotus. Unfortunately, he could not take it. He could only watch as it fled into the abyss. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon stood outside, looking ahead. They did not act rashly. Many people looked at the endless source of swords. Their eyes were burning with greed. There were so many sword sources. If they could refine them, how much could their cultivation improve? However, the situation was strange. Although they were greedy, they still kept their rationality and restrained themselves. Brat, it's you. At this moment, a furious roar could be heard. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. A few figures dashed toward Lu Ming and his companion. So it's these guys. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and sneered. The person who flashed over was Wu Chu. At that moment, there were only two people left beside Wu Chu. It was obvious that they had suffered heavy losses. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wu Chu and the other two surrounded Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Brat, how dare you betray us? I'll make sure you die miserably. Wu Chu glared at Lu Ming furiously. His murderous intent was extremely strong. Previously, because of Lu Ming, not only did they not get the sword sources, but they also fought fiercely with the other party. In the end, many of them died in battle. Only the three of them managed to break out of the encirclement. They naturally blamed all of this on Lu Ming and the others. If Lu Ming and the others had acted according to their plan, they would not have suffered such losses. Betray you? What a joke. I only joined your team to cooperate with you. You used us as bait from the beginning. Do you think I would be stupid enough to die for you? Lu Ming smiled faintly. There was strong disdain in his eyes. Weaklings should have the awareness of weaklings. Wu Chu said coldly. Weaklings? Haha, you're already so old, but you're only in the saint realm. Do you think you're strong? Lu Ming was not afraid at all. Whether I'm strong or not, I'm strong enough to kill you. Wu Chu took a step forward and fully unleashed his cultivation as a perfected saint. His withered claw grabbed at Lu Ming with a terrifying whistling sound. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He activated the hell-suppressing heaven skill and punched out. Bam! Lu Ming's fist collided with Wu Chu's claw. With a loud boom, both of their bodies were pushed back slightly. How is this possible? Wu Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Ming could actually block his attack. How was this possible? It was unbelievable that a perfected great saint could block the attack of a perfected saint. The others around them were also shocked. That's the law of primal chaos. He's a son of primal chaos. Many people recognized Lu Ming's law of primal chaos, and they exclaimed in shock. They hadn't expected a son of primal chaos to appear here. No wonder his battle prowess was so terrifying. Wu Chu was shocked, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He'd actually provoked a son of primal chaos. But then, the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. Since he'd already offended him, he'd kill him and get rid of all future troubles. Otherwise, he'd be the one to die in the future. He was a decisive person. After making a decision, he immediately said, "Let's go and kill him together." He said to the other two. Whoosh, Autumn Moon stepped into the air, 2 scimitars floating around him. He said, "Lu Ming, leave these 2 to me." Okay. Lu Ming nodded. Although the cultivation levels of the other 2 were very high, one was a great sage and the other was a peak great sage, given Xiaoyu's cultivation level, it would not be a problem for her to block them. Autumn Moon stepped into the air, surrounded by the law of yin and yang, and charged toward the 2. The 2 sides immediately clashed. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He used the divine sword technique, and his soul pierced toward the other party like a sword. At the same time, Lu Ming stretched out his finger and pointed at the void. Endless energy gathered in the void, forming a huge finger that pressed down on Wu Chu. Wu Chu's pupils contracted rapidly, and a chill ran down his spine. It was as if he was facing a fatal danger. Heavenly Centipede Claw. Wu Chu roared and unleashed his strength to the extreme. He used a divine power, and a huge claw formed, grabbing toward the chaotic calamity finger. Boom, the huge claw and the chaotic calamity finger collided. The void began to tremble violently. In the next moment, under Wu Chu's horrified gaze, the claw he had condensed collapsed. The powerful force of the primal chaos tribulation finger slammed into his body, causing him to cough up large mouthfuls of blood. His body crashed heavily into the ground. Wu Chu's battle prowess wasn't very strong in the absolute saint realm. His theurgy was only at 85%, and it was just an ordinary law. It couldn't be compared to the 88% chaotic disaster finger. It was too weak. Wu Chu was severely injured in one move. That attack just now was Lu Ming's strongest attack. Primal Chaos Calamity Finger. Lu Ming pointed his finger again, and another Chaos Finger of Calamity was formed. Wu Chu revealed a look of despair as he desperately tried to resist. However, after this attack, Wu Chu's injuries became even more severe. Half of his body almost exploded. Facing ordinary martial artists, Lu Ming could completely cross a realm and kill the enemy. Boom. Boom, then, Lu Ming punched continuously. The terrifying fist force drowned Wu Chu. Wu Chu held madly, letting out a roar of unwillingness. He did everything he could to resist, but gradually, his voice became softer and softer until it finally disappeared. By the time Lu Ming stopped, Wu Chu had already disappeared. His body and soul had been destroyed, leaving only a storage ring on the ground. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming collected Wu Chu's storage ring. The faces of the 2 people who were fighting Autumn Moon changed drastically as they were filled with fear. That pinnacle absolute saint broke through Autumn Moon's attack and tried to escape. Do you think you can escape? Lu Ming said coldly. His figure flashed, and he instantly caught up with that person. He pointed his finger, and the chaos finger of calamity was formed, crushing toward that person. That person screamed in pain as his body was torn apart, and he died on the spot. A pinnacle absolute saint expert was instantly killed by Lu Ming. The remaining absolute saint expert was also turned into ashes under Autumn Moon's destructive energy. 3 great experts had died so quickly at the hands of 2 young people, which made the nearby people very solemn. The Son of Chaos is really shocking. His combat strength is incredible. It's better not to provoke such a peerless genius. I'm afraid there's a terrifying force behind him. Some people discussed as they looked at Lu Ming and Autumn Moon solemnly. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon stood on one side and looked toward the abyss. The others also calmed down and looked toward the endless sword source. As time passed, more and more people gathered, which made many people's faces turn gloomy. Forget it. If this continues, more and more people will come, and we won't be able to get many sword sources. I want to try and see if there's anything strange about it. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. An old man stepped out and rushed toward the sword sources. He was very close to the sword sources, but there was nothing strange. Grab them. The old man stretched out a large hand, which was formed by Saint Power, and grabbed toward the sword sources. The hand grabbed, but there was still nothing strange. The old man grabbed a dozen sword sources and put them away. Ha ha ha. The old man was overjoyed. There was no danger at all. They were overthinking. Seeing that there was no danger, the others all looked greedy. They were about to fight for the sword sources. At this moment, a terrifying sword light suddenly slashed out from the abyss below. Oh no! The old man's face changed drastically. He waved his hand and set up layers of defense, trying to block it. However, the sword light slashed through the old man's defense instantly. The sword light didn't stop. The old man screamed as his body was cut in half. His body fell into the abyss and disappeared. Everyone was shocked and stopped in their tracks. There's someone in the abyss. Someone exclaimed. Sure enough, a person holding a long sword stepped out from the abyss. It was a middle-aged man in a brocade robe. His aura was extremely shocking. He had reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. Clearly, the sword light just now was from this person. There was someone in the abyss. Could it be that the sword sources were gathering because of this person? Kill! The man roared. Sword Chi whistled and charged toward the crowd. It's just a peak absolute saint. Let's work together and kill him. Someone shouted and counterattacked. Then, someone else attacked. There were many experts who had entered the sword tomb to explore. They came from all over the Yuan mountain. Even the weakest of them was a great saint. Many of them were absolute saints, and there was no lack of peak absolute saints among them. 3 peak absolute saints attacked and fought with the person who had walked out of the abyss. The person who had walked out of the abyss was naturally no match for them. However, the person who had walked out of the abyss didn't seem to be afraid of death. He attacked with all his might and didn't care about defense. Something's not right. This person doesn't seem to have any intelligence. He only knows how to attack. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He found that the person who had walked out of the abyss had empty eyes. He looked like a walking corpse. Oh no, someone else has walked out of the abyss. Someone shouted. Everyone looked over. More figures had appeared in the abyss, and it wasn't just 1 or 2. There were many of them. One figure after another appeared, filled with cold killing intent. As soon as they appeared, they charged toward the crowd. That's the leader of the Round Blade faction. I know him. I heard that he had been adventuring in the sword tomb. So he's here? That's Wind Chasing Sword Lu Shirlang. He doesn't seem to recognize me at all. Exclamations sounded. More and more people stepped out of the abyss. Without saying a word, they charged toward the crowd. In the end, more than 100 people stepped out. They were all experts, and most of them were absolute saints. These people were not afraid of death and were very troublesome. The scene fell into chaos. These people are just walking corpses. Let's work together and kill them. Someone shouted. There were at least 300 to 400 people here, and they were all experts. They worked together and attacked the people who had walked out of the abyss. That is, at this moment, Lu Ming saw a person and was shocked. Because Lu Ming actually knew one of them. The Life and Death Sword Sect Master. Lu Ming had never thought that he would see the Life and Death Sword Sect Master here. Back in the Tsang state, they had been ambushed by the evil spirit sect. In the end, they had broken out together. The Life and Death Sword Sect Master had brought Luo Xiang and succeeded in breaking out. He had never thought that he would appear in the Sword Tomb. Moreover, the Life and Death Sword Sect Master was like those people who had walked out of the abyss. He had completely lost his mind. His eyes were empty, and only his cultivation and combat power were left. Whoosh, the Life and Death Sword technique of the Life and Death Sword Sect Master was very terrifying. With one sword, an absolute saint expert's forehead was pierced. Junior brother, you're courting death. An old man roared and charged toward the Life and Death Sword Sect Master. This person was at the peak of the absolute saint realm. With one slash, he destroyed the Life and Death Sword Sect Master's attack. The saber didn't stop and slashed toward the Life and Death Sword Sect Master. Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch, sending that person's saber flying. What are you doing? This person is crazy. He has lost his mind. The person shouted. I'll take care of him. Lu Ming said indifferently. The peak absolute saint was very afraid of Lu Ming. He gritted his teeth and left to kill the people who had walked out of the abyss. Whoosh, the life and death sword sect master attacked again. The sword light pierced through the sky. Lu Ming could see that the life and death sword sect master's cultivation was at the peak of the absolute saint realm. Lu Ming punched out and destroyed the life and death sword sect master's sword light. Senior, wake up! Lu Ming shouted. His voice rumbled like thunder and blasted into the head of the life and death sword faction. Kill! The leader of the life and death sword faction did not seem to notice anything and continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming blocked the other party's attack and shouted continuously, but the other party did not react at all. Lu Ming, this person's soul seems to have been obliterated. Autumn Moon appeared beside Lu Ming and said. What's going on? Lu Ming frowned. The leader of the life and death sword faction had a good relationship with the Dragon God Valley in the past. They had fought against enemies together. Lu Ming did not want to see the leader of the life and death sword faction fall, but unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. Lu Ming, is this someone you know? But he has indeed fallen. If you can't bear it, then give him to someone else. Autumn Moon said. Lu Ming nodded and quickly retreated with Autumn Moon, killing the other people who had walked out of the abyss. As for the leader of the life and death sword faction, he continued to kill the others. However, there were even more people outside. Soon, the leader of the life and death sword faction was surrounded by a few experts. His body exploded and fell into the abyss. Lu Ming sighed. The leader of a sect in the Tsang state, an overlord of a region, had ended up like this after leaving the Tsang state. He had escaped from the evil spirit sect, but in the end, he had fallen here. Lu Ming could not help but think about Luo Xiang, who was with the leader of the life and death sword faction. He was an upright person and also a terrifying genius. He had stayed at the same cultivation level and nurtured his sword soul for 15 years. No one knew what kind of achievements he could achieve in the future. Had he also perished, Lu Ming's thoughts were many, but his attacks did not stop. He killed 2 people who had walked out of the abyss. There were fewer people who had walked out of the abyss. In the end, they were surrounded and killed one by one. However, these people were very powerful and did not fear death. The people outside had also paid a heavy price. About 100 people were killed, and their blood dyed the ground red. When the last person who had walked out of the abyss was killed, everyone's gaze turned back to the abyss. Was there anyone else in the abyss? Why were those people like walking corpses? Were they being controlled? Many people's eyes flickered as various thoughts ran through their minds. However, no one dared to go up and snatch the sword sources. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, the sword sources gathered together and flew down into the abyss. In less than a minute, the endless source of swords flew down into the abyss and disappeared. Everyone looked at each other. All the sword sources had flown down into the abyss. What should they do? Should they go down? However, the abyss was very mysterious and terrifying. Previously, more than 100 experts had walked out of the abyss. All of them had no intelligence and were like walking corpses. They only knew how to kill. What was at the bottom of the abyss? Was it the appearance of a rare treasure that attracted the sword sources, or was there some danger? Everyone looked at each other. They all wanted the others to go down first to explore. If there was danger, they could retreat in time. Everyone had the same thought. Who would take the lead? After a moment of stalemate, someone finally spoke. Everyone, we can't go on like this. Why don't we join forces and explore together? A purple-robed elder suggested. Alright, I agree. Instead of being in a stalemate, why don't we join forces and explore together? A burly man said. Alright then. Those who want to go down and explore, take a few steps forward. Those who don't want to go down, retreat. We won't force you. The purple-robed elder said and took a step forward. Following that, the burly man also took a step forward. Some people pondered for a moment before taking a step forward. Disregarding everything else, the endless sword sources were definitely an irresistible temptation. If they could obtain a part of it, their cultivation would definitely improve rapidly. Especially those who cultivated the sword. Not only could it improve their cultivation, but it could also temper their swordsmanship and improve their comprehension of the law of the sword. Even if there was danger, it was worth taking the risk. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu also took a step forward. The Taisui treasure lotus had escaped into the abyss. No matter what, they had to go down and search for it. Otherwise, they did not know when they would find it. However, not everyone wanted to go down and explore. Some shook their heads and took a few steps back. The abyss was too strange. No one could predict what dangers there would be. If they lost their lives, what was the point of obtaining the sword sources? However, only a few people retreated. More people planned to go down and explore. Everyone, those who don't want to go down, let them stay here forever. At this time, a cold light flashed in the purple-robed elder's eyes as he transmitted his voice to Lu Ming and the others. Why? Someone asked with a glint in his eyes. Those who don't want to go down have ulterior motives. They probably want us to go down first to explore. Who knows if they will go down after we go down? There's no such good thing in the world. Also, some people are probably waiting for us to come out and then ambush us. If we get injured down there, won't we be killed by these scoundrels? So, these people can't be left alive. The purple-robed elder's words caused many people's eyes to flicker. That's right, we can't let these people live. If we let them live, we might be leaving a disaster for ourselves. The burly man also said coldly. I also think we can't let them live. Then let's kill them. The others also spoke one after another. Of course, they were all transmitting their voices. Those who chose to stay could not hear them at all. All right. Then let's kill them first. Let's go down and surround them first. Don't let them escape. The purple-robed elder said. Immediately, the crowd's figures flashed and surrounded those who had chosen to stay. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon did not move. Although the martial world was very cruel and the weak were prey to the strong, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon had their own principles. These people had no enmity with them, so they would not kill them for this reason. Of course, they would not stop them either. What are you doing? The expressions of those who chose to stay changed drastically. Kill. The purple-robed elder shouted coldly. They made their move. Dazzling and fatal rays of light burst out and attacked those who chose to stay. Those who chose to stay were already in the minority. How could they resist? Instantly, they were killed one by one. You guys are too vicious. Someone roared, extremely unwilling to give up. Ridiculous. The burly man sneered and slashed out with his saber, killing that person. In just a few minutes, those who chose to stay were all killed. One wrong move and those people would be facing death. Alright, now that there's nothing to worry about, let's go down. The purple-robed elder said. Then, everyone formed a formation and flew carefully into the abyss. Looking down from above the abyss, it was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Descend. The purple-robed elder's cultivation was unfathomable. He was a quasi-emperor expert, so everyone naturally followed his lead. As soon as his voice fell, everyone flew down the abyss. The abyss was very deep. They descended for thousands of feet before reaching the bottom. That's... As soon as they landed, Lu Ming looked in a direction in shock. In that direction, there was a giant sword that was at least 100 meters tall. It was incomparably huge. Under the giant sword, a figure sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. No aura could be felt from his body. Luo Xiang. Lu Ming murmured. As expected, Luo Xiang was also in this abyss. However, Luo Xiang did not rush out of the abyss like his master, the leader of the life and death sword faction. Instead, he sat under the giant sword and did not feel the slightest bit of aura. Could it be that he had already fallen? Lu Ming couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. Although he had not interacted much with Luo Xiang, he could feel that this person was an upright person who lived for the sword. He was a true swordsman. Then, Lu Ming's gaze turned in another direction. There, endless sword sources gathered, spiraling about. Under the boundless sword source, there was a figure staring at Lu Ming and the others with sharp eyes. This is a sword termination. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The figure under the endless sword origin was clearly a sword aura. However, this sword aura was completely different from the sword aura that Lu Ming had seen before. Not only was this sword aura more solid, but there was also a glint of wisdom in its eyes. This sword terminus possessed intelligence. The others also noticed this sword terminus and their expressions turned solemn. Lu Ming, Taisui treasured lotus. At the side, Qiao Moon nudged Lu Ming and whispered. Lu Ming followed Qiao Moon's gaze and saw the Taisui treasured lotus rooted on a pile of bones. The lotus petals swayed gently and rippled with sword chi. He, you're all here. Just in time. Sacrifice yourselves to my sword. The sword terminus let out an ear-piercing laugh. How is this possible? Aren't sword terminus without intelligence? How could this sword terminus have intelligence? Could it be that those who came out of the abyss were all controlled by him? Is the sword origin gathering also because of him? Many people's expressions changed and they were shocked. Some of them had been in the Tai sword tomb for many years and had never heard of sword terminus gaining intelligence. They had also never seen sword origin gathering here. Today, I'll sacrifice your blood to my sword. Form. Sword Sha shouted as he raised his palm. The endless sword origin gathered towards Sword Sha's arm and condensed together to form a huge battle sword. At the same time, wisps of blood chi gathered from above the abyss and gathered on the sword terminus, making his body more solid. This blood chi was the blood of those who had died in the battle above the abyss. Could it be that those figures who had come out and fought with them earlier wanted blood? Many people's expressions turned ugly when they thought of this. Boom, a terrifying aura burst out from the sword emanation's body. This aura was incomparably powerful and superior. It was even stronger and purer than the aura of a quasi-emperor like the purple-robed elder. This was Emperor's aura. Everyone's expression changed drastically. This was pure Emperor's aura. This was an Emperor-level expert. There was actually an Emperor-level expert hiding in the abyss. Many people's hearts trembled and they felt a chill run down their spine. Let's go. Someone roared and soared into the air, rushing toward the abyss in an attempt to escape. In the face of an Emperor-level expert, no matter how many people they had, it was useless. Only death awaited them. I've said that I'll sacrifice your blood to my sword to help me take the last step. All of you, stay here. The sword terminus let out a sinister laugh. He raised the huge sword in his hand that was formed by the endless sword origin. Suddenly, in the sky, endless sword radiance gathered. These sword radiance were like the battle sword. The tip of the sword was pointed downwards, revealing its sharpness and sealing off all directions. Kill. The sword terminus roared again. Endless sword. Radiance covered the sky and pierced toward the crowd. Suddenly, screams rang out. One by one, the figures were either pierced by the sword radiance or split in half. Their souls were annihilated, and they died on the spot. After these people died, their blood gathered toward the sword terminus, making his aura even stronger. Will of Yin Yang. Autumn Moon shouted. A round will appeared in between her eyebrows. This round will emitted a cold chi on one side and a blazing chi on the other. The combination of the two emitted a terrifying aura. That was the Emperor's aura. Obviously, this was an Emperor weapon. The wheel of Yin Yang floated above Autumn Moon's head. A light curtain fell, enveloping Lu Ming and Autumn Moon within it. Dong. Dong, those sword radiance bombarded the light curtain cast by the wheel of Yin Yang. The light curtain shook violently and rippled. But in the end, it blocked the sword radiance's bombardment. Lu Ming's eyebrows also flashed with light. He originally wanted to use the Tai Chi array to block it. But after seeing that Autumn Moon could block it, he did not use it for the time being. Keeping a few trump cards might be of great use at a critical moment. There had been hundreds of them when they'd come down, but now, there were only 20 of them left. The weakest of the remaining 20 or so people were at the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm. In other words, everyone below the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm had been killed in that wave of attacks. Even the perfected Absolute Saints who'd survived were all injured. What a terrifying attack. Ordinary Absolute Saints couldn't even fight back against it. Imperial weapon. Sword emanations glanced coldly at Autumn Moon and Lu Ming. Run, run, run. The remaining people were terrified. they frantically rushed toward the abyss. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon also rushed toward the abyss from another direction. More than 20 streaks of light moved at a shocking speed. However, Sword Emanations was even faster. He took a step forward and appeared in the air above the crowd. Boundless sword light began to converge. This time, the endless sword lights fused together. In the end, there were only 20 or so sword lights left. However, the might emitted by each of the sword lights increased explosively, giving off an incomparably terrifying feeling. Use your blood as a sacrifice to my sword. Kill! Sword Emanations yelled. More than 20 streaks of sword light charged toward Lu Ming and the others. On average, one sword light fell for each person. Pooh! Pooh! Everyone used all their power to block, but some people couldn't block it at all. All attacks and defenses collapsed as the sword light slashed through. More than a dozen people were killed. They would never be able to leave this place. They were all at the peak of the Absolute Saint realm. Only a few perfected Absolute Saints were able to block the attack with secret treasures. However, they were also severely injured. Autumn Moon also tried his best to control the yin-yang wheel to block the attack. Although he managed to block it in the end, Autumn Moon's body trembled. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Apart from them, 2 other people blocked the sword light. They were unharmed. One was the purple-robed elder from before. He was a quasi-emperor. The river of laws surrounded him. He defeated the sword light with one strike. The other person was a woman in a palace dress. She was also a quasi-emperor. She defeated the sword light. The 2 quasi-emperors destroyed the sword light and rushed upward. Haha, even a quasi-emperor must die. The sword emanation sneered as he waved the huge sword in his hand. Boundless sword light appeared once again and gathered into a few sword lights that slashed towards the 2 boundary emperors. Break! The 2 boundary emperors bellowed. The rivers of law formed a terrifying attack that collided with the sword light. However, the sword light this time was clearly stronger. The 2 quasi-emperors trembled and were sent flying downwards. This sword baleful has not fully become a martial emperor. We still have a chance. Let's work together and charge out. If we split up, we will all die. The purple-robed elder roared, and a purple river of laws revolved around his body. He turned into a purple beam of light and rushed to the side of the woman. At the same time, the remaining perfected Absolute Saints also rushed toward them. Just as Autumn Moon was about to leave, she was stopped by Lu Ming. Let's not go there. Let's go get the Taisui treasured lotus. Lu Ming secretly transmitted a message to Autumn Moon. They didn't rush towards the purple-robed old man and the others. Instead, they rushed towards the Taisui treasure lotus. On the other hand, the purple-robed old man and the others gathered together and rushed upwards at the same time. The sword emanations glanced at Lu Ming and Autumn Moon coldly and then ignored them. He looked at the purple-robed old man and the others and sneered, "Although I am close to becoming a martial emperor, it is more than enough to kill you. After killing you, I will use your blood to help me become a martial emperor." Condense. As the sword emanations uttered the last word, boundless sword light gathered and turned into 3 huge sword lights. They slashed towards the purple-robed old man and the others from 3 different directions. Boom! 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 3 terrifying attacks and boundless sword chi filled the area. Many sword marks appeared on the canyon at the edge of the abyss. After a few screams, the remaining Absolute Saints of the Absolute Saint realm were killed by the terrifying power. Only the 2 emperors to be were still alive. However, the 2 boundary emperors' faces were pale. Why aren't the 2 of you working together? Do you want to die here together? The purple-robed old man roared. He was obviously talking to Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. However, Lu Ming didn't seem to hear him. He pulled Autumn Moon and rushed towards the Taisui treasure lotus. He felt a terrifying sense of danger from the sword emanations. He had a feeling that even if he worked together with the purple-robed old man and the others, they wouldn't be able to get out. They would only be able to get out if they used a special attack. Damn it! The purple-robed old man roared. He worked together with the woman and 2 rivers of law turned into terrifying attacks. The sword emanations took a step forward and 3 sword lights formed again. They slashed towards the purple-robed old man and the woman. The purple-robed old man and the woman trembled as they were pushed back. They were at a disadvantage. Right then, Lu Ming was about to reach the Taisui treasure lotus. The sword emanations narrowed his eyes. The giant sword that was condensed from the sword origin in his hand vibrated slightly. Dozens of terrifying sword gleams shot toward Lu Ming and the sword emanations. Taisui array disc. Lu Ming's glabella lit up and the Taisui array disc appeared. It expanded rapidly and blocked in front of the two. Clang! 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 The sword light slashed onto the Taisui array disc and it shook violently. However, the Taisui array disc was an emperor-level treasure. It was extremely sturdy and didn't even leave a mark on it. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon continued to rush towards the Taisui treasure lotus. The petals of the Taisui treasure lotus rippled as if it had sensed Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Seal. Lu Ming spat out a word. Then, dense runes appeared on the ground around the Taisui treasure lotus. These runes formed a sealing force that enveloped the Taisui treasure lotus like a huge net. The Taisui treasure lotus emitted a dazzling sword chi and tried to rush out. However, it was blocked by the sealing force. With his previous experience, Lu Ming would not go all out. During the impact earlier, Lu Ming had already secretly injected the law of array into the ground. Through the ground, he arrived near the Taisui treasure lotus. Then, he suddenly attacked and sealed the Taisui treasure lotus. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon rushed over. Lu Ming grabbed the Taisui treasure lotus and put it into the mountain river diagram. Let's go. With the Taisui treasure lotus in hand, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon turned into two streaks of light and rushed towards the abyss from another direction. Don't even think about leaving. The sword demon said coldly. He couldn't let anyone leave today. If news of him got out and a true emperor-level figure came, he would be finished. He waved the huge sword in his hand, and beams of sword gleams appeared above Lu Ming and Qiu Yu's heads, slashing toward them. Lu Ming blocked with the Taisui array disc. All the sword lights slashed onto the Taisui array disc. The Taisui array disc vibrated and Lu Ming and Autumn Moon were blocked. Kill. The sword demon blocked Lu Ming and Autumn Moon with his sword lights and focused more on the purple-robed elder and the woman. The three huge sword lights that were attacking the purple-robed elder and the woman gathered together to form an even bigger sword light. Swoosh, the sword light slashed down. Even with the purple-robed elders and the woman's cultivation, they almost could not block it. The river of laws was almost pierced through as blood spurted from their mouths. However, what made them despair was that the giant sword slashed down again. They could only try their best to block it. Autumn Moon, enter the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Autumn Moon. The mountain and river diagram flew out and sucked Autumn Moon into it. Lu Ming's glabella shone again as he took out the Great Elixir Development Furnace. Lu Ming rushed into the Great Elixir Development Furnace and controlled it to fly upwards. The Great Elixir Development Furnace was the most precious treasure of the Great Elixir Development Palace. It was unknown what grade it was, but it was definitely above the Tai Chi array disc. Clang! 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 The sword light kept slashing on the Great Elixir Development Furnace. The Great Elixir Development Furnace shook, but it was still slowly moving upwards. This was Lu Ming's plan. He wanted the purple-robed elder and the woman, the two boundary emperors, to hold back the sword emanations while he rushed out with the Great Elixir Development Furnace. If he was with the purple-robed elder and the others, they would not be able to escape from the sword emanations' all-out attack. The sword emanations' expression changed slightly. He did not expect Lu Ming to have so many treasures on him. Each one was stronger than the previous one. If this continued, he would not be able to free himself and Lu Ming might really escape. Don't even think about it. Today, all of you will stay here. These treasures are all mine. The sword emanations roared as his body emitted a blood-red light. This blood-red light was the blood-red light that he had just absorbed. At this moment, it flowed out from his body like water. It looked extremely strange. Then, the blood-red light flowed to the giant sword in his hand and burned like a flame. The giant sword in his hand seemed to have turned into a terrifying killing sword. Return. The giant sword light that attacked the purple-robed elder and the others also flew into the giant sword and merged with it. This made the giant sword in the sword emanation's hand even more terrifying. Swoosh, the sword emanation stepped into the air and slashed the giant sword in his hand towards the purple-robed elder and the woman. The terrifying sword might cover the sky and earth. It was terrifying to the extreme, causing the space to tremble as if it had the power to split the heavens and earth apart. Not good. The faces of the purple-robed elder and the woman in the palatial dress changed dramatically, revealing expressions of terror. The might of this sword strike already surpassed that of a quasi-emperor, infinitely close to that of a martial emperor. With this strike, they were all going to die. No, I don't want to die. The purple-robed elder roared in his heart as his eyes revealed a ferocious look. Suddenly, he attacked and struck the woman with his palm, sending her flying into the air towards the sword emanations. You, despicable! The woman in the palace dress roared. Her eyes were filled with endless fury and fear. But at this time, in order to save her life, she could only use all her strength to resist. She unleashed all of her techniques and even took out all of her saint weapons. However, in the face of the sword emanations, everything was in vain. As the giant sword slashed down, all of the woman's defenses, as well as her body, were reduced to ashes. This brat, after the purple-robed elder sent the woman flying with his palm, he charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming had consecutively taken out his emperor weapon. If he could obtain Lu Ming's emperor weapon, his chances of escaping would be greatly increased. However, the sword emanations would not let him have his way. Trying to escape? Die. After the sword emanations killed the woman in the palace dress, its body flashed and appeared above the purple-robed elder. The purple-robed elder's face was as white as snow. No, he roared, but under the slash of the sword light, he followed in the footsteps of the woman in the palace dress and was reduced to ashes. He pushed the woman in the palace dress towards the sword emanations, but he only lived for a few more breaths. Not good. Lu Ming's face changed drastically in the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace. The sword emanations had been using some of its sword light to obstruct him. At this time, he had not managed to get too far. Moreover, he did not expect that the purple-robed elder and the woman in the palace dress, two emperor-to-be experts, would be killed so quickly. The sword emanations had obviously used a method to temporarily increase his combat strength, allowing his combat strength to be infinitely close to that of an emperor-level expert. Brat, it's your turn now. The sword emanation sneered and took a step forward. He appeared above the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace and slashed down with his giant sword. Boom, the giant sword slashed on the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace. The Great Evolution Elixir Furnace shook violently. Like a cannonball, it fell into the abyss and landed heavily on the ground. The entire abyss shook violently. 100-meter deep pit was formed in the ground. The Great Evolution Elixir Furnace was embedded in the deep pit. Within the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace, Lu Ming spat out mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. Although he had the protection of the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace, Lu Ming's cultivation was limited. He could not unleash the full power of the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace. Moreover, his cultivation was too far from the Sword Emanation's Elixir Furnace. The Sword Emanation's Elixir Furnace was enough to injure Lu Ming. This treasure is really amazing. Haha, not only will I become an emperor-level expert today, I will also obtain a few rare treasures. The heavens are really helping me. The Sword Emanation's Elixir Furnace laughed loudly. He appeared above the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace and slashed at it again. Dong, the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace shook violently. The terrifying power caused the surrounding ground to shatter. The 100-meter deep pit exploded once again and became even bigger. The Great Evolution Elixir Furnace shook and produced a terrifying power that bombarded Lu Ming's body. It caused Lu Ming to spit out mouthfuls of blood and his injuries to worsen. This can't go on. Lu Ming's mind raced as he tried to think of a way to escape. However, under such circumstances, he had no way to escape. The difference in strength between him and the Sword Emanation's Elixir Furnace was too great. Even with the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace, it could not protect him. If this went on, he would be killed sooner or later. He might even exhaust his saint power and lose control of the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace. Let's see how long you can hide. Slash. 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 The sword emanation's elixir furnace roared. The giant sword in his hand that was formed from the endless sword origin continuously slashed at the great evolution elixir furnace. The entire abyss was shaking non-stop. Cracks that looked like spider webs appeared on the ground and extended in all directions. Within the great evolution elixir furnace, Lu Ming used all of his strength. The law of primal chaos protected his body and saint power surrounded his body. However, the terrifying vibrations continued to bombard his body, causing his injuries to worsen. Not long after, the sword emanation's elixir furnace had attacked more than 100 times. Lu Ming's aura was extremely weak, and his injuries were severe. Not good. Suddenly, Lu Ming's face changed. He felt that he was starting to lose control of the great evolution elixir furnace. Boom, as expected, when the sword emanation's elixir furnace slashed down again, the great evolution elixir furnace shook and began to shrink rapidly. Finally, it turned into a ray of light and flew into Lu Ming's forehead and disappeared. Lu Ming's body appeared in the deep pit. Ha ha ha, kid, you're finally out. Let's see how you're going to stop me now. The sword emanation's elixir furnace laughed sinisterly and was filled with killing intent. In order to deal with Lu Ming, he had expended a large amount of yuan qi. Now, he was not even confident that he could break through to the martial emperor realm. What should I do? Lu Ming quickly thought of a solution in his mind. Lu Ming still had one last method, which was to enter the mountain river diagram. However, once he entered the mountain river diagram, it would be exposed and controlled by the other party. Moreover, he was not confident that the mountain river diagram could stop the other party. The mountain river diagram was just a grotto heaven treasure and its defensive power could not be as strong as the great pill derivation furnace. Once he entered the mountain river diagram, he would be completely passive and at the mercy of the other party. Am I going to die here today? Lu Ming clenched his fists and was extremely unwilling. In his life, he had experienced many difficulties and dangers. He had experienced all kinds of dangers, but he had still managed to overcome them one by one. He was unwilling to die just like that. He wanted to reach the peak of martial arts. Die. At this moment, the sword emanation shouted coldly and slashed the giant sword in his hand at Lu Ming. This sword could kill a quasi-emperor in an instant and its power was extremely powerful. Before the sword arrived, the terrifying pressure had already made it difficult for Lu Ming to move. The strong pressure pressed on Lu Ming's body, causing his bones to creak as if they were about to break. This sword was unstoppable. No, I can't die. I have friends and family that need my protection. My parents need my protection. I don't know where Xiaoqing is now. I have to find her, Xianxia, Emily, once I die, Qiu Moon will also die. I can't die. I have to reach the peak and change my fate, Lu Ming roared in his heart, bursting with endless fighting spirit. Even if he was in a desperate situation, he was unwilling to die. Even if he could not defeat the other party, he had to fight. Even if he died, he had to fight to the death. His eyes were full of unyielding determination. He was unyielding to the sword emanations and unyielding to fate. Clang, at this moment, the sound of a sword rang through the 9 heavens. Within the mountain river diagram, a stone sword broke through the barrier of the mountain river diagram and flew out, hovering above Lu Ming's head. A terrifying sword radiance shot out from the stone sword and shot up into the sky. The sword radiance from the sword emanations was destroyed by the sword radiance. This is the sword of the Celestial Emperor. Lu Ming never would have thought that the Celestial Emperor's sword would suddenly rush out and block his opponent's sword at the critical moment. This sword emanation's gaze also landed on the sword of the Celestial Arch. He did not know why, but when he saw the sword, his heart trembled. Divine sword, a peerless divine sword. If I get this sword, my cultivation will break through the shackles in an instant and reach the martial emperor realm. I might even be able to reach higher realms in the future. The sword emanation's eyes emitted a fiery glow. He was a sword baleful spirit that had been unintentionally nurtured by the Tai sword tomb after countless years. He possessed intelligence. However, he was still lacking at the connate level. Unlike the human race, it was extremely difficult for him to advance. It was much more difficult for him compared to humans, demons, and divine beasts. He had cultivated bitterly for many years and finally found the opportunity to break through to the martial emperor realm. But because of Lu Ming, the opportunity for a breakthrough had become mysterious again. However, Lu Ming actually had a peerless divine sword in his hands. He had a feeling that as long as he could get this peerless divine sword, he would be able to advance rapidly in the future. Even his cultivation speed would skyrocket. He had to get this sword. Lad, you have a lot of treasures in your hands. Hand over this sword obediently and I can give you a quick death. Sword emanations looked coldly at Lu Ming, but the greed in his eyes could not be concealed. If you let me go, I can give it to you. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he said. Alright, I agree to let you go. Hand over the sword to me. Sword emanations did not hesitate and immediately nodded. Do you think I am stupid? If I hand it over to you now, what if you go back on your word? Wait until I get out of here, then I will hand it over to you. Lu Ming said. Lad, you are not qualified to talk terms with me now. If you don't hand it over, then I will take it myself. Sword emanation said coldly. The aura on his body became stronger and the huge sword in his hand emitted a terrifying fluctuation. Swoosh! He slashed down with the sword again. This time, the power of the sword was even stronger than before. Buzz, the sword of the Heavenly Emperor vibrated slightly and scattered a sword screen, enveloping Lu Ming within it. Sword emanation sword radiance slashed on the light screen. It was like a drop of water falling into the sea. There were no ripples and it disappeared immediately. No, it did not disappear. It was absorbed by the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. Buzz, the sword of the Heavenly Emperor vibrated again and emitted a terrifying suction force. Sword emanation's face changed. At this moment, he felt a terrifying suction force from the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. The huge sword in his hand was about to fly toward the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. A few of the sword sources even left the huge sword and flew toward the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. They entered the sword of the Heavenly Emperor and disappeared. The sword of the Heavenly Emperor vibrated slightly as if it was very excited. The suction force became stronger. You want to swallow my sword sources? Stop. Sword emanations roared. Blood radiance continuously flowed out of his body and burned fiercely. His strength increased tremendously and he forcefully stabilized the huge sword in his hand. Your sword is indeed amazing. However, if you want to swallow my sword sources, don't even think about it. Sword emanation shouted, his gaze as cold as a knife. What if I join in? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It was not Lu Ming who had spoken. Apart from Lu Ming and sword emanations, there was a third person here? Luo Xiang. Lu Ming immediately thought of Luo Xiang. He extended his spiritual senses and saw that Luo Xiang had opened his eyes. Above his head, there was a black and white sword floating. That was his sword soul. Luo Xiang was not dead. You are not dead yet. Sword emanation screamed. If you are not dead, how can I die? Swallow. Luo Xiang said coldly. When he spat out the last word, the huge sword on his back that was stuck in the ground vibrated violently. Clang, the humming of the sword whistled as the gigantic sword emitted an incomparably resplendent light. Unexpectedly, it also exploded with a terrifying attractive force that enveloped the sword chi. A few sword sources flew out of the huge sword in sword emanation's hands and entered the huge sword. At this moment, the sword of the Heavenly Emperor also seized the opportunity and released its suction force. Swoosh! Swoosh! The huge sword in sword emanation's hands continued to send sword sources into the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. Being enveloped by the sword of the Heavenly Emperor and the huge sword on Luo Xiang's back at the same time, sword emanations finally could not resist. What frightened him was that he could not leave this place even if he wanted to. He realized that his body could not move at all. He was being sucked in by the sword of the Heavenly Emperor and the huge sword on Luo Xiang's back. As for the huge sword in his hands, sword sources were being separated and absorbed by the sword of the Heavenly Emperor and the huge sword. Swoosh! Suddenly, two sword sources flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt that this seemed to be a reward from the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming was stunned. In his dantian, the two saint hearts were operating at full power. The saint power slowly grew stronger and flowed into Lu Ming's limbs and bones. Lu Ming's injuries started to heal. On the other side, Luo Xiang's situation was very similar to Lu Ming's. The giant sword could actually split into sword sources and fly to Luo Xiang, which were absorbed by his sword spirit. Luo Xiang sat there without moving. He was like an old monk in meditation, cultivating wholeheartedly. No, no, Sword Sha screamed and kept exploding. He wanted to resist, but it was useless in the end. He couldn't move at all. He seemed to be restrained. As the sword sources in his giant sword kept being absorbed, his ability to resist became weaker and weaker. However, there were too many sword sources in the giant sword. It was endless. It couldn't be absorbed in a short time. Time flew by quickly. Day after day passed. With Lu Ming's spiritual body's strength, his injuries were healed after a day. He then used the sword source's power to refine his true origin and improve his cultivation. Every time the sword source's power was refined, 2 more sword sources would fly to him and be devoured by Lu Ming. As time passed, Lu Ming's cultivation became stronger and stronger. He was close to becoming an absolute saint. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In 3 months, the endless sword sources in Sword Sha's hand were almost completely absorbed by the Heavenly Emperor's sword and the giant sword. Lu Ming also refined many sword sources. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Supreme Saint realm. He was very close to becoming an absolute saint. It wasn't that easy to become an absolute saint. Although Lu Ming had refined many sword sources during this time, he still hadn't broken through. He needed an opportunity. However, Lu Ming was already very satisfied. It was very difficult for a supreme saint to become an absolute saint. It needed a long time to accumulate. Without enough accumulation, it was impossible to improve. Take Autumn Moon for example. When Lu Ming saw Autumn Moon was already a peak supreme saint. But now, she still hadn't become an absolute saint. She was accumulating. Only after accumulating to a certain extent would one be able to make a breakthrough. Under normal circumstances, given that Lu Ming had cultivated 2 sacred hearts, he would not be able to break through to the absolute saint realm without a few years of accumulation. But now, Lu Ming had completed several years of accumulation in just 3 months. The Celestial Emperor's sword had absorbed a large amount of sword origin. There was a layer of faint white light on it, looking incomparably mysterious. On Luo Xiang's back, the giant sword also emitted a dazzling sword light. On the surface of the sword, there were mysterious runes flowing. No, no, I can't accept this, Sword Emanations muttered to himself. At that moment, his aura was extremely weak and he was extremely weak. When the last sword origin was absorbed, the Celestial Emperor's sword shook and withdrew all of its aura. It turned back into an ordinary stone sword and flew into Lu Ming's forehead. It floated in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Lu Ming moved his mind, and the Celestial Emperor's sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. But after Lu Ming injected his saint power into it, he realized that the Celestial Emperor's sword didn't react at all. Is this really the Celestial Emperor's sword? I can't unleash its power at all. Lu Ming was speechless. He put the Celestial Emperor's sword back into his sea of consciousness. At that moment, the giant sword on Luo Xiang's back shook as if it was going to break out of the ground. The light on the sword became even more dazzling. An even stronger suction force enveloped Sword Emanations. Sword Emanations was terrified. He screamed, "No, no." He struggled wildly, but it was all in vain. His body flew toward the giant sword and disappeared into it. Clang, the giant sword buzzed, and the entire valley shook violently. Lu Ming flew out of the deep pit and stood in the air to watch from afar. The giant sword shook more and more violently. Finally, it rushed out of the ground and flew into the sky. After circling in the air, it rushed directly toward Luo Xiang. When it got close to Luo Xiang's body, it became smaller and smaller. It entered Luo Xiang's glabella and disappeared. At that moment, Luo Xiang opened his eyes. A powerful aura was emitted. Great sage perfection. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Luo Xiang's cultivation had also reached the great sage perfection. It seemed that Luo Xiang had also obtained a great opportunity because of this giant sword. Moreover, Lu Ming discovered that Luo Xiang's spiritual body was also extraordinary. It had evolved to the point of a mid-level spiritual body. Back then, when Lu Ming first met Luo Xiang, his spiritual body was only an inferior spiritual body. 15 years to nurture a sword soul. It's really not simple. Lu Ming whispered. He had long felt that Luo Xiang was not simple. He had already mastered the law of speed, which was one of the laws of the king. Now that his cultivation had reached the great sage perfection, he had obtained the giant sword, and cultivated a magical sword soul. His combat strength was definitely terrifying. Luo Xiang got up and looked at Lu Ming. He smiled and said, Lu Ming, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here after we parted in Xianxia. I also didn't expect to see you here. What's going on with you guys? And your master? At this point, Lu Ming paused and sighed. My master, he must have fallen. Luo Xiang said with a sad look in his eyes. Yes. Lu Ming nodded and said, he seems to have lost his spiritual consciousness. His soul is no longer there. His soul was destroyed by the sword spirit. Luo Xiang said, Lu Ming, let's leave this place first. We'll talk as we go. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. He then shot up into the sky with Luo Xiang and flew into the abyss. They then flew toward the exit of the sword tomb. Along the way, they did not encounter any accidents. Soon, they flew out of the sword tomb and into the distance. Along the way, Luo Xiang told Lu Ming about their encounter after they escaped from Xianxia. After they escaped from Xianxia, they did not go to the ancient moon's sacred ground. Instead, they followed a caravan and took the teleportation formation to the vicinity of the Tai sword tomb. Later on, Luo Xiang followed the life and death sword sect leader to the sword tomb to cultivate and accidentally entered the abyss. The sword spirit had been planning to attract other martial artists and use their blood as a sacrifice to the sword. In addition to the energy of the sword origin, it had broken through to the martial emperor realm. Therefore, the sword spirit had split into a sword spirit and destroyed the life and death sword sect leader's soul to control him. As Luo Xiang had cultivated a sword soul, he was protected by the giant sword. Moreover, Luo Xiang had cultivated a sword soul and used it to destroy the sword spirit's sword spirit. Therefore, the sword spirit had thought that Luo Xiang was dead. In fact, Luo Xiang was still alive and had formed a connection with the giant sword. However, with his strength alone, he was no match for the sword spirit. In the end, the sword of the heavenly emperor had appeared and released a powerful force to attract the sword spirit. Only then did Luo Xiang make his move. He cooperated with the giant sword and attacked the sword spirit. Lu Ming was enlightened. He finally understood the cause and effect. Luo Xiang could be considered to have profited from the disaster and obtained a great fortuitous encounter. Unfortunately, the life and death sword sect leader had died and this made Luo Xiang feel sad. The two of them flew more than 10,000 miles away and landed on a mountain peak. Lu Ming summoned the autumn moon from the mountain river painting. After Autumn Moon heard this, she was also quite surprised. She didn't expect that the sword of Celestial Emperor that Lu Ming pulled out in Celestial City would play a big role here and save him. Autumn Moon, the ingredients are ready. Why don't we refine the spirit recovery pill here? Lu Ming said. Since the ingredients were ready, Lu Ming wanted to refine the spirit recovery pill as soon as possible. Moreover, Luo Xiang's cultivation had skyrocketed, and he needed time to consolidate it. It was better to refine it here. Anyway, the environment here was more secluded, and there was no need to be afraid of being disturbed. And that works too. Autumn Moon nodded. Her eyes flashed with anticipation. She also wanted to know what was the memory that was taken away from her. When a person knew that a part of their memory was taken away and was blank, they would always think about it and be curious. This would also cause an obsession in their heart, which would affect their cultivation. Immediately, Lu Ming took out the Great Pill Development Furnace, and then recited the refining method of the Spirit Recovery Pill in his heart. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he took out all the ingredients one by one. The Spirit Recovery Pill was a very high-grade and rare pill. It was also very complicated to refine. It was a slow process that couldn't be rushed. Lu Ming threw the first type of material into the Great Evolution Cauldron and began tempering. When the first ingredient was almost refined, he put in the second ingredient according to the order and began refining. He let the two ingredients fuse together in a strange way. Of course, the ingredients in the beginning were all auxiliary ingredients. As for Luo Xiang and Autumn Moon, they sat cross-legged on both sides of Lu Ming, a few miles apart. They were cultivating while guarding Lu Ming. Time passed day by day. This time, he used half a month's time to refine the medicine. Clang, half a month later. With a thought, Lu Ming opened the lid of the furnace and an elixir flew out. Success! Lu Ming was overjoyed. He reached out and sucked the pill into his hand. Lu Ming examined it carefully. It really was the spirit recovery pill. It was exactly the same as recorded in the prescription. After spending half a month, he finally succeeded in refining it. In a flash, Autumn Moon and Luo Xiang appeared in front of Lu Ming. Autumn Moon looked at the pill in Lu Ming's hand with anticipation. Mid-Autumn Moon, the spirit recovery pill has been successfully refined. Take it. Lu Ming said. All right. Autumn Moon nodded, took the pill, and swallowed it without hesitation. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to refine it. Let's hope it works. Lu Ming clenched his fists nervously. The soul recovery pill might not be able to restore Autumn Moon's memories. There was also a possibility of failure. If he failed, then it would be difficult to find the materials for the spirit recovery pill again. However, Autumn Moon had been with him all this time, and it did have some effect. This could also increase the success rate. Lu Ming and Luo Xiang stood by the side and waited. There was a layer of light on Autumn Moon's body. The law of yin and yang circulated continuously. It was obvious that she was refining the pill. 3 days later, Autumn Moon opened her eyes. Had she recovered? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Qiu Yu's eyes were initially filled with confusion. Slowly, her eyes regained their luster. She looked at Lu Ming and suddenly revealed a happy smile. She moved and pounced on Lu Ming, throwing herself into Lu Ming's arms. Young master, Autumn Moon remembers you. Young master, you finally came to find Autumn Moon. As she spoke, Autumn Moon's tears flowed down, wetting Lu Ming's clothes. Autumn Moon, have you recovered your memories? Lu Ming asked. Yes. Autumn Moon rubbed Lu Ming's body a few times, wiping her tears on Lu Ming's clothes. Then, she blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Ming, saying, Young master, I have recovered. What happened before, please don't blame Autumn Moon. She was referring to Autumn Moon's attitude towards him. When they first met, she even treated Lu Ming as an opponent. Don't blame? Of course, you should blame me. How dare you treat your young master like this? You should be punished. Lu Ming deliberately said with a straight face. Then how should I punish you? Autumn Moon asked softly. What do you think? Lu Ming smiled. Autumn Moon suddenly stepped forward and kissed Lu Ming's lips. Then, she glanced at Luo Xiang beside her. Luo Xiang's eyes immediately darted around, deliberately looking in other directions as if he couldn't see anything. Is this okay? Autumn Moon's face blushed, and her voice became lower and lower. Girl, I haven't seen you for a long time, but you're getting bolder and bolder. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. However, he was also happy. Autumn Moon's memories had finally recovered. The way she looked at him was exactly the same as more than 10 years ago. Autumn Moon stuck out her tongue and made a face. Autumn Moon, let's go back to the Origin Mountain Academy. Lu Ming said with a smile. Young master, I'm afraid we can't go back yet. As soon as I recovered my memories, I felt that my spirit embryo was bright. It seems that I'm about to break through to the Supreme Saint Realm. If we miss this time, Autumn Moon said softly. You're about to break through? Lu Ming was delighted, but he wasn't too surprised. Autumn Moon had already reached the perfected stage of the Supreme Saint Realm. She had been accumulating for a long time, and her accumulation was enough. Now that her memory had recovered, her spirit embryo was bright, and her mind was clear, so it was normal for her to have an opportunity to break through. Anyway, we don't have anything else to do. Your breakthrough is more important. We'll wait for you here. Lu Ming said. The opportunity to break through could only be encountered by chance. If they missed this time, they didn't know when the next time would be. It would be a waste of time. Okay. Qiuyu nodded and floated up and started to cultivate. Lu Ming and Luo Xiang guarded Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon closed her eyes and sank into a deep level of cultivation. She ignored the outside world and focused on breaking through. Saint power surged on her body, and the law of yin and yang lingered. Every day, her aura would become stronger. Just like that, half a month passed. Autumn Moon's aura reached its peak. Boom, as if something had shattered, a powerful aura burst out from Autumn Moon's body and rushed into the sky. Then, Autumn Moon opened her eyes. With a wave of her hand, a large pile of origin stones appeared. Autumn Moon began to absorb the origin chi of the origin stones and the origin chi of heaven and earth. This process lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, Autumn Moon's aura reached its peak. The aura of an absolute saint, Autumn Moon became an absolute saint first, reaching the initial stage of the absolute saint realm. With Autumn Moon's king body talent, her battle power would definitely skyrocket after becoming an absolute saint. Even Lu Ming wasn't confident that he could defeat Autumn Moon now. After a while, Autumn Moon ended her cultivation. She withdrew her aura and stood up. Autumn Moon, congratulations. Lu Ming walked over and looked at Autumn Moon. He was quite emotional. The girl who had grown up with him had become an absolute saint now. In the vast land of Yuan Mountain, she would be a top genius. Who would have expected something like this? It's all thanks to you, young master. Otherwise, I wouldn't have broken through so quickly. Autumn Moon smiled. Okay, let's go back then. End of chapter 1900. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.